Jiang Xin unexpectedly traversed realms, finding herself reduced to a sacrificial offering for the bloodline of the original protagonist, only to meet her demise at birth. The original protagonist usurped her identity, becoming the daughter of the Tian Shui Sect's leader, growing up to become the Sea King. Driven by selfish motives, she conspired with the demon realm to breach the Tian Shui Sect, slaughtering her own kin, and even went so far as to slander the sect as colluding with demons. Faced with the impending fate of being sacrificed, Jiang Xin felt that perhaps this life was not worth living. However, since she was already here, Jiang Xin observed her naive mother, who firmly believed in her malicious aunt's deceitful words. "Mother, your sister is mad with jealousy and has given you a potion laced with poison." Just as her mother was about to consume the potion, she jolted awake and immediately investigated, dismantling her aunt's sinister plot. Jiang Xin gazed at her father, who was barely holding up the seal. Such a simple formation, a few strokes would stabilize it. What is father so busy with? Her father, nearly consumed by demonic energy, exclaimed, "My dear, save me. Master brother, you sacrificed yourself to seal a ferocious beast, only to perish when the protagonist released it. The beast has now become her pet. You are merely a portable aquarium." Second master brother. Oh, my brothers, one more tragic than the last, all perished at the hands of the protagonist. As Jiang Xin wept, she realized the entire sect had defied fate, and the protagonist's domain had been obliterated. Her parents thrived in health, her brothers were unbewitched, and the Tian Shui Sect ascended to become the foremost sect. Even she, who was still learning to walk, became a figure of great reverence. On the day Jiang Xin chose to martyr herself, the marauding demon clan that wreaked havoc upon the Lingjia was sealed within the demon realm, bringing peace to the mortal world. At last, after 100,000 years of cultivation, dust returned to dust. Exhausted, Jiang Xin closed her eyes, her consciousness gradually fading. Time passed, and in her daze, she felt her body enveloped in a soft, warm embrace. With a sharp crack, a stinging pain surged through her bottom, causing her to open her eyes abruptly. Instinctively, she cried out, her infant wails resonating throughout the room, followed by the jubilant voices of adults. "Congratulations, honored one. She is a beautiful fairy," exclaimed a middle-aged woman, a spiritual healer named Qi, assisting with the birth. "In all my years of delivering children, I have never seen one so beautiful at birth." Jiang Xin was momentarily bewildered, realizing she had been reborn as a newborn infant. Compliments on her beauty? The healer truly had discerning eyes. Leaning against the intricately carved bed, Qi complexion was pale, her weak smile revealing, "Bring her to me." A woman who bore a striking resemblance to her waved off the healer and smiled, producing a vial of medicine. "Sister, you should take the 9 Revolutions soul recovery pill to restore your health. I specifically sought it from Xinglin Valley for you. You're now a great benefactor of the Tian Shui Sect. You must not neglect yourself." "Wanyan, thank you." Qi smiled gratefully as she accepted the vial. "Tian Shui Sect?" Wanyan, delivering the 9 Revolutions soul recovery pill to her sister post-delivery. These familiar names and narratives whirled in Jiang Xin's mind, sending shivers down her spine. Wasn't this the very tale she had once read? In that tale, Qi, the wife of the Tian Shui Sect leader, gave birth to a daughter. After the delivery, weakened, she trusted her younger sister Qi Wanyan and ingested the 9 Revolutions soul recovery pill, believing it to be an act of care. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Wanyan had long been consumed by jealousy and had poisoned her sister with a toxic pill, the poisonous falling pill, detrimental to her foundation. The effects of the poisonous falling pill were insidious. The prodigious talent of Qi in talismans was slowly eroded, eventually rendering her a mere shell of her former self, tragically meeting her end at Qi Wanyan's hands. Furthermore, on the day Qi daughter was born, Qi Wanyan exchanged her for her own offspring. To ensure that Qi and her husband suspected nothing, Qi Wanyan performed a blood sacrifice on Qi biological daughter, employing sinister methods to exchange their bloodlines and talents. From that point on, Qi Wanyan's biological daughter inherited everything from Qi daughter, growing up effortlessly admired, captivating the most gifted individuals within the realm of cultivation. These prodigies vied for her affection, even going so far as to storm the sect for her. During her confinement for a mistake, the beloved one sent messages through spies, seeking rescue. The prodigies of the cultivation realm rallied to her aid, even forming alliances with the demon clan to breach the Tian Shui Sect's defenses. Except for the instigator, the beloved one, the entire sect met a tragic fate, all perishing in the battle. To conceal her sins, the beloved one accused the Tian Shui Sect of colluding with demons, resulting in their downfall as a consequence of their own actions. Jiang Xin had once been incensed by this narrative, and now she found herself the unfortunate child destined for sacrifice. This life was not worth living. As Qi prepared to consume the poisonous falling pill, Jiang Xin felt a surge of urgency, thrashing in the healer's embrace. The healer chuckled, soothing her. This child has quite the strength. She may be a promising body cultivator. No one understood her meaning, and Jiang Xin was nearly driven to madness, crying out desperately, You cannot consume that. It is not the 9 revolutions soul recovery pill. It is the poisonous falling pill. Oh, dear mother, please stop. Just as Qi was about to bring the pill to her lips, she paused, bewildered by the sound of a child's voice. The room was warded. The sound could not be from outside. Qi gaze unconsciously fell upon the only infant present. Mother, your dear sister intends to harm you. Do not eat it. Instinctively, Qi turned her gaze towards Qi Wanyan. The sudden attention caused Qi Wanyan to falter, her smile becoming somewhat strained. Sister, what is it? Please take the pill. Do not let yourself fall ill. Do not consume it. The medicine is poisonous. The soft, high-pitched voice pleaded until it was nearly hoarse. I have my own 9 revolutions soul recovery pill, Qi declared, retrieving a small jade vial from her storage ring, pouring out one of the pills. Qi Wanyan quickly interjected. They're the same. Why must you differentiate between yours and mine? Qi countered with a smile. If they are the same, why must you distinguish between yours and mine? Qi Wanyan's smile faltered, her heart sinking. Then, sister, please return what is mine. I wish to keep it, Qi said as she ingested her own 9 revolutions soul recovery pill and stored both vials safely away, turning her attention to the healer. Please let me see the child. The healer stepped forward in response. The soft, delicate infant appeared as exquisite as a porcelain doll, her long eyelashes fluttering like raven feathers. Qi cradled her daughter, who was sobbing pitifully, her tear-filled eyes half closed, flailing her little arms as if yearning for an embrace. My mother is truly beautiful. I want to cuddle her. I must cuddle her. Qi surveyed the other 2 individuals in the room, noting that neither the healer nor Qi Wanyan displayed any signs of abnormality, deducing that the voice was something only she could hear. Tentatively, she lowered her head to press her cheek against her daughter's, feeling the cool touch, and heard the jubilant exclamation of the small voice. Oh yay, I am snuggling my beautiful mother. I am so happy, so very happy. Was this the voice of her daughter? Qi stared, astonished, at her daughter, who was gleefully humming in her arms, suppressing her own confusion. In the realm of cultivation, where the extraordinary abounds, it was not unusual for her daughter to possess some form of divine anomaly. Did Qi Wanyan truly wish to harm her? Qi raised her gaze towards Qi Wanyan and inquired, Wanyan, from which Taoist friend in the Xinglin Valley did you procure the Jiao? Zhuanhuan Hundan. I shall pay a visit to express my gratitude in due course. Qi Wanyan responded ambiguously. I had someone else purchase it for me, so I'm unaware of the seller's identity. Sister, you know my meager cultivation cannot attract the attention of the ancestors of Xinglin. She had never actually visited Xinglin to acquire the Jiao Zhuanhuan Hundan. Moreover, she contemplated sacrificing me to exchange my fate and talents with her daughter. Her newly born daughter lay within her jiezi space. Jiang Xin silently fumed, causing Qi heart to race with alarm. How could her sister, with whom she had grown up, harbor such malicious thoughts? The jiezi space had been gifted by her own sister. After a moment of contemplation, Qi remarked, Wanyan, your jiezi space is in need of repairs. Bring it to me, and I shall fix it for you. Qi Wanyan instinctively concealed the jade bracelet on her wrist, saying, Sister, you have just given birth. It is not wise to exert your spiritual energy at this moment. I have just consumed the Jiao Zhuan Huan Hundan and have already recovered. Qi Lanqing, sensing Qi Huanyun's resistance, tightened her embrace around her daughter and approached. Feeling guilty, Qi Huanyun abruptly stepped back. Qi Lanqing, realizing something was amiss, pursued her while cradling the child. Countless talismans soared from her sleeves, forming a long dragon to ensnare Qi Huanyun. Qi Huanyun retrieved a magical artifact, which surprisingly dispelled the talismans. Qi Lanqing pinched her fingers together, launching a talisman that broke through Qi Huanyun's defenses and forcefully opened the Jiezi space concealed within the jade bracelet. Within the Jiezi space, resembling a rustic cottage, lay a newly born infant. Not far away, an altar awaited activation. The scene within the Jiezi space confirmed Jiang Xian's inner thoughts, and Qi Lanqing's expression turned icy. The sister she had nurtured had secretly harbored such venomous hatred towards her. Even her newborn child was not spared. The talismans hovering above resonated with Qi Lanqing's emotions, emitting a faint tremor. Qi Huanyun, knowing she was no match for Qi Lanqing, understood that engaging in combat would lead to her certain defeat. She had plotted secretly, doubting Qi Lanqing's ability to see through her schemes, and turned the tables, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you doing? We have supported each other as sisters for many years, and you wish to kill me?" The audacity of the villain to cast the first stone. Jiang Xin fumed internally. Qi Lanqing gently patted her back in a soothing manner, her face stern as she questioned Qi Huanyun. "What do you intend to do with that altar?" Qi Huanyun's countenance stiffened. "I read about it in a book. It is said to help one break through their bottleneck." "Then you should give it a try," Qi Lanqing replied. Qi Huanyun's eyes flickered with doubt. "I have yet to confirm whether the altar is functional, but I shall assist you," Qi Lanqing declared, forming a hand seal as the nearby talismans, under her command, transformed once more into a dragon to attack Qi Huanyun. All of Qi Huanyun's defensive artifacts shattered, and she instinctively retreated. As she faced the imminent threat of being forced into the altar by Qi Lanqing, Qi Huanyun resolutely summoned the lotus jade pendant from her waist. The pendant blossomed into a pale pink lotus flower, its ethereal petals enveloping Qi Huanyun and her Jiezi space. The talisman's assault struck the petals, creating ripples as if a stone had been cast into water. The petals closed, and in the blink of an eye, both person and flower vanished without a trace. This was a treasured secret gift from Qi Lanqing to Qi Huanyun, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cultivator at the combine stage and transport her to safety. Qi Lanqing's genuine affection for her sister meant she would not tamper with the precious artifact she had bestowed. Now, even she could not track Qi Huanyun's whereabouts. She had escaped unscathed. Her own sister sought to harm her. Was this spirit healer friend or foe? While Qi Lanqing pondered, she heard the mature sigh of her daughter. Alas, this spirit healer lady is quite unfortunate. Unaware of the machinations at play, yet silenced by the suspicious Qi Huanyun. All her possessions would be seized by Qi Huanyun upon her demise. Having spent many years of the Tian Shui Sect, Li Zhen was oblivious to the unfolding events, but understood that Qi Lanqing was not one to act without cause. This is a matter of concern for cultivators after childbirth. Esteemed one, please take this. Li Zhen offered a jade token, refraining from further inquiries and discreetly departing. Qi Lanqing gently swayed her body, softly comforting her daughter in her arms. "Little darling, Qi Huanyun sought to harm us, but she has escaped. What should we do now?" Jiang Xin flailed her tiny limbs, her soft little body wriggling in the swaddling cloth. "The monk may escape, but the temple remains. Let us raid her lair. Let us seize her treasures. Let us cut off her escape route." Truly, she was her biological daughter, thinking along the same lines. Having just given birth, Qi Lanqing still wore her undergarments. She changed into a more practical robe for movement, filled a sumi ring with talismans, and chuckled as she observed her daughter blowing bubbles in boredom. "Be good, do not play with your saliva." Qi Lanqing casually retrieved a light green handkerchief to wipe her daughter's mouth and, cradling her, stepped out to seek vengeance. Qi Huanyun had been stuck at the transformation stage for many years, marrying the sect leader of the Qi Sect, Xingbin. Xingbin was at the void refining stage, a commendable choice for Qi Huanyun, who had no background in the cultivation world at the time. In contrast, Qi Lanqing had diligently cultivated, breaking through her bottleneck at a life-or-death moment to ascend to the void refining stage. Later, Jiang Xin smoothly advanced to the combined stage and became a Dao partner to Jiang Xin, the leader of the Tian Shui Sect. The Tian Shui spirit realm was a vast expanse, teeming with cultivation sects and noble families, with the 6 great sects reigning supreme among the myriad of powers. The Tian Shui Sect was one of these illustrious 6. Conversely, the Chimu sect to which Qi Huanyuan was wed was merely a second-rate sect, which had gained some recognition in the cultivation world over the years, thanks to Qi. Launching support. With the speed of a combined stage cultivator, the mother and daughter duo swiftly arrived at the Chimu sect. The Tian Shui spirit realm sprawled extensively, with various sects and families occupying land of differing sizes and spirit energy concentrations based on their strength. For instance, the Tian Shui sect alone occupied millions of acres of territory, featuring diverse terrains, including mountains, rivers, deserts, and more. The Chimu sect, located by the sea, derived its name from a revered ancient tree within its grounds. Legend has it that the founding ancestor, pursued by enemies, received assistance from this sentient tree, enabling him to repel his foes. Thus, a bond was formed between man and tree, leading to the establishment of the Chimu sect. Though merely a second-rate sect, it had rapidly flourished in recent years, encompassing several surrounding towns, aided by Qi launching support. The sect's territory expanded significantly, with the area of its main gate rivaling that of 5 cities, closing in on some of the trailing first-rate sects. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, Qi Lanqing exuded the pressure of a combined stage cultivator, shattering the large characters spelling Chimu sect above the archway. The attack on the sect was immediately sensed, and the entire Chimu sect was alerted, arming themselves, yet none dared to retaliate. Xing Bin, who had been in seclusion, rushed out in a flurry, confused yet eager to appease. "Sister, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Xin tilted her little head, looking towards the source of the voice, and beheld a small old man with 2 whiskers, his mouth and nose somewhat pointed. At first glance, he resembled a rat transformed into a human. This was Xing Bin, the leader of the Chimu sect and Qi Huanyuan's husband. Wow, what an unattractive old man. No wonder QWNYN is so envious of my dear mother. I wonder if my father is good-looking. If he is ugly, will I be ugly too? Oh no, I don't want to be an ugly child. I hope my father is a handsome gentleman. I hope my father is a handsome gentleman. Jiang Xin earnestly prayed in her heart, her sweet voice incessantly murmuring, as if her fervent wishes could truly transform her biological father, Jiang Ychen, into a striking figure. After her reincarnation, not only had Jiang Xin's body shrunk, but her thoughts and speech also exhibited a childlike innocence. After soothing her daughter, she expanded her consciousness, enveloping the entirety of QMZNG. The protective mountain array of QMZNG had been set up by her, and QL and QNG could effortlessly bypass all defenses to uncover what she sought to know. Not finding QWNYN did not surprise QL and QNG. Even without malice, the presence of a consciousness at the combined stage level caused everyone present to tremble with fear. Although QL and QNG possessed high cultivation, she was typically approachable today. However, was the first time she displayed such uncharacteristic arrogance. XNGBN sensed the anomaly and, leveraging QWNYN's name, attempted to ingratiate himself with QL and QNG. "Is this your sister's child?" WNYN left a note saying you were about to give birth and went to Tian Shui ZNG to accompany you. "She did it for you." QL and QNG disdainfully interrupted him. "QWNYN seeks to harm me. I have severed all ties with her." XNGBN's eyes widened in shock. "What? How dare she? Could there be a misunderstanding? You are biological sisters." QL and QNG, uninterested in debating this matter, shifted to the crux of the issue. XNGZNGZH, how do you plan to raise your daughter? XNGBN appeared utterly bewildered. "Huh? I don't have a daughter." QL and QNG raised an eyebrow. "Are you not aware that QWNYN gave birth to a baby girl yesterday?" XNGBN was even more perplexed. His wife had given birth, and yet he was oblivious. He hadn't even known she was pregnant. QWNYN's child is not his. It belongs to the tree of QMZNG. That tree is quite remarkable It had captured both the founding ancestor of QMZNG and his adversaries for an extended period, leading to the establishment of the sect. QLNQNG was astonished. She had no idea such secrets existed. XNGBN tentatively inquired, "Could my sister have misunderstood? I have been in seclusion for 2 years to break through to the combined stage. WNYN could not possibly have had a child." The more he spoke, the more anxious he became, his voice involuntarily lowering. Jiang Xin felt a twinge of pity for him and decided to offer a small gift to comfort this nominal uncle. Her chubby little hands fumbled in the swaddling cloth, retrieving the pale green cloth that QLNQNG had casually used to wipe her drool. As a newborn, her limbs were not yet agile, and Jiang Xin clumsily folded the drool cloth into a tiny hat, tossing it outward, perfectly landing atop the motionless XNGBN's head. What had initially appeared as a fresh and elegant light green transformed into a garish, shiny hue once worn by XNGBN. QLNQNG nearly burst into laughter. Surely, her little darling must possess the spirit of a panda. How delightfully mischievous. 003 Mother, charge. My daughter's good intentions are not something everyone can bear. Qi Lanqing discreetly utilized her spiritual power to remove the green hat from Xingbin's head, reducing it to ashes without a trace. She lifted her gaze towards the depths of Qimu Zone, where at the very center stood a colossal tree that could only be embraced by 4 or 5 people. The giant tree had been severed in half, leaving only a trunk about 70 to 80 feet long. The trunk had completely petrified, devoid of life. Had the tree's essence still existed, its massive canopy would likely have overshadowed the entire Qimu Zone. By the time Qi Lanqing became aware of Qimu Zone, this giant tree had already perished during a tribulation. How could it possibly bear offspring? Could it be that the Qimu tree spirit still lived? Jiang Xin's previous insights had proven accurate, and this time Qi Lanqing dared not underestimate the situation. Fearing her daughter might feel uncomfortable knowing she could hear her thoughts, she refrained from revealing this fact and instead probed subtly. "Xing'er, do you see that great tree? It is the guardian deity tree of Qimu Zone." Xingbin, lost in contemplation about whether his head was even younger than Wan Qinyan's, had not clearly heard Qi Lanqing's earlier words. Upon hearing her mention the guardian deity tree, he eagerly added, "It is said that this miraculous tree possessed the cultivation of the void refinement stage before its fall. If my little niece desires it, I shall uproot it and send it to Tian Shui Zone. Naturally, I understand that such a modest gift would hardly suffice at Tian Shui Zone. This is merely a token of my goodwill. Qimu Zone has another grand gift to congratulate my sister on her precious daughter." In an effort to forge closer ties with Tian Shui Zone, Xingbin shamelessly addressed Qi Lanqing as sister, without a hint of psychological burden. In the realm of cultivation, strength and aptitude were paramount, and gender held little significance. The relatives and friends with whom they had close ties were aware that she was expecting a daughter, including the recently estranged Qi Wanyun and Xingbin. Jiang Xin, who had been feeling drowsy, was jolted awake by Xingbin's words, forcefully rejecting the idea in her mind. "I don't want that tree. Trees can be bad. They can eat people." When Qi Lanqing was invited to set up the protective mountain formation for Qimu Zone, she meticulously examined the sect and found no signs of life from this tree, nor any indication of hidden individuals within the trunk. However, her daughter's thoughts instilled a sense of caution in Qi Lanqing, compelling her to scrutinize the trunk, which appeared as lifeless as stone. Her divine sense, attuned to the fusion stage, scanned the trunk, revealing no abnormalities. The spiritual energy within the trunk had dissipated over countless ages, leaving only the steel-like body cultivated during the void refinement stage. Suddenly, Qi Lanqing recalled something. A void refinement stage tree should not possess such a formidable trunk. How had she overlooked this before? There was something amiss. This was not merely a concealment from her fusion stage divine sense. It had silently influenced her perception. In that instant of realization, the mist before her dissipated, revealing that the object at the center of Qimu Zone was no longer a grayish stone-like severed tree, but a thriving, towering giant tree. The tree was lush with branches and leaves, its vast canopy casting shadows that enveloped the entire Qimu Zone. The verdant branches hung low, appearing to bear numerous ripe fruits. Upon closer inspection, however, a chilling revelation emerged. The fruits adorning the branches were none other than living people, numbering in the tens of thousands. These individuals were all cultivators of at least the golden core stage, with some reaching the transformation stage. All of them had their eyes tightly shut, their faces contorted in agony. A branch of the giant tree extended towards them, piercing the tops of their heads, as if they were mere fruits of the tree. Though their cultivation seemed intact, their very essence had melted away, merging with the giant tree. Many of these faces had previously appeared on missing person notices from various sects and families. Jiang, having cultivated to this point, had encountered many bizarre phenomena. Yet this scene sent shivers down her spine. The horror lay not in the actions of the giant tree, but in its ability to perform such deeds beneath the very eyes of a fusion stage cultivator. Instinctively, Jiang held her daughter tightly, intending to inform her husband. This demon tree could quietly manipulate her perception, indicating that its power was likely not inferior to her own, possibly even at the tribulation stage. Should engage in combat. Her priority would be to protect her child, putting her at a disadvantage from the outset. However, before she could send out the message, Jiang suddenly sensed a change in the atmosphere, swiftly retrieving 3 defensive talismans. The 3 talismans encircled her, their contained spiritual energy intertwining to form a small defensive formation. The moment the formation solidified, a force collided with it, tearing a gash in the 3 defensive talismans. Jiang furrowed her brow, releasing talismans from her sleeves. Half formed a defensive array around her, while the other half shot directly towards the giant tree. The talismans pierced through the void, appearing before the giant tree in an instant, crashing into it and triggering a violent explosion. The area where the giant tree was struck gradually faded, as if a corner of a painting had been torn away. Cognizant of the other cultivators of Chimu Zone, Jiang deliberately maintained the battlefield in midair. Even so, the immense power of a fusion stage cultivator still caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The cultivators of Chimu Zone, already alarmed by the disturbance she had caused in shattering the mountain gate, emerged to investigate the situation. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they hastily summoned their fastest artifacts to flee. Xing Bin, relying on his void refinement stage cultivation, was the first to escape. The difference in power between the void refinement and fusion stages, despite only being one major realm apart, was unfathomably vast. Jiang was among the elite within the fusion stage, with very few capable of besting her within that realm. When immortals clash, it is the lesser beings who suffer, and not everyone survives to witness the battle. Under the onslaught, the giant tree trembled, extending countless branches towards Jiang. These branches bore tender green leaves, upon which were faces displaying a myriad of expressions, some in agony, some in ecstasy, and others grotesque and terrifying. The faces wept or laughed, emitting piercing, shrill sounds that, upon hearing, would cause one's head to throb and one's spirit to waver. Several weaker cultivators were directly struck by this cacophony, their brains bursting, leading to instant death. A human-faced tree? Jiang recognized the identity of the giant tree, her heart gripped by terror. This was an ancient demon plant, rumored to have long been extinct. How could it possibly exist within Chimu Zone? Jiang dared not be careless and immediately activated the protective mountain formation of Chimu Zone. The immense formation enveloped the entire sect, momentarily blocking the cries and laughter of the human-faced tree. With the interference of the demon tree's divine sense dissipated, the fleeing cultivators hastened their escape, fearful of meeting a similar fate. Jiang urged the offensive power of the protective mountain formation, sending forth arrows of pure spiritual energy towards the human-faced tree. As the arrows struck, the areas impacted by the attacks began to fade, revealing the azure sky behind the tree. Jiang realized that this demon plant existed in a realm between reality and illusion. What was visible was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true tree spirit's essence hid in a secure location, manipulating the giant tree's illusion. Unless it was eradicated entirely, the consequences would be dire. With all the cultivators of Chimu Zone having fled, Jiang flicked her sleeves, unleashing a flurry of talismans. The talismans descended like a rainstorm, but But rather than targeting the giant tree's illusion, they struck the ground, creating a massive crater in the now deserted Chimu zone. Amidst the swirling sands of the crater, all structures were reduced to ashes, with only the severed true form of the giant tree standing at its center, its sprawling roots faintly visible. The tree spirit was likely hiding deep within the roots, and just as Qi prepared to detonate again, she suddenly heard her daughter's sigh. "I'm so sleepy. Why hasn't mother finished yet?" The tree spirit lurked among the fruit people, secretly observing us. Qi heart skipped a beat as she suddenly lifted her gaze towards the densely packed figures in the branches. Once everyone pierced through the illusion of the colossal tree, they instinctively suspected that the tree spirit concealed itself within the seemingly safe roots, ready to launch an all-out attack. In reality, the tree spirit did the opposite, hiding in the treetop, patiently waiting for its adversaries to exhaust their energies before launching a decisive strike. What a clever scheme. Qi suppressed her astonishment and carefully scrutinized the various cultivators beneath the canopy, hoping to identify the hidden tree spirit among them. In her arms, Jiang Xin was both hungry and tired, her chubby little hands rubbing her face in distress. "I'm so hungry, I really want to eat spirit fruit. That naughty tree has eaten people and wears their clothes, mimicking their forms to bear fruit, making it impossible for me to take a bite. These are all seeds from that wicked tree, which will transform into little bad trees when mature. Mother, charge. Don't be deceived by the fruit. Blast all of them away." The human-faced tree was scarcely mentioned in ancient texts, and Qi knew little about it. She had initially intended to save the people in the tree, but upon realizing they were merely seeds of the human-faced tree, she hesitated no longer and commanded all talismans to target the fruit atop the treetop. The tree spirit, comfortably nestled among the fruit people, was taken aback. Why was this person not following the expected pattern? The murderous talismans surged towards the humanoid fruits, and as they made contact, a violent explosion ensued. The humanoid fruits burst open, revealing not flesh and blood, but pale green pulp, with a brown pit nestled in the dantian. The explosions triggered by the talismans cascaded in layers, sending shockwaves crashing against the colossal tree, tearing its illusion apart like a reflection in a lake. As the explosions approached, the tree spirit could no longer remain hidden within the humanoid fruit and swiftly detached itself. A greenish-blue shadow peeled away from the humanoid fruit. Just as it fled, the subsequent explosions erupted right before it. The tree spirit was a moment too slow. Caught in the aftershock of the explosion, its protective spiritual energy shattered, revealing its true form. It was a young man, seemingly around 30, with handsome features, bronze skin, emerald hair, and gray-brown eyes, clearly not of the human race. The skin on his neck, where he had been struck, was scorched away, exposing the ochre-colored wood grain beneath. Upon seeing him, Qi realized her daughter had spoken the truth once again. What was this tree spirit plotting after lurking in Chimu Zone for so long? Umph. The tree spirit snorted coldly, waving its hand to unleash countless green leaves that shredded the approaching talismans. In that instant, Qi sensed a hint of the aura of a tribulation stage cultivator. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the disparity between adjacent realms. Qi face paled. She had not anticipated that the tree spirit possessed such formidable cultivation. Alone and needing to protect her daughter, she could not hope to contend with the tribulation stage cultivator. Just then, she felt her daughter squirming in her arms, urging her once more. "Whoa, I'm hungry. Why isn't mother taking care of my food? My dear child, even in the face of danger, you're still thinking about eating?" It wasn't that Qi was neglecting her daughter's needs, but the tree spirit was fixated on her. Any distraction could spell doom for them both. This tree spirit's avatar is merely at the refining void stage. Why isn't mother striking its head off? Wow. It even disguised itself as a tribulation stage entity. Quite clever. Mother, hit him. Turn him into firewood. The little voice was filled with determination, her chubby hands waving emphatically, as if eager to join the fray herself. Since it was only at the refining void stage, Qi felt emboldened. She and her husband had eagerly anticipated their daughter's birth, preparing everything needed for her arrival well in advance. Qi produced a petite crystal bottle from her Shumi ring, its opening designed with a special nipple for infants, filled with the milk of the long spirit sheep. The long spirit sheep is a common low-tier beast in the cultivation world. Its wool can be woven into fabric, its meat can be cooked, and its milk is sweet and delicious, perfect for consumption. Jiang Xin had just been born and had not yet begun to absorb spiritual energy, so she cannot take in too much at once. The milk contained little spiritual energy, but was rich in nutrients, making it ideal for a newborn. A faint essence of spiritual energy wafted from the bottle, and Jiang Xin recognized it as her favorite long spirit sheep milk, eagerly reaching out her chubby hands to grasp the petite bottle and gulping it down. So delicious. I could drink 10 bottles. No one is competing with you. Take your time. Qi gently patted her back to prevent her from choking. As they displayed their tender mother-daughter bond, the tree spirit subtly began to retreat, seizing the opportunity to escape. Qi had been keeping a close watch on its movements. Noticing its attempt to flee, she raised her hand and summoned countless talismans that tore through the air, surrounding the tree spirit and cutting off its escape route. The tree spirit once again emitted the aura of a tribulation stage cultivator, but this no longer intimidated Qi. If it were truly a tribulation stage cultivator, it would have long since attacked her without hesitation. There was no way it would merely emanate a hint of tribulation energy. Qi manipulated the talismans to form a grand array, trapping the tree spirit at its center. Threads of spiritual energy coiled around the tree spirit's body, which struggled desperately but could not break free. Realizing its ruse had been exposed, the tree spirit panicked and angrily shouted, "If you dare to kill me, do you not fear my true tribulation stage form seeking vengeance?" Humph, who doesn't have a tribulation stage cultivator backing them? Qi remained unfazed, pointing her finger as the formation swiftly activated, directly strangling the tree spirit. Its form disintegrated into countless wooden fragments, and a faint, indistinct light seeped from these fragments, gradually dissolving into the world as if it had never existed. These ethereal glimmers evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness within Qi, causing her brow to furrow. The true form of this miraculous tree was already at the tribulation stage, yet it had allowed a refining void stage avatar to hide within this second-rate sect, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Unfortunately, a certain connection existed between the avatar and the true form, preventing Qi from directly probing the avatar's soul. These indistinct glimmers of light likely represented the purpose of the tree spirit's concealment here. What exactly were they? Why did they feel so familiar to her? Having satisfied her hunger, Jiang Xin contentedly let out a long belch, interrupting Qi thoughts. She reached for the small milk bottle from her daughter. With her hands suddenly empty, Jiang Xin instinctively waved her chubby little hands. "Mother, give it back to me. I can still drink more. It's all gone, look." Qi shook the empty bottle in front of Jiang Xin, only to see her daughter's delicate face scrunching up in disappointment. "Still want more? I'm still so hungry." Before she could finish her sentence, another belch escaped her lips. Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear child, let's take a break before we drink more." Jiang Xin, feeling disappointed, rubbed her plump little belly. She truly could have a little more. The indistinct glimmers of light spilling from the tree spirit gradually drifted toward them. Qi, concerned that these might be problematic, used her spiritual energy to blow the nearby glimmers away. Jiang Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, isn't this the luck of the cultivation world? How did it turn into little light spots? Qi was taken aback. This was actually the embodied luck of the cultivation world. No wonder it felt so familiar. Fortune is often elusive, intangible, and cannot be extracted even upon the demise of cultivators. It can only be assessed through individual encounters. Over the years, Qi has eradicated numerous malevolent demonic plants, yet none have ever released a glimmer of fortune upon their death. Wow, this tree is secretly absorbing the fortune of the cultivation realm. How wicked. Mother won't let me have a second helping of milk. It must be because the bad tree is stealthily siphoning my fortune. Oomph. Just as Qi was taken aback by the first exclamation, the latter comments nearly provoked a laugh from her. My dear child, while this tree is indeed wicked, your mother's refusal to grant you a second serving of milk is for your own good. Do not blame it. Is he being rejected by his daughter? The notion of demonic cultivators consuming the fortune of the cultivation realm is so shocking that it is the first time Jiang Xin has heard of it. She intended to inquire further from her daughter, but Jiang Xin's eyelids grew heavy, and with a few murmurs, she fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Xin gently wiped the remnants of the longling goat's milk from her daughter's mouth and began to observe her surroundings. The half-remaining trunk of the peculiar tree, once standing tall in the Tian Shui Sect, had vanished, revealing a vast and profound pit. This was the entrance created by the roots of the peculiar tree as they burrowed incessantly into the earth. Jiang Xin extended her consciousness to investigate the situation within the cavern. With a single glance, her heart sank. The hollow was filled with countless white bones, tightly packed together, sending shivers down her spine. This peculiar tree had been a source of malevolence for many years. Had she not sensed her daughter's thoughts today and taken action, the tree spirit would likely have continued to lurk, causing further harm to many. Judging by the humanoid fruits borne by the massive tree, many of the victims were disciples from various sects or prestigious families. Although they had turned to bones, the cultivation realm possesses specific methods to identify blood relatives or disciples. Now that the remains have been discovered, the respective sects and families must be notified to claim them. As one of the 6 great sects, Tian Shui Sect boasts numerous exceptional cultivators. Jiang Xin entrusted the task of claiming the remains to disciples specifically assigned to handle such cases. The matter of siphoning the cultivation realm's fortune was too significant, so Jiang Xin refrained from disclosing it further, merely announcing that she had slain a demonic plant and discovered the remains. She understood her husband. Should he be delayed, he would undoubtedly inform her via a communication jade slip. 100,000 years ago, the demon race launched a massive invasion of the Tian Chung spirit realm, resulting in devastating casualties. The seal had endured for 100,000 years, as strong as ever. However, in the last millennium, the seal showed signs of weakening, with ominous demonic energy seeping through. The escaping demonic energy transformed into monstrous beings, attacking all living entities in their vicinity. The 6 great sects took turns guarding the spirit demon realm, ready to slay the creatures born of demonic energy and jointly reinforce the seal. Jiang Xin was currently stationed at the entrance of the spirit demon realm to safeguard the sealing formation. Before departing, she glanced at her sleeping daughter and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to bring her along. Although the little one could not fight, her thoughts had greatly aided the Tian Shui Sect. Jiang Xin had a vague premonition that bringing her daughter along this time would prove beneficial. To facilitate support for the disciples guarding the sealing formation, Tian Shui Sect possessed a teleportation array leading directly to the spirit demon realm. The disciples tasked with overseeing the teleportation array intended to advise Jiang Xin to leave her child behind, but Jiang Xin was quick to act, activating the array before they could speak. After a dizzying whirl, Jiang Xin found herself no longer amidst the ethereal ambience of Tian Shui Sect, but rather in the spirit demon realm, perpetually shrouded in thick mists. This teleportation array was supposed to be monitored by designated personnel, yet Jiang Xin saw no one. Instantly realizing something was amiss, black demonic energy was gushing forth from the sealing formation, and upon contact with the mists of the spirit demon realm, it morphed into creatures resembling both man and beast, viciously attacking the surrounding living beings. These creatures possessed unpredictable cultivation levels. Some were merely at the chi refinement stage and could be dispersed by a single talisman, while others posed challenges even to cultivators at the integration stage. The cultivators from the 6 great sects responsible for guarding the area were engaged in fierce battles on the front lines. Jiang Xin filled Jiang Xin's swaddling with talismans and rushed toward the battlefield. Should any misfortune befall her, she would stand firm alongside Jiang Xin, ensuring that these talismans would safeguard Jiang Xin's safe departure from the spirit demon realm. In a mist-laden battlefield of the spirit demon realm, sharp sword energies were unleashed, and powerful talismans were hurled, turning the fearsome demonic creatures into black smoke. In mere moments, the black smoke intertwined with the surrounding mist, transforming into a new monster. Only through relentless attacks could the demonic energy be diminished to ultimately vanquish the creatures. Jiang Xin was engaged in combat with 3 integration stage monsters. Clutching his long sword, his robes billowed, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, and he stood his ground against 3 foes. As the most formidable sword cultivator of Tian Shui Sect, Jiang Xin wielded immense strength. At this moment, his expression was as dark as a stormy sky. Once again assaulted by a rain of arrows conjured by the 3 monsters, Jiang Xin merged his being with his sword, shattering the incoming barrage and piercing through the 3 integration stage monsters. The creatures dissipated into black smoke, and the rain of arrows vanished. Yet Jiang Xin's countenance did not brighten. The black smoke swiftly reconstituted into 3 monsters, launching another assault on him. The speed of their resurrection had accelerated. Having guarded the spirit demon realm multiple times, Jiang Xin had encountered numerous monsters and could sense that these beings were growing stronger with each attack. If a suitable method to reinforce the ceiling formation could not be found soon, the Tianqing spirit realm would face dire consequences from these unnamed monsters. Even without the imminent arrival of the demon army, he felt an urgent anxiety, both for the increasingly precarious battle situation and for Qi Lanqing, who was at home preparing for childbirth. Suddenly, several talismans descended from the sky, encircling the 3 monsters advancing toward him. Recognizing the unique insignia on the talismans, Jiang Xin was overjoyed. "Lanqing, you mustn't tease me." Jiang Xin chuckled wryly, seeing her appearance change with a child in her arms. A mixture of surprise and joy flooding him. "Is this our child?" "Indeed." Qi Lanqing added another talisman to the 3 monsters and carefully handed Jiang Xin to the outstretched hands of Jiang Xin. "My dear, let daddy hold you." Jiang Xin kissed his daughter, his heart brimming with joy. She was truly beautiful, resembling me. "You've worked hard. How is your body?" "I am fine. Our daughter is quite the treasure." Had the circumstances been different, Qi Lanqing would have eagerly shared her daughter's extraordinary qualities with her husband. Jiang Xin delightedly snuggled with his daughter. "Oh, my little darling has been born. So soft, plump, and adorable. Truly enough to melt the heart of a young father." However, Jiang Xin protested against her father's stubble, waking from her slumber with a displeased murmur. Upon seeing the ruggedly handsome man before her, she appeared a bit dazed. Jiang Xin, noticing her awakening, was even more delighted. "My dear, are you happy to see daddy?" "Wow, it's daddy." Jiang Xin's chubby little hand repeatedly rubbed her face, which had just been pricked by stubble, as she pouted. "Not happy, bad daddy. The stubble is so prickly and hurts, boo-hoo." Hearing his daughter's tiny voice, Jiang Xin was momentarily stunned. Is he being rejected by his daughter? The young father's wounded heart healed in an instant, filled with joy as he sought to embrace his daughter. Yet, as he leaned in, his daughter's soft, pudgy hand blocked his approach. "Daddy's beard is prickly. Even if you're handsome, no cuddles." Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback, looking down to see his daughter glaring at him, her adorable expression utterly charming. Qi Lanqing, hearing her daughter's discontent, chuckled and gently patted her husband's hand. "Your beard is bothering her. Tidy it up before coming back. Mother is the best. She gives cuddles." Jiang Xin whimpered playfully, raising her small hands for Qi Lanqing to hold her. Qi Lanqing, filled with satisfaction, lifted her daughter into her arms, sharing affectionate moments. However, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed signs of the 3 monsters attempting to break free, prompting her to cast another batch of talismans. Hearing her daughter's soft, sweet voice again, Jiang Xin confirmed that this was not a figment of his imagination. "Look at daddy." He gently took Jiang Xin's little hand. Jiang Xin tilted her head to look at him, her innocent thoughts wrestling within her. "Daddy is handsome, but if his beard didn't prick me, he would be even handsomer." Jiang Xin was indeed strikingly handsome, but his rugged appearance reflected a certain weariness from battling the monsters for an entire day and night. His newly grown stubble had gone unkempt, giving him a uniquely rugged charm. As the most formidable sword cultivator in the fusion stage, shaving was a trivial task for him. He made a swift gesture, and with precise sword intent, he effortlessly shaved off his stubble. Jiang Xin's eyes brightened at the sight. "Wow, daddy is even more handsome, just like mother." Her cheerful exclamations brought a smile to Jiang Xin's face. "Come here, let daddy hold you." He took his daughter in his arms. Finally free from her earlier disdain, this child possessed a unique gift, able to express her innermost thoughts audibly. Jiang Xin suppressed his astonishment as he adorned his daughter with a necklace he had prepared, while also surveying their surroundings. Qi was setting up a formation, attempting to ensnare the three monsters that threatened to attack them. The other cultivators remained unfazed, showing no surprise at the unexpected presence of a child amidst the battlefield. It seemed only he, her father, could hear her thoughts. She could sense that these monsters were stronger and more numerous than before. Now that I am here, I cannot leave you behind. Jiang Xin furrowed his brow, glancing at his daughter in Qi arms. Qi understood his concern. I have prepared adequate protection for our daughter. Should circumstances change, I will ensure her safety. She bore my mark. The Tian Shui Sect will find her. Over the years, some fusion stage cultivators had fallen in the spirit demon realm, necessitating Qi to plan for the worst. Jiang Xin, understanding her steadfast nature, knew that once she made up her mind, she would not waver, and he said no more. Then stay close to me. Do not stray far. Understood, Qi replied with a smile, hugging their daughter tightly. The little one stirred, pushing aside the fabric that obscured her view, taking in the surrounding chaos. Wow, so many people are fighting. I want to see Daddy, she declared. Jiang Xin felt a surge of warmth as he prepared to draw his sword against the enemies. Truly, she was his precious daughter. Look closely at Daddy. Watch as he demonstrates the unity of man and sword. Just as he was about to showcase his skills, he suddenly heard his daughter let out a long sigh. Alas, after this battle, Daddy will be injured and unable to wield his sword. Jiang Xin, poised to charge in a battle, nearly lost his balance midair. He acknowledged the difficulty of this encounter, yet as the strongest sword cultivator in the fusion stage, how could he possibly suffer such a defeat? Those three monsters will merge into one large monster, which can temporarily unleash the power of a half-step to transcending tribulation. Daddy was ambushed by the monster, his spirit wounded, and his sword vein damaged. He will never be able to hold his sword again. He was gravely injured while saving countless lives, yet he is mocked as the most useless sect leader of Tian Shui. Daddy is so unfortunate, woo-woo. Jiang Xin's thoughts deepened her sorrow, her eyes reddening as she burst into tears. While Qi soothed her, she remained vigilant, eyeing the three monsters ensnared in her formation. These creatures, formed from demonic and misty energies, had an elusive nature, enveloped in a shroud of fog. This mist usually went unnoticed, but upon hearing Jiang Xin's thoughts, Qi and her husband observed the fog surrounding the three monsters intertwining, indicating a merging process. Just as Qi was about to alert her husband, Jiang Xin remarked, "These three monsters are about to merge. Lanqing, unleash a barrage on them." Qi understood and activated the offensive in the formation. A powerful explosion erupted from the formation, scattering the forms of the three monsters that were connected. Jiang Xin charged forth, his sword transforming into a multitude of blades, raining down upon the three monsters and dispersing their forms. Jiang Xin clapped her little hands in delight. Daddy is so handsome. Jiang Xin couldn't help but feel proud. However, this alone will not defeat them. We must disperse the relentless demonic energy seeping from the seal. The source of the problem lies with the formation eye. With this realization, Jiang Xin rushed deeper into the spirit demon realm. I will inspect the seal. Qi quickly relayed the news of the monster's potential merging to the other cultivators and followed Jiang Xin closely. The sealing formation used to contain the demon realm occupied an immense area, nearly encompassing the entire spirit demon realm. The situation within the spirit demon realm was complex and ever-changing, often haunted by lingering remnant thoughts of fallen cultivators from past battles. These remnants could not leave the spirit demon realm and harbored malicious intent. They not only attacked the living, but had even attempted to seize control of the living at times, seeking to resurrect themselves. To prevent further innocent cultivators from perishing, the 6 great sects prohibited those below the fusion stage from approaching the depths of the spirit demon realm. Over the years, the protectors of the seal could only station themselves at the perimeter near the entrance of the spirit demon realm. As a fusion stage cultivator, Jiang Xin's primary duty was to join the other fusion stage cultivators in probing the deeper regions of the spirit demon realm to assess the status of the seal. He entered the spirit demon realm daily, and even in the thick fog that obscured his path, he could navigate to the formation by using the faint glimmers of the array beneath his feet. Qi Lanqing's expression changed drastically. Previously, the demonic energy would only seep from the formation's periphery. The formation has never encountered issues before. Why is it so severe today? I do not know. You go notify the sect. I will guard the formation, Jiang Xin replied, not waiting for Qi Lanqing to speak further before he leapt down. He stood tall above the formation, channeling all his spiritual energy to resist the relentless demonic energy surging forth. The icy, bone-chilling demonic energy enveloped him, ravenously draining his spiritual power. Jiang Xin did not falter, accelerating the flow of his internal techniques. He knew that this demonic energy would sap his strength and erode his foundation, yet he could not retreat. If he hesitated for even a moment, the disciples fighting outside would face greater peril. Qi Lanqing's heart tightened with worry for her husband's condition, yet she dared not say much. Following Jiang Xin's instructions to swiftly inform the sect about the situation. As she completed this task and attempted to approach, Jiang Xin firmly halted her. Lanqing, I can handle this alone. You take our daughter and go. This formation was set by a great ascension stage immortal. That demonic energy can drain your spiritual power in no time, damaging your entire foundation. Even the most favorable circumstances, you would still become a useless person. How can you expect me to proceed? Qi Lanqing, filled with urgency and frustration, wept with red-rimmed eyes as she frantically arranged the gathering spirit formation around Jiang Xin, providing him with spiritual energy to prevent him from being eroded by the demonic aura too quickly and perishing prematurely. The inky black demonic energy enveloped Jiang Xin, obscuring much of his figure, yet could not mask his melodious voice. I have examined it closely. The formation's core is intact. I am uncertain why the demonic energy is leaking. Someone must withstand this and continuously use spiritual power to resist the relentless onslaught of demonic energy. Since I have encountered this, I cannot turn a blind eye. If this matter can be resolved, the Lingmo realm will surely enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. He was prepared to sacrifice himself. Qi Lanqing's tears cascaded down, landing upon Jiang Xin's face. Jiang Xin, in a daze, gazed at the scene, utterly bewildered. How could such a simple formation be stabilized with just a few strokes? What was father doing in such a flurry? Why this tragic display? Jiang Xin. My dear, save me. 007. My precious, please teach your parents step by step. Faced with the expectant gazes of her parents, Jiang Xin was even more perplexed. Why are father and mother looking at me? Look at the core. The core has two areas where the color has faded. Just fill them in. This demonic energy can obscure the vision of cultivators. Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing swept their gazes over, failing to detect any issues with the core. However now, with Jiang Xin's reminder, the mist that obscured the couple's view dissipated, revealing that the two critical runes of the core had indeed lost their usual luster. This strange scene involuntarily reminded Qi Lanqing of the time she was blinded at the Qi Sect. The present circumstances were far more perilous. This was a formation set up by a great ascension period immortal, and the two of them, being mere combined body period cultivators, were utterly powerless to remedy it. Hearing Jiang Xin's words sounded so simple, the couple felt a growing anxiety. Dear, please be more specific and guide your parents on what to do. Although the little one was unaware of the gravity of the situation, she felt a connection with her parents and murmured to herself. Since father and mother are both present, they could each use a drop of their heart's blood to fill the gap in the core. Then, placing father's life sword on top to suppress, it would temporarily repair the formation. However, they must quickly find other materials to replace it. Otherwise, father's sword would be lost. I'm hungry. When will dinner be ready? The couple exchanged glances, their years of unspoken understanding allowing them to act without further discussion. They each pricked their middle fingers, extracting a drop of heart's blood and sending it into the two dimming spots of the core. The crimson blood, infused with combined body period cultivation and formidable spiritual power, was swiftly absorbed by the core. The originally dim runes regained their brilliance, and the entire formation seemed to revive. The dense demonic energy surged as the formation activated, and without hesitation, Jiang Xin summoned his life sword, thrusting it into the heart of the most concentrated demonic energy. As the snow-white sword pierced through the surging demonic energy, the moment it touched the sealing formation, the relentless flow of demonic energy abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the monsters that had been repeatedly scattered and reformed could no longer resurrect. Once slain, they dissipated completely into the air. We have won. These monsters can finally be defeated and will not return. Cheers erupted from the other cultivators in the distance. And Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing exchanged smiles. Jiang Xin was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. We are done. It's time to eat. I want to drink 10 jars of milk. Qi Lanqing smiled, retrieving pills and a milk jar, handing them to Jiang Xin and Jiang Xin respectively. Jiang Xin clutched the milk jar, guzzling it down as if she had been starving for 10 years. Slow down, Qi Lanqing advised repeatedly, but she could only indulge her. Halfway through, Jiang Xin finished an entire jar of Longling sheep milk and began to feel drowsy. Seeing Jiang Xin finish his healing, she quietly approached to hold her daughter. Qi Lanqing chuckled. We still haven't decided on a name for our daughter. What do you think we should call her? The couple had contemplated this matter early on, always hoping to find a better name, which is why they had delayed until now. Now that the child had been born, they could no longer postpone. Jiang Xin cradled their daughter thoughtfully. Since she's called Heart and Liver, why not name her Jiang Xin? A single character, simple yet imbued with the couple's deepest affection. Qi Lanqing was quite pleased with this name. However, since she could hear their daughter as Heart, she decided to inquire about her opinion. My precious, is it all right if we call you Jiang Xin from now on? Your mother's little heart? How surprisingly similar to her past life's name. Jiang Xin, nestled in her swaddling, suddenly awakened, exuberantly cheering in her heart, her little limbs flailing with delight. Hooray! I'm called Xin. Xin is the best. Xin loves daddy and mommy the most. Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing extended their fingers to entwine with Jiang Xin's tiny hand. Unable to suppress their laughter, our Xin is truly lively. The little one was overjoyed, singing an unintelligible tune. Even in her sleep, she radiated happiness. As she drifted off, Qi Lanqing's smile gradually faded. Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing her serious expression, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. What is it? Wanyan accompanied me during childbirth. After giving birth, she gifted me a 9 rebirth soul-returning pill. But it was actually a toxic meteorite pill that harms one's foundation. I nearly consumed it. Qi Lanqing's voice was strained. Although she had reacted quickly upon hearing their daughter's voice and avoided the trap, the act of betrayal from Qi Wanyan cut her deeply. The two had been close sisters, supporting each other in their cultivation journey. Before Jiang Xin's birth, Qi Wanyan was the only person in the world connected to her by blood. Who would have thought that a sister would resort to such a malevolent scheme? The more Jiang Chen listened, the darker his expression grew, suppressing his rage as he asked, Where's Qi Wanyan now? I will go kill her. I do not know where she is, but before coming to the Lingmor realm, I visited the Chimu sect. There is something amiss there. Qi Lanqing recounted her experiences at the Chimu sect in a few brief phrases, emphasizing that you had once accompanied her there, and they had failed to notice the issue with the broken tree previously. However, upon realizing there was a problem with the tree, the entire scene had changed. Do you not find this reminiscent of our recent experience at the core? Initially, they had thought there was no issue at the core. But after Jiang Xin pointed out the problem, everything became clear, revealing the source of the issue. Jiang Chen's gaze unintentionally shifted to their peacefully sleeping daughter. Qi Lanqing, witnessing this scene, had her suspicions. Chen, are you able to hear Xin's heart? Jiang Chen was startled, hurriedly gesturing for silence as he anxiously checked on their daughter. Seeing her sprawled in a big character shape, soundly asleep, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing his cautious demeanor, Qi Lanqing chuckled softly. Xin is protected by a soundproof formation. She cannot hear us, so you need not worry. Jiang Chen relaxed at last, but still lowered his voice instinctively. You can hear it too? It was because I heard Xin's voice that I evaded Qi Wanyan's hidden malice. Qi Lanqing felt both fortunate and perplexed. How could Xin be aware of these matters? This quandary left Jiang Chen at a loss. his confusion surpassing even that of Qi Lanqing. The child seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Did you hear what he said? He claimed, I turned into a useless being for the sake of saving all sentient beings, and as a result, I am ridiculed as the most inept sect master of Tian Shui Sect. Reflecting on this matter sent a chill down Jiang Xin's spine. Had it not been for his daughter's timely warning, he would never have anticipated that the three monstrous entities would merge into a formidable creature at the threshold of the tribulation stage. Such a being would be capable of inflicting grievous harm upon him, who stood at the integration stage, and to obliterate it entirely. He might have to deplete his own cultivation. Qi Lanqing's brow furrowed in contemplation as she traveled to the Lingmo realm. In the realm of cultivation, there exist diviners who can discern the past and future. However, even the most skilled diviners can only glimpse fragments, relying on their interpretations of the omens to derive conclusions. These conclusions may be accurate, erroneous, or the entire process could be flawed while still arriving at a consistent outcome. Yet their daughter, Xin, could articulate details with uncanny precision. Connecting this with Qi Lanqing's mention of the Qimu zone's demonic flora siphoning the luck of the cultivation world, along with the inexplicable issues arising at the heart of the demon ceiling formation, Jiang Xin's expression grew grave. It seemed that a significant crisis loomed over the cultivation realm, possibly linked to Xine's birth. At the moment of her birth, no auspicious calendar had been consulted. She might require a reincarnation. The Tian Shui Sect's treasury held numerous treasures, and the latest offering was the Shui wolf hair brush. This brush, akin in size to a standard writing brush, was entirely snow white, with runes carved upon the handle that gathered spiritual energy. It was rumored to be a secret treasure once wielded by the revered Ming Chun Xianzuan. The willingness to present such a treasure as a stabilizing stone underscored Tian Shui Sect's earnestness regarding this situation, entrusting Qi Lanqing with the care of their daughter. Jiang Xin once more delved into the depths of the Lingmo realm. Each moment of delay allowed his life sword to be increasingly tainted by demonic energy. Should it surpass a critical threshold, the damage inflicted upon his life sword would inevitably reflect upon him. Jiang Xin, accompanied by Jin Guangsan, the master of Jinshimen, ventured into the Lingmo realm. The formation's heart remained as tranquil as when he departed. After being entwined with demonic energy for millennia, its sudden absence felt surreal to Jiang Xin. Old Jin moved swiftly, he urged, handing a brocade box to Jin Guangsan, adorned in a golden robe and numerous magical artifacts. Jin Guangsan, with a radiant smile, reassured him, rest assured, in terms of speed, none in the cultivation world surpasses me. Having known each other for many years, they were trusted companions. Jiang Xin gestured, and the Ruanshu sword, standing tall at the formation's heart, slowly ascended. As the blade sword, the previously suppressed demonic energy began to seep from the formation's core, morphing into grotesque entities. A small golden turtle, seemingly crafted from pure gold, glimmered at Jin Guangsan's waist, conjuring a golden turtle apparition that enveloped both him and Jiang Xin, shielding them from the monster's onslaught. The Shui wolf hairbrush floated in the air, and as the Ruanshu sword reached an adequate height, Jin Guangsan promptly positioned the brush to take over the formation's heart. The immense spiritual power contained within the brush surged into the formation, as if it were an integral part of it. The relentless flow of demonic energy abruptly ceased. However, this reprieve lasted only a brief moment. Before the Shui wolf hairbrush could be properly situated, a thunderous sound reverberated from the formation's center, as if an ancient beast, long dormant, had been awakened, violently assaulting the confines of its prison. The cacophony echoed repeatedly, causing the entire seal to tremble. Jin Guangsan's face paled. The demon clan on the other side is assaulting the seal. Following the original plan, he attempted to advance the Shui wolf hair brush towards the formation's heart, yet was met with immense resistance that rendered it immovable. The demonic energy spilling from the formation intensified, punctuated by booming sounds that suggested the demon clan was exerting all its might against the formation's heart. The surging demonic energy transformed into countless monsters. Some attacked them ferociously, while others darted toward the camp. Worrying about the impending danger, Jiang Xin unsheathed his sword, breaking through the turtle apparition to confront the monsters. I will handle the creatures. You must expedite the positioning of the treasure. Within the camp, disciples from the 6 major sects battled the monsters for a day and a night, many succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. It was only when the sentinels became aware of the monster assault that they signaled a retreat. The camp's protective formation activated automatically, thwarting the nocturnal invasion. This wave of monsters proved stronger than their predecessors, swiftly breaching the first layer of the camp's defenses. Jiang sensed something was amiss and rushed out to confront the foes. The camp's formations were systematically dismantled by the monsters, and the formation masters scrambled to reinforce them, while also fending off the intruders that had already breached the perimeter. The once serene camp erupted into chaos, awakening Jiang Xin from her slumber. The little one, bleary-eyed and rubbing her eyes in confusion, was unaware of the turmoil unfolding. It's so noisy. Can't anyone let me sleep? The clamor outside disrupted her rest, and in her dazed state, Jiang Xin spotted a dark monster slipping into her room. Was it there to play with her? With diminished drowsiness, she reached out her tiny hands, eager to engage with the creature. As the towering monster approached, its hands transformed into blades, charging directly at Jiang Xin. With a swift grasp, Jiang Xin seized the creature, which felt as pliable as fabric, rendering it immobile. It's a bad person. I can't play with bad people. With a slight exertion, she effortlessly tore the creature in two, discarding the halves nonchalantly. The 2 fragments of shadowy essence fell beside her, showing no sign of revival, as though merely lifeless shadows. The battle outside escalated, the explosions from colliding spiritual energies causing Jiang Xin's head to throb. Bored and gazing at the ceiling, she began to long for her parents. After an extended wait without their return, Jiang Xin made a bold decision. She would seek them out, having just been born and unable to walk. She needed someone to carry her. Yet, the room contained no one but herself, until she noticed the recently torn fragments of shadow. She extended her tiny hands, laboriously picking up the 2 halves, mashing them together, and shaping them into the likeness of a small dog. On the dog's back, there rested a small cradle. She was quite the talented little one. Her parents would surely commend her for this cradle. Delighted with her creation, Jiang Xin solemnly instructed the little dog to take her to find her parents. Yaya, the creature, forcibly molded into the shape of a dog, could not comprehend her words. However, it was too formidable to resist her command. Using its limited intelligence, it carefully grasped the swaddling cloth that held Jiang Xin, gingerly placing her into the cradle on its back before bolting away. The creature instinctively navigated around the disciples of the sect within the camp, plunging headlong into the Lingma realm. In the Lingma realm, due to the immense opposing force emanating from the formation as heart, the Shuiyue wolf hair brush had yet to be positioned correctly, resulting in a continuous outpouring of demonic energy and the relentless emergence of new monsters. A man must not falter. Jiang Xin, true to his name, shone like gold, his array of magical artifacts activated. Yet he remained unable to budge the Shuiyue wolf hair brush even a fraction. The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. The demonic forces relentlessly assaulted the seal, seemingly undeterred by the array's defenses. Why were the demons so frenzied today, striking at the array's core with such madness? Were they not afraid of death? Surrounded by dozens of creatures, Jiang Xin wielded his sword with fervor, exclaiming, "How should I know? Hurry up, or we will both perish." The creature was merely a newly birthed transformation stage monster, feeble in nature, unworthy of such a scene. The creature, a small dog-like demon, turned to flee. Yet, just as it did, it received a sharp blow from Jiang Xin. "Father is over there. You shall not leave," it whimpered, lamenting its unfortunate fate of being born under an ill-omened star, wishing for a chance to be reborn. Jiang Xin's fierce determination was palpable. In the midst of battle, Jiang Xin was startled to hear his daughter's familiar, innocent voice, prompting him to extend his consciousness. To his horror, he spotted his daughter perched atop a shadowy creature's back. Xin, Jiang Xin dashed towards her, only to be obstructed by 2 mid-stage monsters. Jiang Xin had previously encountered Jiang Xin while she was asleep, fearing to disturb her slumber. Witnessing this scene, he too was filled with dread. What was Lan Qing? How could she allow their child to wander alone? Jiang Xin was blissfully unaware of her father's rising anxiety. She was captivated by the exquisite Shiyue wolf hair brush, floating enticingly above the array's core. What a beautiful brush. I want that, she declared, her eyes sparkling with desire as she looked up at Jiang Yiqin, eagerly awaiting his consent. Jiang Yiqin's heart raced with panic. He could not afford to concern himself with the brush at that moment, fearing for Jiang Xin's safety. He wondered why the creature had not harmed her. Her obsidian-like eyes glimmered with innocence, yet his heart was in turmoil. Unable to voice a warning, he could only battle his way closer to her, seeking an opportunity to rescue her. When Jiang Xin did not hear her father's warning, she assumed his silence was acquiescence, chirping to the small, dog-like monster to fetch her the beautiful brush. Hearing her call, the creature bolted towards the array's center, where the demonic energy originated, transforming the mist within the spirit demon realm into monsters. Thus, the array's core was the most populated area with these creatures. Witnessing his daughter entering the throng of monsters, Jiang Yiqin's heart nearly shattered. Yet, to his astonishment, the monsters did not attack her. Rather, they retreated swiftly, as if deeply wary of Jiang Xin. As Jiang Xin approached the Shiyue wolf hairbrush, a sense of long-lost familiarity enveloped her. Before she could fully grasp it, that sensation dissipated, replaced by a more vigorous assault from the demonic forces on the array's core. The vast array was engulfed in a tumultuous wave of demonic energy, obscuring its true form. Only the Shiyue wolf hairbrush, poised at the center, emitted a pure, luminous glow, dispelling the chaotic energies that sought to encroach upon it. Following another fierce onslaught, the demonic energy did not differentiate into lower-level monsters, but instead coalesced into a tall, imposing figure. This silhouette was elusive, yet its robust build and prominent horns marked it unmistakably as a demon. Jin Guangsan gasped in shock, recognizing it as a demon's avatar. How had it come here? The demon's avatar bent down to grasp the Shiyue wolf hairbrush, but a small, chubby hand preemptively seized the white, jade-crafted brush handle. The demonic energy that formed the avatar momentarily dissipated, radiating dissatisfaction. "Give it to me," commanded a resonant voice, causing the very earth to tremble. The surrounding monsters could not withstand this force, crumbling into black smoke. Only the small dog-like creature carrying Jiang Xin remained unharmed, trembling in place, too frightened to move. It merely wished for a chance to be reborn. Why was it so difficult? Both Jiang Yiqin and Jin Guangsan were affected by this overwhelming power, spitting blood as a result. The mere presence of an avatar wielded such strength. The true demon must be at least in the late stages of the tribulation. Jiang Xin, clutching the Shiyue wolf hair brush, defiantly tilted her head upwards, as if to declare, "What I've taken first is mine." Jiang Yiqin, hindered by the avatar's dispersing energy, could not reach his daughter and shouted, Xin, give it to him." These creatures possessed limited intelligence, acting primarily on instinct, posing a threat within controllable bounds. However, demons were inherently cunning and treacherous. How could a mere newborn child resist? Jiang Yiqin was uncertain if the demon would depart after acquiring the brush. But to safeguard his daughter's life, he had no choice but to concede. Upon hearing her father's voice, Jiang Xin pouted, feeling wronged. She had acquired it first. Why should she relinquish it? The beautiful brush was not meant for this dark figure. Stubbornly, she shook her head. Seeking death, the demon roared, its commanding voice shaking the ground, as it lunged to seize Jiang Xin, intending to snatch the Shiyue wolf hair brush and crush her. Yet Jiang Xin's small, fair hand struck the demon's face first. That tiny hand delivered a formidable blow. The demon, taken aback by this unexpected assault, found its towering form collapsing, the surrounding power vanishing. Jiang Xin began to fall towards the ground, but Jiang Yiqin surged forward, catching her before she landed. Upon seeing her father, Jiang Xin beamed with joy, holding aloft the Shiyue wolf hairbrush, eager for his praise. Jiang Yiqin quickly assessed his daughter, relieved to ascertain she was unharmed. Still smiling? You nearly scared your father to death. Jiang X, oblivious to the danger, remarked that it was not frightening here, and the little dog was so obedient. Jin Guangsan, recovering from his injuries, approached and mused. What caused the demon's avatar to collapse so suddenly? It was just too weak. Jiang Xin keeper, gleefully cradling the snow-white brush and humming a little tune in delight. Jiang Xin gazed at his daughter, speechless. This child was truly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Jin Guangsan, finding Jiang Yichen's speculation plausible, refrained from further inquiries. Having narrowly escaped the calamity, their immediate priority was to repair the array. Observing the now dormant array devoid of demonic energy, he advised Jiang Yichen, the force that resisted the Shuyue wolf hairbrush has vanished. Now is the perfect time to mend the array. Xin, hand the brush to your father. Jiang Xin clutched it tightly, reluctant to part with it, her chubby face scrunching in protest. Xin likes it. Xin wants it. Under ordinary circumstances, if his daughter desired something, Jiang Yichen would surely acquiesce. Jin Guangsan chimed in to soothe her. Yes, uncle will create something even prettier for you. 10 of them. Yay! 10 new, beautiful brushes. Jiang Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly handed over the Shuyue wolf hair brush, brimming with anticipation for her new writing instruments. This child was surprisingly easy to please. Jiang Yichen smiled gently, positioning the Shuyue Longhao brush upright at the center of the formation. The brush released a continuous flow of spiritual energy, gradually mending the formation to its complete state. The monstrous puppy gazed at the repaired formation eye, overwhelmed with sorrow. With its home sealed, how could it be reborn? Perhaps it should escape quickly. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, it tucked its tail and attempted to slip away. Suddenly, a soft whimper echoed from behind. The monstrous puppy nearly collapsed into black smoke from fright. It dared not flee any longer. Trembling, it curled into a ball, striving to minimize its presence. A delicate hand from Jiang Xin reached out into the void, causing the monstrous puppy to vanish. When the little one opened her hand again, a tiny black mark, the size of a fingernail, appeared in her palm, resembling the form of a monstrous puppy. Hee, she is a little puppy now? How delightful! Though her heart resisted, her body was quite honest. Jiang Xin was fiddling with Jiang Yichen's sword tassel when she suddenly heard something and craned her neck to look back. Sensing his daughter's movements, Jiang Yichen scanned the surroundings warily. Not detecting anything unusual, he leaned down to inquire. Xin, what is it? The demons over there have left. Jiang Xin thought this out of context, quickly dismissing it from her mind, and continued happily playing with Jiang Yichen's sword tassel. Jiang Yichen, however, was utterly astonished. His beloved daughter could actually discern the affairs of the demon realm. My dear daughter, please speak more, so that your father can understand the situation in the demon realm sooner. Jiang Yichen wished he could express it so plainly, his gaze fixed anxiously on his daughter. Yet, Jiang Xin, with her childlike innocence, easily shifted her attention, completely oblivious to the significance of the matter. The Lingmo realm resembled a mirror, separating the human world from the demon realm. The ceiling formation was deeply embedded within the entire Lingmo realm, visible even in the demon realm. The Lingmo realm perpetually exuded thick mist, with traces of demonic activity seldom encountered. In the depths of the Lingmo realm, above the formation eye of the ceiling array, stood a statue kneeling on one knee. The statue, holding a long spear, was imposing, covered in dust and weeds, rendering its features indistinguishable, save for a pair of long, pointed horns atop its head. Its stone eyes, devoid of pupils, fixated intensely on the formation below, which emitted a faint glow as though gazing for millennia. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was a small handprint on the cheek of the moss-covered statue, remarkably tiny, akin to that of a newborn. The traces on the moss suggested this was a fresh mark, only slightly younger than its owner. A wisp of black, demonic energy oozed from beneath the statue, intertwining with the surrounding mist, forming various monstrous shapes. Some monsters lingered in place, while others scattered, racing towards the distance. The entire Lingmo realm remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the unsettling tranquility. The stone eyelids of the statue slowly descended, struggling to blink. Fine dust shattered from the eyelids, and the petrified eyes gradually revealed crimson pupils. The statue was alive. It raised its left hand, laboriously reaching towards its left cheek. Upon touching the small handprint, the statue cracked, as though a glass heart had shattered. It furrowed its brow, scrutinizing the formation below. No longer able to break free from the seal, it stood and turned to leave. The dust and moss covering it fell away, revealing lustrous silver armor and a deep black cloak. The black monsters lurking in the Lingmo realm were disturbed and fled in haste. Some, slower to escape, were crushed into black smoke by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the statue, vanishing without a trace. Within the camp, Jiang Xin, having led the disciples of the celestial sect to repel the monsters, realized Jiang Xin was missing, causing her great distress. She clutched her daughter tightly, showering her with kisses. "My dear, you frightened your mother to death. How could you be alone outside?" A monster took Xin and brought her to the formation eye, Jiang Xin explained succinctly. Jiang Xin, both relieved and bewildered, responded, "I've set up layers of formations in Xin's room. Any intrusion would have triggered them. The formations are intact." "So how did the monster approach Xin? "Oh, their formations?" It seemed unaware. The monstrous puppy, hidden in Jiang Xin's palm, was even more perplexed but dared not speak. Because every formation has a life gate, and the lucky puppy happened to navigate all the life gates correctly, thus avoiding triggering the formations. "Lucky puppy, attack!" Jiang Xin joyfully raised her small hand in celebration, carefree as she played with Jiang Xin's hair, humming a merry tune in her heart. "I have a little lucky puppy, and I ride it every day. One day, I whimsically rode it to find father." I joyously passed through the small formation, feeling quite pleased, unaware of how suddenly I had 10 brushes. Jiang Xin stood frozen in place. The Great Way has 50, and the heavens have 49, with humanity evading one. Each formation has a life gate, a thread of hope. Typically, only the formation master knows the location of the life gate, and it must be sufficiently concealed. Some formations even alter the position of the life gate continuously during operation. As a high-ranking formation master, Jiang Xin naturally crafted a protective formation for her daughter with such shifting life gates. If one steps precisely on a life gate, they can evade all lethal traps within the formation, passing through unscathed. However, the life gate is not a tangible door. Rather, it requires constant deduction of the formation structure, adapting to its changes and swiftly responding correctly to traverse the life gate and seek a glimmer of hope. If one does not decipher the formation according to the formation master's logic, but merely charges through blindly, it is akin to a person guessing a 1,000-digit password without any clues. Theoretically, one might guess the correct password on the first try, but practically, it is nearly impossible. Yet, a certain monster managed to achieve this. What extraordinary fortune! The couple exchanged silent glances, speechless. The radiant, golden-hued figure that could not hear Jiang Xin's voice frowned in disdain, waving his sleeves away. "TSK, what is this deep gaze? They're old married folks. Yet here they are feeding him dog food. How inconsiderate. He should hurry and forge a brush for his little niece." The life of a small infant is undoubtedly blissful. After playing to her heart's content, Jiang Xin hummed a few notes, and Jiang Xin understood she was hungry, fetching a small jug of Longling goat's milk. The little one happily drank it all and sweetly fell asleep while hugging the jug. The room was quiet, without anyone else present. Jiang Xin, neither crying nor fussing, released the lucky puppy she had concealed in her palm, cradling it tightly and affectionately ruffling its head. She lay in her cradle, while the puppy, with all 4 paws on the ground, created a height disparity between them. To facilitate Jiang Xin's petting, the puppy stretched its neck forward, presenting its head. Although she thought to herself not to, her body remained quite honest. The bear's shadow felt rather unpleasant. It would be much better if it were fluffy. "Aya!" Jiang Xin commanded the lucky puppy to transform into a plush one. Xiao Go, unable to comprehend, tilted its head in trepidation, casting a glance towards Jiang Xin, its dark eyes reflecting a pure, albeit foolish, clarity. Jiang Xin, feigning maturity, sighed dramatically, and with a gentle touch of her small hand upon Xiao Go's forehead, the ephemeral shadow of the little dog solidified into a robust, short-haired black dog. Xiao Go, bewildered, uttered a confused "Wong?" And then, in astonishment, "Wong?" It had never anticipated being reborn as a dog. This spectacle caught the attention of a young boy outside the door, who gasped in astonishment, exclaiming Wong, simultaneously with Xiao Go, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chu Linfeng, a young disciple of Jiang Xin, had recently embarked on a journey to hone his skills. What had he encountered? To his utter surprise, he witnessed a monstrous being stealthily circumventing the layers of protection surrounding Tian Shui Sect, infiltrating the Master's courtyard with the intent of abducting his junior sister. Alarmed by the creature's proximity to his beloved junior sister, Chu Linfeng refrained from drawing closer. Crouching silently outside, his right hand gripping the sword at his back, poised for action. Inside, Jiang Xin sensed the presence of someone outside and gently patted Xiao Go's head, urging it to investigate. Although Xiao Go was perplexed by her intention, it too sensed the presence of an outsider. Following Jiang Xin's gesture toward the door, it stepped cautiously outside, eager to unleash some pent-up frustration. Simultaneously, Chu Linfeng recognized this as an opportune moment to strike. He unsheathed his sword and dashed towards Jiang Xin with lightning speed, declaring, "Junior sister, I am here to rescue you." Xiao Go roared, emanating the formidable pressure of the transformation stage, attempting to subdue the oblivious Golden Core swordsman. However, the anticipated Golden Core figure did not crumble. Instead, the jade pendant around Chu Linfeng's neck glowed brightly, effortlessly countering Xiao Go's formidable aura. With swift agility, he charged towards a cradle where Jiang Xin lay. Upon realizing that his target was Jiang Xin, Xiao Go rejoiced and quickly made way, facilitating Chu Linfeng's approach to her. "You, a transformation stage being, are you genuinely retreating?" Chu Linfeng was astonished but pressed on, scooping up Jiang Xin and shattering the window to escape. Upon bursting out of the small dwelling, Chu Linfeng swung his sword towards the protective array in the courtyard. The clash of spiritual energy resounded, illuminating the previously invisible protective formation, which retaliated against him. Displaying his disciple's token, Chu Linfeng halted the assault, which dissipated into nothingness. This formation, personally arranged by Qi Lanqing, would immediately alert them upon any breach. Earlier, Chu Linfeng had concealed himself outside, hesitating to alert his elders for fear of alerting the creature within. Now, clutching Jiang Xin and fleeing for their lives, he had no free hand to retrieve his communication jade slip, and thus resorted to this method to notify his master and mistress. Understanding that he was no match for this transformation stage creature, Chu Linfeng knew that the only way to escape successfully was to take risks. The young boy swiftly made his way to the main hall, comforting Jiang Xin with a semblance of maturity. "Do not fear, junior sister. I will ensure your safety." Jiang Xin was momentarily bewildered. "You seem rather peculiar. Yet how did I not sense any danger?" Her soft, tender voice resonated in Chu Linfeng's ears, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment as he scanned the surroundings. Who was speaking? The other disciples of Tian Shui Sect, now alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate. All adults, with no children in sight. Reluctantly, Chu Linfeng's gaze returned to his junior sister in his arms. Could it be that she was the one speaking? "Big brother is so handsome. I want to pinch your face," Jiang Xin exclaimed, extending her chubby little hand, fingers opening and closing as she longed to squeeze. Chu Linfeng, half convinced, leaned in, and Jiang Xin's soft little hands playfully pinched his cheeks, filling the air with her joyful laughter. "Yay, I did it. Big brother's face is so soft." Chu Linfeng was taken aback. The delicate voice indeed emanated from his junior sister. The realization that he could hear her thoughts filled him with awe. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one. Suddenly, the space around them tore apart, and Jiang Xin alongside Qi Lanqing materialized in the air. Upon confirming Jiang Xin's safety, both exhaled a sigh of relief, simultaneously asking, "Linfeng, what has transpired?" Chu Linfeng hurriedly explained, "Master, I went to find junior sister and discovered a transformation stage monster in your chamber. I had no means to contact you. Hence, I activated mistress's formation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin quickly interjected, "That is not a monster. It is my fortunate Xiao Go." What was a fortunate Xiao Go? Chu Linfeng was baffled. No matter how he assessed the situation, it resembled a creature akin to those found in the spirit demon realm. Jiang Xin's thoughts were faint, requiring keen attention to decipher, occasionally leaving some words unclear. Upon hearing the term Xiaogo for the second time, Qi Lanqing felt an unsettling premonition wash over her. Surely, her daughter hadn't secretly kept a creature from the spirit demon realm as a pet? Inside, Xiaogo, yearning to venture outside and wreak havoc among the weak, squatted at the door, fretting over the activated formation. Previously, it had narrowly escaped with sheer luck, but now, confronted with these lethal arrays, it dared not charge and recklessly. This was a formation of the integration stage. Merely brushing against it could obliterate it entirely. As it hesitated, it suddenly spotted Qi Lanqing materializing within the room, sending a chill down its spine. Before it could react, a talisman soared forth, shattering it instantly. Xiaogo transformed into black smoke, swirling within the room, gradually dissipating. Qi Lanqing formed a wind seal, expelling the black smoke from the room to prevent any future repercussions. These creatures were violent and bloodthirsty. They must not be allowed to linger near Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, cradling his daughter, feigned a casual conversation with his disciple, subtly probing Jiang Xin's thoughts. Where did that monster come from? Should we have your mistress set up additional formations? The formations set by Mother are already quite formidable. Outsiders cannot enter, Jiang Xin replied. Since her birth, aside from Tian Shui Sect, she had only ventured to Chimu Sect and the spirit demon realm. In their attempts to study the creatures of the spirit demon realm, they had endeavored to subdue lower-tier monsters with their integration stage prowess. Yet these creatures would rather self-destruct than be captured. How had his precious daughter managed to achieve this? Jiang Xin found himself wishing he could directly inquire. Seeing Qi Lanqing eliminate the creature, Jiang Xin refrained from pursuing the topic further. They had originally convened with the elders, concerned about their daughter's safety, and had rushed over upon sensing potential danger. Noticing Chu Linfeng gazing longingly at Jiang Xin, Jiang Xin smiled and handed her over, saying, "If you wish to hold her, go ahead. Your master and mistress have matters to attend to. You may entertain her for now." Chu Linfeng gingerly accepted her, cradling Jiang Xin as if she were a divine being. He believed himself to be quite capable, yet he had underestimated his junior sister's prowess. Observing her little hands reaching out repeatedly in the air, he curiously asked, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "Summoning souls." "Xiaogo, your demise was tragic. You were reduced to black smoke by Mother. Nevertheless, it is all right. I can recreate you," Jiang Xin declared earnestly. "To raise a pet monster is to assume responsibility for it. Although my mother harbors some misconceptions about the creature, I believe that with the passage of time, she will come to recognize its virtues." Chu Linfeng's heart trembled slightly. "Little junior sister, do not speak such terrifying thoughts with such calmness. You treat the monster as a treasure, yet it wishes to bring about your demise." Chu Linfeng felt an overwhelming urge to shake Jiang Xin by the arms, shouting for her to regain her senses. He dared not let anyone know that he could hear her innermost thoughts, yet he sought to prevent her from resurrecting the monster. Grasping her hand as she summoned the spirit, he endeavored to divert her attention. "Little junior sister, I am Chu Linfeng, your fifth senior brother." Jiang Xin paused, scrutinizing Chu Linfeng with earnestness. Under the gaze of those lively eyes, assured that she was no longer preoccupied with the monster, Chu Linfeng felt a wave of relief and presented her with a large bag of spirit stones. "This is a gift from your senior brother. When you grow a bit older, I will accompany you to choose a spirit pet. Our sect has a plethora of spirit pets to offer. They will undoubtedly be more loyal than the monsters of the spirit demon realm." The spirit stone bag, bulging with energy, radiated a rich spiritual aura, indicating its considerable contents. Jiang Xin cradled the bag in her hands, gazing at Chu Linfeng for a long moment before bursting into tears. "Oh, fifth senior brother, your demise was so tragic." Chu Linfeng was bewildered. "I gifted spirit stones, not a life. How could it be so tragic? His coffin must be the sturdiest." Chu Linfeng was the sole heir of the Chu family in Zhongzhou, a family renowned as the wealthiest in the region. While it was said that they were modest about their fortune, the other powers in the cultivation world dared not compete with the Chu family. In reality, Their wealth would easily crown them as the richest in the realm. In the original storyline, the protagonist supplanted Jiang Xin and, under the guidance of Qi Wanyun, adopted the name Jiang Shui. Under the pampering of Jiang Xin and his wife, Jiang Shui grew up effortlessly, becoming a heartthrob, adored throughout the cultivation world. Although Chu Linfeng was 13 years her senior, he indulged Jiang Shui without reservation, even going so far as to bestow upon her his vast fortune. Ultimately, he met a painful end while seeking treasures for Jiang Shui, dying in excruciating agony. Fearing blame, Jiang Shui shifted all blame onto Chu Linfeng, accusing him of greed and recklessness, claiming that he ignored warnings, leading to his demise on the treasure-seeking path. A brother who cherished her so dearly suffered disgrace and died far from home, with no one to claim his body. Jiang Shui, after causing the demise of everyone in the Tian Shui Sect, changed her name to Xing Shui to signify her righteousness in severing ties with the demonic spies of Tian Shui Sect, earning acclaim throughout the cultivation world. Gazing at Chu Linfeng's round face, Jiang Xin grew increasingly sorrowful. Fifth senior brother, even in death, you cannot forgive Xing Shui. Whoa, I forgot fifth senior brother's soul has scattered, leaving no chance to haunt her. How tragic, how tragic. How could anyone suffer such a fate? It must be because he was foolish. Just when Chu Linfeng, who had been deeply affected by Jiang Xin's earlier sentiments, heard the last remark, his sorrow dissipated instantly. How could he, a genius, be deemed foolish? Alas, Jiang Xin was oblivious to his thoughts as she hugged the two spirit stone bags and sighed. Fifth senior brother had no one to claim his body after his death, and his corpse was made into a puppet by evil cultivators. How utterly tragic. I shall save these spirit stones for fifth senior brother's coffin. In the future, I will have a beautiful casket crafted for this little fool. Chu Linfeng felt the goodwill of his little junior sister, but thought such kindness unnecessary. However, if death were inevitable, his coffin must indeed be the sturdiest. Little junior sister, take these. Chu Linfeng rummaged through his belongings, producing several additional bags of spirit stones, piling them into Jiang Xin's arms. This was all his pocket money, entrusted to her for future use. But who was Xing Shui? From Jiang Xin's tone, it seemed this person was responsible for his demise. If he seized an opportunity to eliminate her, would that not spare him from death? Chu Linfeng silently noted the name, listening to Jiang Xin's jubilant exclamations. I have struck it rich. Jiang Xin has struck it rich. I adore such humble gifts. Fifth senior brother is amazing. He must be the wisest person in the world. The little one beamed with joy, her chubby hands tightly clutching the 8 spirit stone bags, arranging them meticulously. These 2 are for fifth senior brother's coffin. These 2 are for father to buy materials for the Rongxue sword. These 3 are for mother to purchase exquisite talismans. And this one is for the pet monster's toys. These fine black smoke particles were too minuscule to see with the naked eye. But Jiang Xin did not need to look. She could sense them and gradually gather them. Chu Linfeng observed as she appeared to hold nothing. Yet as she squeezed, a massive shadow began to materialize. Initially, the shadow was small, no bigger than a fingernail. As Jiang Xin continued to manipulate it, the ball grew larger, eventually reaching about 2 feet in size. Jiang Xin expertly shaped the shadow, crafting a round head, pointy ears, a long tail, and sturdy limbs, ultimately transforming it into a black dog formed from the shadow. It resembled the creature Chu Linfeng had seen previously, albeit much smaller. Upon Jiang Xin tapping its forehead, the previously doll-like black dog shook its ears, its dark eyes sparkling with life, as if it had suddenly come to life. Remembering its recent experience of being blown away by Qi Lanqing, the little dog trembled. This place was far too perilous. It was not suitable for its delicate form in the transformation stage. After being blown away once, its cultivation had dropped to the nascent soul stage. This was no realm for it to assert itself. Clinging to the powerful was the wisest course. The little dog's head pressed tightly against Jiang Xin's hand, its tail held high and wagging incessantly, exuding a particularly endearing demeanor. Chu Linfeng watched in astonishment. This was not the expected behavior. When they were in the spirit demon realm, each of them had been fierce and unyielding. Why were they now behaving like this? Observing Jiang Xin joyfully petting the dog, Chu Linfeng could not help but inquire. Little junior sister, the sect mistress has already dispersed this monster. How can you still summon it? Because the pet monster is not a true life form. It is a creature transformed by demonic energy. However, my mother's attack diminished the demonic energy significantly, causing the monster to weaken. I should have summoned the monster earlier. At that time, the residual demonic energy was abundant, and perhaps it could have remained in the transformation stage. Jiang Xin felt a pang of guilt, her motions in petting the dog growing gentler. Chu Linfeng now had one good news and one even better news. The good news was that he finally understood the true nature of these monsters. The better news was that his little junior sister could easily subdue these creatures and even utilize them. Yet, he was uncertain how to report this matter, knowing no one would believe him. How infuriating! Moreover, this particular monster was clearly not entirely loyal to Jiang Xin. Just because she could suppress this one did not mean she could control all the monsters in the spirit demon realm. After much contemplation, Chu Linfeng ultimately decided to keep this matter confidential to prevent anyone from covertly harming Jiang Xin. How clever he was to think so deeply. How could he possibly be the little fool referred to by the younger disciple? Younger disciple, master and mistress do not permit you to keep such a small dog, Chu Linfeng remarked. Jiang Xin, belatedly realizing the situation, hastily concealed the dog in her palm and gazed at Chu Linfeng with a pitiful expression. Chu Linfeng grinned, saying, "But I can help you keep it a secret for now and won't inform master and mistress. However, if this little dog exhibits any unusual behavior, you must inform me immediately." Jiang Xion's face lit up with joy. "All right, fifth senior brother, you're so kind. But what unusual behavior could this dog possibly display? It's even more foolish than you." Chu Linfeng felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. He was indeed clever. With this peculiar little dog around, he could never be the dullest one. Was such an absurdity truly real? The anomalies between Chimu sect and the Lingma realm were no trivial matter. Jiang Yiqin and his wife, having omitted the part about hearing Jiang Xion's thoughts, detailed the situation to the elders. Each elder furrowed their brows in concern. After prolonged discussion, the Grand Elder stated for the time being, "We are unable to delve deeper into the Lingma realm. We can only send someone to keep watch. Since launching suspects this matter relates to the demon clan, we should send someone to infiltrate the demon domain for intelligence. While I have not heard of any tribulation stage demon cultivator whose true form is such a peculiar wood, there are only a handful of tribulation stage cultivators, and they must leave some clues behind." The others unanimously agreed that this course of action was feasible. Qi Lanqing pondered and inquired, "Who should we send?" The other 7 exchanged glances, remaining silent. It was not that they were unwilling to contribute to the sect, but rather that the Tian Shui Sect had a minor misunderstanding with the demon domain. 300 years ago, a seed of divine wood appeared in the demon domain, prompting various clans to erupt into chaos over its ownership. To quell the unrest, the 6 major sects intervened to mediate peace talks. During these negotiations, disagreements led to violent confrontations, resulting in heavy casualties. To pacify the war, the Tian Shui Sect seized the divine wood seed amidst the turmoil and planted it in their own grounds. Now, demons from the demon domain would attack Tian Shui Sect disciples on sight. Should the elders venture out, they would likely attract the wrath of the entire demon domain's integrated stage demon kings. Seeing the silence, the young and beautiful second elder took the initiative. "Seventh brother, since this matter nearly harmed Lanqing, you should visit the demon domain. Take good care of Lanqing." Jiang Yiqin was not fooled and promptly declined. "This matter concerns the fate of the entire cultivation world, not just my family. My daughter has just been born, and I must accompany my wife and child." The third elder reproached him, "Seventh brother, this is where you are mistaken. Lanqing and Xin are safe in the sect. It is more important for you to seek revenge for them." The fourth elder nodded in agreement. Jiang Yiqin snorted coldly. "Do not think you can manipulate me again. The demon kings from the demon domain are a result of your provocations. Sending me to investigate this matter is clearly inviting them to take revenge on me." The fifth elder, known for his fiery temper, stood abruptly, brandishing a massive iron hammer taller than himself. "Stop the chatter. A good beating will convince seventh brother." The other 5 elders also drew their weapons, launching, do not interfere. Jiang Xin drew his sword. If you dare to bully me with numbers, I will confiscate your spirit stones from each peak. All of them. The elders, who had been poised for action, suddenly appeared frozen in place. Their weapons raised, but not daring to strike. Qi Lanqing stared in astonishment at the scene. It seemed quite different from her impression of the Tian Shui Sect. Although the outside world held peculiar opinions about the Tian Shui Sect, her relationship with Jiang Xin was harmonious, having been partners for many years. They had always enjoyed a cordial relationship within the sect, despite occasionally struggling to keep up with the thoughts of their senior brothers and sisters. Jiang Xin had once lamented to her about being coerced into the position of sect leader after being beaten by senior brothers and sisters. Qi Lanqing had always thought he was exaggerating. Now, witnessing this absurdity, she realized it was indeed true. Jiang Xin smirked with pride. When you force me to become the sect leader, I cannot have served for 250 years in vain. I hereby assign this matter to 6th Senior Brother for investigation. The expenses for disguises to enter the demon domain can be reimbursed by the sect. Should you uncover any results, the Lingti Peak shall receive double spirit stones for the next 50 years. The 6th Elder, a robust figure skilled in physical cultivation, initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing Jiang Yichen's latter remark, his inflated demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. He smiled amiably. 7th Brother, there is no need for such formality. We are all working for the peace of the sect and the cultivation world. However, as your elder brother, I have a small request. I would like to depart for the demon domain today. Could the double spirit stones be distributed today as well? Jiang Yichen regarded him with appreciation. The doubled amount will serve as your hardship allowance for this month. The remainder will be issued once you uncover results. Agreed. The 6th Elder, not picky, was satisfied with spirit stones to support his disciples and rushed out of the council hall towards the demon domain. The spirit stones for each peak of the Tian Shui Sect were derived from 2 sources. One was a fixed quota disbursed by the sect periodically for operational expenses, with specific allocation determined by the elders of each peak. The other was through self-sufficiency, where alchemists and artifact cultivators could sell their wares, with all spirit stones earned belonging to their respective peaks. During the selection of a new sect leader, the 7 brothers had agreed upon a martial competition. The loser would assume the position of sect leader. In one-on-one combat, Jiang Yichen feared no one. Although he was the youngest among the brothers, his strength was formidable. Unexpectedly, his senior brothers and sisters resorted to underhanded tactics and ganged up on him to retaliate against their coercion to make him sect leader. Jiang Yichen's first act as sect leader was to reduce the spirit stones allocated to each peak. The originally fixed quota was slashed to merely 10% of its former amount. The previously autonomous trading rights of each peak were now reclaimed by the sect. All items sold by the peaks, including pills, artifacts, and talismans, could only be transacted through the sect's institutions, which would take a 30% handling fee. Private transactions were considered tax evasion. If caught, not only would all items involved be confiscated, but fines would also be levied. These regulations were set to last for 3,000 years. Jiang Yichen and Qi Lanqing had little interest in taking disciples, and with these rules in place, their lives became somewhat strained. The other elders, with numerous disciples and thriving families, found themselves in need of spirit stones. With such a significant reduction in income, Jiang Yichen believed they could not endure it for long. He awaited his senior brothers and sisters to unite and overthrow him, allowing him to return to being a carefree elder. To his surprise, they endured even until now. From that point onward, the task hall of Tian Shui Sect was perpetually crowded, with all disciples relying on completing tasks to earn spirit stones. Continuous practical experience honed the disciples' skills and intellect, contributing to the illustrious reputation of Tian Shui Sect today. 250 years later, even though the elders were affluent, supporting so many hungry disciples became increasingly challenging. Meanwhile, the sect's secret treasury grew ever more substantial. Yet none of the 7 brothers could access it. The 5th elder, who had initially proposed the idea of ganging up on Jiang Yichen, now sheathed his towering purple gold hammer and inquired with genuine concern. 7th junior brother, it may be problematic for 6th to venture into the demon domain alone. Shall I accompany him? Jiang Yichen cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. The 5th elder, with a face full of bravado, continued, "Could we not double the spirit stones of our Yinchi Peak as well?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xin reluctantly conceded, "If you lead the charge against the sect master, it may only yield an additional half." Done. The fifth elder, without a moment's hesitation, agreed and swiftly departed, pursuing sixth elder, a man as fleeting as the wind. The second elder, with a beaming smile, was about to speak, but Jiang Xin preempted, "Second sister, perhaps you should refrain. With your entanglements of affection, a trip to the demon domain might attract even the tribulation stage demon emperors. Let our two senior brothers have a chance to survive. This year during the festival, no gifts are accepted. Only large paper money will do." After sending off the somewhat reliable, yet unreliable senior brothers and sisters, Jiang Xin gazed at the mountain of sect affairs piled upon the table, letting out a deep sigh. He truly wished to relinquish his position as sect master and hand it over to an exemplary junior. On Jiang Yinfeng Peak, Chu Linfeng was playfully holding Jiang Xin outside. Her laughter echoed, further affirming her fondness for fifth senior brother. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night pearl in the courtyard illuminated itself, and the two continued their frolic on the grass. Suddenly, Jiang Xin turned her gaze towards the courtyard entrance. Chu Linfeng looked up and saw a striking young man approaching. The youth, with gentle brows and eyes, briefly greeted Chu Linfeng and then turned his attention to the child in his arms. "Is this the little junior sister?" "Yes, indeed. Little junior sister is named Jiang Xin, with Xi meaning heart. Chu Linfeng easily hendet Jiang Xin to Linjian." Just as Lin Yin reached out to take her, he abruptly halted, signaling Chu Linfeng to wait a moment. "Before I hold little junior sister for the first time, allow me to divine her future." Chu Linfeng nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Help little junior sister ascertain her destiny." Lin Yin placed 3 copper coins in his left palm and held a turtle shell in his right hand, enclosing the coins within it. He gently shook the turtle shell several times. After circulating his spiritual energy for a small cycle, he arranged the 3 coins in a line on his palm. Chu Linfeng leaned in to observe the coins, unable to discern any differences. "Did you arrive at a conclusion?" Lin Yin nodded slightly, putting away the turtle shell and coins. Chu Linfeng, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Does the divination indicate that little junior sister will have a smooth path ahead?" Lin Yin replied, "The divination suggests that I should first use my right hand to receive little junior sister." Chu Linfeng and Jiang Xin exchanged bewildered glances. Startled, Lin Yin held Jiang Xin. Taken aback, who just spoke? Chu Linfeng wholeheartedly agreed, but was puzzled as to why little junior sister would speak as well. Among those present, only Chu Linfeng and the little junior sister could call him second brother. Lin Yin stared in disbelief at Jiang Xin, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed utterly implausible that a newborn would possess the ability to speak. Unaware of the astonishment in his eyes, Jiang Xin fidgeted with her swaddling. A hint of sorrow etched on her face. "Second brother, a gentleman is like jade. You have always adhered to the rules, never daring to stray from the path. Yet, in your pursuit of Xing Shui, you delved into forbidden arts, probing into heavenly secrets, and it led to your downfall. How foolish!" The more Jiang Xin pondered, the more she lamented second brother's tragic fate, unable to restrain herself from bursting into tears. "Wah! Second brother, your demise was so sorrowful. That wicked woman merely sought to exploit your divination talent for her own benefit. How could you trust her so blindly? You are even more foolish than fifth senior brother." Chu Linfeng beamed with delight, relishing the praise from little junior sister. At least Xing Shui considered fifth senior brother a treasure hunter. You, second brother, are merely a tool. Suddenly, Chu Linfeng found himself less enthusiastic about the compliment. Lin Yin stared in astonishment at the wailing infant in his arms, compelled to accept that it was indeed Jiang Xin's voice, and moreover, her innermost thoughts. Observing fifth junior brother, standing dumbfounded, not immediately inquiring as he usually would, Lin Yin assumed he could not hear Jiang Xin's thoughts. It appeared that little junior sister possessed extraordinary abilities. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Linfeng could not hide anything from Lin Yin, who suppressed his astonishment and refrained from disclosing the revelation. "Little junior sister, please cease your tears. Here, take this." Lin Yin produced a somewhat tarnished ancient copper coin from his shumi ring. The coin was tied with a pristine red thread, exuding a rich spiritual energy, a clear indication of its significant value as a high-grade magical artifact. The copper coins used by cultivators for divination had originally stemmed from the coins exchanged in mundane trade. Such coins, having circulated among tens of thousands, absorb the essence of human life, forging a deeper connection with the heavens, thus yielding more accurate divination results. After special refinement, these coins could also serve as protective talismans. The ancient copper coin gifted to Jiang Xin was the oldest in Lin Yan's possession, reputed to have originated from a dynasty over 300,000 years ago. Following refinement, this coin was now not only usable for divination, but also an excellent protective artifact. With gentle hands, Lin Yan tied the red thread around Jiang Xin's wrist. The little darling, feeling the smoothness of the jade-like copper coin, gradually ceased her cries, leaving only intermittent sobs. Second brother is truly kind, gifting me your finest copper coin. I must prepare some gifts for you as well. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chu Linfeng felt a twinge of jealousy, yearning for little junior sister's gift. What would she bestow upon second brother? Once she had given her offering to second brother, Chu Linfeng planned to subtly hint to little junior sister that he too desired a gift. Amidst the anticipation of her two senior brothers, Jiang Xin's small head turned, and she reached out with her chubby hand to pick up the white paper they had used to draw on the grass. She tore the paper, creating a figure resembling a person. Jiang Xin carefully set aside the first figure and proceeded to tear out a second one. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the two figures were distinct, seemingly representing a male and a female. The paper was ample enough for Jiang Xin to continue tearing. Before long, she had crafted an array of peculiar items: horses, palanquins, kites, lanterns, and even a complete theater troupe, complete with a two-story stage. Chu Linfeng, initially perplexed, gradually transformed into a state of bewilderment, ultimately gaping in astonishment at Jiang Xin. Little junior sister, what are you doing? Jiang Xin sniffed and quickened her pace. I am preparing burial goods for second brother. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng exchanged incredulous glances. I'm not dead yet, Lin Yin nearly exclaimed. And I must make more paper money. I have heard that those who die without money in the underworld suffer greatly. Second brother has already faced such hardship. I cannot allow him to be tormented by spirits after death. I will make extra to share with fifth senior brother as well. The two brothers felt a surge of emotion, though an unsettling chill coursed down their spines. They wished to intervene and stop little junior sister, yet found themselves at a loss for words, merely watching as Jiang Xin prepared money for them. With nimble hands and feet, Jiang Xin produced a large stack of paper money, along with the previously crafted paper figures, paper horses, and other burial items, tossing them towards her two senior brothers with a commanding flair. Brothers, may fortune smile upon you. As a cool breeze swept through, the pale night illuminated the mountains with a sea of fluttering white paper money, creating a hauntingly surreal scene. The handcrafted burial items made by Xin are of exceptional quality. To the two senior brothers, I say, take good care of them. You will find them useful in a few years when the time comes. The night wind howled, causing the palm-sized, pale paper money to flutter against Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng's faces, reflecting their tumultuous inner feelings. Born in a mortal village, she was somewhat superstitious about such matters and hurriedly intervened, saying, Xin, do not be foolish. Jiang cast a spell to incinerate the swirling white paper money. Paper figures and paper horses, the burning items, illuminated by crimson flames, danced in the night air, accentuating the pallor of Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng's faces. Sensing the increasingly pungent scent of smoke, Lin Yin could not help but inquire, Mistress, do you not feel that this burning adds a certain atmosphere? Concurrently, the trio heard Jiang Xin's jubilant cheer. Oh yeah, mother is amazing. I worry that the senior brothers will have no money after death. So I am helping them save in the underworld. Paper money must be burned to be effective. Gazing at the swirling paper figures and paper money halfway through burning, Jiang found herself at a loss. Neither burning nor refraining seemed right. Xin had already been born for 10 days, growing into a big child. While Qi Lanqing was momentarily distracted, the flames completed their work on the remaining paper money and horses, sparing her the need to decide. Ghosts certainly won to complain about having too much money. I will make more and let mother help the senior brothers save a bit more, Jiang Xin declared, pulling out a half sheet of white paper hidden in her swaddling and diligently folding in half, tearing out a semicircle, then removing a small square from within. As a new piece of paper money was about to take shape, Qi Lanqing quickly took it away, saying, Xin, dear, we do not play with this. I am not playing. I am giving the senior brothers some small money, Jiang Xin insisted, pouting earnestly. Qi Lanqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she produced a jug of goat's milk. Are you hungry? Come and have some milk. Having had such a delightful time with Chu Linfeng, the little one had forgotten to drink. It was only when Qi Lanqing mentioned it that Jiang Xin realized her hunger, her face lighting up as she hugged the milk jug and drank heartily. Seeing her enjoyment, Qi Lanqing felt reassured that the child's attention had shifted. She turned to Lin Yan and gently asked, during this descent from the mountain, did you encounter any dangers? Lin Yan smiled. There were a few perilous places, but all turned out to be mere scares. He briefly recounted the details of their recent mission to Qi Lanqing, confirming that he had not been harmed. Qi Lanqing let out a sigh of relief. She retrieved a storage bag and handed it to both Chu Linfeng and Lin Yan. These are talismans drawn by your mistress for self-defense. Additionally, a new princess has been born in the Qiuyue dynasty, inviting me and your master to a banquet. We shall not attend, so you two will go in our stead. The Qiuyue dynasty is a realm of cultivation where most mortals and ordinary cultivators reside. The ruler of Qiuyue is a cultivator at the integration stage, and if he were to wield the power of the nation, his combat strength could reach the brink of transcending tribulation. This is a force not to be underestimated. The 6 great sects maintain courteous exchanges with these cultivation dynasties, sending invitations for joyous events to signify goodwill. Do not such social gatherings usually involve the elders? The sect's invitation has been delivered to be attended by the Grand Elder. This invitation is a private one sent to me and your master by the ruler of Qi Lanqing explained, her smile slightly awkward. Lin Yan opened the gilded invitation she presented, seeing it addressed to Taoist Lanqing, without the name of Jiang Xin. Noticing the date of the princess's full moon banquet, Chu Linfeng understood. This princess's full moon banquet is 3 days earlier than that of our junior sister, and you must prepare for her celebration in the sect, leaving you no time. This was indeed one reason for her inability to attend. However, the primary reason was that Qi Lanqing simply did not wish to go to the Qiuyue dynasty. The Grand Elder will depart on the day of the banquet. You may accompany him or travel independently. If you choose the latter, remember to contact the Grand Elder before the banquet begins. This is your hard-earned fee. Here is a gift from me and your master for the little princess of Qiuyue, Qi Lanqing said, handing over a bag of spirit stones and a square brocade box about a foot long with 3 compartments. Although Jiang Yichen had withheld spirit stones to avoid becoming sect leader, leading to Jiang Yunfeng's tight circumstances, that was merely a matter of public funds. As the most prosperous talisman master in the entire cultivation world, Qi Lanqing possessed ample spirit stones and treasures. She treated her disciples as her own, often giving them pocket money. Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng graciously accepted the spirit stones, expressing their gratitude and accepting the commission. Jiang Xin, having finished her jug of milk, heard this and began squirming in her swaddling. Xin wants to go out and play too. Senior brothers, take Xin with you. Xin wants to eat at the banquet. She fussed incessantly, her thoughts audible to all 3 present, yet they had to feign ignorance. Qi Lanqing gently soothed her. Dear Xin, you are still small. Wait until you grow up to go out with your senior brothers. Xin has already been born for 10 days. Xin is a big child. Her assertive demeanor nearly made Qi Lanqing laugh. Lin Yan, with his soft heart, saw Jiang Xin on the verge of tears and chuckled. Mistress, why not let our junior sister come with us? I will take good care of her. Chu Linfeng nodded in agreement, promising, I will take care of our junior sister too. The invitation explicitly stated that she could accompany them to the banquet. Lin Yan realized that what was lacking was their master, Jiang Yichen. It was unclear why the ruler of Qiyue had invited even the newly born junior sister, but not their master. He prudently refrained from asking further, closing the invitation to prevent Chu Linfeng from noticing and questioning it directly. Jiang Xin looked at Qi Lanqing with pleading eyes, assuring her silently, Xin will take care of herself. Mother, let Xin go play. When Xin is home alone, only the spirit dog can accompany her. But the spirit dog is so clumsy and cannot do anything. Xin is so bored she might grow mushrooms. Since giving birth 10 days ago, Qi Lanqing had been preoccupied with unexpected events, leaving little time to accompany Jiang Xin. Both she and Jiang Yichen lacked attendance, having only a few puppet servants to assist with chores and household tasks. Before Jiang Xin's birth, the fifth elder, being a tool cultivator, had sent 2 puppet servants specifically to care for the child, a gesture towards his little disciple niece. During the busy days for Qi Lanqing and Jiang Yichen, it was these 2 puppets who had looked after Jiang Xin. Children born to cultivators tend to be sturdier than those born to mortals, especially lively Jiang Xin. Taking her on a trip would not pose a problem. The 2 puppet servants were fully capable of handling her care without needing others' concern. Though Chu Linfeng was somewhat impulsive, he was attentive in detail. Lin Yin, being meticulous, made Qi Lanqing feel reassured about entrusting the child to them. Faced with the pleas of the 3 children, Qi Lanqing relented. I will discuss it with your master. If he agrees, you can take Xin with you. Oh yeah, father will surely agree. Otherwise, I will topple his little treasury. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng exchanged glances, startled. The master, a swordsman, is the poorest among his sect, yet he surprisingly possesses hidden savings. What a remarkable master. The senior brothers cast a furtive glance at the composed Qi Lanqing and hastily found an excuse to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yichen, who was in the main hall discussing matters with the other disciples, suddenly felt a chill down his neck, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How could the illustrious first swordsman be so subservient to his wife? Jiang Yichen had not experienced such ominous feelings in a long time. The last time he felt such a shiver was when his senior brothers and sisters pressured him to become the sect leader. Surely, history could not repeat itself with his 2 senior brothers reneging on their agreement and joining forces with the others to coerce him into the demon realm. Could it? Tian Shui Sect occupies a vast expanse of land with varied terrain, and Jiang Yichen is the owner of several mountain peaks. Some of these summits remain uninhabited, while others are allocated to a few disciples for their endeavors. Jiang Yinfeng is home solely to their family of 3. Upon seeing the puppet tidying up Jiang Xinluo's toys in the courtyard, Jiang Yichen couldn't help but smile and hurried indoors. He was about to call out Xin when he spotted Qi Lanqing seated in a rose chair, cradling their daughter and regarding him with a smile that held an air of mischief. Beside her on the table lay an exceedingly worn, yet familiar, spirit stone pouch. Jiang Yichen's heart raced, and his knees felt weak. How did Lanqing discover his well-hidden secret? Jiang Xin began to babble excitedly, eager to converse with her father. Jiang Yichen thought to himself, Ah, my dear child, so it was you who revealed it. With a sense of helplessness, he chuckled awkwardly. Lanqing, this is not mine. Qi Lanqing leisurely lifted a cup of spirit tea, took a sip, and replied coolly, Indeed, it is not yours. It is mine now. Realizing his blunder, Jiang Yichen quickly knelt before Qi Lanqing, grasping her hand earnestly in repentance. Qi Lanqing cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Jiang Yichen felt compelled to explain, This 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were given to me last year by the Chun family as expenses when I eradicated the evil. Qi Lanqing furrowed her brow. Did the Chun family not reward you with 300,000 high-grade spirit stones? Why is there an additional 10,000? The 300,000 high-grade spirit stones were indeed the reward, but they also provided me with an extra 10,000 for expenses incurred during the investigation, Jiang Yichen confessed, unable to conceal the truth. After paying the sect's share as per regulations, he handed over the remainder to Qi Lanqing, who then allocated him 30,000 as a labor fee, with the rest going into the public account of Jiang Yinfeng. Being the sect leader, Jiang Yichen had his share of social obligations, and the 30,000 spirit stones were essential expenditures. The additional 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were known only to him and the Chun family, which he had secretly pocketed. He had not even dared to keep them in his own Shumi ring for fear of Qi discovering them. Unexpectedly, after a whole year of concealment, it was his daughter who inadvertently exposed the secret. How did the little one come to know of this? Jiang Xin was perplexed, stealing a glance at Jiang Xin, who was grinning at him. The little one mused, wow, the first swordsman in the eyes of outsiders is actually so controlled by his wife. A grand swordsman in the integration stage, yet his hidden savings amount to merely 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just today, senior brother Wu gifted me 80,000. TSK. Father is truly poor. Jiang Xin felt a pang of jealousy. That young lad, Wu, was indeed excessively wealthy. Qi, crossing her right leg atop his chest, asked, "What do you intend to do with so many spirit stones?" Although he always had funds for sect activities and from Qi, those stones were not his to spend at will. Typically, any spirit stones he possessed would not linger long in his pocket before being passed on to others. Hearing her father's humble tone, Jiang Xin shook her head repeatedly. Father is silly. At this time, you should say that you are saving spirit stones to buy a talisman brush for mother. Next time you hide your savings, write a note like that and place it with the spirit stones. That way, even if mother sees it, she will feel pleased. Moreover, the hidden savings should be stored separately in multiple locations, each labeled with different gifts for mother. Even if one stash is discovered by mother, the others will remain safe. Jiang Xin acknowledged that his daughter's suggestions were quite astute, but thought, "Dear child, could you refrain from giving me advice in front of your mother?" Now that she was aware, would there still be a path for his hidden savings in the future? Qi, cradling Jiang Xin with one arm, smiled silently at Jiang Xin. With a soft chuckle, Qi removed her foot from his chest and lightly kicked him, saying, "Get up. I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Xin sighed in relief, rising to embrace Jiang Xin, playfully teasing her while asking, "What is it?" "I sent Yinner and Linfeng to the Autumn Night Dynasty's invitation. They want to take Xin along." Qi recalled that she must not reveal her ability to hear their daughter's thoughts and changed her wording, adding that they wished to bring Xin with them. Jiang Xin tugged at Jiang Xin's sleeve, whining, "I want to go too. The world is so vast. I want to see it." With the revelation of his hidden savings looming, Jiang Xin should logically deny his daughter's request. However, how could he refuse when it came to his beloved child? Jiang Xin was evidently different from other children. If he merely confined her to Jiang Yinfeng, it would squander the precious opportunity to introduce her to the world. As mortals say, one must read a myriad of books and travel 1,000 miles. The same applies to cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xin agreed. The path from Tian Shui Sect to the Autumn Night Dynasty is relatively safe. Let them take Xin with them. I trust Yinner and Linfeng, but I'm slightly concerned about Qi Junyu. Qi Junyu is the name of the monarch of the Autumn Night Kingdom. Jiang Xin's tone was tinged with evident discontent when mentioning him. Jiang Xin paused, recalling their past grievances, and suddenly understood. Oh, Qi Junyu once pursued mother, and father is jealous. Jiang Xin's face flushed, and he nervously glanced at Qi, bewildered by how their precious daughter could possibly know about such matters. Qi raised an eyebrow at him, remaining silent. Their previous relationship with Qi Junyu had been cordial, but after he expressed his feelings, she had clearly rejected him, leading to a cooling of their interactions. Later, she became Jiang Xin's partner, while Qi Junyu took many wives and concubines, resulting in infrequent contact. Jiang Xin was well aware of these circumstances. Qi reluctance to attend the banquet at the Autumn Night Dynasty stemmed from a desire to avoid Qi Junyu. The invitation sent by Qi Junyu explicitly omitted Jiang Xin's name, leaving Qi feeling quite uneasy. Ultimately, the two had no deep-seated enmity, and since the invitation was extended, it would seem inappropriate for Qi to decline outright. She was unwilling to take their daughter alone and did not wish to bring Jiang Xin along to confront Qi Junyu. Hence, she had sent the disciples instead. Given her understanding of Qi Junyu, she believed he would not trouble the two children. Jiang Xin recognized this as well, and, seeing his daughter's eagerness to venture outside, relented. Then let Xin accompany them. Jiang Xin cheered, "Yay, yay, yay. I'm going out to eat the big melons of the Autumn Night Dynasty." Both Jiang Xin and Qi exchanged perplexed glances. What significant events could possibly transpire at the Autumn Night Dynasty. Thanks to Tuo Jiang Xin. Although the Tian Shui Sect's various peaks live frugally, the sect's treasury is quite affluent, resulting in consistently favorable welfare for its members. When the Grand Elder represents the sect at banquets, all expenses are reimbursed by the sect, albeit within certain limits. For instance, if one travels using the large spirit ships of the Cultivation Lai Trading Company, only the economy class fare can be reimbursed. Should one choose to upgrade to business or first class, the additional costs are to be borne by the traveler. If one opts to travel independently, any savings from not using the spirit ship may be kept. While the sect disapproves of this practice, it is not explicitly forbidden. Such arrangements are contingent upon the absence of mishaps during the journey, culminating in the successful completion of the sect's tasks. Should a traveler encounter difficulties in pursuit of saving spirit stones, leading to the failure of their mission, they would not only forfeit reimbursement, but also miss future opportunities for similar tasks. The Grand Elder. As a top-tier cultivator in the He stage of the Tian Chengling Jie and the esteemed chief elder of the six great sects, once regarded spirit stones with indifference. However, after Jiang Xin assumed the role of sect master for 250 years, the Grand Elder has come to treasure each spirit stone dearly. Life can be regained, but once spirit stones are spent, they are irrevocably lost. Each spirit stone in his possession bears its own significance. Thus, this time, the Grand Elder chose to travel independently and pocket the savings. Additionally, to ensure he could retain the accommodation fees provided by the sect for 3 days, he planned to depart on the day of the full moon banquet. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng wished to explore Kawaijing and thus did not accompany the Grand Elder. After receiving approval from Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing, the two set out early with Jiang Xin. The Cultivation Lai Trading Company has docking points for spirit ships in major cities throughout the Tian Chengling Jie, with vessels operating on fixed schedules along established routes. Each ship is escorted by high-tier cultivators, ensuring safety and comfort, making it the preferred choice for many cultivators traveling afar. Both Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng were not lacking in spirit stones. Moreover, every time they ran errands for Qi Lanqing, he generously provided ample funds. The docking point for the spirit ships of Cultivation Lai Trading Company is located in Yunming City at the foot of the Tian Shui Sect, the largest nearby city bustling with cultivators, resulting in a thriving ticket business, with long lines at all 3 ticket windows. Chu Linfeng, carrying Jiang Xin, chose the shortest line, while Lin Yin consulted his turtle shell for a divination, positioning himself at the back of the longest queue. The individuals ahead moved at a tortoise's pace, prompting Jiang Xin to shake her head. "Fifth senior brother, aren't you the young master of Cultivation Lai? With you here, why must we still queue?" Lin Yin belatedly recalled this fact and looked at Chu Linfeng in confusion. Chu Linfeng's face flushed, and he stammered, "I left home." His previous entry into the Tian Shui Sect was indeed due to running away from home. Now, recalling this, he felt anger rise within him. "My grandmother deceived me. She is perfectly healthy and could take on 5 of me. I have severed all ties with the Chu family. I will never use any privileges from the Chu family outside." Lin Yin understood, letting out a wistful sigh, and continued to wait patiently in line. As Chu Linfeng noted there were only 3 people left ahead, a sudden quarrel erupted between the first 2. The third person, standing behind them, attempted to mediate but ended up joining the dispute. The 3 occupied the ticket counter, preventing anyone from purchasing tickets. The ticket attendant, in the Qi refining stage, was too intimidated by these Jindan cultivators to speak up. Chu Linfeng covered Jiang Xion's ears, contemplating intervening to subdue the trio, yet hesitated for fear of startling his young junior sister. In this moment of indecision, Lin Yan's line unexpectedly surged ahead of him. However, as Lin Yin reached the front, the attendant unceremoniously displayed a closed sign. He had gone for a lunch break. Workers have their rights, and no one can impede their departure from work. A new window opened nearby, prompting the remaining crowd to rush over, quickly forming a new line. Lin Yin faced a bewildering situation for the first time, feeling a sense of disorientation. Had he truly miscalculated? Prior to his fasting, he had never erred in his calculations when dining at the sect cafeteria. The The psychological dissonance was overwhelming, and as he slowly approached the new line, he found himself again at the back. Chu Linfeng could not help but chuckle. Second senior brother, weren't you the one who could predict everything? How did you get this wrong? Because second senior brother calculated which line was the fastest. And indeed it proved to be so. But human calculations cannot rival divine will. Who could have foreseen that when it was time for second senior brother, the attendant would conveniently be on break? Next time you divine, you ought to also inquire whether you'll be able to purchase a ticket. Lin Yin, enlightened, hastily took out his turtle shell to divine for himself, confirming he would indeed secure a ticket in this new line. Just a bit more waiting time. However, it was Chu Linfeng who first obtained a ticket. As Jiang Xin grew impatient, she released a trace of spiritual energy, attracting the attention of a Yuan Ing cultivator stationed in the upper levels of the Kusi Yuan Lai Trading Company. The Yuan Ing Jinjuan swiftly appeared, failing to locate the fleeting, menacing energy, and without hesitation, took the three quarrelers away before directly addressing Chu Linfeng. The delight of avoiding the queue made Lin Yin forget about his apparent miscalculation. The cultivators present, lacking in significant cultivation levels, dare not breathe as the Yuan Ing Jinjuan manifested. Having grown accustomed to Yuan Ing cultivators in the sect, Chu Linfeng was unfazed as he cheerfully approached the counter. 2 tickets to Qiwaijing in a suite, the sooner the better. The fastest ship was scheduled to depart in an hour. May I ask if that is possible? The startled ticket attendant forced a broad smile. Certainly. With one hand holding Jiang Xin, Chu Linfeng adeptly retrieved his pouch of spirit stones. Since Jiang Xin was still young, she did not require a separate ticket and could accompany them in the suite. The attendant, unfamiliar with Chu Linfeng, inquired enthusiastically, "Would you like to purchase insurance?" Many cultivators traveling with children opt for our insurance. He discreetly glanced at Jiang Xin. This insurance, offered by the Kusi Yuan Lai Trading Company, varies in price based on the safety of different routes. The cheapest option starts at 10 low-grade spirit stones per person, while the most expensive can reach 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. In the event of an incident aboard the spirit ship, insured cultivators can claim compensation based on their purchased insurance. The minimum payout is 20 low-grade spirit stones, while the maximum can be 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The more one invests, the higher the potential compensation. The route from Yunming City to Qiwaijing is relatively safe, and the insurance sold by Kusi Yuan Lai is generally a sure bet. Though Jiang Xin lacked a ticket, she was eligible to purchase insurance as a passenger. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, Chu Linfeng, without a second thought, declared 3 of the most expensive policies, please. However, as he reached into his pouch, feeling its emptiness, a jolt of anxiety struck him. He had given all his savings to his junior sister. He was out of money. Typically, when the brothers traveled, the senior brother managed the finances and covered the expenses, with the remaining spirit stones being evenly divided afterward. On this occasion, as was customary, Lin Yin had retained the spirit stones given by Qi Lanqing. Chu Linfeng silently regretted his hasty decision to leave home without clearing out his father's little treasury, while pondering that if no mishaps occurred during the journey, foregoing insurance might not be a pressing concern. This notion was completed amidst the crisp sound of copper coins striking tortoise shell, while Chu Linfeng simultaneously heard the voices of Jiang Xin and Lin Yin discussing the acquisition of the most expensive insurance. We are about to strike it rich. Chu Linfeng pondered, was his family going to compensate him? A joyous event indeed. Lin Yin paid 30,000 top-grade spirit stones for the insurance, receiving the corresponding receipt from the attendant. Chu Linfeng, elated, calculated the compensation of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones that would soon be credited to him. Though the funds had yet to arrive, he had already devised plans on how to spend it. Noticing Jiang Xin, Lin Yin handed her the receipt and began to scan the surroundings. 5th junior brother, where is the manager responsible for the spirit boat as protection? Should be upstairs. What do you need him for? Chu Linfeng inquired, perplexed. Lin Yin ascended the stairs, stating, since it has been calculated that the spirit boat is in danger, they should be informed to enhance its defenses. The compensation for risks associated with the spirit boat does not depend on passenger injuries, but rather is activated when the vessel encounters impacts beyond normal thresholds. This condition for compensation, though seemingly broad, is quite difficult to meet. The spirit road from Yunming City to Qiyujing has been in operation for many years, with dangers along the route already eradicated. Even the first-stage nascent soul beasts are absent. Should the spirit boat encounter an attack of that magnitude, it would be deemed an extraordinary impact, thus qualifying for compensation. Therefore, the conditions for claiming insurance do not contradict the necessity to alert the spirit boat to bolster its defenses. On the third floor, Lin Yin found a room marked with the sign of the spirit boat hall and knocked before entering, where several managers were engaged in discussion. Upon his arrival, one of them frowned momentarily before quickly adopting a smile. Apologies, this area is not open to the public. What does the guest seek? I merely wish to inform you that the spirit boat departing for Qiyujing in 1 hour will face an unconventional attack. I hope the merchant will enhance its protection, Lin Yin stated. The managers exchanged glances. A manager dressed in green, seemingly the leader, scrutinized Lin Yin and asked, "How does the guest know of this?" "I calculated it," Lin Yin replied, sensing their skepticism. "I am a diviner. Diviners in the cultivation world are often regarded with extreme opinions. Renowned diviners are treated with utmost respect, as people hope to receive their insights. Conversely, obscure diviners are often dismissed as frauds, and their predictions are rarely believed. Many cultivators have been deceived by such diviners when they first embarked on their path of cultivation. Lin Yin's predictions have always been accurate. Yet being young and primarily active within the Tian Shui Sect, his name remains unknown outside. The green-clad manager scrutinized him for a moment and noticed Jiang Xin playing with the boat ticket and insurance receipt, leading him to speculate. Perhaps these three had purchased tickets and insurance, intending to manipulate the situation to compel the managers to enhance their defenses. Once they reached Qiyujing, they could claim that the enhanced protection had deterred any attacks from beasts or bandits, thus inciting other passengers who had also purchased insurance to demand compensation. Some might even claim credit for the spirit boat's safe arrival, believing that it was their warning that averted disaster, seeking a reward from the merchant. The guest-laden merchant had encountered such situations numerous times. Even more audacious individuals have gone so far as to hire attackers to stage an assault on the spirit boat. Seeing Lin Yin and his companions were young and accompanied by a newborn, the manager advised earnestly, "You both are young yet have already formed your cores. Your futures are limitless. Do not engage in such dubious practices." Chulin Feng detected the underlying implication and retorted, "My senior brother speaks nothing but the truth. His divination is remarkably accurate." A manager adorned with an emerald ring chuckled, "In fact, I noticed you upon entry. Did you not cast a divination for yourself before lining up to purchase tickets?" Lin Yin nodded. The ringed manager continued, "You could not even determine which queue to join for your ticket. How can you claim your divination skills are precise?" Lin Yin's face flushed crimson. Chulin Feng defended him. "That was an accident. My second senior brother didn't tear. It was merely—" The green-clad manager raised a hand to interrupt. Speaking politely, yet with an unmistakable firmness, "Considering your youth, I shall not hold this against you. Please, conduct yourselves with dignity. Should you persist, do not blame us for turning you over to the authorities. In this era of lawful cultivation, even if you do not consider yourselves, you should think of this little one." Chulin Feng, feeling indignant and wishing to protest further, was interrupted by Jiang Xin's indignant voice. "If they refuse to listen to us, then we shall purchase the most expensive insurance for everyone else on this spirit boat. Let them suffer the consequences." Chulin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, let them face the repercussions. Since you do not believe us, I shall buy the most expensive insurance for all aboard this spirit boat." Lin Yin stared at him in disbelief, his gaze shifting to Jiang Xin. She too appeared surprised, gleefully boasting within Chulin Feng's embrace. "Is fifth senior brother this clever? To think of such a cunning plan as I did. We truly are siblings." The little junior sister's praise filled Chulin Feng with pride. Observing his elevated chin and puffed chest, Lin Yin was struck by an absurd thought. Could the fifth junior brother also hear the thoughts of the little junior sister? It was well known that the spirit road from Yunming City to Qiyujing was safe, and thus few cultivators purchased insurance for this journey. Now that a substantial profit was within reach, the manager naturally felt pleased. "The door to business opens to the south. If you wish to purchase, you may. However, do you possess such a sum of spirit stones?" The most expensive insurance costs 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per policy, and a large spirit boat can accommodate 6,000 passengers. To ensure every passenger with the most expensive policy would total 60 million top-grade spirit stones. Such an amount was inconsequential to the former Chulin Feng. He glanced helplessly at Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin tilted her head at him. Fifth senior brother, just pay. A mere 60 million spirit stones is nothing. We could earn 180 million. After deducting costs, that leaves us with 120 million. A substantial profit. Chulin Feng felt tempted, instinctively reaching for his pouch of spirit stones, only to find it utterly empty, extinguishing his earlier enthusiasm. He cast a pitiful glance at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked equally troubled. I do not possess such a sum either. Jiang Xin, suddenly realizing her two senior brothers were somewhat impoverished, sighed. Poor brothers. They cannot even muster this amount of spirit stones. If only my little treasury were still intact. Though Jiang Xin's memories of her previous life were hazy, spirit stones held a unique significance. Even if she forgot her own name, she could never forget where she concealed her spirit stones. Chulin Feng and Lin Yan exchanged glances, each harboring a profound sense of regret. Simultaneously, they were astonished to realize that they could also hear Jiang Xin's thoughts, deepening their disappointment. The little junior sister could not yet speak, and even if they could hear her thoughts, they could not directly spend her spirit stones. Lin Yan was about to convey a message to Chulin Feng, advising him not to reveal this matter in front of the little junior sister, when suddenly they heard Jiang Xin sighing with even greater regret than their own. Senior brothers may borrow from my mother. She has confiscated my father's small treasury, so there is money to be had. Unfortunately, they cannot hear my voice, and thus they are doomed to miss this fortune. The prospect of missing out on the readily available spirit stones pains Jiang Xin more than the thought of losing money. The stewards, taken aback, assumed he was about to strike and promptly assumed defensive postures. However, Chulin Feng did not even spare them a glance. He soared out of the window on his sword, heading straight for Tian Shui Sect to borrow spirit stones. He was determined to make a fortune. In the face of the steward's bewilderment, Lin Yan remarked, My junior brother is securing spirit stones. I hope you will wait a moment. His excessive confidence stirred doubt in the heart of the steward in green attire. Could something truly go awry? He signaled to another to invite Lin Yan to a side hall for a brief respite, while discreetly consulting the Yuanying stage cultivator responsible for the ship as security regarding the situation. The Yuanying cultivator was unconcerned. I just traveled here from Qiyujing this morning. There was not a hint of trouble along the way. The ruler of Qiyue is about to host a full moon banquet for the young princess, and many high-tier cultivators are en route to Qiyujing. Even if someone were to attempt a robbery, this would not be the time. The steward shared this sentiment, yet felt an inexplicable unease. If they truly brought such a large sum of spirit stones, would the insurance be sold to them? The Yuanying cultivator smiled. Of course we would sell. Why refuse spirit stones that come knocking at our door? However, I do worry they might stage a robbery themselves. Please invite another true monarch to assist me in safeguarding the ship. In this mature commercial endeavor, it is rare for anyone to attempt robbery, especially not a Huashan stage cultivator. 2 Yuanying stage cultivators are more than sufficient for protection. Lin Yan anxiously awaited in the lounge with Jiang Xin. He slammed the bulging spirit stone pouch onto the table with great flourish. Let us purchase insurance. The steward scanned the pouch with his divine sense and discovered it indeed contained 60 million high-grade spirit stones, causing his heart to race. Where did you acquire such wealth? Naturally, it was borrowed from my master. After Qi Lanxing clarified the situation, she handed over the spirit stones without hesitation. To prevent Jiang Xin from realizing she could hear her thoughts, Chulin Feng vaguely stated, You need not concern yourself. The source of the spirit stones is entirely legitimate. Now, please expedite the paperwork. Do not hinder my ability to earn spirit stones. The 2 stewards exchanged glances, retrieving contract-bound papers to begin filling out the necessary information. This would not affect the actual claim, which was of no concern to Chulin Feng. The process was completed swiftly, and he eagerly handed the receipt to Jiang Xin. Little junior sister, we are about to strike it rich. Jiang Xin notet vipiten. Beaming with joy as she waved the insurance receipt in her hand. In the end, fearing the loss of the document, She tugged at Lin Yin's sleeve and solemnly entrusted him with it, signaling him to keep it safe. This was the first time the steward had encountered such a well-behaved and understanding child, prompting his curiosity. You two are quite young. Why has your sect entrusted the newly born junior sister to your care? We are taking the little junior sister to Qiyujing for some fun, Chu Linfeng replied without hesitation. Allowing a few children to travel alone is rather bold of your sect's elders, the steward mused, eager to ascertain which elder was so daring. May I ask which sect you belong to? Lin Yin, Tian Shui Sect. Steward. This is a disaster. The compensation is guaranteed. If the proprietor learns he is the one handling this matter, he will not escape unscathed. The steward, flustered, seized Chu Linfeng, who was about to board the ship. Fellow Taoist, please hold. I was previously blind to the gravity of the situation. Let us discuss this. Would you consider returning the insurance to me? Chu Linfeng found this unacceptable. We have already settled the terms. How can you backtrack now? The steward was sweating coldly. You two are disciples of Tian Shui Sect. I know their capabilities well. It is impossible for you to miscalculate or deceive. If you say this ship will face an attack, it will undoubtedly face one. My insurance of over 100 million is as good as lost. You two have taken such a substantial sum of spirit stones and will happily depart, while the proprietor will surely hold me accountable. Chu Linfeng maintained his confidence. Do not fret. We can easily afford this amount of spirit stones. To be honest, on average, less than 30% of the 6,000 passengers on this vessel to Qiyujing purchase insurance. With such a loss, how can I explain this to the proprietor? Jiang Xin's thoughts echoed. How unfortunate. Yet the one receiving the money is your young master. Your proprietor will surely be elated to know his son is so adept at acquiring spirit stones. Hearing Jiang Xin's thoughts, Chu Linfeng could envision his father's furious expression. He had set out from home with a considerable amount of spirit stones, which he had yet to spend. This was an excellent opportunity to earn face in front of his father. Chu Linfeng grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Tell your proprietor that I am Chu Linfeng. It would not matter if you called yourself Chu Outyin. The steward diplomatically remarked. Just because you share the same surname does not mean it will soothe your proprietor's anger. Lin Yin interjected. He is your young master. Chu Linfeng added. I have already run away from home. Steward. The money from the proprietor now rests in the young master's pocket, which seems indifferent to this humble worker. You two are engaged in a rather novel form of asset transfer. Am I merely a cog in your scheme? Or are you attempting to evade taxes? I am tempted to report this. The steward's mind swirled with various thoughts until Lin Yin and the others boarded the ship and departed, leaving him in a daze. Chu Linfeng had reserved a small luxury cabin for two. The cabin featured 2 private rooms for resting and a living area with a terrace in between. Jiang Xin drank a jug of long goat milk and fell asleep shortly after boarding. Chu Linfeng realized he had yet to explain the source of the funds to Lin Yin. Upon hearing Lin Yin's inquiry, he knew his suspicions were correct. Second senior brother, I heard from little junior sister. Can you also hear her thoughts? Our little junior sister possesses a remarkable ability. We must keep this matter to ourselves, lest it endanger her. I understand. I dare not let little junior sister know either. Chu Linfeng craned his neck to observe Jiang Xin, increasingly fascinated by her extraordinary idea. How could she conceive such a clever scheme? His family had always called him a spendthrift, and now they would be infuriated by the loss of so many spirit stones, especially since the compensation would be directed toward him. The more he pondered, the happier he became. Noticing Lin Yin preparing to consult the divination with copper coins and turtle shells, he curiously inquired, Second senior brother, what are you divining? Lin Yin replied with utmost seriousness, I am determining whether we need to pay personal income tax on this compensation. Chu Linfeng, isn't it sufficient to check the legal provisions? Lin Yin, the divination is quicker. As Chu Linfeng searched within the Shumi ring for which country's laws applied to this compensation, he fell silent, reluctantly admitting that second senior brother had a point. The world of cultivation is indeed filled with wonders. The enormous spirit vessel could accommodate 6,000 individuals. Standing beside it, one could hardly grasp its entirety, feeling acutely their own insignificance. With a long blast of a steam whistle, the spirit vessel unfurled its sails and slowly set forth, soaring into the sky. Within the vessel, Special formations ensured that passengers maintained their balance, walking as if on solid ground, unaffected by the vessel's movements when it started or docked. From Yunming City to Qiyue Dynasty, the spirit vessel requires a full day and night of travel. Both Lin Yin and Jiang Xin had forewarned that this particular spirit vessel would encounter trouble, and Chu Linfeng, sword in tow and carrying his junior sister, eagerly awaited the journey. He took Jiang Xin on a tour of the ship, and while passing the deck, he noticed numerous notices affixed to the walls. Some conveyed the latest developments from various dynasties and sects, while others were bounty notices. Jiang Xin's eyes widened at the sight of the walls plastered with bounty notices, and she could not resist the urge to examine them closely, flailing her little hands in excitement. She exclaimed her desire to see the bounties, and Chu Linfeng, pondering the nature of the rogues listed, found little of interest in them. Despite his confusion, he ambled casually to the wall covered in bounty notices, feigning a casual glance. Jiang Xin, nestled in his arms, was wide-eyed and focused, determined to memorize every detail presented on the bounties. To her, these were not mere bounty notices, but rather her portable treasure trove. She contemplated, when I run out of money, I will randomly select one unfortunate soul and turn them in for the reward. Her eyes gleamed at the sight of a bounty offering a mere inferior spirit stone, dismissing it as a paltry sum. She marveled at one individual who had posted a bounty on themselves, merely to appear cool among their peers. The world of cultivation is truly filled with curiosities, she thought. She resolved that since they were there, they might as well capture something. Even the smallest morsel is still a morsel. An inferior spirit stone is still a spirit stone. Her excitement peaked upon discovering a bounty for a person valued at 100,000 superior spirit stones. I want to capture this one. He will be my first target. Chu Linfeng followed Jiang Xin's gaze, realizing that the individual wanted for stealing precious spiritual plants from Xinglin Valley was a cultivator at the refining void stage. Jiang Xin's aspirations were quite lofty. However, gazing at the wall of bounties stirred something within Chu Linfeng as well. For the first time, the young master, raised with a silver spoon, felt the pangs of poverty and resolved to earn money diligently from that day forward. The brother and sister stood before the bounty wall, reciting and memorizing every notice in its entirety until darkness enveloped the sky. As they awaited the anticipated ambush, Chu Linfeng grew impatient and urged, "Second brother, can you divine when the attack will occur and its level of severity?" Lin Yin, intently polishing his tortoise shell, with long eyelashes fluttering slightly, replied cryptically, "The divination cannot reveal all." Jiang Xin, bored, blew bubbles in Chu Linfeng's arms and chirped, "Second brother just attempted a divination, but nothing came of it." Chu Linfeng could not help but chuckle at the situation. Lin Yin paused his polishing, quickly returning to normal as if he had heard nothing. Before casting the divination, he had anticipated that he would not be able to derive a specific outcome. Thus, he cast the divination to test the accuracy of his intuition, which proved to be correct. Their reserved compartment offered a splendid view, allowing them to observe the spirit vessel weaving through the thick sea of clouds. Gazing at the distant billowing formations, these clouds are not mere fluff, but rather heavy like ocean waves, necessitating specific runes or artifacts to carve a path through them for the vessels to pass. Within the clouds lurked cloud beasts, creatures of the cloud sea capable of unleashing natural disasters and periodically attacking any intruders. The cloud sea varied in density, sometimes thin and at other times so thick that it blanketed the ground, enveloping all structures and forests beneath. During such times, the hidden cloud beasts would fervently assault cultivators and beasts below, with no means of evasion. The various sects of the cultivation world had collaborated to carve out numerous routes within the cloud sea. These established paths, frequently traversed, had thinner clouds at both ends, reducing the expenditure of runes and artifacts needed for passage. Additionally, due to regular traffic, the cloud beasts in these areas were fewer, rendering it a relatively safe route. The spirit vessel was shrouded in a barrier that both protected against cloud beast attacks and shielded the cultivators within from external gales. Suddenly, Chu Linfeng noticed the barrier of the spirit vessel parting, and a cultivator at the transformation stage gracefully entered. "Is it happening?" he thought, gripping his sword and eyeing the newcomer warily. Jiang Xin yawned, finding her fifth brother's caution amusing. That must be the steward from Ku Si Yun Lai Trading Company. Their insignia is on his attire. Chu Linfeng sighed in disappointment, pondering why earning spirit stones had to be so arduous. The newly arrived transformation stage cultivator was conversing with two foundation establishment stage cultivators responsible for managing the vessel, and Jiang Xin felt a spark of inspiration. I think second brother should perform a divination to predict the timing of the attack. Soon he emerged, suppressing the corners of his mouth that threatened to lift in a smile, and conveyed telepathically to Chu Linfeng, the attack will arrive in approximately 3 hours. Chu Linfeng's eyes sparkled, and he could not help but rub his hands together in excitement. The little coins are coming. The transformation stage cultivator who boarded the spirit vessel mid-journey was indeed the steward from Ku Si Yun Lai Trading Company, responsible for the operations in Yunming City, known as Xianjiu. After careful consideration, the steward in green reported this matter truthfully while handling the insurance arrangements for Chu Linfeng. Observing Chu Linfeng's eager demeanor, he worried that the two foundation establishment stage cultivators alone would be insufficient to handle the impending attack. To ensure passenger safety, the steward requested an additional transformation stage cultivator from the company to accompany them, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Although such requests were typically cumbersome, the steward cleverly mentioned Chu Linfeng right from the start of the application. The wayward young master was still a young master, after all. Without hesitation, Xianjiu approved the steward's request and personally boarded the spirit vessel to escort them. Due to a slight delay in processing, by the time Xianjiu learned of the situation, the spirit vessel had already departed, and he had to hastily catch up using acceleration talismans. Although his pursuit appeared somewhat disheveled, he believed his landing would be quite impressive, despite the distance between Yunming City and the Chu family being considerable. And despite a flourishing business, Xianjiu had few opportunities to interact with the main branch of the Chu family. Now, then opportunity had presented itself. He was determined to make a good impression in front of the young master. Upon boarding the spirit vessel, he expanded his spiritual awareness, vigilantly monitoring the changes in the surrounding clouds, ready to apprehend any adversaries at the first sign of danger. If he could eliminate the threat before it materialized, the young master would remain blissfully unaware of any danger, and a hefty compensation of 180 million spirit stones would be averted. By saving the company such a substantial sum, he would undoubtedly receive accolades and perhaps even resources to advance to the refining void stage. Oblivious to being seen as a mere pawn by his own associates, Chu Linfeng enjoyed a delightful nap with Jiang Xin, awakening just in time before the impending attack. Lin Yin activated the protective array, enveloping the three of them within. He knew that Kasi and Lai would enhance their defenses, but he simply wished to add another layer of protection. This was an instinctive response from a diviner whose talents were often underestimated. Jiang Xin, in his embrace, waved her hands in excitement as she counted down, her enthusiasm mounting with each number. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a resounding clang, spirit stones make their grand entrance. As the little one cheered, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air as the spirit vessel was struck with great force. 021, I am your canine Daojun. A breach appeared in the barrier surrounding the Lingzhou, and a figure swiftly infiltrated, standing upon the deck. This individual was a cultivator at the transformation stage, clad in black garments and donning a black hood. The immense pressure emanating from his transformation stage presence bore down upon the crowd like an invisible mountain, rendering them breathless. Who dares to assault my Keisai Yunlai trading firm's Lingzhou? Xianjiu bellowed, descending from the heavens with an air of authority. Xianjiu, I am here for you. The assailant retorted furiously and launched an attack. A blazing fireball erupted before him, hurtling towards Xianjiu at remarkable speed. Startled, Xianjiu hurriedly defended himself. Recognizing the voice's owner, Shan Hongxiao, what brings you here? You steal my wife and expect me not to confront you? Shan Hongxiao, consumed by rage, unleashed a colossal fireball that transformed into countless fiery arrows, rapidly targeting Xianjiu. The flaming arrows were unstoppable, igniting the Lingzhou's deck upon contact, setting it ablaze. Although the flames were a vibrant orange, for some reason, Jiang Xin perceived them as tinged with green. The remaining managers and staff of Keisai Yunlai swiftly organized the guests' evacuation to the Lingzhou's safety cabin. Only Chu Linfeng and his companions avoided the crowd, stealthily observing the battle from a distance. They possessed secret treasures gifted by Qi Lanqing, rendering them impervious to damage from the transformation stage combat. Xianzhou Xianjun utilized the great teleportation technique, switching positions just as Shan Hongxiao's spell was about to strike him. The arrows that had been aimed at him now targeted Shan Hongxiao instead. Shan Hongxiao's expression shifted, and he transformed into a fireball, merging with the flaming arrows. Subsequently, the fireball surged towards Xianzhou Xianjun. Even the reinforced deck could not withstand the onslaught of two transformation stage cultivators. Their combat techniques battered the deck, which soon splintered, revealing various formations operating within. Another attack shattered the formations. These formations were designed to help maintain balance for passengers aboard the Lingzhou, and their destruction caused everyone to stumble and sway due to the impact on the Lingzhou. Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin used their spiritual energy to secure themselves to the Lingzhou, preventing them from being thrown off balance. Xianzhou Xianjun felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If this continued, the entire Lingzhou would be destroyed, even if he could escape unharmed due to his transformation stage cultivation. The other passengers would meet a grim fate. Should a multitude of lives be lost, the authorities and trading firm would undoubtedly pursue the matter. If they connected this attack to him, even if the authorities spared him, the families of the deceased passengers would not. No matter what, he had to deflect blame. Xianzhou Xianjun shouted, "Shan Hongxiao, cease your nonsense. How can I possibly engage in such acts? I have the recording stone I placed in my quarters. You dare to argue?" Shan Hongxiao's fury intensified, and the fireball he had transformed into swelled to the size of a small mountain, spanning the entire Lingzhou. Realizing he could no longer feign innocence, Xianzhou Xianjun shifted his approach. "This Lingzhou is the property of Keisai Yunlai. Seek your vengeance upon me, but spare the innocent. What does Keisai Yunlai matter? If you and everyone aboard this Lingzhou perish today, no one will know it was I who did it." As he spoke, Shan Hongxiao even chuckled. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, with the Lingzhou's protective formations sustaining damage, and the formation master's repair efforts lagging far behind his destruction. Multiple formations that sustained the Lingzhou's flight were compromised, causing the entire vessel to slowly descend into the sea of clouds. "Second senior brother, watch over junior sister. I will return shortly." Chu Linfeng produced a talisman resembling gold foil, activating the defensive artifact before rushing to intervene in the conflict. Jiang Xin recognized it as the Zhen Tian talisman, capable of sending a transformation stage cultivator to their demise with a single use. Wouldn't he using it now be a waste? The infant emitted anxious sounds in Lin Yan's embrace. "Do not go, fifth senior brother. The Zhen Tian talisman against Shan Hongxiao would be like Qin Shi Huang's Hu Hai winning. It would be a loss. A living Shan Hongxiao is worth 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. If we capture him, we can claim the bounty." Chu Linfeng hesitated mid-motion. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones could provide him with several delightful meals. However, the Zhen Tian talisman's power was too immense. The moment it was unleashed, it would result in death. Even if he missed slightly and merely injured Shan Hongxiao, Chu Linfeng would not dare to keep him nearby. A half-destroyed transformation stage cultivator still posed a significant threat. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great, and Shan Hongxiao could retaliate at any moment. Observing the troubled expressions on Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin, Jiang Xin belatedly realized that they were only at the Golden Core stage, making it quite challenging for them to capture Shan Hongxiao. "You go, Shogo." Jiang Xin released the fortunate canine hidden within her palm. Shogo looked bewildered, ears drooping, shrinking back, persistently trying to retreat. They could not defeat Shan Hongxiao, could it? It was merely at the nascent soul stage. From now on, you are a great dog at the refining void stage. There are no difficult tasks, only brave dogs. Go forth, win speed dog. Jiang Xin gave Shogo a pat from behind. Shogo curled up tightly, vehemently resisting, unwilling to advance. However, its body involuntarily shot forward. Simultaneously, it sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the spot where Jiang Xin had just patted it. It felt invigorated. "Ha, weak human race. The power of the refining void stage surged from it, permeating every corner of the Lingzhou. Chu Lin Feng and Lin Yin felt the wave of energy wash over them, instinctively shuddering within. Subsequently, the image of Xiao Gou's previously cowering and feeble form floated into the minds of the brothers, and they simultaneously recalled the phrased dogs relying on human power. The two battling transformation stage cultivators halted in shock, gazing incredulously at the shadow that had inexplicably appeared. Xiao Gou hovered in the air, looking down upon them with a fierce grin, letting out a resonant bark. Woof! Seeing Shan Hongxiao equally astonished, Xian Jiu Xianjun felt a surge of joy. May I inquire which Daojun has come to assist? Xiao Gou woof. I'm her canine Daojun. Typically, demon beasts can speak human language by the nascent soul stage, and, at the transformation stage, they can assume human form, rarely facing communication difficulties. However, facing this Daojun of the refining void stage, who could only bark, Xianjiu Xianjun felt uncertain. Shan Hongxiao, realizing that this entity was not Xianjiu Xianjun's ally, felt reassured. He clasped his hands together, respectfully addressing Xiao Gou. Daojun, please forgive me. I have a personal vendetta with this fellow. Once resolved, I shall take my leave. If I am disturbing you, we can relocate. The bounty was slipping away, and Jiang Xin grew anxious. Do not let them leave. Xiao Gou, capture Shan Hongxiao. Xiao Gou could not hear her thoughts, only wishing to showcase its refining void stage prowess. Seeing Shan Hongxiao attempt to flee, it swatted him down with a paw. Did this dog lord permit your departure? Lie down and submit. 022 These 80,000 high-grade spirit stones may be a fortune earned, but never spent alive. Hooray! Xiao Gou is the best. 80,000 spirit stones. 80,000 spirit stones. Jiang Xin was overjoyed, dancing with excitement, wishing to leap from Lin Yan's embrace. Her plump little body wriggled with excitement, reminiscent of a pot of boiling water. Lin Yan found it difficult to hold her steady and had to softly remind her, "Little junior sister, be careful, do not fall." Only then did Jiang Xin recall the frailty of her second senior brother, striving to suppress her enthusiasm, obediently lying in his embrace without fidgeting, her inner voice transforming into a soft, delicate whisper. Second senior brother, we are about to strike it rich. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, her excitement resurfaced, but recalling Lin Yan's admonition, she stifled it again, her obsidian-like eyes darting playfully as she covered her mouth. Chuckling quietly, Lin Yan could not help but smile, secretly marveling at the prowess of his little junior sister, who had managed to elevate the cultivation level of that Yuanying stage monster to the Lianshu stage in an instant. He wondered how she accomplished such a feat. Chu Linfeng, feeling a twinge of envy, seemed to be conversing with Lin Yan, yet his words were intended for Jiang Xin's ears. Second senior brother, I too wish to ascend to the Lianshu stage while lying down. Jiang Xin, oblivious to Chu Linfeng's furtive glances, tilted her head, pondering seriously. Does fifth senior brother wish to be my cultivation dog as well? That one T do. I cannot manage two foolish cultivation dogs alone. Chu Linfeng. Lin Yan stifled a laugh and transmitted a message to him. Fifth junior brother, the cultivation level of this little cultivation dog at the Lianshu stage is likely temporary. It is far more stable to cultivate diligently on one's own. Do not seek shortcuts. Chu Linfeng understood the reasoning, but could not suppress his envy. Dreams must exist. After all, what if they came true? Meanwhile, witnessing Shan Hongxiao pinned beneath the paw of a dog, Xianjiu Xianjun was so delighted that he nearly applauded, exclaiming, "The Taoist Lord is wise. Such treachery is unforgivable. I beseech the Taoist Lord to execute this scoundrel on behalf of heaven. The merchants of Kusi Yun Lai will offer generous rewards." Wow, they're going to kill him to silence him. Cultivation dog, quickly take him down as well. To some extent, the cultivation dog and Jiang Xin shared a telepathic bond. Although it could not hear Jiang Xin's thoughts, it found Xianjiu Xianjun's noise bothersome and lifted a paw to slap him down to the ground. Shan Hongxiao, having just emerged from the debris on the deck, erupted in sharp laughter. Ha ha ha, serves you right. The cultivation dog wagged its tail with pride, its head held high with an air of triumph. Second senior brother, let's bind them. We cannot let the spirit stones slip away. Jiang Xin flapped her arms, eager to join, emitting cooing sounds. The two yuanying stage cultivators responsible for stabilizing the ship hid nearby, and upon hearing the infant's cries, they immediately recalled the babysitting Chu Linfeng and hurriedly followed the sounds. Having seen Chu Linfeng's portrait, they recognized him amidst the ruins and rushed over. "Young master, why are you still here? It is dangerous." "I know. I am waiting for the bounty." Chu Linfeng pointed towards Shan Hongxiao, who lay face down on the deck, firmly held down by the cultivation dog. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of what delicacies he would indulge in once the bounty was claimed. Having grown tired of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, he longed for a taste of home-cooked dishes. The two yuanying stage cultivators, realizing Shan Hongxiao was under a bounty, admired Chu Linfeng's ambition. "Do you have the strength to subdue him?" Chu Linfeng suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly instructed them. "Quickly dock the spirit vessel at the nearest city. Transfer the passengers, and let me claim Shan Hongxiao's bounty." However, the spirit vessel could no longer navigate, its descent only stabilized with great difficulty by the array master. Moreover, they had strayed from the original cloud path and were now lost in the sea of clouds, utterly unaware of their location. The yuanying cultivators gazed anxiously at the thick, white cloud sea surrounding them. This cloud sea could, to some extent, obstruct divine senses and disrupt the perceptions of cultivators. Even a Lianshu Taoist would find it challenging to ascertain the correct path here, should they be discovered by the cloud beasts lurking in the cloud sea. Their spirit vessel would not withstand for long. Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin exchanged glances, instinctively lowering their heads to look at Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was blissfully preoccupied with her 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, happily singing. "I found 80,000 coins on the spirit vessel," handed him to the uncle constable. He nodded his head at me, and I cheerfully said, "I will come again next time." "La la la la. Little junior sister, stop singing. We may earn those 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, but have no life to spend them." Jiang Xin, lost in her joy, closed her eyes and swayed her head. Immersed in her own world, unable to rely on her, Lin Yin entrusted Jiang Xin to Chu Linfeng. "Do not panic. Allow me to divine." He took out copper coins and tortoise shells, casting lots and interpreting them in one fluid motion, the last flicker of hope extinguished. His expression turning solemn. "A multitude of cloud beasts is about to descend." His words seemed to seal their fate. A bolt of lightning struck the barrier of the spirit vessel, sending ripples through the protective bubble that encased it. Raindrops fell with a crackle. The once tranquil cloud sea darkening to an inky hue, unleashing a torrential downpour. Lightning streaked across the sky like a fine spider's web, covering the entire cloud sea. In that moment, as the cloud sea was illuminated, countless menacing cloud beasts emerged from within, resembling malevolent spirits poised to pounce upon the barrier of the spirit vessel, ravenously eyeing the cultivators aboard. Chu Linfeng shuddered violently, swiftly drawing his sword to shield Lin Yin and Jiang Xin. The two yuanying stage cultivators, having stabilized the ship for years, were now experiencing their first encounter with such a situation, their scalps prickling with fear. They quickly surveyed the cloud beasts that had revealed themselves, growing increasingly alarmed. Excluding the foundation-building cloud beasts, there were 23 at the Jindan stage, 5 at the yuanying stage, and 3 at the Huashan stage. Suddenly, the dark cloud sea split open, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. A grotesque, fearsome cloud beast emerged, causing the two yuanying stage cultivators to scream. Lianshu stage. This cloud beast was colossal, nearly the size of the spirit vessel itself. It possessed 7 legs, each distinct, some resembling wolf paws, others akin to 5-clawed dragon talons, some like the sharp talons of an eagle, and others resembling human hands. It shook its body, and with a mere stretch, the released spiritual energy shattered the vessel's barrier. In an instant, all the cloud beasts pressed against the barrier surged inside. "Engage!" Chu Linfeng shouted fiercely, the first to charge forth with his sword. The young man's sword danced like a dragon, facing the Jindan stage cloud beasts without losing ground, fiercely protecting his senior brother and sister behind him. Jiang Xin, still lost in her own world, remained unperturbed by the disturbance, joyfully petting the cultivation dog's head, her mind already shifting to a new tune, cheerfully humming. Ho. I wish you prosperity. I wish you brilliance. Listening to her off-key singing, the cultivation dog became flustered, its legs trembling. I must be the happiest little one in the world. Woof, woof, woof. The cultivation dog barked anxiously, nudging Jiang Xian's hand with its head. Lin Yin sensed the urgency. Little junior sister, the cultivation dog, is scared. What is there to fear? One ugly creature. Jiang Xian was taken aback by the Lianshu stage cloud beast, her eyes widening as she scrutinized it. What is this? Why does it look so bizarre? One ultimate patchwork monster. It lacks any distinctive features. She was observing the Lianshu period cloud beast, and the cloud beast was gazing back at her. Suddenly, the beast opened its gaping maw, filled with terrifying storms and lightning, charging towards Jiang Xian. The pet, terrified, buried its head in Jiang Xian's embrace, resembling a dog-like ostrich. How could it be frightened by its own companion? Shouldn't one consider the master when intimidating a dog? Jiang Xian, exasperated, bared her teeth and delivered a resounding dragon-like roar towards the Lianshu period cloud beast. Woof! Lin Yin, who was frantically stacking defensive formations, was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was the first utterance from his junior sister. If master and mistress were to find out, they would surely tear this Lianshu period cloud beast apart. However, in this moment, it appeared that they might be the ones to be torn apart by the beast first. Lin Yan's mind was in disarray. He felt compelled to consult an oracle, but found himself hindered, one arm embracing Jiang Xian while the other was busy with the formations. Just as he contemplated where to bury himself, the imposing Lianshu period cloud beast trembled violently at Jiang Xian's bark, as if greatly startled. It swiftly retreated, its form blending seamlessly into the clouds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Now you know my prowess, don't you? Dare to bully my pet again, and I shall send you flying. Jiang Xian strutted with confidence, noticing that Chu Linfeng was engaged in a fierce battle alongside two Yuanying period cultivators. She patted her pet's head, signaling it to assist. It barked aggressively and charged into the throng of cloud beasts, sending them flying one by one. With the Lianshu period cloud beast gone, her pet's strength became unmatched. Now, they were all in the same boat. If it sank, they would all perish. The passengers promptly joined the fray, combating the cloud beasts. As her pet circled around Jiang Xian, showcasing its prowess, she praised, "Such a good dog." Jiang Xian affectionately rubbed its head, her face radiating pride. Seizing the chaos, Shan Hongxiao attempted to escape, taking advantage of the distraction to inch towards the edge of the ship. Sneaking a glance around to ensure he wasn't noticed, he prepared to ascend. The direction within the sea of clouds was disoriented. Merely flying down wouldn't guarantee a fall to the ground. It was highly likely that those aboard the spirit vessel felt as though they were plummeting, while in reality, the vessel was aimlessly soaring through the clouds. As Shan Hongxiao lifted off the ground, aiming to ascend, Jiang Xian swiftly grabbed her pet and threw out. The bewildered creature had no time to resist before it collided with Shan Hongxiao, and both fell to the ground, creating yet another significant dent in the newly repaired spirit vessel. Woof, woof, woof. The pet angrily roared at Shan Hongxiao. It was all his fault. Had he not attempted to flee, it would not have been thrown out. It longed to bite him. It also wanted to bite Jiang Xian. Was it merely a toy for you to toss around? However, it dared not retaliate against Jiang Xian, realizing that she wished to spare him. Reluctantly, it resolved to assist Jiang Xian. Once it grew stronger, it would have its revenge. The pet scanned the crowd with a fierce gaze, silently vowing not to spare a single person. Then, lowering its noble head, it angrily bit Shan Hongxiao's arm, dragging him before Jiang Xian. Wow, what a considerate pet. To be cared for by such a creature, I must be the happiest child in the world. Jiang Xian joyfully sang and danced, vigorously ruffling the pet's head and playfully flicking its pointed ears, exuding an air of celebration. Lin Yin, observing the fierce creature's demeanor, detected a hint of rebellious obedience. With the Lianshu period cloud beast no longer intimidating them, Chu Linfeng and the other cultivators swiftly dispatched the remaining cloud beasts, leaving only a few to flee. The Yuanying period cultivators immediately called upon the formation masters to repair the great formation and restore the spirit vessel's barrier. Xianjiu, seizing the opportunity, approached Chu Linfeng. complimenting him on his profound cultivation. "Young master, your prowess is truly admirable." "Oh no, the scoundrel who stole someone's wife has arrived. Alas, it's a pity there's no bounty on him. Without profits from spirit stones, it is a loss. Heart, oh my, what a tremendous loss." Xianjiu was assessing Jiang Xin when he noticed her eyes dulling, as if she had lost 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Chu Linfeng struggled to suppress his laughter, determined not to be amused by Jiang Xin's thoughts. "I've already left home. I am not a young master." Xianjiu was astute, earnestly assuring Chu Linfeng, "In my heart, you shall forever be my young master." Why does that sound like mourning for the fifth senior brother? Lin Yin discreetly handed Jiang Xin a bottle of long spirit sheep milk, attempting to silence her with it, while silently repeating to himself the phrase children speak without restraint. The Yuaning period cultivators hurried over, establishing a soundproof formation and lowering their voices, urgently inquiring, "Young master, immortal lord, the spirit stones required to maintain the spirit vessel's formation are running low. We cannot sustain the protective formation for long. Now that the vessel has fallen into the sea of clouds, what shall we do next?" Xianjiu turned his gaze towards Lin Yin. "This young friend is the diviner of the Tian Shui Sect, correct? Can you discern the correct path?" Lin Yin gently stroked the turtle shell hidden in his sleeve, contemplating, "It is worth a try." The Yuaning period cultivator hesitated. All flight formations on the vessel have been damaged, and there are insufficient resources to re-establish the formations. Even if we find the way, the vessel cannot move. Xianjiu commanded, "Whatever materials are lacking, inquire with the guests. If they possess them, purchase them at a slight markup. Once we leave this place and contact the Merchant Association, we shall settle the payment." The Cuckoo Yun Lai Merchant Association had an excellent reputation. This was both an emergency and a self-rescue, so purchasing at a markup should not pose a problem as long as the guests had the materials. The Yuaning cultivator had also thought of this. "I've already sent someone to handle this matter, but there are a few rare materials that are rather uncommon, so we may not be able to acquire them." "What materials?" Chu Linfeng inquired, feeling confident as he had plenty of valuable items in his ring. The Yuaning cultivator rapidly listed the materials: Zishuang Batu, Tian Henua, Jiogong Xingu, Yanlong Blood. Chu Linfeng silently withdrew his hand from the ring. He realized that he did not possess enough valuable items. "The materials you mentioned are precious even in the Tian Shui Sect treasury. It would be a miracle to procure them from these passengers, who were mostly at the early gold core stage." A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, as no one knew how to proceed. Jiang Xin finished a bottle of milk and held up the empty container for Lin Yin to see. "Second senior brother, I am done. I wish for another bottle." Before their departure, Qi Lanqing had provided Lin Yin and his brothers with a detailed list, instructing them on how to care for Jiang Xin. One of the emphasized points was to avoid giving her 2 bottles of long spirit sheep milk at once to prevent her from ingesting too much spiritual energy in a short time, which could endanger her health. Lin Yin could only pretend not to hear Jiang Xin's thoughts. Taking the empty milk bottle and gently wiping the milk residue from the corner of her mouth with a snowy white cloth. "Such a good junior sister. You finish so quickly. Then please give me another cup." Under the expectant gaze of his junior sister, Lin Yin felt a pang of guilt and averted his eyes. He abruptly shifted the topic, addressing the Yuaning cultivator. "Let us see if we can substitute these precious materials with the remaining ones." The Yuaning cultivator found this challenging. Anything that could replace the rare materials would also be rare and difficult to obtain. What would happen if the spirit vessel couldn't fly? Jiang Xin looked at them in confusion. "Why are you all fretting over such a simple issue?" The inner voice of Jiang Xin stirred Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, who gazed at her with great anticipation. However, they quickly realized they must not reveal their ability to hear her thoughts, and hastily averted their eyes. "What is wrong with you, senior brothers? Did your neck get stiff?" The little one looked at her senior brothers with genuine concern for their necks. Neither Lin Yin nor Chu Linfeng dared to lower their heads to meet her gaze, fearing that Jiang Xin might detect something unusual. Xianjun, unable to hear her inner voice, felt anxious. This was indeed troublesome. They should first see which materials could be procured. Jiang Xin sighed. "This is too troublesome. Can't you, as a Huashan period cultivator, simply carry the spirit vessel and fly?" Lin Yin, and Chu Linfeng were taken aback. Our little junior sister is a genius. The brothers turned their eyes to Xianjun, as if they had found hope for the entire village. Xianjun felt a jolt in his heart and instinctively took a step back. Do you two have an idea? Chu Linfeng smiled amiably. Xianjun, may I have a word? He led him away, only to hear Jiang Xian's small voice again. Having him carry the spirit vessel alone is too slow. We can have my 80,000 high-grade spirit stones help carry it. However, the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones are not very obedient. We'll need to have the cultivation dog supervise. But no one can hear my words, and I wonder if my senior brothers can come up with such a simple solution. Jiang Xin was troubled, her small hands repeatedly grasping the soft ears of the cultivation dog. Here, there was no trace of Shan Hongxiao, only the charming glow of the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. The cultivation dog, feeling neither anger nor the liberty to speak, squatted on the ground, straightening its back and tilting its head to get closer to Jiang Xin's hand, so she wouldn't miss grasping its ears. Chu Linfeng, who had already walked far, turned around and returned to Jiang Xin's side. Little junior sister, may I borrow your dog and the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones? Jiang Xin eagerly nodded her small head, her eyes shining with anticipation. Did fifth senior brother think of the same thing as me? He.S. rather clever. I can't call him foolish anymore. He. The little junior sister praised him again. Chu Linfeng beamed as he picked up the collapsed Shan Hongxiao from the ground and signaled the cultivation dog to follow. He took a few steps forward, realizing the foolish creature was still standing there, oblivious to his hint. He dared not lift the cultivation dog as he did with Shan Hongxiao, and was formulating words to communicate with it when he saw Jiang Xin suddenly frown, grab the dog's head, and throw it away. Shan Hongxiao, who had just gotten up and attempted to escape, was once again knocked down by the dog. Chu Linfeng, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. What kind of innate strength did this little junior sister possess? Still trying to escape? Not a single piece of spirit stone that entered Xin's pocket can run away. Jiang Xin glared at Shan Hongxiao, babbling angrily. Cultivation dog, keep an eye on him. If he dares to escape again, bite him. The cultivation dog, fearing it might accidentally bite Shan Hongxiao and thus lose Jiang Xin's 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, refrained from acting. Yet, it was furious, sitting atop Shan Hongxiao with a fierce demeanor, baring its teeth and growling, woof, 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 woof. Though no one understood its barking, they all knew the cultivation dog was cursing vehemently. Lin Yin covered Jiang Xin's small ears and stepped back a few paces to prevent her from hearing such foul language. Shan Hongxiao lay on the deck, resigned and silent amidst the barking noises. He could not fathom what he had achieved by boarding this spirit vessel. Was it to let the vessel fall into the cloud sea without escape? To be intimidated by the dog monster of the Lianshu period? Or to be continuously struck by a hidden expert of the Hezhi Hui or Dujie period? Chu Linfeng approached with a grin, squatting beside Shan Hongxiao. Senior, I'd like to discuss something. Shan Hongxiao rolled his eyes, turning his back to him, unwilling to engage. Chu Linfeng, emboldened by the cultivation dog, said to it, bite him. Senior, you saw that Lianshu period cloud beast earlier, didn't you? Even if one escapes, can one ensure they will get away? Chu Linfeng queried. Shan Hongxiao remained silent. But if the ship sinks, we all perish. Surely, you don't wish to die, do you? Shan Hongxiao, hearing the underlying message, wore a face of despair that suddenly turned to a smile, a hint of superiority gleaming through. You seek my assistance? Chu Linfeng leaned closer to the cultivation dog to ensure both he and the dog's head were within Shan Hongxiao's view. Senior, you have an opportunity to reorganize your language. Shan Hongxiao's smile vanished. He was someone who would listen to reason, suppressing his reluctance and anger as he asked, what do you want me to do? Chu Linfeng gestured for him to relax. Just a small matter. You've damaged the flight formation of the spirit vessel, and now it cannot fly. We hope you and Xianjun can lift the vessel and make it fly. Shan Hongxiao looked at him incredulously. It has always been people sitting in the boat. Now you want the boat to carry people? Fix the formation. Is it logical for people to carry the spirit vessel? In the future, you might as well have Huashan cultivators carry the spirit vessel instead of setting up any flying formation. Zhulinfan, Sudenli, Zilit. Oh, once we can contact the outside world, I'll inform my father. He paused, recalling that he had run away from home and could not casually offer help. Deciding to claim this idea as his own technical investment, expecting a share of the spirit stones saved by the merchant business. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was quite clever. This was his little junior sister's idea. Once the dividends of the spirit stones were received, he would share them with her. Chu Linfeng's thoughts buzzed with excitement as he earnestly urged Shan Hongxiao, Sr., the situation is urgent. Please, bear with us. Shan Hongxiao, being someone who could not tolerate grievances, firmly rejected. A gentleman may be killed, but not insulted. Chu Linfeng turned to the cultivation dog. Bite him. But to save the entire spirit vessel, this was not a grievance. Shan Hongxiao, little friend, this opportunity you offer me is a sign of respect. I assure you, I will handle it beautifully, ensuring the vessel experiences not a single jolt. I truly enjoy conversing with kind-hearted people like you, Senior. Chu Linfeng successfully secured Shan Hongxiao as cooperation and instructed the cultivation dog. You are responsible for keeping an eye on them. Don't let them play tricks. The cultivation dog arrogantly turned its head away, unwilling to listen. Chu Linfeng lowered his voice. This is the wish of little junior sister. The cultivation dog stiffened, its movements becoming rigid as it turned to look at Jiang Xin. Cultivation dog, you must keep a close watch on him. Xin cannot be the one to lose spirit stones right after being born. The foolish cultivation dog did not understand her intent, nor did it possess the intelligence to question whether Chu Linfeng was misrepresenting her wishes, so it merely nodded in agreement. Chu Linfeng called for Xianjun, requesting him and Shan Hongxiao to jointly support the spirit vessel. They exchanged unfriendly glances, but out of respect for the canine Taoist lord's presence, they refrained from acting out. As the moment to commence work approached, Dan Hongxiao hesitated momentarily before speaking. Dear friend, before we begin, I have a humble wish. Xianjiu, the immortal lord, scoffed dismissively. What is it now? Dan Hongxiao shot him a fierce glare. Isn't it due to your theft of my wife? My wish is simply for you to return her to me. Xianjiu's expression faltered, and he vehemently denied, I did not steal. Dan Hongxiao spat vehemently, nonsense. You have her with you. I can only track you down to this spirit vessel due to the mark on my wife. Chu Linfeng widened his eyes in astonishment. Senior, do you realize that such an act, Dan Hongxiao interjected with a hearty laugh, is indeed unethical? Chu Linfeng added, your salary must be docked. The Xianjiu, who had come to work at the Ku Si Yun merchant house to repay a massive debt, felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. True sincerity is always the greatest weapon. It is acceptable to lose face. As long as one possesses a thick skin, one can never truly lose it. Xianjiu, heartbroken, turned to Chu Linfeng. Young master, could you possibly refrain from docking my salary? Chu Linfeng, Wei Niang, Ziplit. The merchant house regulations state that any unauthorized family members brought to work will incur a 20 salary deduction. I did not bring any family. Xianjiu protested. Nonsense. I can still sense my wife in your embrace. Chu Linfeng gasped, scrutinizing the seemingly empty arms of Xianjiu. To his surprise, he realized that these cultivators of the transformation stage were quite daring. At this point, even Xianjiu, known for his shamelessness, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he angrily rebuked Dan Hongxiao. It was merely a luck pillow I took. Must you slander me so? He produced a long, slender pendant from around his neck, which had gotten slightly lodged during their earlier scuffle. Dan Hongxiao, filled with joy, instinctively rushed forward. Wife. Xianjiu skillfully dodged and presented the item to Chu Linfeng. Young master, I only brought this. I did not bring any family, so my salary cannot be docked, right? Chu Linfeng, wary of taking another man's wife, leaned back to maintain distance, cautiously casting a glance at the pendant. It was a long pillow shrunk down to pendant size, adorned with intricate stitching depicting a woman clad in ethereal garments. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the pendant transformed into a life-sized pillow. The embroidered figure of the female cultivator winking mischievously at Chu Linfeng. Give it to me. Dan Hongxiao snatched it away, cradling it tightly in his arms with a look of ecstatic triumph. This was a common item in the world of cultivation, and not particularly expensive. Chu Linfeng could not fathom why Xianjiu felt compelled to steal it. Couldn't you simply purchase one? He inquired. Xianjiu, blushing with shame, admitted, "I cannot afford it." True sincerity is always the greatest weapon. Chu Linfeng was momentarily rendered speechless by this candid admission. Dan Hongxiao cast a scornful glance at Xianjiao, making a point to emphasize the uniqueness of the pillow to Chu Linfeng. This is a limited edition Heshan fairy pillow from Tianyi Workshop, said to contain by Zephyr, which brings good fortune. It costs 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Wow, worth 8 times what you are. As they lingered without further action, Lin Yin, concerned about potential trouble, brought Jiang Xin along to assess the situation. The little one craned her neck, scrutinizing the pillow in Xianjiao's arms. "Where's the Bai Zephyr? This seems like false advertising. Yet it does have the peach blossom incense, which enhances one's romantic prospects. Perhaps this could be considered a form of luck. But it is certainly not worth 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. They could have simply taken it, yet they returned a pillow. How remarkably kind. 10,000 high-quality spirit stones were once trivial to Chu Linfeng. Now, with his pockets emptier than his face, he realized that Tianyi Workshop never exploited the impoverished. Lin Yin, slightly older than Chu Linfeng, possessed a deeper understanding. He recognized that the alluring figure on the pillow was none other than the Heshan fairy, the current sect leader of the Jiang sect. The price of 10,000 high-quality spirit stones likely encompassed the majority of the cost for the exquisite embroidery. However, as a somewhat fastidious cultivator, Lin Yin struggled to comprehend Xianjiao's reasoning. There are numerous items featuring the Heshan fairy. If you desire one, simply purchase a more affordable option. Why steal this? Xianjiao replied, "None of the others can bring me luck. Only this one can." Lin Yin, now convinced, recognized the simplicity of Xianjiao's aspiration. Although Dan Hongxiao was a wanted fugitive, the Tianxing spirit realm still upheld the rights of offenders. Having acknowledged that the pillow was indeed stolen, Chu Linfeng returned it to Dan Hongxiao. "Now can we proceed to carry the spirit vessel?" Glimpsing the imposing figure of the refinement stage dog cultivator seated proudly beside Jiang Xin, Dan Hongxiao dared not disobey. "I shall go now." Chu Linfeng then turned to Xianjiao. "Regarding the pillow matter, your salary will not be docked." "I will go immediately," Xianjiao promptly replied. The two cultivators of the transformation stage exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their attention towards the dog cultivator. With a higher cultivation level, the refinement stage dog cultivator would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of transporting the spirit vessel. "Young master, might this Dao Lord accompany us as well?" Dan Hongxiao began. But before he could finish, the dog cultivator erupted into a frenzy of barking. "Woof, woof, 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 woof. I am in charge of you. Do you understand?" Its ferocity startled both Xianjiao and Dan Hongxiao into silence, compelling them to hastily retreat beneath the spirit vessel, lifting it in unison. Even if the dog cultivator was willing, Chu Linfeng dared not allow it to undertake such labor. The dog cultivator's refinement stage prowess was a temporary boon bestowed by Jiang Xin, and its endurance was limited. Should it expend too much spiritual energy while transporting the vessel, it would soon plummet from its refinement stage, leaving no one to keep Dan Hongxiao in check. "Where shall we fly to, young master?" came Xianjiao's voice from beneath the spirit vessel. Lin Yin entrusted Jiang Xin to Chu Linfeng and deftly produced coins and tortoise shells to divine the omens. Shortly thereafter, he derived a reading. Furrowing his brow as he contemplated the 3 coins in his hand, he remained silent for a moment before casting another reading, only to fall silent once more. Chu Linfeng, puzzled, asked, "Second brother, what troubles you? Unable to decipher the omens?" "No, I have discerned them," but Lin Yin gazed ahead, his expression grave, as both readings pointed in the same direction, a narrow escape. The cloud sea could obscure heavenly secrets to some extent, and to ensure the accuracy of the reading, Lin Yin had chosen himself as the subject, calculating the path to leave this place. If even he could only foresee a narrow escape, how would the multitude of ordinary cultivators aboard the spirit vessel survive? Jiang Xin glanced at the divination in Lin Yin's hands, making an educated guess. It seems the route must pass through the territory of that tribulation stage cloud beast. Even if the tribulation stage cloud beast is absent, the residual energy would still attack the spirit vessel. The vessel's defenses are insufficient. It would undoubtedly shatter into fragments. In that case, those aboard the vessel would be doomed. Chu Linfeng, unable to comprehend the omens, could only hear Jiang Xin's thoughts and felt incredulous. Shi Xiong. Before we set off, you predicted that the Ling Zhou would encounter misfortune. Did you not say there would be no danger? How has it now transformed into a narrow escape from death? Lin Yin replied, a narrow escape from death is merely a variant of having no danger. The closer one is to the truth, the more accurate the divination results become. Lin Yin harbored considerable skepticism that by the time he reached the territory of the Yun Shou during the tribulation, he would be able to divine exactly which limb he had lost while escaping. The dog lord lamented, I must be the most unfortunate dog in the world. The Yuanying stage cultivator responsible for managing the ship approached Chu Linfeng to inquire about the direction of the Ling Zhou, inadvertently overhearing the brothers' conversation. They were merely disciples of the celestial sect, not immortals, and there were many things beyond their capabilities. Observing the two in contemplative silence, the Yuanying cultivator grew anxious, thinking, what should we do? There are so many qi, refining, and foundation establishment cultivators aboard. With our limited cultivation, how many of us can truly escape death? Jiang Xin, who had been drowsily listening, suddenly perked up at these words, struggling to keep her eyelids open as she assessed the Yuanying cultivator. Wow, you're thinking of these low-level cultivators at such a time. You must be quite kind, she mused. Don't cry. Xin can create a path. Stifling a yawn, she fought to stay awake, her little hands rhythmically grasping the air. Chu Linfeng, having witnessed her revive the dog in a similar fashion, was concerned that others might notice something amiss. He turned slightly to block the Yuanying cultivator's line of sight, engaging him in idle conversation to divert his attention. Lin Yin carried Jiang Xin to a secluded corner, allowing his junior sister to work her magic. Before long, a vague cloud of mist began to coalesce in Jiang Xin's previously empty palm. Within the irregular wisps of cloud, ethereal Yin Shou swirled, encircling a Ling Zhou that floated at the center. Countless Yin Shou lingered around, drooling over the Ling Zhou, yet daring not to approach. Lin Yin observed intently, faintly recognizing that one of the small black figures was a youth holding a child. His heart raced, and he took a step to the left. The small black figure shifted slightly to the left as well. Lin Yin was taken aback. His junior sister had conjured a projection of the entire sea of clouds with her bare hands. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing his astonishment as he fixated on the increasingly solid cloud sea in Jiang Xin's grasp. In this projection, the Yun Shou and Ling Zhou flickered in and out of view, indicating that they were enveloped by the cloud sea. A winding path traversed the cloud sea. With few Yun Shou nearby, a route forged through the combined efforts of various powers in the Tian Shui Sect. Before Dan Hongxiao struck the Ling Zhou, they had sailed smoothly along this cloud path. Jiang Xin's model of the cloud sea even included other Ling Zhou and high-level cultivators traversing the same route. As she busied herself, she sang softly to encourage herself, to the mountains, more treacherous, to the waters, more fearsome. I faced hardships and tasted bitterness. I shall forge a grand pathway, wide and broad. Jiang Xin's chubby fingers pointed at the Ling Zhou in the projection, gliding upward and splitting the cloud sea in two, leading directly to the end of the winding path. In that moment, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, as if the countless rules of this place were being shattered. Simultaneously, the cloud sea that had shrouded the actual Ling Zhou suddenly vanished, revealing a spacious and luminous thoroughfare. The Yuanying cultivator was astounded. How did a new cloud path appear so suddenly? Of course, it was created by Xin, she exclaimed, in a world where there was no path. Xin took action and made one. Quick, praise me, praise me. As the projection of the cloud sea faded from her hands, Jiang Xin chirped, noting the silence from Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin, and gradually fell quiet, feeling a bit disappointed. Alas, you cannot understand my words. Never mind, I shall take a nap. Hee. I will go to dreamland and hear your praises. With a sleepy yawn, Jiang Xin closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Half awake, she caught the faint praise from Lin Yin. Little junior sister is truly remarkable. That's right, Xin is the best, she thought, feeling elated for in her dreams. Everything was possible. She sank deeper into sleep, completely unaware of the astonishment that Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng felt in their hearts. Words could scarcely convey their emotions, particularly when Xian Jiao Xianjun and Dan Hongxiao bore the Ling Zhou, following the cloud path drawn by Jiang Xin directly to Qiu Yijing. The two were left utterly speechless. Chu Linfeng could not restrain himself from asking, "Heir Shi Xiong, is our junior sister a natural-born immortal?" Yet he found himself at a loss for further words. These formations were already the best soundproofing barriers available to him and Lin Yan. Lin Yan could only muster the courage to say, "I do not know, but our junior sister is pure-hearted. She does not understand how to avoid attention while casting spells. We must be cautious. With great power comes the necessity for an equally strong disposition." Jiang Xin was still too young. If someone with ill intent focused on her power, it could spell disaster for her. Chu Linfeng nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I will immediately discuss with my father about acquiring a magical artifact that can conceal her unusual traits while she casts spells. You have already run away from home. Will your father still provide you with a magical artifact?" Lin Yan inquired. Lin Yan sighed, feeling a strange discomfort in understanding his fifth junior brother's intentions. In the vicinity of large cities, there are formations designed to disperse the cloud sea, facilitating travel and communication for cultivators. Once the Ling Zhou emerged from the cloud path, the staff of the Kusi Yun Lai commercial establishment promptly contacted the headquarters in Qiu Yijing, reporting the encounter in detail. The commercial establishment quickly dispatched personnel to provide assistance. Such a large Ling Zhou could not be easily stored in a Sumi Jia. Typically, when sent to fetch someone, they would sail directly to the destination. Observing the two arriving Shun stage cultivators, the Yuanying stage cultivator in charge of the ship felt puzzled. Did the two seniors not bring a new Ling Zhou? The two Shun cultivators grinned through clenched teeth. "We are the new Ling Zhou." The Yuanying cultivator was taken aback, then understood, silently watching the two seniors approach the bottom of the Ling Zhou to relieve Xian Jiao Xianjun and Dan Hongxiao, who were still carrying the ship. After Jiang Xin fell asleep, the cultivation of the dog quickly recovered to the Yuanying stage. He quietly retreated, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Fearing a repeat of past events, he kept a close watch on the dog's movements to avoid being struck again. Everyone was busy, and no one was paying attention to him. Dan Hongxiao felt a surge of joy and took a second step, then a third, gathering momentum to take flight. Just then, a soft, chubby little hand grasped the dog's ear. Dan Hongxiao's heart jumped, and he looked at the owner of the little hand, a small baby soundly asleep in the youth's arms. It was merely a coincidence, he assured himself, suppressing the unease within as he soared into the air. In the next moment, he witnessed the still sleeping infant tugging at the dog's ear, sending the proud dog Dao Jun crashing into his face. The ship's occupants watched silently as the dog's foul-mouthed curses echoed throughout the Ling Zhou, even startling the newly arrived Shun stage cultivators. Even so, Jiang Xin remained undisturbed in her slumber, lost in a delightful dream. She envisioned herself reclining upon vast expanses of exquisite spirit stones, their radiant glow illuminating her surroundings. Suddenly, a staggering 80,000 superior spirit stones threatened to take flight, startling Jiang Xin into action as she swiftly grasped a stone and brought it crashing down to avert the impending loss. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she preserved the precious stones, ensuring her dream remained blissful rather than turning into a nightmare. With this reassurance, she sank deeper into her peaceful sleep. On the spirit vessel, Shan Hongxiao felt he was enduring an unprecedented nightmare. The playful Xian Jiao Xianjun bound him with a celestial restraint, prompting Shan Hongxiao to spit in fury. "What are you laughing about? If it weren't for you stealing my wife, would I be in this predicament?" Xian Jiao Xianjun tightened the binding knot and wiped away the spit on his face, insisting, "I merely borrowed your wife for a moment." This statement only incited further anger from Shan Hongxiao. "Borrowed? You outright stole her. It was a loan. I even left you a note," Xian Jiao Xianjun retorted. Shan Hongxiao, now even more incensed, exclaimed, "Did I agree to that? You took my wife without my consent. Isn't that theft?" Xian Jiao Xianjun countered, "But you didn't refuse." Their quarrel escalated, persisting until the spirit vessel reached Qiyujing without pause. Jiang Xin awoke with a yawn, her gaze falling upon Shan Hongxiao, who was fervently arguing with Xian Jiao Xianjun. a sense of calm washing over her. Her precious 80,000 superior spirit stones were safe. The little creature, no longer drowsy, wobbled eagerly, desperate to rush to the government office. The energy was so great that Lin Yin nearly struggled to hold her, prompting him to gently remind her. Little junior sister, do not rush. The officials are already waiting outside. We will soon collect the bounty. He carried Jiang Xin to the side of the vessel. Within the bustling Qiyujing, at the dock of the Keisai Yunkai Commerce Guild, a cultivator at the void refinement stage awaited them. Dressed in a deep indigo robe adorned with golden autumn osmanthus, he stood beneath the bright full moon. This was Kong Sun, the deputy minister of punishment from the Qiuyue dynasty. The spirit vessel descended smoothly, landing steadily on a designated area. The passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Gulme, little junior sister, let us retrieve the bounty. Chu Linfeng joyfully lifted Jiang Xin and headed toward Kong Sun. Jiang Xin beamed with delight. Her tiny fist raised in spirited enthusiasm. 80,000 spirit stones. We must hurry. There are more spirit stones to be earned. Suddenly, she recalled something important, twisting her body to stop Chu Linfeng from advancing further. Wait, fifth senior brother. We must bind Xian Jiu Xianjun, although there's no bounty on him. Stealing is a crime, and turning him over to the officials could earn us 10 superior spirit stones. Jiang Xin urged, her urgency evident. Why was it that, despite being a little child, no one could comprehend her words? Realizing her intent, Chu Linfeng swiftly placed Jiang Xin into Lin Yan's embrace and proceeded to bind the still-conversing Xian Jiu Xianjun. The latter, bewildered, exclaimed, Young master, what is the meaning of this? Chu Linfeng replied, We must act justly. Xian Jiu Xianjun, even more confused, protested, But I haven't committed any wrongdoing. Shan Hongxiao chimed in, You stole my wife. How is that not a crime? It was a loan, insisted Xian Jiu Xianjun. You can explain that to the officials. Chu Linfeng interjected, placing a silence talisman on Xian Jiu Xianjun. After a brief exchange, Kong Sun carefully identified Shan Hongxiao and, upon confirming his identity, smiled. Thank you, young friends, for your assistance. The bounty will be delivered shortly. He inquired about the whereabouts of the dog, who had been thrown out thrice and was now in a miserable state. Not wishing to disclose sensitive information, Chu Linfeng skillfully remarked, as a golden core cultivator, I dare not inquire into the affairs of void refinement Taoist. Kong Sun found this reasonable and ceased further questioning. He turned to Xian Jiu Xianjun, puzzled. Why is this individual bound? He stole my wife. Shan Hongxiao interjected. Xian Jiu Xianjun attempted to refute this, but, silenced by the talisman, could only display his increasingly agitated expression. An awkward silence enveloped Kong Sun as he realized, this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Punishment. The laws of the Qiuyue dynasty did not specify how to handle the theft of a person. In a realm where the powerful are revered, the law relies upon strength. Male cultivators may have multiple wives, while female cultivators may have numerous husbands. Such matters are deemed moral dilemmas beyond his authority. Chu Linfeng, sensing Kong Sun's misunderstanding, briefly explained the situation. The wife he stole is not a genuine spouse. It's merely a body pillow, but is my real wife. Shan Hongxiao insisted, unwilling to let anyone belittle his partner. Chu Linfeng swiftly affixed another silence talisman on him and continued explaining to Kong Sun. He succinctly recounted the events that transpired. Kong Sun nodded in understanding. According to the laws of the Qiuyue dynasty, you have apprehended this thief. If the victim consents, you may receive a bounty equivalent to 1/10 of the value of the stolen item. For Shan Hongxiao, the spiritual value of the body pillow was incalculable. Fortunately, Chu Linfeng was pragmatic, stating they could claim the bounty based on the original purchase price of the pillow. The pillow was worth 10,000 superior spirit stones, allowing them to receive 10 superior spirit stones. The only question now was whether Shan Hongxiao was willing to part with that sum. Shan Hongxiao was reluctant. As Kong Sun and Chu Linfeng's gazes turned toward him, he averted his eyes, ignoring them. Chu Linfeng felt a pang of disappointment. Kong Sun reassured him, Do not be disheartened, young friend. Shan Hongxiao has committed numerous offenses. His capture will lead to additional fines. I can assist in applying for a portion of that fine as a bounty. Chu Linfeng's spirits lifted, Thank you, esteemed senior. By the way, what will be the sentencing for them? Kong Sun pondered, although Xianjiu has committed theft, considering it is his first offense. And he has expressed a willingness to return the items, along with having saved everyone on the vessel. A lenient sentence is warranted. A glimmer of hope sparked in Xianjiu's eyes. Sun continued, perhaps a sentence of 3 to 4 years. Xianjiu's face fell, despair washing over him. 3 to 4 years in prison meant that his debts would accumulate with interest. His creditors would surely come for him with blades. Wait, creditors likely couldn't enter the Department of Punishment's prison, could they? What if he was sentenced to life imprisonment? That would absolve him of his debts. With clarity dawning, Xianjiu tore off the silence talisman and boldly appealed to Kong Sun. I wish to serve a life sentence in the Department of Punishment. Chu Linfeng and Shan Hongxiao exchanged horrified glances. Kong Sun, unfazed, firmly rejected the notion. Dream on. The Department of Punishment is not a sanctuary for anyone. Chu Linfeng noted Kong Sun's unusual calmness. Aren't you surprised? Kong Sun, wearied by life's trials, replied, You'll understand once you've been wronged by the disciples of Tian Shui Sect. A question mark slowly materialized above Chu Linfeng's head. Was the reputation of Tian Shui Sect so poor? As Chu Linfeng was momentarily distracted, Kong Sun seized a criminal suspect with one hand, preparing to escort them away. Jiang Xin waved her small hands, urging Lin Yin to bring her over. Wu Shixiao, as the esteemed young master of Kusi Yunlai, do you know how we should proceed to claim the insurance compensation? The little one gazed eagerly at Chu Linfeng. Chu Linfeng, only possessing a vague understanding, hurriedly stopped Kong Sun. Lord Kong, please wait a moment. I have a matter I wish to discuss with Xianjiu. We purchased insurance for this spiritual vessel, and now that it has encountered peril, we meet the conditions for compensation, requiring the signatures of the ship's cultivators. Kong Sun, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, readily replied, This matter can be handled directly by Kusi Yunlai at the Criminal Department's prison. I will ensure they are attended to. However, he pondered why, after so many safe voyages, they had chosen to enhance security this time, only to face such misfortune. Were it not for the extreme danger of the situation, which could have led to the entire ship's demise, Kong Sun might have suspected a conspiracy between Chu Linfeng and Xianjiu to defraud the insurance. Remembering this, Xianjiu's face turned pale. If it were a common attack, he could accept defeat without repercussions from the trading company. Yet, this calamity stemmed from his actions. Had he not boarded the ship, Shan Hongxiao would not have assaulted the spiritual vessel, and the insurance would not have come into effect. His very intention to ensure the insurance would not activate had backfired. This implied that his cleverness had led to his own downfall. Jiang Xin's predictions had indeed encompassed his choices. This was disastrous. Not only would he have to repay his creditors, but he would also need to compensate the trading company for their losses. The debt was overwhelming. Observing the pallor of his face, Shan Hongxiao erupted with laughter. Serves you right. Who told you to steal another man's wife? Kong Sun coldly interrupted his mirth. The spiritual vessel was attacked. You are the perpetrator, bearing primary responsibility. Kusi Yunlai has the right to seek compensation from you. He inquired of Chu Linfeng. Was the total compensation required? 180 million. Jiang Xin cheered. Chu Linfeng chuckled. The insurance compensation alone amounts to 180 million. And there are additional losses concerning the vessel and other passengers to be determined after the trading company assesses the damages. Conservatively estimated, we may need to pay at least 4 to 500 million high-grade spirit stones. What? Shan Hongxiao shrieked, his complexion now graver than Xianjiu's. Such a vast sum of spirit stones would be impossible for him to procure. They set off early, arriving at Qiyujing before the little princess's full moon banquet commenced. Yet, the capital was festooned with decorations, radiating a celebratory atmosphere in anticipation of the princess's festivities. The trio of disciples settled into a suite, with Jiang Xin accompanied by 2 puppets in the inner room, while Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin occupied the outer room, ensuring her safety. The wait for the spirit stones felt interminable. Jiang Xin's thoughts were consumed by the impending spirit stones. Regretting her inability to walk and directly inquire with Kusi Yunlai. Alas, why can't I learn to speak? If only I could ask about the bounty and compensation. Until the spirit stones are in hand, I remain unsettled. Look at me, unable to eat or sleep well these past few days. Jiang Xin sighed, patting her round little belly. Lin Yin quietly took her empty milk bottle. The little junior sister no longer asked for another serving after finishing, but occasionally, her dreams were filled with giggles, her murmurs echoing her desire for spirit stones. Indeed, her eating and sleeping had suffered. Lin Yin exchanged glances with Chu Linfeng, signaling him to visit the authorities and the trading company. If they delayed any longer, the little junior sister would gain several more pounds from worry. The insurance compensation was bound by a set procedure, particularly knowing that this sum was to be paid to Chu Linfeng. The Chu family had decided to hold out until the very last moment before dispersing the funds. The trading company's manager received him with great enthusiasm, displaying a cordial demeanor. Yet was unproductive in action. The old fox skillfully engaged in a battle of wits with Chu Linfeng. Realizing his family was deliberately stalling to irritate him, Chu Linfeng turned on his heel and headed straight for the authorities. To encourage cultivators to act righteously, the authorities typically disbursed bounty rewards swiftly, especially for a cultivator who could capture a criminal like Shan Hongxiao, who was at the transformation stage. The authorities were particularly cautious not to offend. Upon his arrival, the authorities had everything prepared. He merely needed a sign to receive the bounty. The young master pushed open the suite door and announced loudly, "Little junior sister, the spirit stones for capturing Shan Hongxiao are in hand." Jiang Xin, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up, flailing her small hands and wanting to rush to Chu Linfeng. Lin Yin lifted her from the cradle, bringing her to see Chu Linfeng in the outer room. "Little junior sister here." Chu Linfeng placed the pouch of spirit stones into Jiang Xin's arms. The little one clutched the pouch tightly, her face beaming with joy. However, when Jiang Xin glimpsed the number of spirit stones within, she exclaimed, "Huh? Why are there only 62,000? Wasn't it a total of 80,000 high-grade spirit stones?" The little one queried with innocent bewilderment. Chu Linfeng feigned a conversation with Lin Yin, but was actually explaining to Jiang Xin. The bounty on Shan Hongxiao was issued by the Zhou dynasty. The Qiuyue dynasty has now temporarily advanced the bounty based on the mutual extradition agreement with several nations. Subsequently, the two countries will process the extradition according to the agreement. Until Shan Hongxiao is taken away by the Zhou, the Qiuyue dynasty is responsible for his custody. Thus, the Qiuyue dynasty will deduct a handling fee from the bounty. Taking a mere 12,000 as a handling fee was already quite reasonable. Jiang Xin, dissatisfied, burst into tears. "My money. I get 68,000, and they take 12,000. Should I be grateful to them?" "Little junior sister, do not cry. 68,000 is still a considerable sum." Lin Yin quickly soothed the wailing infant, gently rocking her. Chu Linfeng, flustered, attempted to console Jiang Xin, but was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly produced 10 high-grade spirit stones. Placing them in her arms, "Little junior sister, this is the bounty we receive for capturing Xianjiu. A full 10 high-grade spirit stones, none missing." Jiang Xin's little chubby hands clutched the 10 gleaming stones, her cries diminishing to soft whimpers. "Is there no handling fee for this?" Chu Linfeng gestured for her to rest assured. "These spirit stones are directly allocated from Shan Hongxiao's fines, without middlemen profiting from the difference. At least they have a bit of conscience." Jiang Xin's tear-streaked face was still glistening with moisture. Lin Yin signaled for a puppet to bring a warm towel, gently wiping her face, speaking softly, "Little junior sister, there are so many names on the bounty. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn spirit stones in the future." Chu Linfeng nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. I will take you to capture other wanted criminals in the future. Next time, I want to catch one without a handling fee." Chu Linfeng agreed. "In the future, we will directly deliver the criminals to the authorities issuing the bounty, thus avoiding any handling fees." Jiang Xin's eyes sparkled with realization. Her tears ceased, and she looked up at Chu Linfeng. "Wu Shixiang, let us send Shan Hongxiao to the Zhou dynasty. That way, we won't have to worry about the Qiuyue dynasty taking a handling fee." Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, although the little junior sister's theory is sound, the current situation is that Shan Hongxiao is imprisoned in the... If they were to privately transfer him to the Zhou dynasty, it would be tantamount to a prison break, resulting in imprisonment and hefty fines. They might even face a bounty. Wait, if they are pursued and then turn themselves in, would that not count as capturing themselves, possibly earning them a reward? Once they serve their time and are subsequently pursued, they could repeat this cycle endlessly, amassing wealth beyond measure. Chu Linfeng suddenly felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. He was intrigued. This plan seemed quite feasible. The more he pondered, the more he felt like he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Chu Linfeng bravely shared his thoughts with Lin Yin and Jiang Xin. Fifth senior brother is a genius, Jiang Xin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she raised her hands in agreement. Chu Linfeng high-fived her, relishing the moment. See, even the little junior sister supports me. This plan is bound to succeed. Lin Yin interjected, turning oneself and will only reduce the sentence, not yield a reward. This did not deter Chu Linfeng. Then I will pretend to be captured by you, and you can hand me over to the authorities. This way, you can claim the bounty, and we will split it. Fifth junior brother's brain was surprisingly sharp today. Chu Linfeng added, I'll stop before I am sentenced to death. Lin Yin cautioned, you might be killed by other cultivators during the capture process before you can be arrested. The bounty notices were not just attracting golden core cultivators. Many nascent soul and even transformation stage cultivators were eager to profit from this. Chu Linfeng's eagerness was swiftly quelled by the formidable presence of these high-level bounty hunters. He decided it would be wise to focus on securing the insurance payout for his family instead. Jiang Xin, undeterred by these high-level bounty hunters, was more concerned about her fifth senior brother being mistakenly harmed and reluctantly abandoned this lucrative opportunity. She sighed, what a loss. Little junior sister, this is for you. Lin Yin produced a bag of spirit stones and placed it in her arms. Jiang Xin looked puzzled, glancing inside to find precisely 12,000 high-grade spirit stones. What is this for, second senior brother? The little one was baffled, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at Lin Yin. Lin Yin smiled gently and replied, with this, it totals to 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, without any fees deducted. Do not be sad anymore. Jiang Xin's eyes suddenly felt warm. Second senior brother is so kind, but I cannot accept this. Second senior brother, I return this to you. The fees are not taken from you, so how can you make second senior brother compensate? I will earn plenty of spirit stones in the future. I do not need this 12,000. Jiang Xin's mood changed quickly. She raised one spirit stone and placed it in Lin Yan's hand. Then she picked up another and placed it in Chu Linfeng's hand. Still murmuring, one for second senior brother, one for fifth senior brother, and one for me. She divided 9 out of 10 high-grade spirit stones evenly and, contemplating the one remaining, released her loyal pet. That deserves a share too. This one is for it. With a flick of her small hand, the spirit stone flew away. Despite its reluctance, the sprang up to catch the stone in its mouth and presented it back to Jiang Xin, placing it in her palm. Jiang Xin giggled. Good dog, this is for you. She tossed the spirit stone around his neck. A wisp of black smoke enveloped forming a small pouch, into which the spirit stone landed perfectly. The pouch hung securely around his neck. The creature paused, realizing the stone was a gift for it. Surprised and delighted, it leaned its head toward Jiang Xin, allowing her to ruffle its fur. The spirit stone shimmered brilliantly within the pouch, and felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. With such a generous owner, how could it ever consider plotting against her again? Jiang Xin began distributing the remaining 68,000 high-grade spirit stones in the bag. Initially, it would have received a share, but it had dashed away too quickly. Jiang Xin thought it must not have valued the spirit stones and felt too embarrassed to insult it further. How could there be a that dislikes spirit stones entirely? Jiang Xin mused. They must want to save the spirit stones for me. How thoughtful. The more she considered, the more she felt she had struck gold. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng began to suspect she had, in fact, stumbled upon a misfortune. The foolish dog clearly had not anticipated any subsequent spirit stones to be shared with it. Anyone could see that its apparent loyalty was merely a result of Jiang Xin's strength. Only she remained oblivious to this, basking in her happiness. Moreover, there was ultimately a creature from the spirit demon realm, with a cultivation system distinct from ordinary cultivators. It was uncertain if spirit stones held any value for it. Jiang Xin did not dwell on these thoughts. She hummed a cheerful tune, dividing the spirit stones with her 2 senior brothers. One for second senior brother. One for fifth senior brother, and one for me. She counted and distributed each stone, prompting Lin Yin to quietly cover his eyes. With 68,000 high-grade spirit stones in total, at this rate, how long would it take to finish dividing? Let me handle this, little junior sister. Lin Yin took out 2 empty spirit stone bags and evenly divided the stones into 3 portions. Jiang Xin gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. Wow, second senior brother is so impressive. It can be done like this? Lin Yin found it curious that she was unaware of such a method. The little junior sister appeared extraordinary, yet in some respects, she was just like any other child. Lin Yin made a mental note, reminding himself not to treat her as an adult simply because he could hear her thoughts. After spending a few days in Qiuyijing, the day of the little princess's full moon banquet quickly arrived. They had agreed to meet outside the palace, yet the appointed time passed without the Grand Elder's arrival. Lin Yin grew anxious as he could not reach the Grand Elder. Upon inquiring with the Grand Elder's disciples, they informed him that the Grand Elder had set out early and should have arrived by now. Chu Linfeng, holding a communication jade slip, was perplexed. Fearing that the Yunlu route from Tian Shui Zone to Qiuyijing had encountered issues, he went to inquire further. The Yunlu route was safe, and many cultivators who had left later than the Grand Elder had already arrived, yet there was still no sign of him. As the banquet approached, the brothers were increasingly concerned. They worried not only about the Grand Elder encountering unforeseen circumstances, but also about arriving late, which would be considered impolite. The number of guests entering the palace gradually diminished, and Lin Yin contemplated taking out the turtle shell. The Grand Elder was and as a golden core cultivator, it would be difficult for him to divine the fate of a cultivator. However, given the unusual circumstances, he felt compelled to give it a try. Lin Yin skillfully cast the divination, quickly arriving at a troubling conclusion. The omens indicated that the Grand Elder was trapped in dire straits. Chu Linfeng gasped in astonishment. With the Grand Elder's strength, who could possibly harm him? Lin Yin attempted another divination, but with a thunderous explosion, the turtle shell shattered. His expression darkened further. The opponent's cultivation is too high. I cannot discern anything. The Grand Elder of the He period has been calculated, yet the identity of the adversary remains elusive. Could it be that this time, the individual posing a threat to the Grand Elder is from the Dujia period? The more Chu Linfeng pondered, the more dreadful it seemed. We must contact our master immediately. This matter exceeds our capacity to handle. We must reach out to Jiang Xin without delay. However, just as Lin Yin was about to retrieve the communication jade slip, Kong Sun, the vice minister of the punishment department, who had crossed paths with him a few days prior, suddenly approached with an imposing demeanor, demanding, "Are you disciples of the Tian Shui Sect?" Recalling his previous attitude toward the Tian Shui Sect, both Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin instinctively took a step back, hesitating to affirm. "Is there something you require, senior? Come with me at once." Kong Sun seized Lin Yin and began to lead him away. Autumn night capital prohibits flying. And Lin Yin, bewildered, inquired, "Where are you taking me, senior?" Kong Sun replied, "To the prison." Lin Yin was taken aback. Wasn't it the 5th junior brother and the junior sister who had plotted to break into the prison for a bounty? Why was he being apprehended instead? At the Autumn Night Capital Punishment Department's prison, Lin Yin listened intently as Kong Sun recounted the events, his expression grave, falling into a prolonged silence. After sipping a cup of tea, Kong Sun produced paper and ink, placing them before Lin Yin. "Please sign here." The paper and ink had been specially treated. Signing would establish a binding contract between the parties involved. This was Lin Yan's first encounter with such matters, and his innocent heart was profoundly shaken. He felt compelled to articulate Kong Sun's words in his own language to comprehend. "Are you saying that the Grand Elder has been detained by the authorities for speeding, and we must pay a bail of 80,000 high-grade spirit stones to secure his release?" As a legal practitioner, Kong Sun meticulously corrected Lin Yan's misinterpretation. It is not merely a case of speeding. Lu Qingzhe's actions are suspected of dangerous driving. Lu Qingzhe is the Grand Elder's name. Given that he has not caused any casualties and has urgent diplomatic activities to attend, you are permitted to expedite the bail process. However, this is only a temporary release. He must appear at the public trial when summoned by the authorities. During this period, he is not allowed to leave Autumn Night Capital and must report to the punishment department regularly. Failing to comply will result in the forfeiture of the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, and Lu Qingzhe will be declared a wanted criminal. Additionally, Lu Qingzhe's driver's license and registration have been confiscated, and he cannot utilize any flying artifacts, including sword flight, until a verdict is rendered by the authorities. Jiang Xin pouted, clearly displeased. Hasn't the Grand Master reached the He-Ti period? Why are you concerned about him colliding with anyone? Chu Linfeng echoed the same confusion. Vice Minister, the Grand Elder is a cultivator of the He-Ti period. Even if he were speeding, it is unlikely he would hit anyone, right? Kong Sun paused, realizing Chu Linfeng was addressing him, and earnestly responded, without rules, there can be no order. The laws of the Tian Chung spirit realm will not overlook someone simply because they're a cultivator of the He-Ti period. Granting you permission to process the bail at this time is already a leniency. Furthermore, my surname is Kong. Chu Linfeng acknowledged. Understood, Vice Minister. Kong Sun added, the full moon banquet is about to commence, and the Grand Elder represents the Tian Shui Sect. He cannot be absent. Lin Yin had no choice but to produce 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, sign the bail document, and follow Kong Sun to the Punishment Department's prison to retrieve the Grand Elder. The prison was fortified with layers of formations. Once inside, all spiritual power would be suppressed, rendering one unable to act. Only the official guards carried specially crafted artifacts that allowed them to remain unaffected by the formations. As the heavy prison door creaked open, a chilling aura rushed forth. The Punishment Department of Autumn Night Capital had housed many prisoners, including high-ranking evil cultivators, accumulating an oppressive coldness over the years. Kong Sun hesitated, glancing at Jiang Xin. This child has yet to cultivate qi, so it would be best for her not to enter. I will arrange for someone to keep watch. Jiang Xin shook her head in refusal, flailing her small hands, eager to enter. It feels so refreshing. What a splendid place to cool off. If only there were popsicles to enjoy. On such a hot day, the Grand Master certainly knows how to choose a resting spot. Experiencing the prison's chilling atmosphere for the first time, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng felt somewhat uncomfortable, while Jiang Xin remained spirited, counting her fingers and eagerly mumbling about wanting to eat Sushan. If she were not allowed in, she would likely cry. Lin Yin declined Kong Sun's suggestion. It's all right. The junior sister possesses defensive artifacts, and this bit of coldness won't harm her. Knowing that Jiang Yiqin and Qi Lanqing's daughter must have considerable protective items, Kong Sun did not insist, leading them further inside. The Punishment Department's prison was vast, with different areas separated by formations, isolating information between them, monitored by guards and shifts. The Grand Elder, being of the He-Ti period, was confined in the most heavily guarded intersection. Along the way, not only were there golden core and nascent soul guards, but occasionally there were also transformation stage sentinels. The sheer presence of such a formidable force could frighten a child. One might assume the Grand Elder had committed an unspeakable crime. Following Kong Sun deep into the prison, they reached the final partition of the prison area and heard the Grand Elder's voice. What does this Punishment Department prison amount to? I can come and go as I please. An unfamiliar voice queried. Then why are you still here? The Grand Elder confidently replied. The sun has not yet fully set. Escaping during the day is rather dull. I shall wait until darkness falls. Once night descends, I will depart. The banquet for the little princess officially begins after sunset. Perfectly timed for the Grand Elder to attend. Jiang Xin sighed. Had I known the Grand Master was so formidable, we wouldn't have come to bail him out. How delightful it would be to keep the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones for ourselves. Let us ask Vice Minister Kong for a refund. She reached out her chubby hand to tug at Kong Sun's sleeve, babbling incomprehensible words about a refund. Kong Sun, accustomed to dealing with prisoners, often maintained a stern expression, causing many children to fear him. Refund. Refund. Why does he not understand my meaning? Isn't he a high-ranking cultivator in charge of the prison? Can he not decipher such a simple request? At least my senior brothers understand me, sharing a bond of intuition. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng felt a peculiar sense of pride mixed with guilt from the unexpected praise. Noticing Kong Sun's confusion, Jiang Xin pulled out a spirit stone, shaking it at him incessantly. Adults often ask children if they are willing to part with the things in their hands. But Kong Sun was not that kind of adult. He solemnly informed Jiang Xin. Uncle is the vice minister of the punishment department and cannot accept spirit stones casually. That would be considered bribery. Who would give you spirit stones? I want you to return the spirit stones to us. We shall not bail out the Grand Master. Jiang Xin exclaimed in frustration. Chu Linfeng hurriedly soothed her. Little junior sister, do not be upset. Those 80,000 high-grade spirit stones will be returned to us in due time. But that will incur interest. Money has a time value. Jiang Xin huffed indignantly. Realizing that no one could comprehend her words, she sulked, pouting in silence. Lin Yin, feeling helpless, redirected Jiang Xin's attention. Vice Minister, please lead us to see the Grand Elder at once. As Kong Sun was about to take a step, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed from deep within the prison. I am not boasting. The walls of the execution division are as fragile as if they do not exist. I could draw a door and walk out. Escaping from prison would lead to compounding punishments, prompting Lin Yin to hasten his pace to intercept the Grand Elder before he could make a misstep. The prison was enveloped in arrays, with the walls inscribed with incantations and layered with high-level talismans, clearly designed to confine the most heinous of criminals. Chu Linfeng, taken aback by this display, swallowed hard and asked, Master Sun, do prisoners at the harmonization stage receive such stringent supervision? Kong Sun replied, My surname is Kong. Generally, harmonization stage cultivators are only incarcerated in such a manner if they do not cooperate. After all, there are only a few at the harmonization stage, and most are somewhat acquainted. With their long lifespans, serving a few years in prison is trivial. It is not worth offending large dynasties that possess transcendent stage cultivators over such matters. The Grand Elder's current capture was cooperative. Otherwise, the execution division would have long issued a warrant for the Tian Shui Sect. Lin Yin was puzzled. Then why is the Grand Elder confined so tightly? Kong Sun's tone was unyielding, a trivial personal grudge. The others responded, Is it merely trivial, or is it a significant grievance? Upon hearing their voices, the Grand Elder lifted the enormous yellow talisman that hung like a curtain around the prison cell. Upon seeing the three youngsters, his face lit up with joy. Yinner, Linfeng, what brings you here? And why is Xiao Xinxin with you? The Grand Elder, having been rescued, appeared at ease, while Lin Yin felt somewhat awkward and stammered. Master Kong saw us at the palace gate and informed us that you were detained here for suspected reckless driving. The incident involving the Ling Zhou being attacked was under examination by the execution division. During the investigation, Kong Sun learned the true identities of Chu Linfeng and the others from the steward. The Grand Elder understood and reassured Lin Yin. It is no big deal. I can come and go as I please. You should attend the banquet. I will join you shortly. Lin Yin recalled the Grand Elder's earlier remarks about escaping and felt alarmed. Please come with us. The procedures. Kong Sun sneered. It is already dark. You should leave. His clenched expression made Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng suspect that half of his resentment toward the Tian Shui Sect stemmed from the Grand Elder. When Kong Sun permitted the Grand Elder to leave, he instead refused. You brought me here, and now you want me to leave? That would be quite disgraceful. Jiang Xin, concerned about the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones Lin Yin had handed over, nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot let him have it so easily. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback by the soft voice. Before he could locate the source, he heard Kong Sun say, Then you shall remain here in the prison and miss the evening banquet. The Grand Elder was to represent the sect at the full moon banquet. He had set off just in time to pocket the travel expenses. If Jiang Xin discovered he had delayed important sect business for the sake of a few spirit stones, such lucrative tasks would certainly elude him in the future. This was absolutely unacceptable. The Grand Elder flicked his sleeves. If I must go, return my belongings. Kong Sun produced a white jade brush and tossed it to the Grand Elder using his spiritual energy. The Grand Elder, a painter, regarded the white jade brush as his life's tool. When captured by Kong Sun, he had intended to use his techniques to escape. Kong Sun had seized both him and the instrument, confiscating the white jade brush. Elder, let us depart. Chu Linfeng stepped forward to assist, only to discover that the prison door remained closed. Good disciple, watch me demonstrate a trick. The Grand Elder grinned and turned to carve a door, tall enough for a person, into the wall, revealing the scene outside the prison. Chu Linfeng, perplexed, whispered to Lin Yin, Doesn't the array here suppress cultivation? How can the Grand Elder still use magic? Lin Yin was equally bewildered and looked toward Kong Sun for clarity. There are distinctions even among cultivators at the harmonization stage. The Grand Elder was a paragon among them, bolstered by the formidable presence of the Tian Shui Sect, which only enhanced his already impressive prowess. Otherwise, given the Grand Elder's temperament, he would have been eliminated long ago. Kong Sun could confiscate the white jade brush during the act of crime, but could not forcibly search the Grand Elder or seize all his possessions. Jiang Xin was utterly captivated. Wow, a magical brush. Master, can you draw a mountain of spirit stones for me? I want many high-grade spirit stones. The soft, innocent voice seemed faint, but was clearly audible to the Grand Elder, who gazed in astonishment at Jiang Xin. This child could actually speak? No, Xin hadn't spoken. Was it her inner voice? At that moment, Jiang Xin had been asleep, and the elders, fearing to wake her, had given gifts before discussing serious matters. Today marked their first official meeting. Observing that Lin Yin, Chu Linfeng, and Kong Sun showed no particular reaction, the Grand Elder surmised that only he could hear Jiang Xin's thoughts. How remarkable! He truly was a prodigy in the cultivation world. Suppressing his surprise and inner pride, the Grand Elder stated, "Am I leaving?" Kong Sun disdainfully waved his hand, urging him to depart. The Grand Elder lingered at the door he had conjured, hesitating to step through when the patrolling guards outside noticed the door and stood frozen in shock. The Grand Elder glanced at them and shouted hoarsely to Kong Sun, "I truly am leaving, right?" Kong Sun was in no mood to see him. Years ago, when both he and the Grand Elder were at the refining void stage, they had been evenly matched rivals. They had vowed to be lifelong adversaries, only for Lu Qingzhe to ascend to the harmonization stage without a word. Kong Sun had wished to break through to the harmonization stage too, but upper management had consistently denied his requests. Burdened by the menial tasks of the execution division, he remained at the refining void stage to this day, often mocked by the Grand Elder. Were it not for the national fortune he could call upon, barely elevating his cultivation to the harmonization stage, he would not have been able to apprehend the Grand Elder. The more Kong Sun pondered, the angrier he became. He wanted to avoid the Grand Elder entirely. "You heard that? He told me to leave." The Grand Elder pointed at Kong Sun, emphasizing his words to the guards outside. The guards, all at the Golden Core stage, dared not involve themselves in matters between the harmonization and refining void stage experts, nodding in confusion. The Grand Elder stepped through the door. Just as Lin Yin was about to bid farewell to Kong Sun, he suddenly heard the Grand Elder shouting from outside, "Someone has escaped! Someone has escaped!" The Golden Core guards, standing outside in a daze, were even more bewildered. Who has escaped?" "It's me." The Grand Elder pointed at himself, grinning. "I have escaped with the assistance of your esteemed deputy master. Look." The tools for the crime were provided by him. Skillfully twirling the white jade brush in his hand, he cheerfully asked Kong Sun, "Master Kong, what is the sentence for aiding an escape?" Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng realized they had underestimated the Grand Elder. Kong Sun's resentment toward the Tian Shui Sect was not merely half attributable to the Grand Elder. It was entirely derived from him. Even Jiang Xin was taken aback by the Grand Elder's audacious maneuver. This is truly a case of inflicting 1,000 harm to inflict 1,000 harm. A supreme exchange. Master Sherbo is truly a great hero. Master Sherbo, keep it up. We must not coddle those in power. Charge ahead. Lin Yin gazed with concern at Jiang Xin, who was animatedly waving flags in support of the Grand Elder, and silently covered her ears, fearing that the Grand Elder might lead her astray. Outside, the Golden Core guards were at a loss. They had indeed witnessed Kong Sun assisting the Grand Elder in his escape, but with their meager cultivation, how could they dare to apprehend Kong Sun, a practitioner at the void refinement stage? Seeing Kong Sun's ashen face, the captain of the guards mustered his courage to suggest, "My lord, why not surrender? Surrendering could reduce your sentence." The Grand Elder let out a triumphant and arrogant laugh. Haha. Kong Sun's smile grew even more self-satisfied. "Lu Qingzhe, I forgot to mention, these two children have already arranged your bail. Even if you go out now, it won't count as a prison break. Without a prison break, there could be no assisting in a prison break." The Grand Elder's laughter abruptly ceased as he painfully questioned Lin Yin. "Did you pay the spirit stones?" Lin Yin obediently nodded. "We can still." The Grand Elder's heart ached deeply, lacking the courage to let Lin Yin finish. My spirit stones. My spirit stones. After being tricked for so long, today he finally managed to outsmart him, and Kong Sun felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His smile had not faded. It simply shifted from the Grand Elder's face to his own. How delightful! The Grand Elder, who was well versed in the intricacies of the law, led Lin Yin and the others out of the prison with a lightness in his step. He did not dare inquire how many spirit stones Lin Yin had paid for bail, fearing that he would not be able to bear the answer and might faint from the shock. Chu Linfeng comforted him. Do not be disheartened. As long as you do not flee, this money will be returned to us. Besides, it was the second senior brother who paid for it, so it did not cost you anything. The Grand Elder shot him a look that conveyed his elder authority. Am I the sort of person who would take advantage of the younger generation? How many spirit stones? I will return them to you. Lin Yin interjected. Really, you needn't. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Xin had already blurted it out before Lin Yin could finish. The Grand Elder's heart sank even further. Was this about his spirit stones? It was about his very life. Master Sherbo is so considerate, thinking of us like this. Little junior sister, spare some words. If Jiang Xin finds out, he will never get such a lucrative task again in his lifetime. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder produced a spirit stone pouch and firmly pressed it into Lin Yan's hands. Take it. No need to be polite. The imposing aura of a core formation cultivator compelled Lin Yin to accept it, yet he hesitated, eyeing the Grand Elder's hand that had not yet relinquished its grip. Could you at least let go of one of them, either my hand or your pouch? The Grand Elder held onto Lin Yan's hand with his left, while his right clutched the spirit stone pouch, maintaining the posture of bestowing the spirit stones. Reluctant to let go, only after Lin Yan's reminder did he unwillingly ease his grip. Lin Yin instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, only to be grasped again by the Grand Elder, startling him. Could you not tell your master about this? The Grand Elder asked earnestly. Although Jiang Xin was the youngest, he was the sect leader. With authority comes responsibility, and over the years, Jiang Xin and the other elders had navigated their positions with great care. Lin Yin, as a junior, chose not to interfere with the affairs of his elders. He assured the Grand Elder, disciple will not speak of it. The Grand Elder then turned to Chu Linfeng and Jiang Xin. Chu Linfeng, less perceptive than Lin Yin, did not understand why the Grand Elder wished to keep this matter from his master, yet he obediently nodded. Disciple will not speak of it either. Jiang Xin, meanwhile, was blowing bubbles in a lackluster manner. I can't even speak yet, so how could I tell Daddy? You may not be able to articulate your thoughts, but your mind is certainly brimming with them. What if the seventh brother could hear your innermost thoughts? That would spell disaster for me, the Grand Elder mused, adding sternly, you are not allowed to even think about this matter. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng exchanged glances, both looking at Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin appeared somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? You control everything, and now you control what I can think. Regardless, whatever I think, you all have no idea. Ha. The little one began to amuse herself, completely oblivious to the complicated expressions of the other three. As the moon hung low in the sky, Chu Linfeng suddenly realized the urgency. Oh no, the banquet is about to begin. Flying was prohibited in the capital on autumn nights, and using spatial spells was also forbidden. They would surely be late if they walked to the palace. The Grand Elder glanced back at the door through which they had emerged from the depths of the prison. As his spiritual power dissipated from it, the door, which had been vividly drawn, began to fade, leaving only a glimpse of Kong Sun's legs still inside the cell. Linfeng, hold on to Xin, the Grand Elder commanded. Chu Linfeng took Jiang Xin from Lin Yin, and before he could speak, he felt the Grand Elder wrap his arms around both him and Lin Yin, securing them on either side. Grand Elder, please hold your junior sister tightly. The Grand Elder commanded, and with that, he launched himself like a cannonball towards the palace. Inside the prison, Kong Sun, waiting for the door to vanish, suddenly sensed something was amiss and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, darting through the soon-to-be disappeared door. Outside, there was no one to be seen, only a distant glimmer marking the Grand Elder and his companions as they sped away. The light flickered and vanished, too swift to be pursued. The prohibition against flying in the skies of the capital was triggered, and a grand formation enveloping the entire imperial city slowly emerged. The array shimmered, hinting at brewing thunder and lightning. However, before the lightning could coalesce, the figure racing through the air vanished in an instant. With no one to disrupt the rules, the array lost its target, and the power of lightning attached to it dissipated involuntarily. The Grand Elder landed steadily in a deserted alley near the palace, glancing with pride at the array that reluctantly faded from view above him. "Let us go. We will arrive just in time." He released the two children from his grasp. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng's legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. The Grand Elder's speed of flight had exceeded what the two Golden Core practitioners could withstand. Chu Linfeng knelt, his face devoid of color, yet his hands still tightly held onto Jiang Xin. Seeing their condition, the Grand Elder hurriedly checked on Jiang Xin. Xin, are you all right? "I'm fine," Jiang Xin replied, perplexed by her senior brother's state. She reached out her little chubby hand to touch Chu Linfeng's pale face, then tugged at Lin Yan's flowing sleeve, clearly anxious. "Senior brothers, what's wrong with you?" The Grand Elder flew so slowly. Surely he couldn't have frightened you? They were not frightened, but simply overwhelmed by the speed of a core formation cultivator, which their lower cultivation level could not endure. Yet, to say the Grand Elder flew slowly was rather excessive, was it not? However, Jiang Xin, full of energy, remained blissfully unaware of their expressions, causing Chu Linfeng to feel deflated. Little junior sister had not yet cultivated her chi and was completely unaffected. It seemed he was indeed the one lacking in skill. "Let us go. Soon Kong Sun will catch up to Ishimiya fine." The Grand Elder, with great experience, assisted the two individuals, dragging and pulling them toward the Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the palace entrance, he produced an invitation to verify their identities. The guard, utterly perplexed, glanced at Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, who were seated on the ground, before opening the invitation for verification. Upon seeing the three characters of Tian Shui Sect, a look of understanding flashed across his eyes, and he respectfully invited the four into the palace. Just as they were about to step through the palace gates, Lin Yin, resembling a lifeless dog, struggled to rise. "Wait, let me divine something." As a diviner, his physique was not as robust as that of the sword cultivator Chu Linfeng, and the world around him still spun disorientingly. This was also the reason the Grand Elder had specifically requested Chu Linfeng to carry Jiang Xin before their departure. He feared that Lin Yin, the frail diviner, might accidentally drop Jiang Xin during their flight, causing a disastrous fall. Now, Lin Yin was forcing himself to steady his stance, retrieving a turtle shell and copper coins. The Grand Elder anxiously glanced toward the Ministry of Justice, fearing that Kong Sun might catch up and issue him a ticket. After all, having arrived at the Imperial Palace from the Ministry of Justice's prison in such a short time certainly indicated he had exceeded the speed limit. Kong Sun could convict him without even having to catch him in the act. The Grand Elder, experienced in evading the law, knew how to exploit its loopholes. The diviner's intuition was more accurate than that of ordinary cultivators. Seeing Lin Yin dizzy yet still intent on divining, the Grand Elder sighed, thinking it prudent to consult the oracle. "Hurry up," he instructed. Lin Yan's vision was slightly blurred, and after several attempts, he managed to awkwardly pour the copper coins into the turtle shell, devoutly initiating the divination. He held the turtle shell, shook it 3 times to the left, then 3 times to the right, muttering incantations. Before long, the divination was complete. The Grand Elder eagerly inquired, "What does it say?" Lin Yin replied earnestly, "Step with your left foot." "Huh?" The Grand Elder was perplexed. Lin Yin clarified, "When entering the palace, step with your left foot first." The Grand Elder was left speechless. Born with the ability to cheat and take shortcuts, truly a disciple of Tian Shui Sect. What kind of divination was that? The Grand Elder asked. "It was my first time at the palace, and I wanted to determine which foot to step in with." Lin Yin responded, bemused. "Is there anything else to divine? Surely, anything is more useful than this." The Grand Elder retorted, "What significance does that hold?" Lin Yin replied seriously, "At least I won't be expelled for stepping in with my right foot first." The Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words. My 7th disciple has some merit. Watching Lin Yin unsteadily step in with his left foot into the palace, the Grand Elder lowered his voice to ask Chu Linfeng, "Has your senior brother always been this eccentric?" Chu Linfeng, one arm cradling Jiang Xin and the other gripping the Grand Elder's arm, was still somewhat wobbly. though slightly better than Lin Yin. He could not even focus on the Grand Elder's face, merely nodding at the bright yellow nails on the crimson gates of the imperial city. Indeed, if he weren't eccentric, could he still be called a diviner? Ah, close the loop. The Grand Elder turned his head to steer Chu Linfeng forward, preventing the foolish lad from colliding with the door. Chu Linfeng remained still, carefully discerning his own feet before solemnly stepping in with his left foot. As a disciple of a major sect, he quickly regained his composure and sat at the banquet as if nothing were amiss. The Grand Elder represented the sect at the feast, taking a seat in the front row. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, being juniors, sat a bit further back, mingling with the other juniors from the 6th grade sections. Jiang Xin, wide-eyed, stared at the dishes on the table, taking deep breaths to savor the aromas wafting through the air. Wow, it smells so good, I want to eat. Steamed spirit carp, braised snowfield bear paw. Wow, wow, wow. And dragon liver. The last time she had such exquisite food was in her previous life. With each dish served, Jiang Xin exclaimed in delight, her mouth watering. Second senior brother, I want that. Please serve me some meat. Fifth senior brother, look at me. I want to eat too. Jiang Xin kept glancing at Lin Yin and then at Chu Linfeng, her little head spinning as she hoped one of her senior brothers would notice her. Lin Yin, engaged in conversation, politely excused himself and retrieved the turtle shell. The youth sitting beside him, named Cheng Yinshi, was the chief disciple of Jin Shengmin. As fellow disciples of the 6 great sects, they were somewhat familiar. Seeing Lin Yin suddenly wanting to divine, Cheng Yinshi curiously asked, "What are you divining?" Lin Yin solemnly began his divination. "I want to see if I can give the little junior sister some of the dishes on the table." Cheng Yinshi, initially thinking the dishes were harmless, soon remembered that Jiang Xin was just born and cautiously replied, "She probably shouldn't eat yet, right? Children her age are still drinking milk." "What did the master and mistress say when you left?" Lin Yin responded, "They didn't mention this. It was precisely for this reason that he wanted to divine." As the words fell, the divination was complete, and Lin Yin fell into contemplation over the oracle symbols. Cheng Yinshi, lacking knowledge of the symbols but possessing common sense, glanced at the copper coins in Lin Yan's hand and naturally asked, "So she can't eat?" This was a futile divination, indicating that whether or not Jiang Xin was given meat, the outcome would be the same. As for whether that outcome was good or bad, Lin Yin could not ascertain. He rarely encountered such an oracle. To be on the safe side, he decided it was best for her not to eat. "Little junior sister, you're still too young. You can't eat meat." Jiang Xin's expectant little face immediately crinkled in disappointment. She inadvertently caught sight of the oracle symbols in Lin Yan's palm and stared intently. Chu Linfeng thought to himself, if second senior brother's divination is so accurate, could the little junior sister possibly reverse his oracle with just her gaze? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed 2 of the 3 copper coins in Lin Yan's palm inexplicably flip over, as if manipulated by an invisible force. The feudal oracle transformed into a highly auspicious one. Jiang Xin beamed with joy. "Ha ha ha, Eavesdropping fate. I want to eat meat. Second senior brother, quickly serve me some meat. Your divination says the same." She laughed so loudly in her heart that even the Grand Elder, seated a little further away, heard her and cast a look of appreciation. At such a young age, already adept at cunning and trickery, truly a disciple of Tian Shui Sect. The sect has a promising future. Lin Yin silently clenched his fist, concealing the altered oracle. "Little junior sister, when you cheat the oracle, remember to find an angle where he can't see." After a delay in receiving any meat from Lin Yin, Jiang Xin flailed her tiny hands, grabbing a spoon from the table and raising it high, attempting to scoop up meat pieces. Chu Linfeng, witnessing this scene, quickly took the spoon away. "Little junior sister, you're still too young, you can't eat." Jiang Xin scrunched her nose and glared at him. Xin is almost a month old. I'm a big kid now. You still haven't." Chu Linfeng initially intended to say she hadn't grown teeth yet, but as the words approached his lips, he suddenly recalled Jiang Xin's extraordinary abilities, fearing she might force herself to grow a set of pristine white teeth in the next moment. Thus he held his tongue. He was uncertain why Jiang Xin possessed such remarkable traits, yet he was acutely aware that she must not draw too much attention, lest it attract trouble. Before her birth, Jiang Yichen and Qi Lanqing had already expressed their wishes. They did not seek an exceptionally gifted child, but rather one who would be safe and sound. As the elder brother, he must keep a watchful eye on her, for she was still young and her mind was not fully matured, unaware of such matters. Xiao Shimi, be good and drink this. Lin Yan produced a jug of Chongling sheep milk and handed it to Jiang Xin. I've grown weary of this. Jiang Xin disdainfully cradled the milk jug in her arms and took a hearty sip. Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng, listening to her contradictory words, stifled their laughter, turning their heads away to avoid detection by the little sister. At the banquet, where goblets clinked and conversations flowed, Lin Yan found himself among peers of similar age, creating a sense of ease. After finishing the sheep milk, Jiang Xin felt drowsy and yawned repeatedly. Your little sister is truly adorable. May I hold her? Cheng Yinshi gazed at Jiang Xin with longing. Jiang Xin lifted her eyelids to glance at him and generously extended her small hand for him to embrace. Cheng Yinshi, taken aback, carefully cradled Jiang Xin, his movements gentle, as if afraid that a misstep would cause the little one to cry. She doesn't even recognize anyone. So well behaved. My cousin would cry whenever anyone else held him, only recognizing his aunt. She had to carry him all day, unable to accomplish anything. Truly a hardship. Chu Linfeng beamed with pride. My little sister is unlike other children. She never cries or throws tantrums. She is the most well-behaved. Indeed, Xin is the best. Jiang Xin silently agreed, forcing her eyes wide open, thoroughly examining Cheng Yinshi from top to bottom and side to side. Meeting his sparkling eyes, Cheng Yinshi couldn't help but smile, joyfully stating, your little sister seems to quite like me. Jiang Xin Sayin Wali, you unfortunate soul will be transformed into a spirit tool. I must seize the opportunity to gaze upon you while you are still alive. Once you become a spirit tool, lost in confusion with no self-awareness, the only thing left to observe will be a fool. Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng exchanged puzzled glances. Was the third unfortunate soul about to emerge after them? Should the little sister also save some ghost money for him? The fate of the daughter of destiny seems dire. The realm of cultivation is doomed. The Jiang Xin Sect specializes in weapon refining, and Cheng Yinshi, now at the pinnacle of Golden Core, possesses extraordinary skills in this art, having received the true teachings of the sect leader, Jing Guangsan. The irony lies in a master craftsman becoming a spirit tool devoid of self-awareness. Fifth junior brother, you have captured the attention of little sister and Daoist Cheng. Let me divine for you, Lin Yan discreetly transmitted to Chu Linfeng. As a diviner, Lin Yan possessed various methods of divination, yet he never predicted the future for others. Life is priceless, whether cultivators or mortals. None can measure the weight or breadth of life. One's existence cannot be encapsulated in a single divination. Lin Yan had refrained from verifying the grim fates he and Chu Linfeng had foreseen in Jiang Xin's previous two predictions. However, this time he felt compelled to try. Skillfully, Lin Yan began to cast divination, shaking the tortoise shell a couple of times, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. With a loud bang, the tortoise shell, along with the copper coins inside, exploded. The commotion drew everyone's attention. Lin Yan silently gathered the scattered fragments of the shattered tortoise shell with spiritual power. Maintaining a calm demeanor as he apologized, I apologize, it was an error. Fortunately, no serious incident occurred, and the crowd quickly diverted their gazes. After all, for a diviner, the occasional explosion of a tortoise shell was quite normal. There were even those who had calculated their own demise. The greater the ability, the louder the noise. In the realm of cultivation, many extraordinary beings abound. If one were to indulge too much at such a banquet, the resulting uproar would be considerable. Lin Yan's mere explosion of a tortoise shell hardly made headlines. Just a small incident. Cheng Yinshi leaned closer, cupping his hand over Jiang Xin's ear, and asked, "What did you predict?" Lin Yan remained silent, gazing at him. Cheng Yinshi, with an air of maturity, chastised him. Diviners cannot predict everything. Didn't your master teach you that? Lin Yan looked at him, his eyes subtly filled with resentment. Jiang Xin was also curious about why Lin Yan had caused the tortoise shell to explode. Second senior brother, the last time you exploded a tortoise shell was ages ago. That was because the Grand Elder was imprisoned in the Autumn Night Dynasty's Ministry of Justice. Divining the forces that imprisoned him was akin to predicting the fate of a nation. Simply exploding a tortoise shell without backlash was already quite fortunate. I wonder what you were predicting this time to warrant such a significant reaction. This remark sparked an insight in Lin Yan. To prevent his disciples from being subtly harmed by Qi Huanyun, Jiang Xin and Qi Lanxing had informed Lin Yan of all Qi Huanyun's actions, advising the brothers to avoid any further dealings with her. They were unaware that Qi Huanyun's child was named Xing Shui, but they did know that the giant tree of the Qi Sect was secretly siphoning the fortune of the cultivation realm. The fortune of the cultivation realm is a far more colossal entity than that of a nation. When Lin Yan divined the identity of the person imprisoning the Grand Elder, he had no forewarning of the tortoise shell's impending explosion. However, just a moment before it shattered, an ominous premonition washed over him. This indicated that the latter was stronger than the former. Thus, Cheng Yinqi's demise was connected to something more powerful than national fortune. Could it be related to the fortune of the cultivation realm? Observing Jiang Xin's concern over this matter, Lin Yan pondered aloud, Taoist Cheng. I perceive darkness gathering at your forehead. It seems you are destined for calamity. Cheng Yinqi, who had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, found Lin Yan's words alarmist, suspecting it was retaliation for his earlier teasing. Lin Taoist, are you aware that such rhetoric is quite superstitious? Jiang Xin chimed in. It really is superstitious. Lin Yan, suppressing the urge to glance at Jiang Xin, continued to probe. I just predicted your future. The tortoise shell that exploded was meant for you. Cheng Yinqi quickly took a step back while holding Jiang Xin, maintaining his distance. Are you trying to swindle me? Lin Yan replied. Could you not think of it so negatively? Cheng Yinqi retorted. This is already the best outcome I can envision. How much spiritual stone does your tortoise shell cost? If it's too pricey, I want to acknowledge it. Chu Linfeng was astonished at how effortlessly he delivered those lines. You aren't going to struggle at all? If it were cheaper, would you genuinely be willing to compensate? Cheng Yinqi humorously feigned a struggle. If it were cheaper, I might consider it. But you must tell me what that divination revealed. Though the Tian Shui Sect had a poor reputation, their strength was undeniable. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated long ago. Typically, even if Lin Yan could not predict Cheng Yinqi's future, he should not have caused the tortoise shell to explode. This clearly indicated he had ventured into an untouchable realm. Cheng Yinqi prided himself on being a law-abiding individual, never engaging in transgressive acts. Therefore, he was quite concerned about what Lin Yan had divined that resulted in such an explosion. Jiang Xin also sensed the darkness gathering at Cheng Yinqi's forehead, believing Lin Yan had indeed perceived something, prompting him to cast a divination. Of course, second senior brother is divining your future. You're doomed. Your fate is quite tragic. The one who brings about your demise is Xing Shui. She is the daughter of destiny. The divination from second senior brother reveals that she, unable to withstand the power of the daughter of destiny, will undoubtedly explode. Upon hearing the name Xing Shui once more, both Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng felt a chill run through them. To transform a living being into a spirit tool, if the daughter of destiny possesses such conduct, the realm of cultivation is surely doomed. Although Cheng Yinqi was not his biological senior brother, given his recent praise, Jiang Xin decided to offer him a small gift. The countless runes etched into the artifact dissolved into nothingness, yet the artifact itself remained intact, entering a process of reforging. This is a defensive talisman meticulously crafted for Qi Lanxing, made from the rare material known as xianyin. Xianyin is exceptionally sturdy and can only be melted with the use of unique flames. Jiang Xin's chubby hands brought together the broken pieces of the bracelet, rubbing them together. To her surprise, the two segments of xianyin were as pliable as dough, swiftly merging into a soft mass. Jiang Xin pressed a hole in the center of the clay and shaped the edges into a neat square. Lin Yan felt a sense of familiarity with this creation of hers. It wasn't until Jiang Xin fashioned a small lid from another piece of clay she had hidden in her palm and placed it atop the small box she had just crafted that Lin Yan recognized its true form. It was a miniature coffin, a rather fashionable sliding lid design. Due to the limited material from the bracelet, Jiang Xin's coffin was only the size of a palm. Yet, the little thing was quite refined. Her chubby fingers traced a circle around the coffin. Intricate runes and formations flowed from her fingertips, seamlessly merging with the coffin, as if it were a natural extension. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xin transformed one exquisite artifact into another. The coffin appeared unremarkable at first glance, but the immense power it contained left Lin Yin feeling dizzy, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Jiang Xin held the coffin aloft, examining it with a joyful smile. "Oh, how clever I am. Although it's a bit small, it's sufficient to house a spirit. Here you go. In the future, when you're oppressed by Xing Shui, you can take refuge in here. No need to thank me." She tugged at Cheng Yinxi's sleeve, placing the small coffin into his hands. The eccentricity of the disciples from Tian Shui Sect was becoming more pronounced. Before Cheng Yinxi could discern what it was swiftly snatched away by Chu Linfeng. Not giving it back, Chu Linfeng adeptly dodged, his agile movements presenting a stark contrast to Cheng Yinxi's clumsiness. Junior sister is biased, bestowing such a fine gift upon an outsider. At least I have paper figures and ghost money, while I had to provide the spirit stones for my own coffin. Chu Linfeng felt quite aggrieved, repeatedly casting pitiful glances at Jiang Xin, resembling an abandoned puppy. Jiang Xin was somewhat perplexed. Why does fifth senior brother look so forlorn? It's just a coffin, isn't it? But it's a coffin made from exquisite materials, and it's handcrafted by junior sister. Chu Linfeng wished to rush to Jiang Xin and emphasize the coffin's rarity. Once people have passed, these worldly possessions become meaningless. Cheng Yinxi can't take the coffin underground for use. My savings for fifth senior brother's coffin are far more valuable. When fifth senior brother passes, it will afford him countless ghost coins. Rest assured, he will enjoy the same freedom even as a spirit. Was that truly the case? He knew junior sister held him in her heart. Chu Linfeng felt a wave of emotion surge through him, and his heart suddenly felt balanced. The gift from Xin is mine to cherish for a lifetime. No one shall take it from me. Cheng Yinxi cast a sidelong glance at the obliviously cheerful Chu Linfeng and then at Lin Yin, who remained in shock, delighting in the item he held. As he looked down, he saw the character for offering emblazoned on it. Cheng Yinxi's heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, it was a vividly crafted little coffin, fashioned in a festive bright red. This gift was undeniably unique. He found himself at a loss for words, glancing skeptically at Chu Linfeng, suspecting he had swapped the original gift. Chu Linfeng grinned broadly, gesturing towards the small coffin in Cheng Yinxi's hands, declaring, "This is a fine item." "Nonsense. You swapped Xin's gift for this. Aren't you going to do something about it, senior brother?" Cheng Yinxi tugged at Lin Yin with irritation. Cheng Yinxi was about to speak when Lin Yin interjected, "Don't be ungrateful." Cheng Yinxi was bewildered. What? Is the eccentricity of the Tian Shui Sect disciples worsening? Xin, your two senior brothers are truly shameless, swapping the gifts you've given me. Cheng Yinxi complained to Jiang Xin, ready to showcase the small coffin to her, when he sensed someone approaching and instinctively halted his words. The newcomer was dressed in bright yellow robes, embroidered with golden osmanthus. Beneath a round moon, Cheng Yinxi gasped in surprise. "Your Majesty?" The visitor was none other than the ruler of the Qiyue dynasty, the Autumn Monarch. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng quickly composed themselves and greeted the Autumn Monarch. "No need for excessive formalities. You are here on behalf of Lanqin?" The Autumn Monarch inquired, looking at Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng. The two brothers nodded. "In 3 days, it will be junior sister's full moon banquet. Our master and mistress are preoccupied with preparations and sent us in their stead." The Autumn Monarch nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Jiang Xin. "Is this Lanqin's daughter? Come here for a hug." The fact that he sent a personal invitation indicated a good rapport with their master and mistress. Chu Linfeng, not seeing the Autumn Monarch as a villain, instinctively extended his arms. However, Jiang Xin, who had been calmly nestled in his embrace, suddenly stirred. "I don't want him to hug me. Get away, bad tree." The Autumn Monarch was left in an awkward position, expressing confusion. "What's wrong?" "You're bad." Jiang Xin glared at him, her previously sleepy peach blossom eyes now wide open in indignation. The Autumn Monarch was a cultivator in the harmonization stage and a ruler. Chu Linfeng didn't dare to glare as Jiang Xin did, opting instead for a more tactful approach. "Junior sister is shy." She didn't seem shy just now. The Autumn Monarch chuckled, looking at Cheng Yinxi. Lin Yin remarked, "Cheng Daoist is an acquaintance." Cheng Yinxi was unsure when he had become so familiar with them, but inexplicably chose not to refute. "Yes, Xin even gifted me something." The Autumn Monarch understood and did not press further. This child is of similar age to my daughter. It seems there is a connection. Let the two children play together. He signaled to a palace attendant beside him, who respectfully gestured for the three of them to follow. Please, esteemed guests. Once the banquet commenced, the little princess remained asleep and was not presented for everyone to see. Even Jiang began to notice Jiang Xin's aversion towards the autumn monarch. Lin Yin, concerned that junior sister's presence might incite conflict between Tian Shui Sect and the Shui dynasty, agreed and led his juniors away. The two followed the attendant out of the banquet hall. Jiang could not hear Jiang Xin's thoughts. Yet a well-behaved child suddenly causing a ruckus felt odd to him. He could not pinpoint the reason, and by the time he realized it, he had already followed Lin Yin and the others outside. Second senior brother, didn't T junior sister just say the monarch is a bad person? Chu Linfeng quietly transmitted a message to Lin Yin, his voice barely above a whisper, fearful of being overheard. Although the Shui dynasty was not vast, its strength was formidable. Under the governance of the autumn monarch, the citizens had lived in peace and prosperity for years, and the various sects held him in high regard. Why would junior sister call him a bad uncle? Lin Yin produced a communication jade slip. I am uncertain of the reason. Junior sister wouldn't speak without cause. There must be something behind it. Chu Linfeng nodded in agreement. Jiang noticed that the palace attendant leading the way was quickening their pace, and could not help but exclaim, Auntie, please slow down, we cannot keep up. He was not truly falling behind. Rather, he was mindful of the rules and dared not exert his spiritual energy to catch up within the palace walls. The attendant, instead of slowing down, increased their speed. Instinctively, Jiang was about to use his ethereal powers to pursue, but was restrained by Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, one on each side. Jiang intended to voice his displeasure, but upon turning to see the grave expressions of his senior brothers, a chill of foreboding gripped his heart. He whispered, What is it? Lin Yin produced a bagua, 8 trigrams, plate, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The Shui dynasty has been established for many years, and the palace attendants are well trained. They would not be so negligent. Moreover, I have just discovered that the communication jade slip has malfunctioned. Chu Linfeng handed Jiang Xin to Lin Yin, drew his long sword from his back, and thrust it towards the attendant ahead. Who exactly are you? The attendant could not dodge, and the sword pierced her back. A powerful suction force emanated from her, preventing Chu Linfeng from retracting his weapon. He infused his spiritual energy, unleashing a surge of sword intent from the blade. The attendant's body exploded, scattering not bloodied flesh, but an array of wooden fragments of various sizes. Her legs remained in place, morphing into 2 sections of deep brown tree trunks. At that moment, Chu Linfeng and Lin Yin realized that Jiang Xin had not been shouting about a wicked uncle, but rather a malevolent tree. They simultaneously recalled the peculiar giant tree from the Chimu sect. Could it be that the giant tree, unable to conquer their master, had come seeking vengeance? The wooden fragments that splintered from the attendant took root upon hitting the ground, sprouting rapidly to form towering trees in an instant. Vines and branches cascaded down, enveloping the courtyard in a dense shroud, creating a realm of its own. The adversary's speed was overwhelming. Even though Lin Yin and the others quickly reacted, they could not escape. The robust tree trunks pressed tightly together, forming an impenetrable wall that obstructed their path. Jiang brandished a short dagger, driving it forcefully into the trunk. With a sharp crack, the finely forged dagger snapped in two. What is this? It is so hard. Jiang exclaimed in terror. Lin Yin pulled him back to avoid a massive serpent that emerged from the treetops. The exquisite bagua plate spun rapidly at his fingertips, conjuring an illusory 8 trigrams beneath their feet, transforming the advancing serpent into a withered branch. Jiang conjured a flame, igniting the branch. The resplendent and majestic palace had morphed into a perilous jungle, as thorn-laden branches continuously descended from above, launching attacks at them. Chu Linfeng wielded his sword, deftly maneuvering through the forest, attempting to carve a path ahead. How could such a trap exist in the palace with so many elders in the fusion stage present? Chu Linfeng pondered in disbelief. The three shared the same thought, realizing that they had been careless, believing the palace would be safe, and had thus fallen into this predicament. Lin Yin glanced down at Jiang Xin, who had unexpectedly fallen asleep. The little one smacked her lips, likely dreaming of delicious food, her expression blissful. Lin Yin felt a weight in his heart. Why did his junior sister choose this moment to slumber? He had no chance to eavesdrop on her thoughts. No, he could not always rely on her. He swiftly cast the divination, observed the omens, and instructed Chu Linfeng, the exit is to the southeast. Chu Linfeng surveyed the surroundings. Where's the southeast? Cheng Yinshi produced a compass, indicating a direction. Chu Linfeng swung his sword, the force colliding with the enormous tree to the southeast, resulting in a violent explosion. The deafening sound nearly stunned those present. Was that an earthquake? Or did a star fall? Huh? Why are there so many trees? The little voice, filled with confusion, only added to her adorableness. Chu Linfeng's mighty strike had created a fissure in this space, revealing the palace's glowing lights through the gap. The three rushed towards it with all their strength. However, before they could reach it, they were ensnared by descending vines. These vines could absorb spiritual energy. As Chu Linfeng struggled, all his energy was siphoned away, rendering him unable to make any significant movement. The rift between the jungle and the palace slowly began to close, as if their hopes for survival were diminishing with each passing moment. Lin Yin protected Jiang Xin, but the vines wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground. In a desperate struggle, the communication jade slip in his hand was flung away, piercing through the rift and falling outside. The rift nearly closed upon the jade slip. Second senior brother, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited the malevolent tree becomes. Jiang Xion's soft voice rang out, tinged with drowsiness. Yet it felt oddly unsettling to Lin Yin. He obediently ceased his struggles, and indeed, the tightening vines began to relax. Seeing this effectiveness, Lin Yin hastily transmitted to Cheng Yinshi. These vines tighten the more you resist, so do not move. Chu Linfeng, who could hear Jiang Xion's thoughts, had already joined Lin Yin in ceasing his struggles. Cheng Yinshi hesitated, but ultimately complied, and the vines that had nearly choked him finally loosened, allowing him a breath of relief. How do you know not to struggle? He queried Lin Yin in confusion. Lin Yin, unable to divulge Jiang Xion's secret, replied ambiguously. It is not important. Let us think of a way to escape. At the mention of escape, Cheng Yinshi felt a headache coming on. He had almost forgotten to communicate telepathically and began to complain to Lin Yin. We cannot fight back, nor can we flee. What does this accursed tree want with us? Jiang Xian chuckled softly. The tree wants to have little monkeys with you. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng's expression stiffened. What could the little sister mean by having little monkeys? Surely it couldn't imply giving birth? No way, no way, no way. They were still children themselves, just as the brothers felt that it could not be that terrifying. A slender, pointed vine coiled around their feet, spiraling upwards. The vine moved with lightning speed, climbing from their ankles to their calves, then to their thighs, and soon ensnared the boys' waists, delving into their garments. Julin Fang stubelau fudio sili. The vine tightened around him, continuously drawing his spiritual energy, rendering him unable to escape. The vine that slipped into his clothing elicited waves of ticklish sensations, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. In a panic, he shouted, "Don't be ridiculous. I am protected by the minor protection law." Typically, cultivators lived long lives, with those under 18 considered minors. If a malevolent cultivator targeted minors, the punishment was doubled. In the densely foliated jungle, low laughter echoed, and a graceful figure materialized, drawing closer to them. This figure did not walk with normal steps. Rather, it appeared as if each stride involved reassembling its form. As it approached, Chu Linfeng discerned that this was not a real person, but an entity composed of countless intertwined vines, resembling a human shape. The figure's features were indistinct, but one could faintly perceive the shadows of unfinished facial features. The mouth had a gap that opened and closed, as if it were speaking. "I have already suspended you. Why would I concern myself with the law?" The woman, with a mocking laugh, derided the notion of the WICNBOF, a concept that always seems to emerge at the most inappropriate times. And now, it offers no protection for you. Chu Linfeng, indignant, retorted, "I carry it with me, believe it or not. I can bring it out and smash you with it right now." The woman scoffed even more disdainfully, "I do not believe you." Amidst the entangling vines, Chu Linfeng struggled to twist his head to retrieve the Funishimi ring. The vines constricted tightly around him, crushing his spiritual barrier and leaving crimson marks on his skin. Cheng Yinshi, watching the scene, felt a surge of admiration. This tree must possess at least the cultivation of the yuanying stage. What use is a mere book of laws to you? Chu Linfeng asserted with righteous fervor. The law must not be trampled upon. Cheng Yinshi replied, I understand the principle, but reason only applies to those who heed it. Even if you produce it, this tree will not allow us to escape. Your fifth senior brother is quite persistent, Jiang Xin chimed in, peering out from Lin Yan's embrace, just in time to touch Chu Linfeng's outstretched hand. With a gentle tap from her small, chubby fingers, the sense of entrapment that burdened Chu Linfeng dissipated. He successfully retrieved a thin blue book from the Shumi ring, its cover emblazoned with the 7 grand characters of the. The woman scoffed dismissively, yet her mirth quickly vanished. Then Chu Linfeng's hand ascended, radiating a gleaming golden light. Where the golden light shone, the vines that ensnared the 3 of them disintegrated. In the next moment, this shimmering blue book transformed into a colossal mountain, crashing down upon the woman. She had no time to flee. The words of law, aglow with golden light, struck her, shattering her vine-like body into fragments. Cheng Yinshi stared in astonishment. This was not at all how he had envisioned the to function. The remnants of the woman dissipated into the golden light, never to take root again. Freed, Cheng Yinshi gazed at the 2 characters of law, elegantly inscribed and luminous on the ground, lost in contemplation. Was this a magical artifact or a talisman? It is the power of the law. Chu Linfeng responded with palpable pride. Lin Yan explained, the court commissioned the Tian Shui Sect to assist in printing to enhance the legal awareness of cultivators. This task was entrusted to the 5th elder of the Yanshi Peak. What your 5th junior brother holds is the product of Yanshi Peak. Whenever minors are present, uttering the incantation the law must not be trampled can activate this artifact. Its power is equivalent to that of the yuanying stage. Cheng Yinshi expressed his awe. You must have earned quite a fortune from this, haven't you? Lin Yan fell silent. Cheng Yinshi, filled with curiosity, leaned in and whispered, Come on, brother, give me the inside scoop. How much did you make? In the spirit of fairness, I will also divulge how much we at Jinshimen earned when we last assisted the court in printing this. To show my sincerity, I will go first. We only made 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. We printed it according to the standard jade slips, mainly intending for it to serve as practice for new disciples, so profit was secondary. Surely, you all made a considerable amount as well. Just share it with me. Lin Yan silently remarked, the cost of producing such an artifact is around 15,000 high-grade spirit stones, and Yanshi Peak initially crafted 200 of them. Then you made 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Cheng Yinshi exclaimed, envious. The court is truly biased towards you. The funding they provided us was only 15,000. They provided us with the same amount. Chu Linfeng replied. Cheng Yinshi was perplexed. If each one cost 15,000, how did you manage to produce 200? Chu Linfeng replied with a hint of melancholy. To be precise, we produced a total of 201. Lin Yan added, excluding the samples, we actually incurred a loss of 300,000. Cheng Yinshi was incredulous. How could you lose so much even with samples? Lin Yan explained. The 5th elder believed that the 15,000 high-grade spirit stones was the price per unit and thus produced samples. Once sent to the government, due to their superior quality, the officials in charge mistook them for bribes and accepted them outright. The 5th elder assumed the samples were satisfactory, hence he proceeded with mass production. Cheng Yinshi remarked, no wonder your Tian Shui Sect has such a reputation. It makes sense why the court emphasized that they only wanted the most basic reading versions when they came to Jinshimen for printing later on. It turns out there was more to it. Was a loss entirely borne by your sect? Cheng Yinshi inquired. Lin Yan replied, the court is tight on funds and unwilling to take responsibility. The 5th elder, hoping to continue receiving commissions from the court, endured the loss. These artifacts were sold within the sect, and the 5th junior brother purchased one. Cheng Yinshi felt a twinge of sympathy. Isn't your Tian Shui Sect quite wealthy? Why worry about losing that little commission from the court? The wealth of the sect has nothing to do with the poverty of the various peaks. You can see Tian Shui Sect disciples working throughout the continent. Do you think they do it out of choice? To clarify, yes, they do it because they are poor. This matter pertained to the struggle between Jiang Xin and the elders, and both Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng prudently remained silent. Jiang Xin, feeling a pang of sympathy for the humble 5th elder, stifle yawn. Let's quickly finish off this wretched tree, so we can get some sleep. He is hiding in front, eavesdropping on us. Lin Yin and his brother were startled, glancing towards the seemingly empty space ahead. Chu Linfeng gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a wave of sword energy. The energy cleaved through the vines and branches before him, striking an invisible wall of air. With a crashing sound, the wall shattered, revealing a woman cradling an infant. Recognizing her, Chu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback. Master. He instinctively wanted to call her Shu, but recalling Qi Huanyun's actions, fury surged within him. What are you doing here? Qi Huanyun smiled. Oh, why so impolite to your elders? You're not an elder. Chu Linfeng positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yin and Jiang Xin, shielding Jiang Xin. We know you intend to harm our master and junior sister. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Qi Huanyun's eyes. Her plan was so meticulously crafted. How could Qi Lanqing awaken at such a critical moment? That was a misunderstanding. You need not make excuses. We will not be deceived. Lin Yin interrupted her, displeased. Why are you here? To save you, of course. Weren't you unable to escape? Qi Huanyun said with a beaming smile. Her gaze fixated on Jiang Xin in Lin Yan's arms. Jiang Xin zonde sleepy li. She was utterly exhausted. Merely trying to stay awake required immense effort. Ever since her reincarnation, not only had her thoughts changed, but even her bodily rhythms resembled those of an ordinary infant. She intends to switch me with Xing Shui. I can already smell the stench on Xing Shui, Chu Linfeng remarked, sniffing the air a few times. Apart from the aroma of grass and wood, he detected nothing else. Be careful, Lin Yin suddenly called out, hurling the bagua plate in his hand. Qi Huanyun, aware of the bagua plate's formidable nature, instinctively recoiled. With just a brief pause, Lin Yin conjured another identical bagua disc in his hand. The bagua disc spun rapidly, enveloping the four individuals and in the blink of an eye, teleporting them 10 zhang away. The earlier deployment of the bagua disc was merely a feint. This was the genuine transfer. This space had been sealed, severely restricting the teleportation capabilities of the bagua disc. Second senior brother, you must protect junior sister, Chu Linfeng exclaimed, brandishing his sword as he dashed forward, nimbly evading the tendrils that relentlessly attacked him from the jungle. Cheng Yinshi was fraught with anxiety, lamenting the opponent is at the transformation stage, while I am merely at the golden core stage. How can I fight? No sooner had the words left her lips than Chu Linfeng shouted. The law must not be trampled. The young man delivered a powerful kick, sending the golden glowing characters of law soaring towards Qi Huanyun. Her expression changed drastically as she failed to evade, and was struck squarely by the force of the law. However, unlike the previous woman who had crumbled, only a portion of her face was sheared away. The exposed area was not flesh and blood, but rather a clear, wood-like texture. How did she become part tree? Lin Yin was taken aback. Because she is a wooden clone, Jiang Xin muttered sleepily, her thoughts muddled. The chubby girl rubbed her eyes and slapped her cheeks vigorously, striving to stave off sleep. She refrained from using spiritual power, fearing that any movement would lead her to succumb to slumber, thus jeopardizing her watch over her senior brothers. Burn her. Wooden clones fear fire. Use. Burn her. Lin Yin immediately urged Cheng Yinshi. Can I truly ignite her? Cheng Yinshi stammered, panic-stricken, yet her hands moved deftly, conjuring a large fireball and hurling it toward Qi Huanyun. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Qi Huanyun disregarded the fireball launched by a mere golden core cultivator. The fireball ascended, gradually dissipating under the clash of their spiritual energies. The once illuminated giant tree jungle was plunged back into darkness, with only a few flickering embers remaining. Jiang Xin pointed at the fireball, lifting her hand as if an invisible thread hoisted the fireball upwards. It must shine. The fireball, nearly extinguished, suddenly roared to life. Blazing fiercely, it rose higher and higher, hanging in the sky like a newborn sun, illuminating the entire giant tree jungle and exposing it to the palace. In the grand hall filled with clinking goblets, the Grand Elder was the first to rush out, hastily locking the door behind him. This first-class merit must be his. No one could steal it from him. Who would ever be angered by spiritual stones? Inside the giant tree jungle, Jiang Xin expended her last ounce of spiritual power and fell into a deep slumber. The power that instilled fear in Qi Huanyun vanished entirely. She scanned her surroundings. Seeing no one else, and assumed this power emanated from a secret treasure possessed by Lin Yin and his companions. Secret treasures typically had usage restrictions, and these three inexperienced youngsters had squandered such a golden opportunity merely for illumination. It was truly wasteful. A derisive smile crept on Qi Huanyun's half-wooden, half-flesh visage. She believed that the disciples of major sects were not particularly formidable. Their success merely stemmed from their fortunate circumstances of entering prestigious sects and relying on the resources provided by their sections. Ironically, Qi Lanqing had always cautioned her not to underestimate them. If she had possessed even half of the resources available to these sect disciples back in her day, how could she have remained stagnant at the transformation stage? Contemplating this, Qi Huanyun felt a surge of resentment and soared toward Lin Yin, exclaiming, "Hand over that child." In your dreams, Shu Linfeng stepped forward, attempting to intercept Qi Huanyun. As a golden core cultivator, he was no match for her and was swiftly knocked to the ground. His protective artifacts shattered, and he found himself immobilized by Qi Huanyun's overwhelming spiritual power. Lin Yin manipulated the Bagua disc with his fingertips, seeking to teleport away. But Qi Huanyun had already reached him. The child she cradled in her arms gazed wide-eyed at Jiang Xin, brimming with excitement. As Qi Huanyun's right hand reached out to seize Jiang Xin, she grasped at nothing but air. The world before her rippled, and the figures of Lin Yin, Jiang Xin, and Cheng Yinchi became blurred, as if separated by an entire realm. Ah, there's an unexpected discovery. The Grand Elder's voice rang out, as a hastily drawn door appeared in the southeast. It was evident that the artist had been in a hurry, for the door was merely outlined with the simplest of lines. Qi Huanyun felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly steadied herself, sneering. But you must possess the skill to do so. Due to Qi Lanqing, the Grand Elder had previously encountered Qi Huanyun, although they were not familiar. She had always treated him with the utmost respect, a stark contrast to her current arrogant demeanor. Unfazed by her provocation, the Grand Elder regarded Qi Huanyun with the same indifference one might reserve for spiritual stones. Who would ever be vexed by spiritual stones? With a casual flick of his brush, the Grand Elder caused Lin Yin and his companions, along with the fallen Shu Linfeng, to vanish from their spot, re-emerging beside him in the form of inked lines. Lin Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, you have arrived. Was my communication jade slip only sent out now? Before he became completely ensnared, he had dispatched the communication jade slip containing a distress message directed at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder replied nonchalantly, I received the message long ago. I simply believed that a clever rescue is preferable to a hasty one, so I waited until now. Lin Yin and his companions exchanged glances. Are you not worried we might perish here? The Grand Elder, unconcerned, replied, Your life-preserving treasures remain intact. What is there to fear? The Grand Elder had his own principles when it came to rescuing others. Certain opportunities and insights could only be grasped at the brink of life and death. If every encounter with danger were swiftly averted by the intervention of elders, it would hinder the growth of the disciples. Other sects might not be able to afford such risks, but Tian Shui Sect had no such fears. Every disciple of Tian Shui Sect possessed their own means of survival. Not to mention Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing were so protective. Lin Yin and his fellow disciples undoubtedly had life-preserving treasures. Most importantly, as disciples of Tian Shui Sect, they would face many more life and death moments in the future, necessitating the early cultivation of their self-rescue abilities. As for Cheng Yinchi, being a disciple of Jin Xingmen, he was in no shortage of life-preserving artifacts. Had it not been for Jiang Xin transforming the fireball into a sun, directly shattering the barrier of perception between this place and the outside world, the other integration stage cultivators in the hall would not have detected anything amiss, and the Grand Elder would have remained uninvolved. Qi Huanyun found herself trapped within a painting by the Grand Elder, utterly unable to escape. As her cultivation increased, the flesh on her face gradually vanished, leaving her as a being purely composed of wood. The painting, originally intended to confine transformation stage cultivators, was shattered by her newfound strength, granting Qi Huanyun her freedom as she flashed a provocative smile at the Grand Elder. Integration stage, nothing more than this. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow in surprise, chuckling with interest, not too shabby. He gestured for Lin Yin and his companions to retreat, twirling his brush in the air before swiftly inscribing in the sky. The scenery surrounding Qi Huanyun transformed rapidly. The giant trees vanished, and inked lines materialized into cages, ensnaring her within. Qi Huanyun summoned her spiritual power, attempting to shatter the confines directly, only to find herself utterly unable to budge them. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Chu Linfeng, who had just been dealt a painful blow, now laughed heartily. You're just a chicken. Do you not realize that even among integration stage cultivators, there are distinctions? In a sudden outburst, the child in Qi Huanyun's arms began to wail loudly. The sound was piercing, causing Lin Yin and the other 3 Jindan cultivators to cover their ears in discomfort. The Grand Elder waved a surge of spiritual power to block the noise, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. What manner of creature is this child? A typical infant would not provoke such a reaction from the Grand Elder. Lin Yin, realizing the urgency of the situation, quickly spoke up. Qi Huanyun intends to exchange that child for the little junior sister. Let's eliminate her first. The kind smile that usually graced the Grand Elder's face vanished, replaced by an expression of solemnity. With a flick of his brush, flames erupted within the cage, imprisoning Qi Huanyun. Concurrently, the fireball previously sent into the sky by Jiang Xin exploded with a resounding crack. Countless flames transformed into meteors, cascading down upon the towering trees of the forest, igniting all surrounding foliage. In an instant, the area was engulfed in flames, while the palace, separated by merely a wall, remained untouched. Initially, Qi Huanyun could resist with her spiritual power, but soon the flames conjured by the Grand Elder broke through her defenses, igniting her body, which had already become akin to wood. The infant in her arms let out another shrill cry, which bore no resemblance to a baby's wail, but rather echoed the screams of an adult in sheer terror. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced that something was amiss with the child. He sought to intensify his assault when he suddenly sensed an ominous presence and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The raging flames crackled as they consumed the forest, and a figure detached itself from a massive tree at the center. With each inch the figure became clearer, the flames surrounding Qi Huanyun diminished in intensity. In the blink of an eye, the figure fully emerged from the tree, revealing its true form. Upon recognizing who it was, Cheng Yinshi gasped in shock. Your Majesty? The newcomer was none other than Xiao Junyu, the ruler of the Qiu Yi dynasty, who had just moments ago desired to embrace Jiang Xin. At this moment, Xiao Junyu appeared far more somber than he had in the Grand Hall. He strode purposefully towards Jiang Xin and the others. With each step, his cultivation surged dramatically. By the time he completed 9 steps, he had reached half a step into the crossing tribulation stage. The oppressive aura of half a step into the crossing tribulation stage weighed heavily upon those present, rendering even the Grand Elder's expression grim. The several Jindan juniors were safeguarded only by his protection, lest they be crushed by this overwhelming pressure. Chu Linfeng trembled behind the Grand Elder, murmuring softly, "Why aren't you interrupting him from using the national luck?" The Grand Elder shot him a glare. Do you think interrupting the national luck is a simple task? Had he dared to stop Xiao Junyu from harnessing the power of the national luck, he would have been immediately attacked by the forces surrounding the emperor. That power is no less formidable than that of the crossing tribulation stage. What should we do? Cheng Yinshi stammered, increasingly regretting accompanying these two from the Tian Shui Sect. Otherwise, he would still be in the hall enjoying a sumptuous feast, rather than facing a life-threatening situation. Lin Yin instinctively reached for his turtle shell, but resisted the urge to calculate. With the national luck on his side, he knew instinctively that he could not predict the outcome of this battle. Lin Yin could only suppress his anxiety and inquire. The Tian Shui Sect and the Qiu Yi dynasty have no enmity. What is your Majesty implying? Xiao Junyu's gaze fell upon Jiang Xin as he coldly declared, "Hand over that child, and I shall spare your lives." What do you want with my little junior sister? Chu Linfeng asked hurriedly, pushing Jiang Xin protectively behind him. Of course, I wish to exchange her for my Shui. Qi Huanyun chuckled, her skeletal fingers stroking the child in her arms, only to be swatted away by the infant in disdain. Cheng Yinshi found it perplexing. Xin has been born for several days. Everyone knows what she looks like. Swapping the two children now would be futile, especially since he had just caught a glimpse of the child in Qi Wanyan's arms, who was dark and thin, resembling a shriveled monkey. In contrast, Jiang Xin was plump and cheerful, instantly recognizable. With the cultivation of Jiang Yiqin and Qi Lanqing, they had likely already left a bloodline mark on Jiang Xin, making it impossible to mistake their own daughter. What do you know? As long as you hand over the child, I possess a method to have Qi Lanqing acknowledge my daughter as his own. Qi Wanyan's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xin, her malicious excitement barely concealed. The Grand Elder recalled Qi Lanqing's experiences at the Qimu sect and furrowed his brow. What secret technique did the Qimu sect grant you that allows you to alter the bloodline of children, deceiving the perceptions of cultivators in the integration stage? You need not concern yourself with that. Qi Wanyan dismissed his inquiry, commanding Qiu Junyu to seize the child. Qiu Junyu surged forward, his immense spiritual power crushing everything in his path. Even his foes seemed as if they could be ground underfoot. The Grand Elder summoned 3 brushes, forming a barrier to protect the children, keeping Qiu Junyu at bay. The myriad affairs of governance often distracted cultivators, consuming their time and impacting their cultivation. Many monarchs were at the divine transformation stage, with their strength stemming from the hidden integration and crossing tribulation ancestors. Qiu Junyu, having cultivated to the integration stage as an emperor, demonstrated his exceptional talent. It was unexpected that such a prodigy could be manipulated by Qi Wanyan. Fear gripped Chu Linfeng, who quietly asked the Grand Elder, "Elder, being in the integration stage, could you also be controlled by the other party?" Qi Wanyan smiled. "You have reminded me. Controlling the Grand Elder of the Tian Shui Sect would indeed be quite amusing." She conjured slender branches from her fingertips, each adorned with a breathtaking red flower. As the blossoms withered, they revealed their seeds. Qi Wanyan flicked her fingers, sending the seeds towards the Grand Elder. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The Grand Elder's scalp prickled as he swiftly retreated with the 4 children, utilizing the complex terrain of the forest to evade. Chu Linfeng whispered, "Will the seeds be able to turn corners?" As soon as he spoke, the seeds veered and pursued them. Chu Linfeng was about to speak again when Cheng Yinshi clamped a hand over his mouth. "Do not provide her with new ideas." Chu Linfeng wrested his hand away, but he had barely uttered a word when Lin Yin covered his mouth once more. "Cheng Daoyu is correct. 5th junior brother, please remain silent." Lin Yin, holding Jiang Xin, could only use one hand to cover Chu Linfeng's mouth. As a diviner, he lacked the strength to match the other, and soon Chu Linfeng broke free. But there are more seeds coming. That cry startled both Lin Yin and Cheng Yinshi. The Grand Elder's brush whirled, drawing a dense, impenetrable cage that swiftly rose from the ground, trapping the 5 of them within. The seeds crashed against the walls of the cage, taking root and sprouting countless roots, swiftly enveloping the entire structure. Inside the cage, the Grand Elder once again painted a barrier. Subsequently, he illustrated a phoenix on the outermost layer of the cage. The fiery phoenix shimmered with brilliance, coming to life as he imbued its eyes with the hue of rubies. With a melodious cry, the phoenix soared into the sky, breaking through the outermost cage and igniting all the roots that covered it. The magnificent phoenix fire conjured by the Grand Elder surpassed the might of Cheng Yinshi's extraordinary flame, incinerating the surrounding roots in an instant and swiftly spreading throughout the colossal forest of trees. Amidst the raging inferno, a seed, no larger than a walnut, suddenly leapt forth, a crack forming vertically in its center. This fissure widened rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gaping maw, hurtling directly towards the Grand Elder. With a deft flick of his brush, the Grand Elder banished the seed into the vastness of the starry sky, causing Qi Wanyan to lose her connection with it, leaving her astounded. "What have you done to my seed?" she exclaimed. The Grand Elder regained his former composure and confidence, his brush dancing gracefully as spiritual energy flickered around him, eluding the eyes of all who beheld his artistry. At last, he pointed, and a cage, sturdier than before, materialized around Qi Wanyan, ensnaring her. Startled, Qi Wanyan cried out in alarm, unable to break free with her own power. She immediately commanded Qiu Junyu, "Come quickly to save me." Qiu Junyu rushed forward, only to suddenly find himself engulfed by a vast expanse of stars, unable to evade the celestial realm. And he vanished from sight. In that instant, the connection between Qi Huanyun and him was severed. A flicker of fear crossed her face as she gazed incredulously at the Grand Elder. You are merely at the harmonization stage. How could you possibly contend with Qiu Junyu, who is half a step into the transcendent stage? The Grand Elder scoffed. How naive of you, being the sister of Lanqing, and yet unaware that it is commonplace for the Tian Shui Sect to engage in battles across realms. Do you truly believe you can manipulate Qiu Junyu and still threaten the Tian Shui Sect? Confess, why are you so intent on swapping the fates of Xin and your daughter? Previously, upon hearing Jiang Xin's thoughts, the Grand Elder suspected the child possessed extraordinary secrets. Now, witnessing Qi Huanyun's fervent determination to interchange the identities of the two children, he suspected Jiang Xin harbored a significant secret that made Qi Huanyun, or perhaps the mysterious transcendent stage demon plant behind her, covetous. In response to his inquiry, Qi Huanyun remained uncooperative, exerting all her strength to break free from the cage. The cage, composed of pure ink lines, flowed and shimmered with vitality, yet appeared fragile, rendering all of Qi Huanyun's attacks futile. The ink lines constricted suddenly, transforming into sharp blades that threatened to obliterate her. In horror, Qi Huanyun screamed, "You cannot kill me. I am merely a doppelganger." She activated all her protective artifacts, but they were shattered one after another by the ink blades. "I know I have drawn upon the soul of the child in your arms," the Grand Elder mused, scrutinizing the child, though he had no intention of involving innocence. The child's cries could trigger unforeseen consequences, suggesting she was not an ordinary child. Since she was not innocent, he felt no need for restraint. The ink blades reflected the flickering flames of the colossal tree forest, casting an image of Qi Huanyun and the child in her arms. As death loomed, the terrified voice of Xing Shui, clutched in Qi Huanyun's embrace, pierced the air. The child's shrill cry seemed to strike at the very souls of Chu Linfeng and the others, causing them excruciating pain. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, thickening the barrier of spiritual energy to shield them from Xing Shui's soul attack. This child was proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to command the ink blades to eliminate Qi Huanyun and her daughter, an ominous feeling washed over him. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder illustrated a scene from afar, transporting the group away. The spot they had just vacated was violently torn apart, and Qiu Junyu emerged from the rift. Clad in a tattered imperial robe, he bore the marks of a fierce battle fought among the stars. Unfamiliar branches sprouted from his body, climbing irregularly and sprouting tender green buds that danced in the wind. The pressure of his half-step into the transcendent stage enveloped the area, finally calming the incessant screams of Xing Shui. Chu Linfeng gasped in astonishment. That child is a summoner? Calling forth the Emperor twice. Lin Yin pondered. Perhaps the seed Qi Huanyun used to control the Emperor is linked to that child. But how can she possess such power when she was born merely a day earlier than my junior sister? Lin Yin found it incomprehensible. Chu Linfeng shared the same confusion. Ah, a trivial matter, Qiu Junyu thought. Having learned from his earlier misstep, he refrained from charging headlong and instead summoned the demon plants to attack the Grand Elder. Vines with toxic thorns surged from the ground, straight as spears. Had the Grand Elder not reacted swiftly to shift his position, they would have all been pierced by these vines. While he was distracted protecting the children, Qiu Junyu pressed his hands against the ink cage, tearing open a gap to rescue Qi Huanyun and Xing Shui. "I will kill them," Qi Huanyun shouted in fury, attempting to charge forth, but her body froze in place. In shock, she looked down to see a green light flickering in Xing Shui's eyes. Qi Huanyun's body moved uncontrollably towards a tree, merging with the colossal trunk, taking Xing Shui with her, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yinshi exclaimed, "They have escaped." Lin Yin quickly discerned the situation. No, they must be using the trees to conceal themselves. Beware of ambush. How cunning. Cheng Yinshi lamented his own plight, suddenly realizing the adversaries were even more unfortunate. They had forcibly elevated themselves to the harmonization stage and summoned a half-step transcendent stage ally, yet they could not defeat the Grand Elder, accompanied by a host of burdensome companions. Indeed, the Tian Shui Sect was formidable. His reluctance to confront the Grand Elder stemmed not from fear, but rather from a belief in the importance of harmony among the 6 great sections. In such a high-stakes battle, the 3 of them, mere golden core cultivators, were utterly useless, even a liability. Xiao Junyu redirected his focus from the Grand Elder to unleash all his assaults upon Lin Yin and the others, forcing the Grand Elder to divide his attention to protect them, proving more taxing than a direct confrontation. What a nuisance, the Grand Elder grumbled, his brush dancing with fervor. Let us descend into the depths of hell. Chu Linfeng cheered him on. Elder, slay him. No sooner had he spoken than countless ghastly figures with green faces and sharp fangs surrounded them. Palatial structures materialized as the brush flew, conjuring the bridge of helplessness, the platform of homecoming, and the river of the underworld. The infernal realm, as imagined by mortals, unfolded before them. The landscape shifted dramatically for Chu Linfeng and the others. Gone were the towering trees ablaze with light. Instead, they found themselves in a ghostly underworld filled with ominous energy. The air was thick with the wails of tormented souls, shaking their very spirits. Chains clanked heavily as the souls of the guilty passed by, escorted by spectral guards. The surroundings erupted with the sounds of despair, the lamentations of those condemned to a fiery fate resonating loudly. Other unsettling noises echoed around them, heavy objects falling, the slicing of blades, the groans of the damned. It was a veritable symphony of suffering from the depths of hell. In the realm of the tongue-pulling hell, the haunting sounds emitted by the souls who had their tongues severed echoed ominously. Lin Yin, along with 2 companions, held Jiang Xin as they stood at the epicenter of the 18th layer of hell, where they could observe the myriad tortures inflicted within. The Elder of Emotion spoke of descending to the lower layers of hell, not to send adversaries to their doom, but rather to condemn allies to such a fate. What affliction plagues your Tian Shui Sect? Cheng Yinshi felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively gripping Chu Linfeng's arm tighter. Swallowing hard as he whispered in the softest tone, "Is your elder truly so biased? We are so far from his majesty. How could he possibly send the wrong person to hell?" Lin Yin, his expression filled with unutterable thoughts, finally responded after a lengthy pause. Perhaps the elder did so deliberately. Chu Linfeng was taken aback. "Surely, we are not deserving of such punishment?" Cheng Yinshi added, "Indeed, even if I have spoken ill of your Tian Shui Sect, it cannot warrant a descent to the 18th layer of hell." Simultaneously, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng cast him a disdainful glance. Chu Linfeng even disdainfully shook off Cheng Yinshi's grasp on his arm. While he and his second senior brother, as well as the junior sister, might not deserve such a fate, Cheng Yinshi certainly did. Cheng Yinshi, feeling cornered, quickly tightened his hold on Chu Linfeng's arm again. "I was wrong. Grant me a chance to reform. I shall praise you every day." Chu Linfeng coldly refused. "I refuse to associate with those who disparage the Tian Shui Sect." Cheng Yinshi then turned to Lin Yin. Lin Yin handed Jiang Xin over to Chu Linfeng and extracted a turtle shell. "Let me calculate how to keep you here indefinitely." Cheng Yinshi hastily clasped his hand that was about to cast the divination. "No, I was wrong. I shall gift each of you a magical artifact." He swiftly produced 2 high-level magical artifacts, presenting one each to Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, who regarded them with disdain. With no other options, Cheng Yinshi turned his hopes toward Jiang Xin. Xin, this is for you. Will you forgive me?" Although Jiang Xin was not sleeping soundly, she remained oblivious. Yet, the little one clutched tightly the 2 magical artifacts that Cheng Yinshi had placed in her arms, so firmly that even Chu Linfeng could not pry them away. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng found it impossible to remain unforgiving toward Cheng Yinshi under such circumstances. Amidst the cacophony of wailing spirits, Chu Linfeng covered Jiang Xion's ears and quietly inquired, "Why did the elders send us to this wretched place?" Lin Yin surveyed their surroundings. "This is a temporary realm conjured by the elder. He must have done so to protect us. His majesty constantly attacks us, hindering the elder. In our absence, the elder can better exercise his capabilities." "Then how do we leave here?" Cheng Yinshi asked. Lin Yin shook his head, indicating his ignorance. After scanning the area, he began to move forward. "Since we have this rare opportunity to visit the 18th layer of hell, let us explore." Cheng Yinshi struggled to comprehend his reasoning. What is there to explore? Lin Yin articulated a succinct phrase. Since we are here, we might as well. Sheng Yinshi conceded. That is indeed a valid point. In the depths of the ancient forest, the elder battled fiercely with Qiu Junyu. A scroll adorned his back, emanating an ominous aura, clearly depicting the 18th layer of hell, where Jiang Xin and the others sought refuge. Seizing the moment, while the elder's full attention was captivated by Qiu Junyu, a branch sprouting tender green buds stealthily extended from the giant tree towards the scroll. Just as the branch was about to make contact, the elder abruptly turned, seizing the branch and forcefully yanking it outward. Qi Wanyin let out a piercing scream, forcibly extracted from the tree. Instinctively, she clutched the child in her arms, only to discover that her left hand had lost control, sending the once securely held Xing Shui tumbling away. Qi Wanyun's eyes widened. Shuiyu, her voice faltered, turning hoarse, and soon she could not speak at all. Xing Shui had abandoned her. Qi Wanyun struggled to comprehend this devastating truth. A cluster of branches sprouted from her throat, choking her. Desperately, she coughed, striving to expel the intrusive branches. Pain surged in her chest, and as she looked down, she realized that this agony did not stem from her cough, but from branches growing within her, piercing through her chest. Even in her doppelganger form, fragments of her soul lingered. The elder sought to extract this thread of Qi Wanyun's soul while also capturing Xing Shui, but it was too late. The true power of the tribulation stage descended in an instant. This force was far beyond what Qiu Junyu, a mere half-step into the tribulation, could contend with. Under the might of the tribulation stage, the elder's pace faltered momentarily, and the baiting scroll was snatched away by Qiu Junyu. Qi Wanyun's body suddenly erupted. Sinister branches ensnared Xing Shui, rending the fabric of space and whisking her away. In the blink of an eye, amidst the charred remnants of the ancient forest, only the elder remained. Qiu Junyu had already entered the world depicted in the scroll. The rules of this painted realm were dictated by the elder, the artist. As it served as a sanctuary for them, the spirits and souls within the painting would not harm them. These painted specters regarded Lin Yin and his companions with indifference, allowing them to traverse the 18th layer of hell unimpeded, free to venture wherever they pleased. Lin Dan, Jiang Xin, was interrogating Cheng Yinshi alongside Chu Linfeng about the disparaging remarks made against the Tian Shui Sect. Suddenly, the oppressive force of a half-step tribulation descended, causing the three of them to stiffen simultaneously. A verdant tendril sprouted from the blood-red ground of hell. The tendrils multiplied and thickened, twisting together to form the silhouette of Qiu Junyu. Chu Linfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the elder lose? Qiu Junyu raised a hand, and Jiang Xin flew into his arms with unstoppable force. Junior's sister, Qiu Junyu retreated, a taunting smile playing on his lips as he exited the painted world. The tree was the escape route for Xing Shui. It appeared to be a teleportation point. At that moment, Jiang Xin adorably sneezed. Achoo! It stinks. The little one grumbled internally, fighting off drowsiness as she struggled to open her heavy eyelids to see what was happening. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Qiu Junyu's face before her. Why is he here? Let me go. Bad tree. You stink. Don't make Xin smell bad. Jiang Xin furiously screamed in her mind, her tiny fists flailing wildly in a fit of rage. Qiu Junyu held her with one arm while his other morphed into a claw-like branch, lunging towards Jiang Xin's chest, intent on extracting her heart. In her frenzy, Jiang Xin's tiny fist struck his claw, shattering it into splinters. Qiu Junyu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xin's small fist landed on his face, sending him reeling and creating a shadowy afterimage. A complex network of roots erupted from behind Qiu Junyu, the apex adorned with a wrinkled seed affixed to his spiritual platform. From this seed, countless roots of varying thicknesses unfurled, spreading through every corner of Qiu Junyu's being like blood vessels. This is the medium that controls Qi J New York. This object existed in the air for merely a fleeting moment before it crumbled to dust under the overwhelming power of Jiang Xin, vanishing without a trace. Freed from its influence, Qi J New York stood in shock, gazing incredulously at the child in his arms. Zinaik en Walet Inkon Shola, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The elders, L. LNYN and CHLNFing. Who could hear her thoughts? Pondered. How should one describe this? A single punch shattered the control medium of a tribulation period-old demon, leaving the young heart frightened and deeply aggrieved. The elder chuckled. Let me hold her. He approached with a smile and took Jiang Xin from Chi New York's embrace. Jiang Xin sniffled continuously, stretching her small hands to smell herself. The elder detected no foul odor and was baffled by the child's remarks. What has transpired? He inquired. The elder's eyes lit up. Does His Majesty not recall? Chi New York mused. I have a vague memory. I believe I was controlled by someone, but many details elude me. The elder, hoping to magnify his own achievements, sighed in disappointment. What do you remember? How were you controlled? By QW New York N. Upon mentioning this, Chi New York felt somewhat embarrassed. She approached with a child, claiming to be LNQing's daughter. I was caught off guard and fell in her trap while holding child. Jiang peeked at him while covering her small nose. You're so foolish to believe such a primitive lie. The elder also found it perplexing how easily he had fallen for it. The seed used for control is exceedingly sinister. Did your Majesty not sense anything? Chi New York smiled wryly. I did sense it, but the seed possessed the power of a tribulation period, stunning me momentarily. I had no time to summon the national luck-s strength before being parasitized. As QW New York N was the younger sister of QLNQing, Chi New York had always regarded her with a degree of respect. Not long ago, QW New York N had brought the child to him, stating that QLNQing had given birth and then left for the Lingma realm to assist Jiang Xin in guarding the formation, leaving the child in her care. Bored with solely caring for the child, she took her out for a stroll, coincidentally arriving in Jiang to visit her old friend. At that time, the Tian Shui Sect's bounty on QW New York N had not yet been issued. Chi New York, aware of QLNQing's pregnancy, had taken her words at face value, leading him to be ensnared. He briefly explained the situation, his brow furrowed with concern. They intend to have me acknowledge that child as my daughter and host a full-month banquet for her, thereby introducing QLNQing's true daughter. Chi New York scrutinized Jiang Xin, puzzled as to what extraordinary quality she possessed that made them so intent on her. The elder chuckled heartily. There is nothing extraordinary. It is merely that QW New York N is driven mad with jealousy over LNQing, wanted to swap the identities of the two children and have LNQing raise her daughter. Chi New York was half convinced but refrained from further inquiries. Focusing his attention on Jiang Xin. What is this child's name? Let me hold her. No, you still smell bad. Don't make me smell worse. As he reached out, Jiang Xin wriggled in disdain. Even without hearing her thoughts, he could sense her resistance. The child's surname was Jiang, with the given name Xin, meaning heart. The elder evaded Chi New York's hand, refusing to give Jiang Xin to him, as the child was shy. Jiang Xin nodded vigorously. I am shy, and I fear the smell. Chi New York was taken aback, doubting his own perception. Such a small child should not grasp adult meanings yet. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the outside, a blinding light tearing through the night, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Several combined phase presences surged forth, breaking through the precarious barrier of the giant trees and appearing before the group. These were the many combined phase cultivators who had been sealed by the elder in the Great Hall, now uniting to break free from confinement. The elder handed Jiang Xin to CHLNFing, subtly retreating behind the four children. Upon seeing JNSHNGMN's master, JNGUNGCN, CHNYNX was nearly moved to tears, rushing forward. Master, I almost didn't get to see you. What happened? Did the Tian Shui Sect do something to you? JNGUNGCN inquired with concern. The elder retorted, one must speak with evidence. It was our Tian Shui Sect that saved this child. LNYN, CHLNFing, and Jiang all nodded in agreement. CHNYNX shot them a glare. You all threw me into the 18th layer of hell, pressing me against the mirror of sins to interrogate me about your Tian Shui Sect. Who among them had not secretly criticized the Tian Shui Sect for its madness? The thought of potentially being confined in the 18th layer of hell, subjected to interrogation, sent chills down the spines of the others. The Tian Shui Sect was truly no good. LNYN and CHLNF Ing looked up at the sky, pretending not to exist. The elder defended himself. I did it to protect you. He earnestly continued, you fellows have no idea how perilous it was just now. Had I arrived a moment later, our majesty would have been lost. Chi New York, it isn't quite that dire. Having been controlled for nearly a month was embarrassing, and Chi New York preferred not to let too many people know. Although he was an emperor, this was the realm of cultivation, where strength was paramount. The sect masters and elders attending the banquet were all in the combined phase. None feared him. Normally, the various sects and the court maintained a facade of respect towards one another. The six great sects possessed even deeper foundations and held a status in the realm of cultivation that was arguably higher than that of the court. After most cultivators departed, only the elders of the six great sects and Chi New York's trusted aides remained. Ing Xn, the Deputy Minister of Justice, was among his most loyal followers and stay behind. Ing Xn produced a specially crafted iron chain, positioning himself beside the elder, ready to apprehend him at any moment. LNYN omitted the details regarding Ing Xn's punch that had freed Chi New York from control and succinctly recounted what had just transpired. Ngu NGCN and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, they had seen Chi New York in a hall. Yet none of them had noticed anything amiss. Most tribulation period cultivators lived in seclusion, and among the active cultivators, the highest level was in the combined phase. Besides Chi New York, were there any other combined phase cultivators under control? Ngu NGC furrowed his brow in contemplation. They have been lurking in the palace for nearly a month. We must be cautious of any further schemes. The tribulation period ancestor of the Chi dynasty was in closed-door cultivation in a secluded palace outside the imperial city and rarely concerned himself with palace affairs. With their minds somewhat settled, they briefly discussed strategies, planning to wait for the inspection from the Chi family's ancestor before proceeding with further preparations. The three from the Tian Shui Sect did not mention Ing Xn's punch that had freed him from control, likely wishing to protect the child. Chi New York also refrained from speaking up, expressing deep gratitude to the elder for saving his life and promising generous rewards to the Tian Shui Sect. The elder beamed with delight. No need to send someone on a special trip. I can take it myself. No need for a gift list. Just remember to prepare a banner. Gifts for the private treasury and the banner for the sect. The elder's mind was busy calculating. Xiao Junyu expressed no objections, and the grand elder beamed with delight. The first-class merit was indeed exhilarating. However, with a sudden clank, an iron chain was fastened around him, its other end tethered to Kong Sun's unyielding iron grasp. Within the realm of the Xing Fa, methods of earning money were abundant. The grand elder's smile faltered as he glared at Kong Sun in displeasure. Why are you locking me up? Kong Sun replied with utmost sincerity. You locked all the guests inside the hall when you exited, endangering public safety. The grand elder retorted defiantly. What evidence do you have to prove it was me? A smug grin appeared on Kong Sun's earnest face. There are surveillance stones at the entrance. The grand elder was momentarily taken aback. You are indeed insidious. Jing Guangsan, with a glimmer of mischief, chimed in. Forcibly locking doors in public spaces is a violation of fire safety regulations, punishable by fines, isn't it? Kong Sun nodded affirmatively, precisely. Moreover, given that this occurred during the bail period, a severe sentence is warranted and the bail money should be confiscated. The grand elder felt a chill run through him, as though half his life had been extinguished. Xiao Junyu tentatively interceded on his behalf. The grand elder did save me. Let us show leniency this time and not detain him. Kong Sun, with unwavering integrity, responded, Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. Had Lu Qingzhe not locked everyone inside for personal gain, the criminal would not have had the opportunity to escape. He may be detained, but he should not be underestimated. The grand elder argued passionately. That girl possesses the power of the crossing tribulation stage, while the friend within the hall are merely at the combined body stage. Even if they all gathered, it would be futile. As one ascends in cultivation, the disparity in power between adjacent realms becomes increasingly vast. If she wields crossing tribulation power, the presence of all combined body practitioners would indeed be of no consequence. Kong Sun was momentarily rendered speechless by this assertion. Jin Guangsan, unfazed by the Grand Elder's rhetoric, retorted, "That does not exempt you from punishment. Locking the door creates a safety hazard. What if a fire breaks out in the hall? What would happen to us?" The Grand Elder scoffed, "You, with your fire spirit root, have nothing to fear from fire." Jin Guangsan countered, "But there are water spirit root and wood spirit root practitioners inside as well." Kong Darren, Lu Qingzhe has repeatedly ignored warnings. It seems he deserves a severe penalty. Impose the maximum fine. Kong Sun, with unwavering impartiality, nodded, "Very well." Although the fine would be levied against the Grand Elder's spirit stones. Jiang Xin felt a pang of sympathy. The commotion stirred by the combined body elders breaking the restrictions outside the hall had seemingly left the surveillance stones unharmed. What excellent quality! It's just unfortunate that the Grand Elder must pay. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. How many delicious ducks could I buy? If the maximum fine is imposed, more spirit stones will be required, right? Alas, this truly adds insult to an already impoverished household. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up, and he perked up. "Just because you say I did it, does that mean I actually did? Bring forth the surveillance stones." A shadow emerged from Kong Sun, revealing his avatar. The surveillance stone outside had perished during the combined body practitioner's assault on the restrictions, and the recorded content could not be preserved. "Ha ha!" The Grand Elder laughed triumphantly, his mirth echoing loudly enough to summon Jiang Xin from the distant Tian Shui Sect. Without evidence, one cannot apprehend. Kong Sun, in disappointment, approached to unshackle the Grand Elder. To his surprise, the Grand Elder, still proud, evaded his hands, declaring, "You've wrongly detained a good person. I demand state compensation." Kong Sun's face darkened. "For that, you would need to establish a miscarriage of justice, which you have not." "What do you mean it doesn't count? You bow me right in front of His Majesty. Compensation is due. Unless it's at least 1 or 200,000, don't even think about releasing me." The Grand Elder forcefully shook his hands, the iron chains clanking melodiously. "You are truly incorrigible." Jin Guangsan gazed at the Grand Elder in disbelief. Qiu Junyu observed both Kong Sun and the Grand Elder, sighed inwardly, and attempted to mediate. "Since you have wrongfully detained him, release him and issue compensation for 1 day's detention." Kong Sun disagreed. "Your Majesty, we need not provide compensation." The Grand Elder, who had unjustly endured an additional 12 hours in confinement, exclaimed, "Must it be so harsh?" Jin Guangsan erupted in laughter. "You deserve it." The Grand Elder mused, "I suddenly feel that the compensation is not of such great importance. Release me quickly. I have matters to attend to." Kong Sun was about to say more, but Qiu Junyu, keen to avoid further contention, unfastened the Grand Elder's chains, liberating him. Jiang Xin sighed heavily at the scene. Why is the Grand Elder so meek? Before committing an offense, one should at least read the Xing Fa and estimate their sentence. Isn't this a fundamental practice? Alas, the current generation of cultivators are truly lacking. Perhaps I should send a dog to fetch the Grand Elder a copy of the Xing Fa for future reference. The Grand Elder replied, "My dear niece, it seems you are quite the expert on this matter." As the aftermath of the Qi Wanyan incident required attention, Qiu Junyu invited several individuals from the Tian Shui Sect to reside temporarily within the palace. Jiang Xin, feeling rather unclean, resisted sleep until she could no longer hold on. Lin Yin had no choice but to send 2 puppets to escort her for a bath, after which the little one finally slept soundly. A dignified middle-aged man, sporting a short beard and clad in royal garments reminiscent of Qiu Junyu's, stood with an air of imperial authority. His presence alone commanded respect, and his divine sense emanated from the crossing tribulation stage, enveloping the entirety of Qiu Yi Jing, causing many high-ranking cultivators in the city to tremble. All remained normal within Qiu Yi Jing, yet the palace still bore remnants of Qi Wanyan's barriers. At the slightest disturbance, she could fabricate an entirely isolated world within the barriers, akin to the great tree forest Jiang Xin and her companions had previously encountered. The location where Xing Shui had teleported away was home to a teleportation array. However, that array had been destroyed and could not be restored, leaving uncertainty about its destination. Although this incident did not lead to a calamity, the theft of ancestral treasures and the control of the most gifted descendants left the Qiu clan patriarch alarmed. Currently, none of the active crossing tribulation stage demon emperors bore the form of a great tree, raising concerns about any potential upheaval within the demon clan. As fortune would have it, I find myself free these days. I shall visit the demon realm and reconnect with old acquaintances. Then I shall trouble the esteemed ancestor. Qiu Junyu respectfully bowed. The patriarch inquired, "Is there anyone from the Tian Shui Sect dispatched to the demon realm?" Qiu Junyu replied, "This matter is beyond my knowledge. I shall inquire forthwith." The patriarch added, "I shall take my leave now. Once you learn anything, use the clan's secret methods to inform me." The denizens of the demon realm harbor grievances against the Tian Shui Sect. Should the sect send an elder, I will have the opportunity to negotiate a favorable deal. Qiu Junyu watched the patriarch depart, pondering whether he too held grievances against the elders of the Tian Shui Sect. After a night of bustling activity, as Qiu Junyu bid farewell to all guests, dawn was approaching. Cultivators do not require prolonged sleep, and Qiu Junyu, feeling wide awake, ventured into the treasure vault to select some items. With the first light of day, he brought carefully wrapped gifts to seek out Jiang Xin. Upon waking, Jiang Xin lay in her cradle basking in the sunlight. Lin Yin sat nearby, polishing a divination turtle shell, while Chu Linfeng entertained Jiang Xin with a few toys. The Grand Elder sat across, diligently studying the Xing Fa that Jiang Xin had gifted him early that morning. The Grand Elder perused the book in hand, nodding in deep contemplation. "My little niece possesses quite a talent. There are indeed numerous ways to earn money within Xingfa. Your half-brother may pose a threat to you." Upon the arrival of Qiu Junyu, everyone paused their activities to greet him respectfully. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qiu Junyu's gaze fell upon Jiang Xin. "Yesterday was rather hasty. Today, I have brought a small gift for Xin as a token of our meeting." Jiang Xin, who had initially concealed herself due to his presence, brightened at his words and turned to look at him. "Oh dear, you need not bring gifts. Such kindness is truly overwhelming. Do show Xin what you have brought." The little one craned her neck to glimpse the gift in Qiu Junyu's hands. The Grand Elder and the others pretended not to hear her thoughts and continued their idle chatter with Qiu Junyu. "You are far too kind. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Xin. You are too polite. May I hold this child?" Qiu Junyu's gaze frequently drifted towards Jiang Xin, filled with a sense of longing. Jiang Xin puffed up her cheeks. "I do not wish to be held by the stinky uncle." But the stinky uncle brought a gift for Xin. Never mind, I do not want the gift, and you need not hold Xin either." Jiang Xin covered her eyes to resist the temptation of the present from Qiu Junyu. Chu Linfeng offered a sheepish smile to Qiu Junyu. "Your Majesty, I apologize. My little junior sister is quite shy and cries at the mere embrace of strangers." A look of disappointment crossed Qiu Junyu's face, but he remained undeterred. "Then you shall stay in the palace a few more days. Once the child becomes familiar with me, she will no longer be fearful." Qiu Junyu sighed, suppressing his own feelings. He studied Jiang Xin and could not help but exclaim, "This child resembles Lan Qing greatly." The Grand Elder was aware of Qiu Junyu's sentiments towards Qi Lanqing, and prior to this outing, Jiang Yichen had specifically cautioned him to be wary of Qiu Junyu. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder promptly replied, "Daughters often resemble their fathers more. Xin is indeed more like Yichen." Jiang Xin rubbed her face, pondering who she resembled more. She had never looked in a mirror and was unaware of her appearance. However, her parents were both exceedingly attractive, so she presumed she must not be lacking in beauty either. Upon hearing Qiu Junyu inquire about who from the Tian Shui Sect had ventured to the demon domain, the Grand Elder chuckled. "You know well that there is a misunderstanding regarding the demon domain. Until this misapprehension is resolved, how could we possibly send disciples there? This matter concerns Lan Qing and Xin. The visitors do not come with good intentions. Did you not send any disciples or elders there?" Qiu Junyu inquired. The Grand Elder wore a serious expression. How could we possibly send elders there to meet their demise? Having failed to uncover the desired information, Qiu Junyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Why did Jiang Yichen not go to the demon domain? Once their conversation concluded, Qiu Junyu stood to take his leave. Seeing that he left the gift behind, Jiang Xin was quite pleased. This person may be a bit unpleasant, but he is indeed quite generous. Too bad he is nearing death. Your half-brother may wish to harm you. The Grand Elder and the others were taken aback. Xiao Junyu indeed had a twin brother, who was titled Prince Qiang. The two were the youngest offspring of the Emperor Emeritus. Although they were twins, their appearances were not identical. While some twins may look quite different, the implication of Jiang Xin's words regarding a half-brother was significant. With anticipation, Jiang Xin gazed at the gift from Xiao Junyu, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards him. Your father may also disown you. He might think you are the child of the neighbor, Old Wang. Well, technically, he is not exactly Old Wang, as this Old Wang is his biological brother. Wow, your mother is quite remarkable. She managed to conceive a pair of brothers in one pregnancy. The Grand Elder and his companions stared wide-eyed in astonishment. This was indeed sensational. Who would have thought such intriguing secrets lay hidden within the Autumn Night Palace? The current Empress truly seems extraordinary. What transpired that night? Xiao Junyu was unable to hear Jiang Xin's thoughts, and he saw the trio from the Tian Shui Sect, who had initially prepared to escort him, frozen in a half-standing position. Their expressions varied. The trio of master and disciples appeared to be stifling laughter, as well as expressing awe. Even Shu Linfeng occasionally cast him inquisitive glances. The celestial perception of the combined stage cultivators caused Xiao Junyu to feel uneasy. If you have something to say, please do not hesitate. Shu Linfeng was the first to shake his head. I know nothing. I am but a child. It felt improper to eavesdrop on gossip in front of the principal. Lin Yin contemplated for a moment, picking up a turtle shell from the table. Would your majesty care for a divination? I only charge 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Typically, he charged 1 medium-grade spirit stone for his divinations. But since Xiao Junyu was the emperor and presumably wealthy, Lin Yin politely raised his fee to 1 high-grade spirit stone. The Grand Elder, inspired by the moment, initially considered utilizing his expertise to create colorful pamphlets for some gray income. However, given that he had 8,000 high-grade spirit stones in bail pending in the Autumn Night Dynasty's criminal division, he refrained. After all, he was a scholar of Xingfa. Serving a decade or 2 in prison would not be daunting for him. As a cultivator at the combined stage, he had a long life ahead. However, if he were to incur fines or have his properties confiscated, it would indeed be a matter of life and death, shortening his lifespan. Thus, the Grand Elder shifted his approach to earning. Your Majesty, would you like to hire a bodyguard? He inquired thoughtfully. The trio's behavior only deepened Xiao Junyu's confusion. What exactly was happening? One disciple looked up at the sky, another gazed down at the ground, while the last held the turtle shell, eagerly awaiting his divination. Xiao Junyu produced a high-grade spirit stone. Let us proceed with the divination. Lin Yin gestured for Chu Linfeng to take Jiang Xin inside to unwrap the gifts while he swiftly conducted the divination, soon arriving at a conclusion. Your Majesty, are you aware of what Prince Qiang has been up to lately? Lin Yin asked. The Grand Elder awaited Xiao Junyu's response with keen interest, suddenly realizing something amiss. This was not the standard rhetoric of the Tian Shui Sect's fortune-tellers. Could it be that Lin Yin could also hear Jiang Xin's thoughts? Xiao Junyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. What else does he do besides play all day? Lin Yin extended his left hand. Palm up, 10 high-grade spirit stones for the interpretation. Xiao Junyu handed him a bag of spirit stones containing 100 high-grade stones. Do not be cryptic. Tell me everything you know. Though members of the Tian Shui Sect often stirred up trouble, they never acted without reason. Lin Yan's mention of Prince Qiang must surely have a basis. The power of money was immense, and Lin Yan directly stated the crux of the matter. Prince Qiang wishes to harm you. Xiao Junyu was incredulous. What would he want to harm me for? If he desires the throne, I could relinquish it to him at this moment. The throne had been drawn by lot, as his siblings showed no desire for it. He had never been this unfortunate, leading him to suspect that others might have cheated during the drawing. Furthermore, he was at the combined stage, while his brother was only at the refining void stage. How could he pose a threat to me? Jiang Xin had not specified the details, and Lin Yin was at a loss for words. However, he trusted his little junior sister. Could it be because you two do not share the same father? Xiao Junyu was even less convinced, immediately retorting, We are twins. How could we possibly not share the same? He abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. If what Lin Yin said was true then, He seemed to possess knowledge of unimaginable events that transpired on a certain night centuries ago. 045. This emperor, I have long wished to relinquish this role. How could he be so unfilial as to contemplate such matters? He furrowed his brow and questioned Lin Yan. Do you comprehend the consequences of muddling the royal bloodline? Lin Yan gestured for him to remain calm, stating Tian Linzuns is also of royal descent. His abrupt mention of this individual momentarily puzzled Xiao Junyu, until he grasped the implications, his expression darkening. The Taishang Huang had but one biological brother, namely Tian Linzuns. Jiang Xin had claimed that the neighbor, Old Wang, was the Taishang Huang's brother, which could only refer to this individual. Xiao Junyu pressed his fingers to his brow, remaining silent for a considerable time before inquiring, Then who is my biological father? For ordinary cultivators, discerning whether a child is truly theirs without a specific bloodline examination is a challenging task. However, cultivators at the combining stage possess a certain awareness of bloodlines. The Taishang Huang and Tian Linzuns are full brothers, sharing an exceedingly close bloodline, making it difficult for a combining stage cultivator to discern the truth. Xiao Junyu felt a tinge of panic, insisting, Please provide a definitive answer. If you are uncertain, we can consult the divination once more. Upon uttering this, he dutifully presented a high-quality spirit stone. The Grand Elder accepted it on Lin Yan's behalf, stating, Let us conduct another divination. We cannot tarnish the reputation of our Tian Shui Sect. Xiao Junyu mused that perhaps it would be better for the Tian Shui Sect's reputation to be shattered entirely. The Taishang Huang had abdicated early and had been in seclusion, striving to reach the transcendent stage. Lin Yan hesitated, expressing, Divining the familial ties of two combining stage cultivators is somewhat challenging for me. Being at the golden core stage, there is no guarantee of success. I believe it will succeed, Xiao Junyu declared, producing another high-quality spirit stone. Although Lin Yan was reluctant to perform the divination, the compensation offered was simply too substantial. He silently prayed, Little Shimmy, grant your protection, as he raised his hands to divine. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin, who was admiring the gifts from Xiao Junyu, vaguely heard someone praying to her. Curious, she strained to listen, but the prayer ceased, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, she thought, whoever prays to her must be a good person, and thus she offered a gentle blessing. Xin, protect. Jiang Xin pointed her little chubby hand towards the heavens, and an unseen force surged upward, unnoticed, landing upon Lin Yan. Outside, Lin Yan held the tortoise shell aloft, trembling with trepidation at each shake, fearing it might shatter. Yet, until the divination was completed, the shell remained intact. Oh, it did not explode? He was convinced this divination would surely fail. Cautiously, he poured the coins from within the shell into his palm, arranging them in a line. Upon observing the accurately predicted hexagram, he was left astounded. What is it? Xiao Junyu asked uneasily, fearing that Lin Yan's divination might contradict his earlier assertions. After calling the Taishang Huang father for so many years, he was not inclined to suddenly change paternal figures at this advanced age. Indeed, the Taishang Huang is your biological father, Lin Yan stated. Xiao Junyu exhaled in relief, but felt perplexed, asking, This is consistent with what you previously said. What are you surprised about? Lin Yan replied, I am astonished that I actually managed to divine it. Xiao Junyu felt a chill of fear, worried the young man might have miscalculated. The Grand Elder chuckled, adding, however, Your father currently believes you to be Old Wang's son and is preparing to discard you. Xiao Junyu remained unperturbed, asserting, This can easily be verified with secret techniques. My father would not be so foolish. Have you forgotten about Qi Wanyan's intention to swap her daughter with Xin? She possesses secret arts that can obscure the perceptions of combining stage cultivators, the Grand Elder recalled, suspecting this matter might also pertain to Qi Wanyan. Xiao Junyu fell silent. Could it be a tremendous opportunity? To his surprise, he felt a surge of excitement. Noticing his silence, the Grand Elder solemnly reassured him, Little you, I have watched you grow. You need not worry. This matter rests upon my shoulders. Although we are all at the combining stage, my age and status grant me considerable authority. Many at this stage consider me their elder. I will ensure your protection, provided you offer me spirit stones. When your father strikes you, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. Xiao Junyu looked up at him, and the Grand Elder confidently declared, not 3 or 4,000, not 1 or 2,000, merely 998. Alternatively, I could approach your father now, reveal the truth, and help you avert potential risks. Qiu Jinyu silently removed his hand from the Grand Elder's shoulder, saying, no need. I believe this matter is progressing quite well. If my father wishes to dethrone me, I shall await his summons. This emperor, I have long wished to relinquish this role. Qiu Jinyu clasped his hands in farewell and, with a beaming countenance, turned to leave. The Grand Elder, having lost a lucrative opportunity, called after him, are you not concerned that your father might strike you in a fit of rage? Qiu Jinyu replied exuberantly. Thus, I must hurry to the treasury to select a few life-preserving treasures. The Grand Elder pondered whether he might apply for a position as an enforcer for the Taishang Huang, tasked with subduing Qiu Jinyu. As Qiu Jinyu departed, Chu Linfeng emerged carrying Jiang Xin, still holding the ticket for the spirit boat, stating, second senior brother, everything is packed. Shall we be on our way? The Tian Shui Sect had not celebrated such joyous occasions in a long time, and the Grand Elder was eager to attend Jiang Xin's full moon banquet. However, Chu Linfeng's puzzled inquiry was left unvoiced as he witnessed the Grand Elder's shadow rising from the ground. The elongated shadow, drawn thin by the sun, gradually shortened and widened, transforming into a figure identical to the Grand Elder. Soon, the indistinct face became clear, mirroring the Grand Elder's features. Observing the astonishment of the two juniors, the Grand Elder chuckled, explaining, the principle of this spell is similar to the doppelganger that Kong Sun summoned from the shadow last night. However, since Kong Sun is at the void refinement stage, his doppelganger is merely a vague silhouette. At the combining stage, one can refine a doppelganger that is an exact replica. He cheerfully patted the shoulder of his doppelganger, preparing to assign a task. The doppelganger, however, promptly patted his shoulder in return, speaking first. Without waiting for the Grand Elder's consent, the doppelganger vanished in an instant, already far away. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng stood bewildered. Remarkably, the doppelganger and the original were indeed identical, with similar thoughts and actions. 046. Grant Xin the opportunity to care for her life's beloved. Faced with the earnest exhortations of his doppelganger, the Grand Elder stood silently, contemplating. How could his doppelganger exhibit such behavior? Chu Linfeng, filled with sympathy, consoled him, Grand Elder, do not be disheartened. Perhaps it is simply this doppelganger's disobedience. You could summon another to try again. The Grand Elder, lacking a precise self-awareness, found merit in Chu Linfeng's words. Under the bright sun, only Jiang Xin, Lin Yin, and Chu Linfeng cast shadows on the ground. The Grand Elder, however, found his feet devoid of any shadow. Yet, as he raised his hand to point, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, rapidly elongating under the sun. The Grand Elder lifted his hand, and the shadow rose from the ground, transforming into a doppelganger identical to him. The second doppelganger vanished at a swifter pace than the first, fearing that lingering too long would result in imprisonment. Silence once again enveloped the courtyard, broken only by Jiang Xin's delighted laughter. It is said that if the doppelganger is identical, how could the second one willingly remain imprisoned? If a doppelganger possesses a personality distinct from the original, can it still be deemed a doppelganger? Rather than fretting over having the doppelganger serve time, Master Bo might as well suggest that his parents hold Xin's full moon banquet in Qiyujing. This way, he can attend the celebration and not worry about the bail being confiscated. Jiang Xin sighed as these thoughts crossed her mind. Alas, if only I could articulate my thoughts. Someone might hear my brilliantly clever ideas. The three individuals who could perceive her musings silently gave her a thumbs up. The Grand Elder promptly took out a communication jade tablet to message Jiang Xin, seeking to change the venue of the banquet. However, it was improbable. Qiyujing, being the imperial capital of the Qiyue dynasty, boasts prosperity, safety, convenient transportation, and abundant resources, making it a preferred location for many factions to host celebrations. This event was merely a full moon banquet, unrelated to sect affairs, thus not necessitating it to be held at the sect. Jiang Xin's suggestion was, in fact, quite practical, but the newborn, having lived less than a month, lacked a comprehensive understanding of the Tian Shui Sect. Jiang Xin and his wife were not ostentatious individuals. For their daughter's full moon banquet, they planned to invite only a few close friends and family for a modest celebration. Naturally, Jiang Xin's 6 senior brothers and sisters were on the guest list. Among the remaining invited relatives and friends, half had grievances with these 6, while the other half harbored particularly deep-seated conflicts. With so many adversaries, if the banquet were not held at Tian Shui Sect, without the presence of a tribulation stage elder to maintain order, mere conflicts among relatives and friends could devastate several cities. This would not only unjustly increase the number of enemies for the Tian Shui Sect, but also burden the populace with unnecessary expenses. Faced with Jiang Xin's resolute refusal, the Grand Elder appealed to reason and emotion, persistently bombarding Jiang Xin with messages. Until Jiang Xin resorted to a trump card, further discussions would incur budget cuts. The Grand Elder fell silent. He had always held great respect for his 7th junior brother's opinions. Shortly, Jiang Xin, who wielded financial authority within the sect, messaged him, "Senior brother, if you insist on relocating the banquet to Colluding, it isn't because you've committed an offense there and are temporarily unable to leave. Is it?" The Grand Elder vehemently denied this, suddenly considering the idea of having his doppelganger attend Xin's banquet as a viable option. At least it would prevent Jiang Xin from discovering that he was under bail for speeding while attempting to embezzle event funds. Lin Yin understood. "You serve your time well. We will explain to Master on your behalf." The Grand Elder, a bit flustered, grabbed Lin Yin's shoulder. "Yinner, this matter doesn't need to trouble your master and mistress. Please do not mention it to them." Lin Yin nodded in understanding. "All right. I will only inform Master that you sent us down to the 18th level of hell." The Grand Elder suspected this was intentional. Wasn't it to protect you all? He believed he was in the right, yet faced with Lin Yan's sincere gaze, he capitulated to the dark forces. The Grand Elder reluctantly offered his beloved, "I will give you Chui fun, but do not speak of this to your master." In Lin Yan's confusion, the Grand Elder produced a low-grade spirit stone, attempting to hand it to Lin Yan. Their eyes met, and Lin Yan instinctively leaned back. The silence in the air was palpable. The fear of giving a gift that no one wanted to accept loomed large. With tears in his eyes, he placed a high-grade spirit stone in Lin Yan's hand, solemnly instructing, "Take good care of my Shujia." Lin Yan replied, "All right." It turned out that every spirit stone in the Grand Elder's possession had its own name. Chu Linfeng had initially thought little of it, but recognizing the Grand Elder's thoroughness in handling matters, he realized that he should not overlook any individual when offering bribes. Thus, the Grand Elder consciously produced a second beloved item, handing it to Chu Linfeng. "Take good care of my Yushu." Chu Linfeng felt a bit awkward. "All right. Xin wants one too." Xin has also descended to the 18th level of hell. Give Xin a chance to care for Master's beloved. Jiang Xin eagerly extended her chubby little hand, her obsidian-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Grand Elder, teary-eyed, produced a third beloved item. "Take good care of my Rongpei." Jiang Xin cradled the shimmering spirit stone in both hands, nodding vigorously. She would ensure that Rongpei found a worthy husband. Later, she would take Rongpei to the finest shop in Colluding to buy the most delicious treats. Chu Linfeng suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the Grand Elder. "Since you saved the day last night, can His Majesty grant you a special pardon?" The Grand Elder, who had spent the morning studiously reviewing the criminal law, sighed. In today's cultivation world, the law governs the land, and even the Emperor cannot unilaterally pardon a criminal. Therefore, last night, Qiujuan could only plead on my behalf, but could not directly use imperial power to secure my release. The cultivation dynasties share similarities with secular dynasties, yet they also differ significantly. The laws currently in effect within the cultivation realm are the result of compromises among various factions. As a morally driven, principled individual with a sense of responsibility in this new era, the Grand Elder was reluctant to instigate turmoil in the cultivation world for his own selfish reasons. He had sacrificed so much for this realm. Bearing the weight alone, the Grand Elder watched as the 3 children departed. The return tickets for the spirit ship had been purchased upon arrival, eliminating the need to queue for tickets again. Upon reaching the VIP lounge at the land dock and awaiting the spirit ship's boarding, he was just about to cast a divination when several figures suddenly sprang from the corners of the sparsely populated lounge, surrounding the 3 of them menacingly. 047 is your little junior sister, the reincarnation of the god of wealth? The aura of the transformation stage enveloped the entire VIP lounge, startling Chu Linfeng into instinctively drawing his sword. What do you want? Wow, senior brother is so brave. Facing 5 transformation stage experts with the body of a mere golden core cultivator, senior brother will surely die with the utmost dignity as a golden core sword cultivator. Jiang Xin was thoroughly impressed. Chu Linfeng was on the verge of breaking. He didn't want to die with such dignity. Ugh, he didn't want to die at all. The 5 transformation stage cultivators, who had surrounded them without any means of escape, suddenly broke into smiles, their tone becoming conciliatory. Young friend, could you refrain from spreading the results of this divination? Chu Linfeng momentarily froze, then noticed the inconspicuous cloud pattern insignia on their sleeves. It was the emblem of the Kezi Yulai commercial firm. These individuals were all elders from the firm. Now, Chu Linfeng felt emboldened. You still owe us the insurance payout from last time, and now you wish to negotiate? It turned out that none of the managers had seen the young master before, but after the substantial insurance payout, Chu Linfeng had gained notoriety. The Chu family had distributed his and Lin Yan's portraits to every manager of the commercial firm, emphasizing the need for caution should either of them attempt to board a spirit ship or purchase insurance. Consequently, the Kezi Yulai firm had hastily drafted a set of guidelines to accompany their portraits, which were delivered to each manager. Today, upon entering the Kezi Yulai firm, Chu Linfeng and Lin Yan had been singled out. Confronted with the eager gazes of the transformation stage elders, Lin Yan grasped the tortoise shell. Speaking cryptically, that depends on your sincerity. You little rascal, truly cunning. The elders exchanged glances, inquiring of Lin Yan. How much do you want? With a grand gesture, Chu Linfeng declared, first, pay the overdue insurance claims, and then provide a sealing fee of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The elders of the transformation stage exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken words. Young master, Kusi and Lai is your own enterprise, they replied. Chu Linfeng, undeterred, retorted, I have left home. Moreover, the spirit stones in my pocket are mine. Anything not in my possession is irrelevant to me. Faced with the unyielding young master, the elders had no choice but to concede. While 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were not a substantial sum for them, it posed a significant burden for a merchant house facing enormous compensation. Could we perhaps lower the amount? One elder inquired with a smile. Then let it be 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xin, reveling in the unfolding drama, twinkled her obsidian-like eyes, playfully signaling for a price increase with her fingers. Chu Linfeng adeptly followed suit, indicating to the elders that the price had indeed risen. The elders exchanged glances, and one suggested, you should measure first. Once you are done, we shall see if we will proceed with the purchase. Was this not an attempt to take advantage? Lin Yan firmly opposed such a notion. Then the 20,000 high-grade spirit stones shall merely serve as the divination fee, not the sealing fee. Chu Linfeng played along, adding, the sealing fee will need to be multiplied by 10. You truly are a dear young master, the elders chuckled through gritted teeth. After a brief discussion, they agreed to the price of 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for the exorbitant insurance claims, Kusi and Lai initially wished to delay as long as possible. However, they now had to expedite the process. Unfortunately, the merchant house in Qi Weijing did not possess enough liquid spirit stones and could only pay a portion, with the remaining stones to be sourced from the branch in Yunming City. Though they often felt their own merchant house was unscrupulous, Kusi and Lai had always maintained a good reputation and would not go back on their word in such matters. After receiving half of the insurance compensation and the 20,000 high-grade spirit stones designated as both divination and sealing fees, Lin Yan solemnly began his divination. Jiang Xin, Bozet, blue bubbles. Upon seeing this, Chu Linfeng hurriedly wiped her mouth, saying, little junior sister, refrain from playing with your saliva. Xin is currently a fish. Fish are meant to blow bubbles. Jiang Xin earnestly countered in her mind, producing a large, round bubble. Chu Linfeng found himself at a loss for words against her logic. As Lin Yan completed the divination, he revealed, this spirit ship is fraught with risk. Insurance must be purchased. Chu Linfeng joyfully thumped his pouch of spirit stones onto the table, producing a resounding sound. I shall procure 6,000 of the finest insurance. New regulations at the merchant house stipulated that passengers could only purchase insurance for their own share and could not buy additional policies in the names of others. Chu Linfeng stammered, "Are you targeting me?" The elders assured him that this was not the case. "We are addressing anyone who seeks to exploit such loopholes." "How ruthless! If we cannot purchase it, we shall wait at the door of Kusi Yunlai and lend spirit stones to the passengers of this spirit ship to buy insurance. Once successful, we shall split the profits 70-30. Both Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng found this plan feasible and promptly made their way outside. They agreed not to disclose the potential risks of the spirit ship, but merely lending money to others for insurance did not constitute a breach of their promise. Observing the two brothers heading for the exit without hesitation, the elders guessed that they had concocted yet another mischievous scheme and preemptively declared, "This spirit ship is cancelled." To avoid insurance compensation, is it not somewhat extreme to cancel the voyage? Operating on a small scale, they could not withstand such a hefty insurance payout. With a beaming smile, the elder approached, his demeanor entirely beyond reproach. As long as the spirit ship did not set sail, they would not encounter the same disastrous mishap as before. Furthermore, we have a business proposition for you, young friend. Would you be interested in becoming a long-term partner with Kusi and Lai? Each month, you would divine the travel risks of our spirit ships, and we shall provide you with compensation. Diviners are quite rare in the cultivation world, and finding a reliable one is an arduous task. Given Kusi Yun Lai's capabilities, they could indeed find a dependable diviner. However, those diviners charge exorbitant fees, have numerous rules, and limit the number of divinations, making Lin Yan's accuracy and utility far superior. This presents a splendid opportunity for profit, and Lin Yan did not turn it down. Let's discuss the specifics. The elder responded, "You would need to divine the safety of at least 300 voyages each month, and we will pay you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Chu Linfeng rolled his eyes. "Do not underestimate my second brother's business acumen. 300 voyages would surely leave him exhausted from divining." The elder reassured him, "Not too many. On average, only 10 voyages per day." "Does he even get any days off?" Chu Linfeng asked, irritated. While not an expert in business, he had absorbed enough knowledge from his upbringing to grasp some nuances. Failing to persuade them, the elder inquired, "How many voyages do you think would be reasonable each month?" Lin Yin pondered for a moment, pulled out a turtle shell, and conducted a divination. Gazing at the auspicious hexagram in his hands, he proclaimed, "I shall divine the safety of 100 spirit ships for you each month. The time and place are flexible. At the beginning of each month, you shall provide me with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." The 300 voyages were merely a test of Lin Yan's willingness, should he agree. Kisiyun lies tutto profit immensely. The figure of 100 voyages aligned closely with the elder's expectations, and they did not further press Lin Yan. Chu Linfeng sighed deeply as he reclined on the beautiful couch in the lounge, lamenting the missed opportunity for substantial profit. While we may not earn a fortune, we can still gain some modest returns. Kusi Yunlai is in for a rough time. If we could sell this information to them, we could earn quite a bit. Jiang Xin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that no one understood her thoughts. She strained to reach for the turtle shell Lin Yan had left on the table, placing the copper coins within and mimicking Lin Yan's style of divination. To the astonishment of her two senior brothers, Jiang Xin arranged 3 copper coins in front of her. Lin Yan immediately recognized the unusual hexagram. Just as Jiang Xin had foretold, Kusi Yunlai was destined for misfortune. There was indeed a profit to be made. Surely, his little junior sister must be the reincarnation of a wealth god. Only by being at the forefront could one partake in the freshest of opportunities. Chu Linfeng wasted no time in seeking out the elder of Kusi Yunlai to inform them of the impending attack. The elder eyed him skeptically. "How can we still be in danger after canceling this voyage?" Chu Linfeng felt that, were it not for his status as the young master, the elder might have suspected that he had brought the calamity upon them. "How would I know? My second brother divined it. Quickly, provide the information fee and bolster the merchant house's defenses." Kusi Yun Lai housed numerous spirit stones and rare treasures awaiting sale, already fortified with layers of protective formations. In a large city like Qiwaijing, the merchant house typically had elders in the void refinement stage present. Most would not consider causing trouble at Kusi Yun Lai, given the severe losses incurred last time due to their disbelief in Lin Yan's divination. The elders decided that it was better to err on the side of caution this time. After providing Chu Linfeng with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as an information fee, the elders immediately upgraded the formation from the transformation stage to the void refinement stage. It is quite unusual for a practitioner in the He period to set their sights on the business of Kusi Yin Lai, as formations at the Lian Su stage are more than sufficient. Due to the cancellation of the spirit ship's voyage, passengers who had purchased tickets for this journey are offered rather insincere compensation from the merchant company, such as complimentary rescheduling or vouchers for a meal. Lin Yan, wishing to avoid being embroiled in the impending troubles that Kusi Yin Lai is about to face, collects 2 vouchers and plans to depart with his junior disciples. Yet, before they could exit the VIP lounge, a tremendous sound reverberated from the sky. The oppressive force of a He practitioner descended, shattering the Lian Su stage formation of Kusi Yin Lai and crashing through the spirit ship docked at the land terminal. This ship was precisely the one that senior brother Jiang Xin and his companions intended to board. Let's communicate amiably. Which esteemed senior is visiting Kusi Yin Lai? The elder at the Lian Su stage of the merchant company bravely inquired, while simultaneously attempting to alert the He elders of the company. The power of the He practitioner was overwhelming, making it difficult to gaze directly at them, yet one could vaguely see someone dressed in a golden autumn attire. Chu Linfeng, astonished, questioned, "Is that His Majesty?" Indeed, it seems they have engaged in conflict. Jiang Xin nodded repeatedly, affirming Chu Linfeng's speculation. Statan, Chu Linfeng et Gulim. Why would they fight? Did Wang Qiang make a move? He is merely at the Lian Su stage and cannot possibly be a match for Qiu Junyu. It was evident that the one confronting Qiu Junyu was also a practitioner at the He stage. Could it be the Taishang Huang? The brothers exchanged glances, swiftly lifting Jiang Xin and dashing outside. Only those at the forefront can savor the freshest gossip. Not long before the attack on Kusi Yin Lai, Qiu Junyu had selected a life-saving treasure from the treasury. After pondering for a moment, he decided to seek the Empress Dowager to confirm the situation. Though his biological father might misunderstand his lineage, his biological mother was undoubtedly his true mother. If the truth about his twin brother not being the offspring of the Taishang Huang were to emerge, the Taishang Huang would certainly confront the Empress Dowager. With a volatile temperament and being a practitioner at the He stage, should his anger escalate uncontrollably, it would be entirely possible for him to unintentionally kill his Lian Su stage mother with a single strike. The Empress Dowager resided within the palace, and when Qiu Junyu arrived, he found her reclining on a beauty couch, indulging in music and dance. The performers were a group of strikingly handsome male cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, clad in scant fabric, revealing their sculpted chests and 8-pack abs. The music was vigorous, and the dance was imposing, with the performers moving gracefully like dragons, their every gesture sending clouds of silk swirling, exuding an ethereal aura. The Empress Dowager had always favored such performances, a fact that Qiu Junyu had never previously considered. However, upon realizing that he and his twin brother did not share the same father, his thoughts spiraled into confusion. He chastised himself for his unfilial thoughts. "Mother, I wish to discuss something of great importance with you," he stated earnestly, omitting even the customary greetings, thereby indicating the gravity of the matter. "Everyone leave us," the woman on the beauty couch languidly commanded, her voice melodious and enchanting. The Empress Dowager, disinterested in rising, leisurely lifted a teacup from beside her, inquiring, "What is so serious? Speak." She had consumed a beauty elixir, appearing as youthful as an 18-year-old maiden. Standing alongside Qiu Junyu, one would easily mistake her for his daughter. Once certain that all had departed, Qiu Junyu cautiously set up a protective formation before asking, "Why are my brother and I twins of different fathers?" The Empress Dowager spat out her tea in shock. "What nonsense are you speaking? Our biological fathers are, respectively, the Emperor and my second uncle." Discussing such matters with his biological mother filled Qiu Junyu with a sense of shame. However, considering that his father might be sharpening his knives in preparation for confrontation, he could not simply feign ignorance. The Empress Dowager scrutinized him suspiciously. "Has someone been spreading rumors in front of you? How audacious to tarnish my reputation." Had she not known that her biological mother was someone who would not shed tears until confronted with a coffin, Xiao Junyu might have been inclined to accept her words. Do not deny it. My father now believes I am not his biological son and is preparing to take action against me, he countered. The Empress Dowager rebutted, impossible. You are undoubtedly his biological son. Xiao Junyu could not fathom where her confidence originated. On what basis do you assert this? I verified your bloodline before you were even born, she blurted out, realizing too late that she had spoken imprudently. Only if there were doubts regarding a child's lineage would she, as a mother, take the initiative to verify it. Since it was a bloodline verification, it must have involved secret methods that could directly eliminate interference from similar bloodlines, thereby determining the relationship between biological father and son. Xiao Junyu pressed his fingers against his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager became increasingly perplexed. Who dare to speak ill of you in front of your father? If he harbors doubts, he is welcome to verify it himself. After all, I am above reproach and fear no scrutiny. Are you truly unafraid? Xiao Junyu inquired. The Empress Dowager held her head high, not afraid. Xiao Junyu persisted. Then please explain why my twin brother and I do not share the same father. The Empress Dowager fell silent. After being pressed on this matter repeatedly, her own heart began to feel uneasy. During her pregnancy, she had only taken one of the twins to verify the bloodline. At that time, she assumed both twins would share the same bloodline, believing one verification to be sufficient. However, should the bloodlines of both children differ, and she had unwittingly verified the one belonging to the Taishang Huang, the consequences would be dire. A flicker of disarray crossed the Empress Dowager's refined face, and she promptly leaped from the beauty couch, hurrying toward the treasury. Mother, where are you going? Xiao Junyu asked, bewildered. At that moment, an angry shout resounded from outside. Too late. The oppressive presence of the He stage surged into the palace as the Taishang Huang stormed in with fury. The Empress Dowager, being merely at the Liansu stage, found herself utterly immobilized beneath the overwhelming pressure of the Taishang Huang. Her youthful visage lost all color, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she stood on the brink of internal injury from the Taishang Huang's oppressive aura. Xiao Junyu swiftly employed his own He stage pressure to counterbalance that of the Taishang Huang, which only served to further infuriate the Taishang Huang. You ungrateful wretch! I raised you, nurtured you to ascend the throne, and you dare to betray me. As a fellow man, Xiao Junyu could comprehend his father's wrath. Unperturbed by the scolding, he calmly suggested, why not simply strip me of my title as emperor? The younger generation within the royal family was still inexperienced and not yet ready to be exploited as emperors. The more seasoned members lacked the necessary abilities for the role, leaving Xiao Junyu to diligently fulfill his duties. However, if the Taishang Huang were to depose him, he would no longer need to concern himself with the selection of a successor and could instead pursue a leisurely life. Xiao Junyu entertained such delightful thoughts, already contemplating where to enjoy leisure after abdicating. Regrettably, the Taishang Huang offered him no such opportunity and instead struck out with a single palm, declaring, I will simply put an end to you and spare myself the trouble. The attack, laden with lethal intent, showed no mercy. Qij, having unleashed his cultivation at the combined stage, barely managed to withstand the blow. While he remained unharmed, the Empress Dowager's palace was shattered, reduced to ruins. Recognizing that his father was genuinely furious, Qij refrained from further provocation and pleaded, Father, let us speak calmly. I truly am your biological son. The Grand Emperor barked back, Nonsense. I have yet to question you, and you speak so boldly, which only reveals your guilt. Qij retorted, I spoke too hastily. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was quick-witted. Under her son's protection, she boldly countered the Grand Emperor. If you did not doubt that Xiao Y is not your own, why would you strike him with such ferocity? She even feigned sorrow, lamenting that if he wished to part ways, they could simply divorce. Why tarnish her reputation? The Empress Dowager produced a handkerchief and, with genuine emotion, began to weep. Her cries echoing with heartfelt sorrow that could almost deceive anyone unaware of the truth. If he had not known the reality, he might have been swayed by her performance. The Empress Dowager's shameless display was akin to that of a young maiden. Her sorrowful wailing, reminiscent of a warbler's song. seemed to possess an enchanting quality that inadvertently slowed the Grand Emperor's assault. Seizing the moment, Jiang suggested, "Father, if you doubt my bloodline, let us verify here and now." With that, he willingly pricked his finger, drawing a drop of blood and enveloping it with spiritual energy, sending it towards the Grand Emperor. He was not afraid. Rather, he was concerned that continued combat would devastate the entire palace. After all, this was their family's heritage. Faced with the forthrightness of Jiang, the Grand Emperor felt a twinge of doubt. Could his sources of information be flawed? His initial intention upon leaving the underground palace was to verify Jiang's bloodline. To his surprise, he arrived just in time to hear the Empress Dowager declare her intent to leave. Was this not an indication of guilt? Thus, a minor dispute escalated into violence. Now, in a moment of calm, the Grand Emperor contemplated, and he too drew forth a drop of blood, merging it with Jiang's through spiritual force. Under the influence of the secret technique, both the Grand Emperor and Jiang felt a response from their respective bloodlines. However, their interpretations diverged sharply. Jiang confirmed his paternity with the Grand Emperor, while the Grand Emperor concluded that Jiang was not his biological son. The resolute demeanor of Jiang momentarily stirred a sense of guilt in the Grand Emperor, who felt he may have misjudged his son. To hell with this! The Grand Emperor bellowed, unleashing his full might in a single strike. Jiang could not react in time and relied solely on the protective artifact he bore to save his life. "Father, I am your true son," he shouted. "Nonsense! How dare you lie with your eyes wide open? I will kill you, you bastard!" The Grand Emperor, infuriated by Jiang's refusal to acknowledge the truth, directed every attack with lethal intent. In the midst of dodging and blocking, Jiang recalled Wn's secret technique that could obscure the perceptions of cultivators at the combined stage. He suspected that the Grand Emperor had fallen victim to such an illusion, leading to his misguided beliefs in the face of such clear bloodline verification. "Father, you have been ensnared by a level of perception obfuscation akin to that of the tribulation stage. Jiang proclaimed. Do not deceive me," the Grand Emperor retorted. "I treated you like my own son, which was the true result of being ensnared by a level of perception obfuscation." The Grand Emperor's heart swelled with resentment. Among his offspring, Jiang exhibited the greatest talent, superior aptitude, and commendable character. He had invested considerable effort into Jiang's upbringing, even manipulating the selection process to ensure his ascension to the throne. To discover that this child was not of his blood was a bitter revelation. Exposed, Jiang continued to deny the truth, which only fueled the Grand Emperor's rage. The Grand Emperor's strikes grew increasingly vicious. Jiang recognized his father's volatile temperament. If he retaliated too fiercely, it would only exacerbate the situation. He resolved to lead the Grand Emperor away from the palace, seeking a secluded place to subdue him. As they passed the LSH dock of KSYNLI Trading Company, the Grand Emperor unleashed a powerful strike, which Jiang could not intercept, resulting in the destruction of a spiritual vessel. Without time to explain, Jiang hurriedly took the Grand Emperor out of the capital to prevent further casualties. Meanwhile, LNYN and CHLNFing, accompanied by Jiang were on their way to the palace to witness the unfolding drama when they encountered the elder on a small donkey. They quickly stopped him, asking, "Elder, where are you headed?" "I am not here to watch the commotion. I am on my way to prevent a royal catastrophe," the elder replied, his previous demeanor replaced by one of seriousness. "Are you referring to the two sovereigns and the Grand Emperor who just clashed?" The elder nodded. "Indeed, what a display of paternal affection." LNYN responded. "Shouldn't it be paternal farewell and filial laughter?" CHLNFing, standing on tiptoe to observe the rapidly departing figures of the two cultivators, pondered, "They have left the city. You cannot follow them. Can you, elder?" Being under bail, the elder was restricted in his movements. Realizing this, his expression faltered until Jiang tugged at his sleeve. With her glistening eyes, the little one mimicked a soaring gesture and declared, "Hey, Master Uncle, charge forth. Do not fear." You could say it is to prevent them from fighting. This counts as an emergency evacuation. You could even apply for a commendation. It could reduce your sentence. Although Jiang Xin was not yet able to speak fluently, she tugged at the elder's sleeve, eager to rush outside the city. The elder, who could sense her thoughts, beamed with delight, his heart swelling with pride. Look how clever his little niece was. At such a tender age, she was already well-versed in the law, destined to be a natural-born mage, as Jiang Xin paved the way for his escape. The elder could hardly contain his excitement, eager to observe the spectacle of Jiang confronting his father. He promptly took out his brush and sketched a small donkey for both Lyn and Chlnf, exclaiming, "Let us go witness the spectacle, or rather, let us act heroically." The four mounted the small donkey and sped toward the city's outskirts. In the realm of Qing, flying was prohibited, and ground travel was strictly regulated. The small donkey drawn by the elder appeared slow. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to the fierce battle between Jiang and the Grand Emperor. The commotion they caused was so great that it not only startled the protective formation of Qing, but also drew the attention of all cultivators in the city. By the time the elder arrived, the city gates were swarming with people, and bets were already placed on the outcome of the clash, with spectators eagerly pointing and discussing the unfolding drama. I believe Chiel will win. After all, he is at the pinnacle of the combined stage. Chiel was the Grand Emperor's name. Another countered, that may not be the case. A father striking son does not imply he will fight to the death. Perhaps Jiang will find an opening and turn the tide. I still think the current emperor has the higher chance of winning. He can harness the most national fortune. If he needs to rely on national fortune to defeat his own father, then the Qing dynasty is doomed. A cacophony of voices filled the air, many familiar faces among them. The elder, contemplating a gamble with his spirit stones, hesitated, fearing a total loss, and impatiently turned to Lyn. "My dear nephew, help your uncle predict who will win or lose in this father-son duel." Lyn felt that the elder was putting him in a difficult position, replying, "Elder, I am merely at the golden core stage. I cannot foresee the outcome of such a high-level battle." The Grand Elder announced, "Sherbois has won a sum of money which shall be divided among you." Lin replied, "I shall do my utmost to try." He took out a turtle shell and, with sincere devotion, prayed silently, "Little Shimmy, may you bless me." Jiang Xin, suddenly sensing something, tilted her head to observe Lin. "So it is my second senior brother, who is praying. May my heart bless my second senior brother. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, may my second senior brother's divination be most auspicious." Jiang Xin pointed her small hand skyward, unleashing an invisible force that descended upon Lin. His heart raced uncontrollably, astonished that praying to Jiang Xin was indeed effective, perhaps influenced by psychological effects. He felt a fleeting surge of immense power that was not his own. He focused intently on divination, and soon the outcome of the battle became evident: a draw. Lin discreetly conveyed this to the Grand Elder to avoid eavesdropping. The Grand Elder beamed with delight, eager to place a bet. He handed a pouch of spirit stones to Chu Linfeng, saying, "Linfeng, you shall place the bet." Chu Linfeng, wishing to bet himself, inquired, "Why don't you go, Elder?" The Grand Elder replied seriously, "As an elder of Tian Shui Sect, it would not be proper for me to be seen participating in such gambling. Look." Even Jin Guangzan disguised himself to place his bet. Jin Guangzan, the leader of Jin Xingmen, was not spotted by Chu Linfeng among the crowd, leaving him puzzled as to how the Grand Elder recognized him. Chu Linfeng reminded, "But I'm also a disciple of Tian Shui Sect." Before he could finish, the Grand Elder interrupted, "You are still young. It matters not." Chu Linfeng thought, such a familiar dismissive response. Very well. He took the pouch of spirit stones from the Grand Elder, only to find that Lin and Jiang Xin had also presented their own pouches. Lin's involvement was understandable, as he had divined the outcome and sought to profit. However, Jiang Xin, "Little Shimmy, could you engage in activities more befitting your age? You are still young. Gambling is not for you," Chu Linfeng admonished earnestly. Jiang Xin huffed in defiance. "We are all minors. If I cannot gamble, neither can you. If you cannot, then neither can Sherbois." then we shall earn nothing. Currently, no one is betting on a draw. All the money will go to the house. The house is Qiyang Wang. We must not allow this vile character to profit. Qiyang Wang was the false prince among the true and false heirs, being the half-brother of Qiu Junyu. How absurd it was for a foster father to punish his biological brother while secretly running a gambling scheme. Truly, a monumental disgrace. As one of the 6 great sects, Tian Shui Sect had a duty to uphold the integrity of the cultivation world. They could not allow Qiyang Wang, this unfilial son, to accumulate ill-gotten gains. Without hesitation, Chu Linfeng donned the disguise provided by the Grand Elder and swiftly set off to place his bet, exclaiming, "All bets on a draw." Nearby cultivators, hearing his youthful voice, presumed him inexperienced and believed he was destined to lose. Kid, when cultivators at the harmonization stage engage, if they merely spar, it does not count as a draw. In battles among lower-tier cultivators, if they sparred without a definitive victor, it would either result in a stalemate or a clear winner. However, the harmonization stage was different. Generally, when cultivators at this level clashed, it was either a friendly spar or a dispute over interests. Friends would not easily concede, and in the face of competition over benefits, none would yield. Although cultivators at this level rarely fought to the death, they often chose to end the battle prematurely if the cost of victory was too high. Thus, the outcomes of battles at this level typically included a draw, a win, or stalemate. Many present suspected that Qiu Junyu and his father were merely sparring, and that their match would end in a draw. Some perceptive individuals understood that the emperor was currently attempting to break through to the transcendent stage and would not easily engage in combat. With the two now clashing fiercely, it was evident that something significant was unfolding. But what did it matter to them? Seizing the opportunity to profit was the priority. The cultivation world was rife with the philosophy of let the flames consume my house while I remain indifferent. As for a draw, that outcome could only arise from mutual destruction. If the harmonization stage cultivators chose to end their battle prematurely and declared a draw, the gambling odds could be overturned by their joint efforts. After all, both sought to prove their superiority over the other. To declare a draw would be akin to diminishing their own prestige. If they could not best one another, would they allow a mere gambling house to triumph? Facing the skepticism of those around him, Chu Linfeng remained confident. Just wait. This will surely end in mutual destruction. He believed in his second senior brother's divination. Moreover, this divination was enhanced by Little Shimmy's influence. After placing his bet, Chu Linfeng rode away on a small black and white donkey, exuding an air of profound mystery. The onlookers exchanged glances. Should they follow him? Follow him? Nonsense. That little brat is merely pretending to be profound. I bet on a stalemate. What father and son would fight to the death? Someone suddenly proposed, "Hey, do you think their sudden conflict might be because the emperor discovered his son is not his biological child?" At this, all were taken aback. Indeed, there is a possibility. Should we place bets on whether they will draw? Someone asked, "What are you thinking? If they are not biologically related, the emperor will surely fight to the bitter end. His Majesty is merely at the early harmonization stage. How could he retaliate? I bet on His Majesty's defeat. Yes, I too wager he will lose. Can we directly bet on who the next Xiao emperor will be? Are there odds for that?" The gamblers buzzed with excitement, eager for the chance to win big. The royal hunting ground, situated near Qiu Yijing, housed various low-tier demonic beasts for the royal family and noble youths to train as they began their cultivation journey. The clash between Qiu Junyu and his father reverberated loudly, prompting the departure of all personnel from the hunting ground. Upon arrival, Qiu Junyu did not relocate, but instead focused entirely on parrying his father's attacks. He had sustained considerable losses along the way, and had it not been for the forewarning from Lin Yan, he would have been severely injured. The expansive hunting ground was riddled with craters from their fierce confrontation. With dust clouds obscuring the sky, violent tremors emanated from the site, reminiscent of the earth splitting apart. The three small donkeys halted at a safe distance, observing the battle. Such confrontations at the harmonization stage were exceedingly rare. Even as mere spectators, they could glean invaluable insights. Lin Yan and Chu Linfeng watched intently, pondering the intricacies of the conflict. Jiang Xin, however, appeared disinterested, her large, moist eyes fixated upon the emperor. The Grand Elder, cradling her, recognized that this child perceived things beyond the ordinary, and playfully inquired, "What do you see, Exine? Sin sit livet." Jiang Xin's little chubby hand covered her eyes as poetic inspiration struck. "The green leaves obscure my vision. I fashioned a hat from the leaves and donned it. I am the greatest king of green hats." The Grand Elder nearly burst into laughter, remembering just in time that he must not let Jiang Xin know he could hear her thoughts, and managed to suppress his amusement. Given the state of the father-son duo, Qiu Junyu must have long sought an opportunity to verify his bloodline with the Supreme Emperor. At present, Qiu Junyu, primarily on the defensive, likely still acknowledges this biological father. However, the Supreme Emperor appears intent on his demise, suggesting he has confirmed Qiu Junyu is not his biological offspring. The Grand Elder held Jiang Xin in one arm, while the other deftly twirled a white jade brush, contemplating how to persuade the Supreme Emperor. Autumn Li, that stubborn old fool, has convinced himself that Qiu Junyu is not his biological son. Correcting this notion will be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, this old fool cannot best him. The Grand Elder resolved to first confine him within a painted prison, sealing his spiritual power before engaging in further discussions. To placate Autumn Li, the Grand Elder decided to adorn the confines of his prison lavishly, to reflect the Supreme Emperor's esteemed status. Just as he pondered painting golden dragons to signify the captive's noble identity, he sensed a spiritual disturbance beside him, heralding the arrival of two figures, Tianlin Xuanzhang and Qiang Wang. Tianlin Xuanzhang appeared to be in his 30s, with a fair complexion and an impressive stature. He bore a resemblance to the Supreme Emperor, Qiu Li, albeit with a more refined demeanor than the Emperor's flamboyance. Standing beside him, Qiang Wang looked to be in his 20s, even more handsome than Tianlin Xuanzhang. The two greeted the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder chuckled, "Oh, what brings you here?" Qiang Wang, with a troubled expression, gazed at the distant struggle between the Supreme Emperor and Qiu Junyu, saying, "How could I not come to ascertain the situation when my father and elder brother are in such a fierce conflict? How much betting money have you received so far?" Chu Linfeng suddenly interjected, startling Qiang Wang. "What betting pool? I absolutely do not run any betting pool," Qiang Wang exclaimed. Chu Linfeng replied, "I did not mention a betting pool. I merely inquired about the amount of wagered funds you have received." Qiang Wang fell silent. Tianlin Xuanzhang cast a disapproving glance at him and shifted the topic. "Grand Elder, with your esteemed reputation, why not join me in persuading the Emperor?" The Grand Elder waved his hands repeatedly. "I have wagered on a draw. Until then, I cannot allow myself to incur losses." Tianlin Xuanzhang, left with no choice, amplified his voice through spiritual energy, addressing the Supreme Emperor. "Brother, cease this conflict. What cannot be discussed amicably between father and son?" Hearing his voice, the Supreme Emperor grew even more infuriated, intensifying his assault on Qiu Junyu. Tianlin Xuanzhang continued, "Regardless, Xiaoyu is your biological son. Striking your child brings pain to a mother's heart, and your wife will be distressed. Xiaoyu has always been dutiful to you. If you strike so mercilessly, what if you chill the child's heart? Even hypothetically, should Xiaoyu have erred, do you possess no fault at all?" Jiang Xin tilted her head, pondering, realizing for the first time the inadequacy of her understanding. "Oh, is this person here to mediate? Why does it seem that the Supreme Emperor's anger grows with each of his attempts to persuade? Is he not intentionally seeking the death of his uncle? Yet he speaks with such heartfelt sincerity." The little one, perplexed, rubbed her small head, tangling her soft baby hair. "Oh dear, don't tug at your hair, Xin. It will look unsightly if it falls out." The Grand Elder gently grasped Jiang Xin's small hand, taking the opportunity to enlighten her while conversing with Tianlin Xuanzhang. "Tianlin, do not feign ignorance. You must be hoping for Qiu Li to eliminate Xiaoyu, correct?" Tianlin Xuanzhang's expression stiffened, his gaze wary as he replied, "Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Both my elder brother and Xiaoyu are my blood relatives. How could I wish for them to harm one another?" The Grand Elder wore an expression that seemed to challenge him to deny it. He pointed at Qiang Wang. "This one is your true son. You cannot possibly be unaware. Can you?" Tianlin Xuanzhang and Qiang Wang were momentarily speechless, taken aback. "How do you know?" Qiang Wang blurted out, but was interrupted by Tianlin Xuanzhang. "Do not speak nonsense. Such a significant matter cannot be fabricated. The Grand Elder was never one to be intimidated, for he was even more formidable. Autumn had fallen prey to the sensory obscuration of the tribulation phase, thus unable to discern that Xiao Yu was his biological son. Qiang Wang, with merely the cultivation of the refinement phase, instinctively took a step back, nervously glancing at Tianlin Zhuanzhang. Tianlin Zhuanzhang, forcing himself to remain calm, lowered his voice and asked, "Does the Grand Elder wish to meddle in the internal strife of the Qiu Yi royal family?" "Not at all. I merely fear you might lead the child astray." The Grand Elder looked down at Jiang Xin, saying, "Excellence, we must not emulate such hypocrisy." Tianlin Zhuanzhang, chastised yet unable to retort, muttered, "You are so self-righteous. Your Tian Shui Sect is the largest pitfall in the Tianqing spirit realm. How can you not fear leading children astray?" Jiang Xin was no longer confused, her expression one of sudden enlightenment. "So that's how it is. Master Uncle is truly clever. I shall not learn from such things. Xin can comprehend without a teacher." The Grand Elder, newly filled with pride, felt even more gratified. Tianlin Zhuanzhang's superficiality was so perfunctory that disciples of Tian Shui Sect would only find themselves on a path of self-destruction. If one were to learn, they ought to learn from the best. Such self-sufficiency in understanding is truly deserving of being the daughter of the Tian Shui Sect's leader. Jiang Xin's little mouth was as sweet as honey, following the revelation of her little thoughts being ruthlessly exposed by the Grand Elder. Tianlin Zhuanzhang and Qiang Wang dared not further stoke the flames. However, the battle had not improved significantly. Qiu Junyu, aware of the Supreme Emperor's sensory impairment, focused solely on defense. Yet, as the Supreme Emperor intensified his attacks, Qiu Junyu gradually fell into a disadvantaged position, ultimately being struck down by the Emperor's palm, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Injured, Qiu Junyu coughed up a mouthful of blood but wasted no time in soaring back into battle. A conflict at the level of the integration phase allows for no moment of hesitation. Blood, swept by spiritual energy, mingled in the air, indistinguishable from that of the Supreme Emperor. Other members of the Qiu Yi royal family had also been drawn to this conflict, standing at a safe distance to observe. They wished to intervene, but, fearing the Supreme Emperor's wrath could turn on them, held their tongues. At this moment, witnessing the bloodline clash, they felt immense sorrow. Why engage in such violence? What enmity could exist between father and son? Is this not a source of mockery for outsiders? "Father, could you apply a bit more force when striking my sixth brother? I have wagered on your victory." This cry came from Qiu Junyu's second brother, a cultivator at the transformation phase. After he shouted, he was promptly chastised by his third uncle and confined to a space of reflection. As the most senior member present, the third uncle contemplated persuading the Grand Elder to mediate. However, just as he moved to intervene, he heard Chu Linfeng betting on a draw for the father-son duo. Chu Linfeng had disguised himself, rendering him undetectable. Yet, the small donkey beneath him was too conspicuous. The third uncle recognized at a glance. At this moment, it was evidently impossible to ask the Grand Elder to intervene. The third uncle could only approach and exchange pleasantries with the Grand Elder. After exchanging pleasantries, he politely inquired, "Elder, may I ask why this father and son are at odds?" The elder turned his gaze towards Tianlin Zhuan's and Qiang Wang. Qiang Wang spoke first, "My father's suspects." Before he could finish, Tianlin Zhuan silenced him, fearing that this leaky vessel would divulge all the information. "Uncle, it is merely a misunderstanding. Once my elder brother calms down, all will be well," said Tianlin Zhuan's. Uncle Sin scrutinized him and Qiang Wang deeply, then asked the elder in a different manner, "What has happened to Qiu Li? It is the first time I have seen him strike a child so fiercely, because he suspects that the foul uncle is a cuckold." Jiang Xin clutched the edge of the swaddling cloth, ensuring it did not obstruct her view. The foul uncle can endure quite a bit. Despite being two small realms apart, he has yet to lose. However, he does not wish to injure his biological father, who is intent on killing him. Over time, the foul uncle will meet a grim fate. His father's one leaf obstructing the view will not dissipate in the short term. The elder raised an eyebrow, suppressing his astonishment. Xin was even more formidable than he had anticipated, capable of naming such a spell in an instant. The key to resolving this matter lay in dispelling the Taishang Huang's one leaf obstructing the view. The elder twirled the white jade brush in his hand, contemplating where to begin. Jiang Xin, her chubby hands covering her mouth, stifled a great yawn. Honestly, Xin is so tired. Why isn't it over yet? If this drags on, Xin will be unable to personally claim the gambling winnings. Xin wishes for this battle to progress swiftly. The little one wiped away the tears that had streamed from her eyes due to fatigue, her small hands rhythmically clenching in front of her. A translucent green leaf materialized in her hand, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura of the tribulation stage. Even the mere hint of this aura made the elder, a peak-stage cultivator, feel an immense threat at that moment. Yet, in Jiang Xin's grasp, this object appeared as an ordinary leaf devoid of spiritual energy. With a gentle tug, the ethereal green leaf was torn in half and vanished without a trace. The aura of the tribulation stage dissipated instantly. In the midst of the fierce battle, the leaf's illusion in the Taishang Huang's eyes simultaneously disappeared, leaving him with a sudden clarity. Although nothing seemed amiss, he inexplicably felt as though he could perceive the world more distinctly. The elder seized the opportunity to attach a secret technique to the blood bead, connecting him and Xiao Junyu, reinstating the bloodline verification technique. Momentarily sensing the bloodline power, the Taishang Huang was taken aback. How could this differ from the results he had just verified? Xiao Junyu had been attempting to utilize the bloodline strength to break the Taishang Huang's sensory obscuration, not placing much importance on this fleeting sensation. In that instant of hesitation from the Taishang Huang, Xiao Junyu launched a counterattack. Caught unawares, the Taishang Huang received the brunt of the blow, his defensive artifacts shattering, and he was sent flying, crashing into half a mountain and stirring up a cloud of dust. The elder experienced, raised his brush and circled the collapsed mountain and all the debris, ensuring not a speck of dust escaped. According to regulations, cultivators must restore the landscape after a duel. Otherwise, they face hefty fines. Even a retired emperor like the Taishang Huang is not exempt. Now, with the elder assisting the Taishang Huang in gathering everything, it would save considerable effort when the time came to restore the landscape. Just a touch of goodwill could earn the elder a small profit. The onlookers gathered in layers, hid in safe zones, most of whom had participated in the betting. These individuals either wagered on the Taishang Huang to win or placed modest bets. None had anticipated that Xiao Junyu, a cultivator in the early integration stage, could injure the Taishang Huang, a perfected integration stage cultivator. Discontent arose among the crowd. This must be rigged. I refuse to accept this. Refund my money. Why can Xiao Junyu, not even from Tian Shui Sect, strike above his level? There must be a conspiracy. A group clamored to seek refunds from the gambling house. The true bookmaker was Qiang Wang, but he certainly would not handle such matters personally, leaving his subordinates to deal with it. The elder smiled and turned to Qiang Wang, saying, "This counts as a draw, does it not?" Qiang Wang was reluctant to concede. The odds for a draw were too high. He would not only earn nothing, but would also have to pay out. However, with the elder, Lin Yin, Chu Linfeng, and even the swaddled Jiang Xin all looking at him expectantly, Qiang Wang dared not be obstinate. It was indeed a draw, with a smile that resembled a grimace. He painfully retrieved a pouch of spiritual stones, settling the winnings for the four. Jiang Xin joyfully clutched the pouch of spiritual stones, dancing with delight. "I have earned spiritual stones again. Brothers, God bless you. You are very gorgeous." The little one excitedly chattered at Qiang Wang, her words sweet as honey, delivering a heartfelt trio of compliments. Although Qiang Wang could not comprehend her words, he could undoubtedly feel Jiang Xin's exuberance. Even though he did not particularly like children, being warmly treated by such a delicate child caught him off guard. "This child is truly adorable. I wish to hold her." Qiang Wang extended his hand to embrace Jiang Xin. However, her smile vanished in an instant as she turned away, presenting him with the back of her head. "I do not wish to be held by you, you malicious pawn." The elder skillfully held Jiang Xin to evade Qiang Wang's outstretched hand. Chu Linfeng stepped forward, blocking Qiang Wang's line of sight, smiling as he said, "My little junior sister is quite fastidious. Your Highness, please do not let your dust fall upon her." Qiang Wang considered himself quite clean. What else could possibly be on me? Chu Linfeng replied, "You are merely a large pawn yourself." Qiang Wang retorted, "Do not think that just because you are disciples of Tian Shui Sect, you can speak so boldly. I cannot deal with you." Qiang Wang was determined to display his authority as a prince of the Qiuyi dynasty. Lin Yin, holding a tortoise shell, politely asked, "I notice that your highness's brow appears dark. Would you like me to read your fortune?" "Only 10 high-quality spiritual stones, a fair price for all." Qiang Wang had not intended to have his fortune told, but the meticulous plotting against Qiu Junyu had been uncovered by Tian Shui Sect, leading him to feel particularly unlucky of late. He produced 10 high-quality spiritual stones. "Let this prince have a reading." Generous. Lin Yin cheerfully accepted the stones, deftly preparing for the fortune-telling. Within a single day, Chu Linfeng watched as Lin Yan's fortune-telling fees escalated from 1 medium-quality stone to 1 high-quality stone, then to 10 high-quality stones. Jiang Xin noticed as well, feeling proud of Lin Yan's outstanding character. Second brother clearly could have seized the stones, but instead chose to offer him a reading. He is truly kind-hearted. "I'm so touched I could cry." The little one praised Lin Yin, inadvertently glancing at Qiang Wang standing nearby, her disdain evident. The cultivation world is wonderful. Having consumed a youth-preserving pill, one cannot discern age differences. Especially Qiang Wang, though of considerable age, his face resembles that of a youthful man in his 20s. With such a youthful visage, even if Qiang Wang and the foul uncle were born on the same day, he could still serve as a pawn for Xing Shui. Xing Shui is only slightly older than I am. The Qiang Wang could very well be your father. Alas, he is but a pawn in this game. After being manipulated by Xing Shui and his biological father, the Tianlin Zunjia, his demise was most tragic. He believed he could ascend to the throne and harness the national fortune to reach the next level of cultivation. In truth, Tianlin Zunjia merely sought to use him as a stepping stone in collaboration with Xing Shui. It is no wonder that Tianlin Zunjia claimed to be his father. Both were solely interested in leveraging the immense power of the throne for their own cultivation, without any regard for the responsibilities that come with being an emperor. Coincidentally, Xing Shui harbored the same intentions. Ultimately, this pair of schemers, who wished to exploit the national fortune, found themselves outsmarted by Xing Shui. The entire fortune of the Qiuyi dynasty was absorbed by her alone. The bloodline of the Qiu family royal line was nearly extinguished, all sacrificed by Xing Shui to enhance the national fortune. How terrifying! These events were initially destined to unfold only after Xing Shui reached adulthood. However, perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by her transmigration, the scheme to usurp power from Qiang Wang has surprisingly occurred ahead of schedule. The little one could only find solace in the vibrant lives of her senior brothers. Jiang Xin's heavy eyelids finally closed as she drifted into slumber. The trio from the Tian Shui Sect, having absorbed the entirety of the narrative, regarded Tianlin Zunjia and Qiang Wang with expressions of incredulity. Their gazes were so overt that Tianlin Zunjia shot them an annoyed glare. Chu Linfeng cleared his throat, producing 2 slender blue and white cans, and inquired, "Would the 2 princes care for a drink?" Qiang Wang had seen these containers at the Keisai Yunkai trading house, but had never tasted their contents. He was not concerned about the possibility of poison, as the Tian Shui Sect had ample means to eliminate him. Upon accepting the can and taking a sip, he was pleasantly surprised. "This is quite delightful. What is it called?" Chu Linfeng replied, "It is called 6 walnuts. It is said to enhance one's intellect." After consuming nearly half the bottle, Qiang Wang sensed that the trio from the Tian Shui Sect gazed at him with even greater affection, which inexplicably unsettled him. "Why aren't you drinking?" he asked. The Grand Elder replied, "We do not require any enhancement of our intellect." Qiang Wang was taken aback, questioning whether they were subtly implying he lacked intelligence. While he was lost in thought, Lin Yin, who had been divining for quite some time, finally reached a conclusion after listening to Jiang Xin's gossip. This shift of focus diverted Qiang Wang's attention. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. Lin Yin glanced at the divination results and smiled faintly. "Your recent schemes shall not come to fruition, Your Highness." Qiang Wang was taken aback. "Why not? Is there a solution?" The Grand Elder had already exposed his plot against Qiu Junyu, making Qiang Wang's success improbable. Chu Linfeng speculated that the intelligence of the twins had all been bestowed upon Qiu Junyu at birth. Qiang Wang's apparent increase in height was likely an illusion. Lin Yin tightened his fingers, revealing only his index and thumb as he proclaimed in a manner befitting a mystic, "Only an 8-character truth can be of use." Qiang Wang leaned closer and whispered, "What are those 8 characters?" Lin Yin replied, "Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity." Qiang Wang was left speechless. "Is that all? I can offer you 10 high-grade spirit stones." Lin Yin found his reasoning sound and maintained a courteous demeanor. "Then allow me to provide you with another 8-character truth." This prospect left Qiang Wang feeling even less assured. "Please enlighten me." Qiang Wang realized that his 10 high-grade spirit stones would yield little. As their banter continued, the Supreme Emperor pondered the nature of his bloodline intertwined with Xiao Junyu, questioning his very existence. The identical blood samples yielding drastically different results confirmed Xiao Junyu's earlier claims. He had indeed fallen victim to a form of sensory deception akin to that of the tribulation stage. Which result was the truth? Was it possible to pierce through this veil of deception? The Supreme Emperor hesitated to trust his own judgment. With Qiao family's tribulation stage ancestor absent, he found himself without counsel. Scanning his surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder. Most present were his blood relatives, yet their cultivation levels were inadequate. The only one at the fusion stage was the Tianlin Zunjia, whom he regarded with suspicion. Compared to him, the Supreme Emperor preferred to trust the Grand Elder's judgment. "Friend, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I seek your counsel." The Supreme Emperor conjured the blood he shared with Xiao Junyu through his spiritual energy, vanishing before the Grand Elder. Tianlin Zunjia instinctively took a step back, only to receive a sharp glare from the Supreme Emperor. The Grand Elder chuckled. "You wish to know if Xiaoyu is indeed your biological son?" Those outside the royal family, having previously observed the unfolding drama, were wary of the royal family's wrath and had dispersed once the confrontation ceased. Aside from the 4 from the Tian Shui Sect, all present were members of the royal family. After a brief hesitation, the Supreme Emperor nodded. "I have fallen victim to sensory deception akin to that of the tribulation stage. I beseech you for clarity." "Very well, very well. This disciple of mine is a diviner of great accuracy. I shall have him ascertain your queries." The Grand Elder nudged Lin Yan forward. Although the Supreme Emperor was dissatisfied with Lin Yan's low cultivation, he reasoned that as a disciple of the Tian Shui Sect, he must possess some merit, and thus remained silent. "Proceed." The Grand Elder beamed as he extended his hand. "First, the divination fee, 100 high-grade spirit stones." Both Chu Linfeng and Qiang Wang widened their eyes in disbelief. The price had escalated far too quickly. Without further thought, the Supreme Emperor complied. It was unfortunate. He felt he had overpaid. The Grand Elder's smile faltered, regretting his decision. "Your Majesty, prepare for compensation in spirit stones. Given their shared dignity, once a price had been agreed upon, it could not be altered." The Grand Elder accepted the spirit stones and signaled for Lin Yin to proceed with the divination. Even without the need for divination, Lin Yin knew the outcome. Yet, out of respect for his benefactor, he followed the formalities, casting the divination and revealing the answer to the Supreme Emperor. "Your Majesty, he is indeed your biological son." The Supreme Emperor exhaled deeply, relieved. However, his relief was short-lived as he spotted Qiang Wang attempting to slip away. Now that one of the twins had been confirmed as his son, what of the other? Qiang Wang felt a pang of guilt. "Father, why do you gaze at me so?" The Supreme Emperor hesitated, glancing at Lin Yan, uncertain whether to have him cast another divination. Out of consideration for the 100 high-grade spirit stones, Lin Yan lowered his voice, conveying, "Qiang Wang is not your biological son." Everyone heard his words. Qiang Wang, already aware of this revelation, felt a chill run down his spine. He shot Lin Yan a fierce glare before tearing through the fabric of space to escape. The Supreme Emperor, enraged, attempted to pursue him, only to discover that Qiang Wang had concealed himself with a secret treasure, rendering him undetectable. Tianlin Zunjia hesitated, but, upon seeing the Grand Elder's beaming smile, made the same choice to escape using a secret treasure. How swift your escape! The Supreme Emperor could not catch them, cursing in frustration. The remaining members of the Qiao Yi royal family exchanged glances, coupled with the preliminary bloodline awareness of cultivators at the fusion stage. The Supreme Emperor had yet to notice any anomaly in Qiyang Wang's bloodline, likely due to the striking similarity between Qiyang Wang's paternal lineage and his own. The aged cultivator, a relative of both the Supreme Emperor and Tianlin Zunjia, sighed deeply, inquiring, "Ali, what do you plan to do next?" The Supreme Emperor furrowed his brow, gazing towards the pockmarked mountain behind him. J. New York gently rubbed his swollen face, slowly emerging from a deep pit. Noticing his father's gaze, he sprang up and said dejectedly, "Father, please abdicate my position as emperor." The Taishang Huang's expression turned stern. "I was merely testing your cultivation. How could I possibly displace you over such a trivial matter?" J. New York thought to himself, "How prideful you are, unwilling to admit your fault. After bestowing such a beating upon me, I feel utterly humiliated as an emperor. Perhaps it would be best to relinquish my title." The Taishang Huang had many offspring, yet only J. New York was truly suited to reign. Without him, the only option would be for the Taishang Huang to take the throne himself. This was unacceptable. Just moments ago, the Taishang Huang had been mercilessly thrashing J. New York, yet now he affectionately patted his shoulder, continually entrusting him with responsibilities. It was merely a routine sparring session. "Your cultivation is solid. You are a promising candidate for the throne. Should anyone dare to gossip about this incident, have them come to me. I will staunchly support you as emperor. You should focus on your duties and govern diligently for eternity." J. New York remained silent, strongly suspecting that his father had retaliated for the earlier punishment. Before he could voice his thoughts, the Taishang Huang continued, "Tianlin has been relatively stable in recent years. I wonder if he has been instigated by the demonic beings. This matter is of grave importance. I shall set off for the demon realm immediately to report to our ancestors. All affairs in the capital will be your responsibility. If Tianlin and that scoundrel Chiang appear, apprehend them immediately." By the time he finished, the Taishang Huang emphasized his last words, fearing that J. New York might show leniency. "I understand," J. New York replied solemnly, without a hint of hesitation. He surmised that the intentions of Tianlin Zunjiang and Wang Qiang were linked to the power of the national fortune, and that their actions were not in accordance with its rightful use. The national fortune was the foundation of a nation. Anyone daring to interfere with it was opposing the entire Qi dynasty, and he would not let them go unpunished. After a brief exchange between father and son, the Taishang Huang issued further instructions to others before vanishing. The crowd departed, each harboring their own thoughts, while J. New York's gaze fell upon the sleeping Jiang Xin. "How charming she is! How I wish she were my daughter." CHLNF Ing chuckled. "My second senior brother predicted that the spiritual vessel we were aboard would be ambushed, so the Merchant Association decided to suspend operations to minimize losses." J. New York nodded in understanding. He knew Lin Yan's predictions were accurate and was curious to see just how precise they were. What sort of attack would befall the vessel? Lin Yan replied, "The vessel sustained damage due to your and the Taishang Huang's attack while docked. Soon, the Merchant Association will send a repair bill to the royal family. Your Majesty, prepare the spirit stones for compensation." J. New York remained speechless. It was an unnecessary inquiry. His recent skirmish with the Taishang Huang had resulted in considerable destruction, and he would have to spend spirit stones to remedy the situation. With the Taishang Huang having departed, the responsibility for cleanup now fell squarely on his shoulders. He even suspected that the Taishang Huang had fled so hastily to avoid dealing with the mess they had created. Along the way, the Grand Elder succinctly explained the intentions of Tianlin Zunjiang and Wang Qiang to exploit the power of the national fortune. This matter concerned the entire Qi dynasty and countless cultivators living within it. J. New York needed to prepare accordingly. His expression darkened. "I suspect it is indeed about the national fortune. My second uncle once sought to leverage it to ascend to the tribulation stage, yet he was unwilling to bear the responsibilities of a ruler, which led him to abandon the struggle for the throne. I never expected he would still be so obstinate." The Grand Elder pondered thoughtfully. "I am more curious about how QW New York has established contact with Tianlin Zunjiang. Although Jiang Xin mentioned that the primary culprit is X Ing SHY, given her youth, it is QW New York who orchestrates everything." Mentioning QW New York served as a stark reminder for J. New York. "I will send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. The power of a national fortune is not exclusive to the Qi Huai dynasty. Should this plan fail, they may seek to conspire with other nations. Qi J. New York concurred, understanding the necessity to alert the other nations regarding QW New York N and her daughter. The Grand Elder nodded repeatedly, and as they approached the gates of Qi Huai Jing, he shifted the topic. Your Majesty, you must bear witness that I ventured outside the city to perform a righteous act. Qi J. New York paused, realizing the implication of the Grand Elder's words, and reluctantly nodded. The legal codes of the TNC spiritual realm are stringent. Even as Emperor, Qi J. New York feared inadvertently landing in prison. Upon entering the city, Qi J. New York decided to visit the Merchant Association to assess the damages, hoping they might report a lesser loss. In this day and age, the Emperor's coffers were far from overflowing. However, as he stepped through the doors of the Merchant Association, he spotted a woman sneaking inside. Having seen many living bodhisattvas, it was his first encounter with a living Hell King. The woman had disguised herself, yet Qi J. New York immediately recognized her. This was his biological mother. Disguised as a mature matron, the Empress hastily purchased spiritual vessel tickets, cautiously glancing around, only to find Qi J. New York looking at her with a resigned expression. She froze for a moment, feigning ignorance, and attempted to leave. Qi J. New York secretly transmitted a message to her. Mother, where are you going? His mind began to concoct a narrative in which the Empress adopted him as a pawn in a palace intrigue for favor. Having just confirmed his paternal bond with the Taishang Huang, it suggested that the Empress's motives for adopting him were not purely altruistic. Who then was his true mother? Was she still alive? If she had perished, who was responsible? If the death of his biological mother was linked to the Empress, what should he do? Qi J. New York found himself engulfed in a storm of thoughts. Sensing his hesitation, the Empress, realizing the predicament, hastily added, "Do not overthink. I am indeed your biological mother." Qi J. New York replied skeptically, "Then why did you just deny it?" "I was merely concerned you might disrupt my plans," the Empress retorted defensively, glancing anxiously outside. "And where is your father?" "Father has gone to the demon realm. You're safe for the time being." Qi J. New York surmised that the Empress intended to flee. Given the Taishang Huang's volatile temper, he had likely forgotten about her. Otherwise, he would have dealt with her before heading to the demon realm. The Empress, having dared to betray him, would certainly face harsh repercussions. The Empress shot an annoyed glance at the Grand Elder and his companions. "You should be thankful to the Taoist friends of the Tian Shui Sect for saving your life. Otherwise, I would have been unable to rescue you when your father came seeking answers." Qi J. New York briefly recounted how Lin Yan had predicted the ambush, which alleviated some of the Empress's distress. She silently seethed, mentally noting X in SHY and her daughter for future reference. Rolling her eyes, the Empress exclaimed, "How could that be? What is there to love about men?" The men present remained silent in dissent. Qi J. New York found it particularly perplexing. If you do not love him, why risk it all to bear his child? Anger flared within the Empress as she retorted, "That was an accident. If I had known you two weren't Chiel's biological children, I would have terminated the pregnancy long ago." Qi J. New York felt a deep sense of regret for his past self. Jiang Xin awoke, groggily opening her eyes to see the youthful visage of the Empress. The little one stared in astonishment. "Wow, what a beautiful elder sister." Jiang Xin stretched out her chubby little hands, eager to snuggle with the Empress Dowager. Although the Empress Dowager was not particularly fond of children, Jiang Xin's lively demeanor softened her heart. "Ah, this child is truly delightful. Come here for a hug." She took Jiang Xin into her arms, gently swaying her, and the more she looked, the more she delighted in her. Jiang Xin, in turn, was equally enchanted, her small hands incessantly tugging at the delicate fabric of the Empress Dowager's sleeve. The sister from Hehuanzong certainly carries a fragrant scent. I absolutely adore Hehuanzong. It is common knowledge that the Empress Dowager, being a noble woman of the capital, could not possibly be a disciple of Hehuanzong. Chu Linfeng, taken aback, blurted out, "How could you possibly be a disciple of Hehuanzong?" The Empress Dowager paused momentarily. Qi Junyu was about to refute, but suddenly lost the courage to do so. The existence of a pair of twins with different fathers was indeed something only a disciple of Hehuanzong could accomplish. Faced with the skeptical gazes of those around her, the Empress Dowager struggled for a moment before reluctantly admitting, "And what of it? Am I to have slept with your family's men?" Qi Junyu interjected, "Mother, I am still here." The Empress Dowager recalled her encounters with men from the Chiu family, and her confidence waned. With a huff, she slowly stated, "In my youth, I joined Huanzong, fearing my family would worry about my reputation. So I kept it a secret. No one in the capital knows of my affiliation, not even my maternal family, so you need not worry." The Grand Elder, familiar with the Huanzong yet never having met the Empress Dowager, expressed curiosity. "Which elder did you study under?" A proud smile spread across the Empress Dowager's face as she replied, "My esteemed master is revered as Huan Fairy. Huan Fairy is the sect leader of Huanzong and at the integration stage, a dream lover to countless cultivators in the Tiansheng spirit realm, and among the most commercially prosperous among the great cultivators. The personal worth of Huan Fairy alone allows her to accrue billions of spirit stones annually without effort. The Empress Dowager's lineage in Huan is thus profound, and Qi Junyu felt a newfound respect. With the national treasury depleted, he considered borrowing spirit stones from his ancestor, if possible. The Grand Elder reminisced, "It has been ages since I last saw Huan Fairy. Who would have thought she has such an exceptional disciple?" Qi Junyu, since the conversation was veering into dangerous territory. Although he harbored grievances against the Empress Dowager, he could not possibly bind her and present her to the Grand Emperor. That would be fatal. It was preferable that the Empress Dowager escape now. Her maternal family held considerable power, and even if they were to face ire, it would not result in severe repercussions. Qi Junyu worried that if the Empress Dowager left, he might acquire multiple additional fathers. "Mother, what are your plans next? I cannot oversee this. I was just about to remind you." Qi Junyu informed the Empress Dowager of the plans of Tianlin Zun and Qiyang Wang to usurp the national fortune. The Empress Dowager fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, she sighed deeply. Each person has their fate. If they persist in their folly, no one can save them. Disciples of Huanzong are known for their carefree nature, never forcing matters beyond their control. Though she felt no affection towards Tianlin Zun, she did feel a pang for Qiyang Wang, her own flesh and blood. The atmosphere grew heavy, until Jiang Xin's soft, cherubic voice broke the silence. "Before it escalates into grave mistakes, can we not sentence them to life imprisonment? Let them spend their lives in confinement. Once they lose their utility, Xing Shi will no longer harm them. It would be best to teach them to weave shoe soles, enabling them to contribute through labor. Otherwise, merely sitting in prison without creating value would be quite unjust." Jiang Xin was pained at the thought of her taxes supporting a throng of criminals. "Zhu Linfeng not that VP Deng," silently agreeing with Jiang Xin's proposal. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Xin sigh. As for those who have committed grave offenses, a mere death sentence would be far too lenient. They should be flayed and their essence extracted, sent to Ling Dan Peak for experimentation. If they accidentally perish during testing, they can be sent to the corpse-chasing sect to contribute their residual heat. As for their souls and dantians, if they hold any value, they can be extracted and donated to those in need. Cultivating a cultivator is no easy task. If they perish too easily, it is a tremendous waste. Having seen many living bodhisattvas, this was the first time the Grand Elder encountered a living Yama. Uncertain of how Jiang Xin formed such thoughts, the Grand Elder feared that if Jiang Yichen learned of this, he might believe he had led the child astray, thus hastily shifting Jiang Xin's focus. It is a rare occasion. Why not take Xin to the Kushi Lime marketplace to explore and see if you wish to purchase any souvenirs? The Kushi Lime marketplace is vast, equipped with a land dock alongside lodging and shopping facilities. They had not yet had the opportunity to properly explore it due to their tight schedule. The Grand Elder's suggestion awakened the disciples, and Jiang Xin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Yay, shopping. Xin wants to buy souvenirs for mother and father. Brother, let us go, let us go." Jiang Xin wriggled her small body in the Empress Dowager's embrace, as if her movement could propel her forward. The Empress Dowager could not help but chuckle. This child seems to understand our words. The Grand Elder mused that not only could she comprehend, but she also had the ability to chatter in her mind. He instructed Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng to take good care of Jiang Xin while he accompanied Qi Junyu to find Kong Sun to clear his name, lest Kong Sun confiscate his 80,000 high-grade spirit stone deposit due to his unauthorized departure from the city. As for the Empress Dowager, after bidding farewell to Qi Junyu, She donned a disguise and boarded the spirit vessel bound for Hehuanzhou. Jiang Xin and the others purchased numerous delightful items at the Shi Lai marketplace. And Lin Yin conveniently fulfilled part of the agreement regarding the safety of the spirit vessel. Most of the spirit vessel's safety was consistent with the marketplace's initial estimates. Yet several vessels heading to perilous areas returned unscathed, much to the marketplace's delight. The journey was quiet, devoid of even the disturbance from low-tier cloud beasts. Jiang Xin sighed in solitude against a wall plastered with bounty notices, finding solace only in the spirit stone pouch filled within her Su-Mi bracelet. Her father anxiously awaited, finally catching sight of his beloved daughter cradled in the arms of her disciple. Before he could approach, he heard her joyful laughter along with her soft, cherubic voice. "Father, I miss you so much. My dear, I miss you too." Jiang Xin was filled with anticipation. The group visited Qi, who embraced and showered affection on her daughter, equally longing for her presence. As the master and disciple conversed, a youth entered, greeting Jiang Xin and his wife. "Greetings, master and mistress." The youth donned a silver fish-white outfit, carrying a long sword on his back, his complexion pale, with a pair of phoenix eyes revealing youthful innocence and vitality. His wounds had been superficially treated, with some still concealed, but they could not escape Jiang Xin's discerning gaze. When asked about his injuries, Ning Yao felt somewhat embarrassed. "While gathering spirit herbs, I had a scuffle with a companion beast. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious." As a golden core cultivator, he was impervious to ordinary attacks. Though he spoke lightly, both Jiang Xin and his wife understood that the boy had undoubtedly faced a fierce battle. One must not underestimate external injuries. "Have you finished the DNYO?" Qi Lanqing inquired with concern, as she retrieved a storage bag from her Su-Mi Jia and pressed it into Ning Yao's hands. Ning Yao felt increasingly awkward. "Shiji, I just take it. It's from your Shiji," Jiang Xin insisted firmly. This eldest disciple was commendable in many aspects, yet he was excessively indulgent towards his own desires. Ning Yao not only possessed a remarkable talent for swordsmanship, but also inherited the most fundamental and traditional virtue of a sword cultivator: humility. Particularly, this child was notably impoverished. One could not ascertain whether his financial misfortunes were merely a diversion of fortune towards his swordsmanship prowess. "Xin, this is your dashi xiong." Jiang Xin had been tilting her head, observing him since Ning Yao entered. Ning Yao gently tugged at Jiang Xin's tiny hand, which felt soft and boneless, making him hesitant to exert any force. "Dashi Xiong is so handsome." Suddenly, Ning Yao was taken aback by the soft exclamation from the little girl. Qi Lanqing chuckled softly. Her dear child was indeed captivated by appearances, immediately scrutinizing the newcomer's looks. "How can such a handsome dashi xiong be a fish cage?" The little one sighed dramatically. Those present were momentarily stunned. What did she mean by fish cage? Was it as they interpreted? The most astonished among them was Ning Yao. Hearing her voice a second time confirmed it was not a figment of his imagination, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Only Jiang Xin's age aligned with that voice. So he was indeed hearing her? Yet, the little shimmy had just been born, far from the age of speech. Moreover, Master, Shiji, and the younger disciples remained unfazed, as if they had not heard her at all. Was it only he who could perceive this voice? Could it be that another spirit resided within him? Ning Yao was bewildered by this second encounter, until a coarse voice reverberated in his mind. "What are you dawdling for?" The voice scoffed. "You heard a child's voice. But where's the speaker? Your little shimmy has just arrived. Do you truly believe she can articulate words already?" Ning Yao genuinely did think so. Their conversation was so subtle that even Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing, both of whom were mid-stage cultivators, remained oblivious. Only Jiang Xin perked up her little ears, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Yao's heart. "Mimi." Ning Yao suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, as if the entity within him sensed a grave threat and instinctively braced for defense. "Senior, what is happening?" he asked with concern. The coarse voice sounded slightly anxious. "Nothing. Let us hurry. I do not wish to linger here." In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been targeted by a colossal entity lurking in the shadows. Yet, upon careful inspection, he found nothing. It must have been an illusion. As a fully realized cultivator of the crossing tribulation stage, traversing the halls of Tian Shui Sect without a soul recognizing him. How could he suddenly feel threatened in front of these younger disciples? It had to be a mere figment of his imagination. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, urging Ning Yao, "Move quickly, or I shall pierce your heart." Each time Ning Yao defied him, he endured such torment. After experiencing it multiple times, he learned how to mitigate his suffering. "I'll deliver a gift for the little shimmy and then depart." Ning Yao reached for his Su Mi Jia. The powerful being residing in his heart became agitated. Hey, stop right there. You must not give away that 30,000-year-old Yin Shuang Bao Li. It belongs to me. I harvested it. Ning Yao retorted. "It is mine as well." The powerful being bellowed, "It is also mine. You cannot give it away. Do you know this 30,000-year-old Yin Shuang Bao Li can prolong life and dispel hidden injuries? Even if you sell it, it could fetch millions of high-grade spirit stones. Giving it to a little girl, are you foolish? Do not give it away. Quickly swallow it, so I can absorb its medicinal properties." The youth, unwavering in his own stubbornness, ignored the furious outcry and retrieved a jade box from the Su Mi Jia, presenting it to Jiang Xin. "Little shimmy, this is a gift from your Shixiao. Yaoer is thoughtful. I thank you on behalf of Xin." Qi Lanqing smiled as she accepted the jade box. Upon opening it and seeing the contents, she gasped in astonishment. "This is 30,000-year-old Yin Shuang Bao Li?" Ning Yao nodded. "I happened upon it during this outing." The Yin Shuang Bao Li was already a rare treasure, let alone one of such extraordinary age. It radiated an icy blue hue, resembling a seven-tiered pagoda. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was a flower bud yet to bloom, clustered to form a pagoda-like spirit plant. This spirit plant was indeed priceless and rare. "Dashi Xiong is so wonderful." "Thank you, Dashi Xiong." "Mother, let Xin see." "Xin wants to see." Qi Lanqing, smiling, handed the jade box to Jiang Xin. The little one inhaled the spirit energy imbued with the essence of the spirit plant, feeling utterly refreshed. "Xin likes it." The child clutched the jade box tightly, her eyes nearly disappearing in her smile. Jiang Yichen, with a pained expression, assessed Ning Yao's injuries, feeling a pang of compassion. "These wounds, did you sustain them while harvesting the spirit plant?" Ning Yao obediently nodded. "Just a bit of external injury." The powerful being within him roared, "External injury, my foot. You have barely half a life left. You refuse to give it to me, do you? I will destroy you." A deep, resonant, beastly roar emanated from Ning Yao's heart, and a familiar sense of tearing pain struck him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Mimi is being disobedient. The little voice near his ear grew heavy, seemingly displeased. "If you dare bully my Dashi Xiong again, I shall strip your tiger skin." Upon hearing this term, Ning Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked up at Jiang Xin, who was frowning adorably, her chubby little face scrunched up as she glared at his heart. Oh, the exquisitely crafted little one suddenly pretended to be fierce, though she appeared utterly adorable, causing Ning Yao's heart to constrict. The once arrogant being of the crossing tribulation stage instantly became subdued, even letting out a pitiful whimper. Cowed? Ning Yao was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Outside, additional guests arrived, and Jiang Yichen and Qi Lanqing went to welcome them, allowing the disciples to entertain Jiang Xin. Without the elders present, the children relaxed considerably. Ning Yao watched in astonishment as Jiang Xin adeptly placed the jade box containing the Yin Shuang Bao Li into her Su Mi Zhu. He noted that Lin Yin and Chu Lin Feng had also witnessed this scene, yet showed no signs of surprise, which further astonished him. How could it be that the little shimmy independently stored the item away? Chu Lin Feng nodded, puzzled by Ning Yao's astonishment. Little shimmy is still young. She cannot manage the Su Mi Jia, so she was given a Su Mi Zhu. The spatial magic of the Tian Changling realm is quite advanced. And aside from the commonly used storage bags, there are also Su Mi Jia and Su Mi Zhu, among other artifacts for storage. However, Ning Yao's astonishment stemmed from something entirely different. The little shimmy had only just completed her first month. A child of such tender age, who had yet to draw in qi, could not possibly manipulate a Su Mi Zhu. How did she manage to put everything away? No. Rather than that, it is even more peculiar that the little junior sister effortlessly subdued the ancient mighty being within him with a single cry. What cultivation level does the little junior sister possess? Ning Yao asked cautiously. She hasn't even begun to draw in qi. Her current cultivation level is likely akin to that of an ordinary person, Chulin Feng remarked, suddenly recalling Jiang Xin's extraordinary abilities, which rendered him silent. Lin Yin suddenly realized the point of Ning Yao's astonishment and quickly transmitted a message. Senior brother, the little junior sister possesses innate extraordinary powers, so there is no need for surprise. This is truly astonishing. The little junior sister has just been born. A mere 1-month-old infant can overpower an ancient mighty being? Ning Yao found himself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Jiang Xin was also deep in contemplation. Why does senior brother look so foolish? After visiting a secret realm, upon returning, he worked in a nearby city. Not long ago, he received a message from his master, learning that his master's wife safely delivered the little junior sister, prompting him to gather that rare silver frost treasure. Ning Yao briefly recounted his itinerary over the past few days. After a moment of silence, he deeply exhaled a statement imbued with the wisdom of life. Because I am poor. Chulin Feng found this hard to believe. With your formidable strength and the treasures you acquire each time you enter a secret realm, how can you still be impoverished? He did not doubt Ning Yao's honesty, but was utterly perplexed as to why Ning Yao would be poor. Ning Yao fell into a deafening silence. After a lengthy pause, feeling the tranquility in his heart, he tentatively replied, I have an ancient mighty being sealed within me. Lin Yin and Chulin Feng were taken aback. In the past, whenever Ning Yao harbored the intention to reveal this matter, the ancient mighty being would grip his heart, causing him unbearable pain that rendered him mute. Yet now, it remained completely still, showing no reaction at all. The little junior sister's cry was even more powerful than he had imagined. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yao recounted the entire sequence of events. To stabilize the seal within me, I require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Everything I obtained from the secret realm has been exchanged for spirit stones to reinforce the seal. He quickly finished, feeling as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Even if the ancient mighty being were to regain its strength and continue to prevent him from disclosing this matter, both junior brothers could still inform their master and mistress. Should they assess that this situation poses a danger, Ning Yao would accept whatever measures they deemed necessary. However, Lin Yin and Chulin Feng's reactions were entirely different from what Ning Yao had anticipated. They had previously heard Jiang Xin mention peeling tiger skins and such phrases. Yet, the little junior sister occasionally uttered remarks that they found difficult to comprehend, and the brothers had grown accustomed to it. The two brothers exchanged glances, gazing at Ning Yao with a complex expression. Senior brother, how old are you this year? Ning Yao replied, 17, why do you ask? Chulin Feng lamented. You are already 17, yet you still harbor such childish fantasies? I am merely 13, and I don't have such notions. Ning Yao, I speak the truth. Lin Yin looked at Ning Yao with pity. Senior brother, is this ancient being within you merely a fierce beast? Ning Yao was uncertain of the true nature of the mighty being within him, and it was unwilling to disclose its identity. However, through their prolonged interactions, he surmised that it was likely a beast spirit. The little junior sister's mention of peeling a tiger's skin probably indicated a tiger demon. Beast spirits closely resemble fierce beasts, and Ning Yao nodded in agreement. Lin Yin continued to inquire, is it still a mighty being in the tribulation stage? Ning Yao nodded again, a spark of light igniting in his eyes. Although the fifth junior brother harbored doubts, the second junior brother certainly believed him. Lin Yin further questioned, is it because the being's cultivation level is so high that even our master and mistress, as combined stage mighty beings, are unable to perceive its existence? Does it communicate with you regularly and occasionally provide guidance on your cultivation? Is your dialogue such that outsiders cannot discern it? When it speaks to you, does it often exhibit a fierce demeanor? Are you both teacher and friend, yet at times feel a threat emanating from it? Ning Yao nodded repeatedly, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Second junior brother, how do you know this so well? Lin Yin sighed, because it has been written to death in the novels. Ning Yao. Chulin Feng retrieved a stack of books half his height from his sumi ring and thrust them into Ning Yao's hands. Senior brother, take these novels. They all tell such stories. Being mere novels, they are printed on the most ordinary paper with titles inscribed on blue covers. Invincible senior brother, battle to the spirit realm. Don't underrate the poor senior brother. A little twist, the Dragon King returns. The flamboyant senior brother. There, as a fierce beast within me, these books were stacked haphazardly. And Ning Yao inadvertently caught sight of the titles of the top few. Feeling so embarrassed he could dig a hole to hide in. He quickly returned the novels to Chulin Feng. Chulin Feng did not take them back. I have read all these novels. You keep them, senior brother. Don't be polite with me. He came to understand that since senior brother was still in the throes of youthful fantasies, it was best to indulge him for now. Once he became weary of reading such novels, perhaps the fantasies would dissipate. Ning Yao struggled against this notion. I truly have an ancient fierce beast sealed within me. It seems that senior brother's condition is even more severe than he imagined. Merely reading novels may not cure him. Chulin Feng expressed concern, earnestly advising Ning Yao, "Senior brother, this youthful fantasy is a malady. It must be treated. I will assist you in seeking out our uncle on Lingdan Peak." Lin Yan, yes. Ning Yao. Ning Yao, unwilling to concede. Since the novels depict such scenarios, why are you reluctant to believe that such a situation exists? Chulin Feng replied, "Because it is against the law." The law-ignorant Ning Yao was left with a question mark hovering above his head. Is the legal system at the foot of the mountain so well established? Can it really regulate this? Lin Yin nodded. If you report it to the authorities, they can summon a tribulation-stage mighty being to investigate. Chulin Feng added, "No fool would hide within the unfortunate little cultivator, and such seals are not permitted." The unfortunate Ning Yao, the foolish fierce beast. Both man and beast experienced the bitter pangs of ignorance. In a peculiar silence, Ning Yao slowly turned to leave. Chulin Feng called out in confusion, "Senior brother, where are you going?" Ning Yao replied, "I am descending the mountain to report to the authorities." No sooner had he spoken than he heard Jiang Xin's soft sigh. Senior brother is truly foolish. Ning Yao. He was already so resolute in his decision to report to the authorities. Why was she still calling him foolish? He was quite obedient. Ning Yao stubbornly looked at Jiang Xin. The little one's round face was filled with concern. Our Tian Shui Sect has a tribulation stage elder. Why not directly request their assistance? Why seek distant help when we can approach those nearby? The nearest government office is quite far. According to agreements among major sects and the court, the area surrounding each sect extends for 1,000 miles. Governed solely by the sect, with no governmental offices established. Given the pressing time constraints, Ning Yao would undoubtedly be unable to travel by spirit boat. Even if he attempted to fly with his sword, the journey would consume a full day and night, not to mention potential dangers along the way. Now, the ancient fierce beast within him is so docile due to being intimidated. Once this day and night pass, the ancient beast may regain its ferocity. It is possible that Ning Yao will meet his demise along the way. Jiang Xin's words awakened Ning Yao, prompting him to decisively alter his strategy. I shall seek out my master and mistress. Although they are in the harmonization stage, they can take him to meet the master at the tribulation stage. Observing Ning Yao's solemn demeanor, Lin Yin gradually realized the gravity of the situation. Senior brother, you truly do not have an ancient fierce beast within you, do you? Ning Yao could only nod in resignation. Chu Linfeng remained skeptical. Senior brother, you should address your delusions sooner rather than later. If it weren't for his financial constraints preventing him from purchasing a silence talisman, Ning Yao would have certainly silenced Chu Linfeng. Jiang Xin, nestled in Chu Linfeng's embrace, gazed at the youthful face of the fifth senior brother and sighed once more. How challenging it is for me, Xin, who had resolutely decided not to mention that fifth senior brother is foolish. Yet, how is it that he remains so naive? Senior brother possesses an ancient xiongqi within him. Upon hearing this, the three senior brothers collectively inhaled sharply. Xiongqi is one of the four great fierce beasts. Legend has it that Xiongqi resembles a tiger, equipped with wings, robust as an ox, ferocious, and fond of consuming humans. How could the junior sister so calmly utter such words? Jiang Xin remained oblivious to her brother's astonishment, still basking in delight. This xiongqi is adorned with beautiful patterns. Perhaps it is an ancestor of the xiongqi clan. I have a fondness for exquisite creatures. I wish to pet it. Jiang Xin extended her chubby little hand and made a few motions as if truly petting a tiger's head that obediently awaited her touch. The ancient Xiongqi, its tail tucked tightly as it hid within the seal, suddenly felt warmth on its head, as if an invisible, warm little hand had gently stroked it. Instinctively, the ancient Xiongqi flattened its ears, only to have them pinched again. It felt strangely ticklish. Yet, it dared not retreat. It was truly fearful of retreating, not because it enjoyed being petted. It was unaware of the source of this power, but it could sense its overwhelming might. The entity could easily crush it. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, the immense pressure it felt was astonishing. Could it be that the other party was a cultivator of the ascension stage? It had never heard of any ascension stage cultivators within the Tian Shui Sect. Could it be a secret weapon deliberately concealed? The 6 great sects are indeed formidable. Even sealed, the once mighty ancient Xiongqi now behaved as docile as a newly born kitten, allowing Jiang Xin to ruffle its fur. The little creature was overjoyed, bouncing on its legs in delight. Hooray! I have petted it. The fur of the creature is a bit coarse, but that is of no concern. With proper care, it shall become soft and smooth. Senior brother, you must consume more beef, egg yolks, and deep-sea fish oil, so that the cat's fur can be glossy and supple. Ning Yao listened to Jiang Xin's earnest advice, almost instinctively responding. However, realizing the peculiarity of the situation, he nervously glanced at his 2 junior brothers. It was then he recognized that neither Lin Yin nor Chu Linfeng had spoken, as if they too could hear Jiang Xin's thoughts and were attentively listening to her. Could they truly hear her? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Ning Yao could no longer contain himself and directly inquired through thought transmission. Second junior brother, can you hear what junior sister is saying? Lin Yin, startled, contemplated before uttering a code. Mimi? Ning Yao. So, second junior brother can indeed hear. Junior sister refers to the ancient Xiongqi as Mimi. Ning Yao was filled with astonishment as he finally found someone to converse with. Lin Yin, however, felt that Ning Yao's astonishment was misplaced. Junior sister seemed to have petted the ancient Xiongqi within you just now. Ning Yao instinctively covered his chest. In truth, he felt nothing, only vaguely perceiving that the ancient Xiongqi sealed within him no longer exuded its previous arrogance. Incredible! The ancient fierce beast that had tormented him for over a decade not only lost its ferocity in a single day, but was also effortlessly subdued. What manner of being is junior sister? Ning Yao marveled in disbelief, transmitting his thoughts to Lin Yin. Is junior sister truly the biological offspring of mistress? He was not questioning Qi Lanqing, but rather the nature of this world. Lin Yin nodded, offering reassurance. In the realm of cultivation, a touch of the fantastical is quite normal. Yet, even the fantastical must adhere to basic laws. As a cultivator who has undergone the orthodox teachings of the Tian Shui Sect, Ning Yao's worldview was shaken. The fundamental law of the cultivation realm dictates that the power a cultivator can wield originates from their own training. Is this not true? Lin Yin nodded. Even if one inherits the legacy of great beings, one must possess the capability to wield it. Otherwise, they would be crushed under the weight of that power. Jiang Xin's power was employed so naturally that, regardless of its source, it indicated that she herself was formidable. Ning Yao questioned, junior sister possesses such power at birth. Do you not find this contradicts the basic law? Lin Yin was momentarily at a loss, stunned for a while, instinctively reaching for a turtle shell to divine the answer. Before casting the divination, he habitually wished to pray to Jiang Xin, when suddenly, inspiration struck him. Senior brother, I have discerned the reason. Lin Yin earnestly conveyed to Ning Yao. Ning Yao focused intently, awaiting his reply. Henceforth, all laws shall be measured against junior sister as the standard. Ning Yao. Is this conclusion not a bit extreme? You are rewriting the textbooks. Lin Yin. How else do you explain how junior sister was able to reach out and pet your chest? Ning Yao. It's a cat, no? It's Qiongqi. Lin Yin. That is inconsequential. What matters is that existing laws cannot define junior sister. Therefore, junior sister is the law of the cultivation realm. Drawn into the conversation, Chu Linfeng wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. The fault lies not with junior sister, but with this world. Ning Yao. Strangely enough, after reshaping my worldview based on this standard, I do feel a sense of clarity. The ancient Xiongqi is not a beast known for reason. Since it was guessed that this Xiongqi was subdued by Jiang Xin, Lin Yin worried that once they exited this place, the Xiongqi might reveal its true form again. Thus, he entrusted Jiang Xin to Ning Yao, instructing her to accompany him to find Jiang Xin and his wife. Upon receiving Jiang Xin, Ning Yao distinctly felt the ancient Xiongqi within his chest tremble in fear. "You have your day." Ning Yao could not help but curve his lips in a smile. He could vividly imagine a tiger the size of an ox, curled up, with its fluffy ears drooping, wings wrapped around itself, cowering in a corner, trembling pitifully. It was a stark contrast to the originally ferocious Xiongqi. Jiang Xin was receiving guests at the front mountain. Those present were friends of both him and Qi, and the couple was quite busy. Ning Yao, being considerate and not wishing to disturb his master and mistress, held Jiang Xin and waited at the side. After a long wait, when Jiang Xin finally found a moment of respite, Ning Yao hurriedly approached. "Master, I have urgent matters to report." Noticing Ning Yao's serious expression, Jiang Xin grew anxious. "What is it?" "Senior brother wishes to introduce the ancient Xiongqi residing in his heart to father. Mimi, although initially fierce, has become quite obedient after Jiang Xin reasoned with it." Jiang Xin's delicate voice chirped in Jiang Xin's ear, startling the old father into a shudder, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The legendary Xiongqi? It was an entity that even the Tian Shui Sect could only encounter within the pages of history. How could it reside within the heart of his eldest disciple? And why did it become docile merely because his daughter reasoned with it? Was Xiongqi truly a beast that could be swayed by logic? Amidst Jiang Xin's bewilderment, Ning Yao invited him to a secluded chamber. Taking advantage of the ancient Xiongqi's temporary compliance, Ning Yao addressed the matter at hand. His disciple had been hindered by a beast and had yet to relay a crucial piece of information to his master. He had sealed an ancient Xiongqi within himself. Observing Jiang Xin's expression, Ning Yao noted no discernible change, which filled him with admiration. His master, the esteemed leader of the Tian Shui Sect, remained unfazed upon receiving such news. In truth, Jiang Xin felt numb. Ning Yao was an abandoned child he and Qi had found during their travels, whom they had raised as their own for many years. When they first discovered him, they had ensured he bore no hidden injuries or dangers. How could there suddenly be an ancient Xiongqi within him? Jiang Xin's mind raced as he furrowed his brow, urging Ning Yao to elaborate. Ning Yao continued. From the moment he could remember, he was aware of the ancient Xiongqi within him. Its strength was overwhelming, forbidding him from disclosing this matter. He hesitated to explain that it was Jiang Xin's intimidation that had caused the ancient Xiongqi to behave temporarily. Fortunately, after hearing his daughter's innermost thoughts, Jiang Xin began to piece together the situation. The master and disciple shared a tacit understanding regarding this matter. Since Ning Yao had been raised alongside them, it was improbable that he was intended to serve as a vessel for sealing a ferocious beast. Thus, this incident must have occurred prior to their adoption of Ning Yao. The ancient Xiongqi had long been obscured from the world. How could it have been sealed within Ning Yao, who possessed the power to seal such a formidable creature? After nurturing this child for 17 years, not a single person within the Tian Shui Sect had uncovered this secret. The more Jiang Xin pondered, the more alarmed he felt, leading him and his disciple to depart. They must seek the guidance of his master, for this matter could only be resolved with his intervention. Jiang Xin was a disciple of the esteemed Zhuyi Daozuan, the previous leader of the Tian Shui Sect, who had attained the tribulation stage of cultivation and now lived in retirement as a venerable elder hidden away in the mountains. In the southwest of the Tian Shui Sect lay a cliff perpetually shrouded in darkness. At the summit of Huiwe Cliff, lush grass carpeted the ground, reflecting the cool moonlight and giving off a faint glow. Atop the cliff stood a small courtyard, surrounded by ancient spiritual plants enclosed by a low fence. Inside and outside the courtyard, a few snow-white rabbits roamed freely, entirely unafraid of humans. As Jiang Xin and his disciple approached, the rabbits merely raised their heads curiously, twitched their ears, and returned to foraging. One section of the fence had been gnawed away by the rabbits, allowing one to venture into the spiritual field in an attempt to nibble on the plants. A beam of silver light spilled from the dwelling, ensnaring the rabbit that sought to steal the spiritual plants and transforming into a young, handsome man, clad in garments as white as snow, with a delicate and fair visage. The fluffy fur collar accentuated his refined features. This was Zhuyu Daozuan. He mended the recently damaged fence with his spiritual power while casually stroking the rabbit in his hands. Jiang Xin and his disciple bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master. Disciple pays respects to grandmaster. Wow, it's a bunny, Jiang Xin exclaimed, wriggling restlessly in Jiang Yichen's embrace. Stretching her chubby hands to touch the rabbit, Jiang Yichen hurriedly soothed his daughter. Xin, be good, let your father and the seniors handle important matters first. Jiang Xin obediently ceased her movements, her gaze fixed intently on Zhuyu Daozuan. The bunny is so beautiful. The bunny's fur must be so soft. Definitely softer than Mimi's. I want to hug the bunny. The little one chattered incessantly, longing for the rabbit. Jiang Yichen felt a mix of helplessness and consideration, pondering whether he could request a rabbit as a spiritual pet for his daughter when they departed. His mind was preoccupied with the significant matter concerning Ning Yao, unaware of the subtle changes in Zhuyu Daozuan's expression. Where did that gentle voice originate? Zhuyu Daozuan discreetly extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the vicinity for other presences. Aside from themselves, there were no others at Huiyue Cliff. Jiang Xin tilted her head curiously. Grandmaster, what are you looking for? Zhuyu Daozuan's ruby-like eyes flickered slightly. Was it Xin speaking? No, the child had not uttered a word. It was her heart's voice. This child was remarkably extraordinary. After Jiang Xin's birth, the elders of the Tian Shui Sect had come to pay their respects. Zhuyu Daozuan had already met her and presented a gift. However, at that time, Jiang Xin had been asleep, and they had not truly acquainted themselves. Today, hearing Jiang Xin's innermost thoughts for the first time, Zhuyu Daozuan suppressed his astonishment and inquired of Jiang Yichen, "Have you come for Xin?" His tone was gentle and low. "No. The child has encountered some troubles and requires your assistance." Jiang Yichen gestured for Ning Yao to step forward. Zhuyu Daozuan believed that the issue with Jiang Xin was perhaps more pressing, but given Jiang Yichen's words, he scrutinized Ning Yao closely. "What has happened to Yaoer?" Jiang Yichen expressed his concerns. "Yaoer has an ancient Qiongqi seal within him." Zhuyu Daozuan was taken aback and grasped Ning Yao's wrist. A wave of tribulation stage power cautiously probed into Ning Yao's body, and soon, Zhuyu Daozuan discerned the seal residing in Ning Yao's heart. With a mere thought, his consciousness entered the seal. The sealed space was cramped, and a robust, striped tiger crouched in the corner, its forepaws embracing its hind paws, wings wrapped around itself. With its head buried and ears drooping, trembling as if it had just endured a harrowing experience. This was entirely different from what Zhuyu Daozuan had imagined. Was this Qiongqi overly timid? The trembling beast covered its eyes with its plush paws, peering through the minuscule gaps between its fingers to catch sight of Zhuyu Daozuan. Instinctively uttering, "Senior, please spare." Just as it began to speak, it suddenly realized that its interlocutor was merely at the tribulation stage and far from intimidating, prompting its tiger eyes to widen in surprise, letting out a deep, rumbling roar. "Woo!" Having witnessed such a cowardly display, the roar had no effect on Zhuyu Daozuan. He smiled and inquired, "Why does the friend tremble?" The Qiongqi retorted angrily, "You are the one trembling. Your whole family trembles." "Woo!" The striped tiger bellowed, its forepaws hitting the ground, wings unfurling majestically. Aside from Ning Yao, who could connect with the seal, no one else was aware of the events unfolding here. But Jiang Xin was not so easily deceived. Upon seeing her grandmaster being bullied, the little one immediately clenched her fists. "Mimi is naughty. Look at my fist." Her soft little fist swung out, surprisingly appearing quite powerful. Jiang Yichen took note of this scene, pondering once more whether his daughter was indeed a promising candidate for physical cultivation. How this child adored martial arts. In the realm of Tiancheng, a hierarchy of discrimination existed among certain practitioners. For instance, Danxiu looks down upon Fuxiu. Fuxiu scorns Jinxiu. Jinxiu holds disdain for Daoxiu. Daoxiu belittles Tixiu. And Tixiu regards Danxiu with contempt. Yet, at Tianshui Zone, such hierarchies hold no significance. What truly matters is the suitability for the disciple, and that is deemed the best. Simultaneously, Jiang Xin's invisible fist cleaved through the void, sending the ancient creature Qiongqi, who was baring its teeth at Zhuming Daozuan, flying. The vibrant tiger, its fur bristling, collided violently against the confines of the seal, causing the entire sealed space to tremble. Ning Yao felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, he clutched his chest, bracing for a sharp pain. However, he merely experienced a peculiar sensation, devoid of any discomfort. The massive form of Qiongqi gradually slid down along the boundary of the seal, as fissures appeared momentarily in the materialized cage of the seal. Despite the intense pain coursing through Qiongqi, it detected the fresh spiritual energy emanating from beyond the cracks, rejuvenating its spirit. It glimpsed freedom. Suppressing its fear, Qiongqi spread its wings and charged toward the widest fissure, attempting to break free from the seal in one decisive blow. At the same time, Jiang Xin, feeling guilty, covered her eyes, secretly acknowledging her mistake. She thought to herself, "Oh dear, I used too much strength and nearly shattered the heart of my senior brother. I must quickly repair it. I cannot let my senior brother become a heartbroken man. Witness me forge a heart of steel for him." A thread of pure spiritual energy overflowed from Jiang Xin's fingertips and, with a subtle wave of her small hand, silently entered Ning Yao's heart. The cracks in the ceiling cage swiftly healed, as if they had never existed, rendering the entire seal even more robust than before. Qiongqi crashed headlong into the fortified seal, nearly causing its head to burst from the pain. The once ferocious tiger now lay on the ground, cradling its head with its paws and emitting pitiful whines, appearing utterly miserable. Zhuming Daozuan gazed at this scene with a complex expression, feeling a newfound respect for his little disciple. The surge of spiritual energy from Jiang Xin had been so potent that even Jiang Yichen had not perceived it. However, as a transcendent cultivator, Zhuming Daozuan sensed a slight disturbance. It was remarkable that even he, a cultivator of the tribulation stage, could not subdue the ancient Qiongqi with a single punch, yet was subdued by a mere infant who had just been born a month ago. His little granddaughter possessed extraordinary capabilities. Zhuming Daozuan's heart swelled with joy. In his amusement, he couldn't help but aggravate Qiongqi further. "What are you laughing at? If you have the ability, come and share this confinement with me." Zhuming Daozuan coldly declined. "This exquisite little abode is for you to enjoy, my friend. I only wish to inquire why you are sealed within my disciple. Which immortal sealed you? This seal is remarkably intricate and can only be the work of a celestial master." Qiongqi pressed its ears down and shrank its head, still feeling the unexplainable intimidation emanating from an unknown source. In fact, after it had roared at Zhuming Daozuan, the sense of dread intensified. At that moment, Qiongqi dared not make a sound, clutching its pudgy form and squatting in a corner, pretending to be a mushroom. "My friend, may I ask which immortal sealed you?" Zhuming Daozuan asked again. Seeing that Qiongqi remained unresponsive, Zhuming Daozuan smiled slightly and inquired, "Would you like to experience that punch again?" He raised an eyebrow. Qiongqi did not appear to be lying, which was peculiar. With the strength of a celestial master, it could easily have eliminated Qiongqi, and there would have been no need to seal it within a child's body, nor to erase its memories. There was likely more to this situation than met the eye. Zhuming Daozuan examined the seal before him closely. After Jiang Xin's reinforcement, the seal was as solid as a fortress. Henceforth, Ning Yao would not need to consume additional spiritual stones to ensure Qiongqi's confinement. The reputation of the Heart of Steel was well-deserved. It seemed unnecessary for his old bones to do anything further. With a thought, Zhuming Daozuan's consciousness within the sealed space dissipated without a trace. All of this transpired in a remarkably brief moment. The onlookers outside could only see Zhuming Daozuan standing still for a brief moment before returning to his usual demeanor. "Master, how is Yaoer?" Jiang Yichen asked with concern. Zhuming Daozuan discreetly glanced at Jiang Xin, who was gazing at him with wide-eyed anticipation. He smiled at the little one and got straight to the point. "Indeed, there's an ancient Qiongqi within Yaoer, but even he himself is unaware of why he is sealed here." Jiang Yichen was taken aback and couldn't help but worry. Is it possible to separate Qiongqi from Yaoer? Zhuming Daozuan shook his head with difficulty. "This seal is exquisitely crafted. Even if I were to collaborate with several senior brothers, we could not guarantee its unraveling. Before the seal was reinforced, Yaoer had sensed something attempting to break free from his heart, occasionally experiencing sharp pains. However, after Jiang Xin mentioned the heart of steel, that sensation vanished without a trace. Could it be that my little junior sister helped him reinforce the seal? Over the years, he has consumed millions of top-grade spiritual stones just to stabilize the seal, yet my little sister effortlessly fortified it to an impenetrable state. The words of my two junior brothers about her being a law of the cultivation world indeed hold merit. Jiang Xin remained wholly unaware of her senior brother's admiration, fixated instead on Zhu Daozuan. Grandmaster is truly handsome. Xin wants to pet the bunny. Grandmaster, can Xin touch your ears? The little one stretched out her chubby hand, eagerly trying to approach Zhu Daozuan. The bunnies at Huiwe Cliff were mere ordinary rabbits, not spirit beasts. Yet Zhu Daozuan valued them greatly, permitting no one to take even one away. Seeing Jiang Xin's fondness for the bunnies, Jiang Yichen resolved to muster his courage and request one from his master, promising to take good care of it. Before Jiang Yichen could voice his request, Zhu Daozuan smiled and extended his hand toward Jiang Xin. Come here, my dear. Yay! Jiang Xin cheered as she leaped into Zhu Daozuan's embrace, rubbing her little head against him. I'm so happy. I gotta hug the bunny. The white rabbit in Zhu Daozuan's hand had already escaped while he was checking on Ning Yao's condition, leaving him with no rabbit at all. Jiang Yichen and Ning Yao were bewildered by Jiang Xin's mention of a bunny. Suddenly, a pair of long, fluffy, pale pink rabbit ears sprouted from the top of Zhu Daozuan's head. The three of them were taken aback. What on earth? Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. The new story is in need of nurturing. You may also check out a similar older book, the cannon fodder female supporting role, What's Wrong with Being Lazy? It too features whimsical cultivation themes and is ripe for the picking. 061, he truly guessed it right. Zhu Daozuan's noble and elegant countenance, paired with the long, fluffy, pale pink rabbit ears atop his head, was indescribably adorable as the ears twitched slightly. Jiang Yichen gazed at Zhu Daozuan with great difficulty, reflecting on all the sorrows of his life, managing to refrain from laughing aloud. He struggled to suppress a smile, asking Master, what happened to you? Zhu Daozuan looked at Jiang Xin with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Jiang Xin's eyes sparkled as she raised her small hands high, bouncing excitedly to touch the rabbit ears. Grandmaster, Xin wants to touch your ears, okay? The bunnies are so cute. Zhu Daozuan closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, and lowered his head, allowing Jiang Xin to touch his ears. The chubby little hands gently grasped the fluffy rabbit ears, filled with affection. Jiang Xin's heart blossomed with joy. She exclaimed with delight, Yay, yay, yay. I've touched the rabbit. The fur of the Master-S rabbit is exceptionally well kept. It's clearly a domesticated creature. Jiang Yichen could no longer contain himself. Master you. The words lingered on his lips, but he realized he must not let Jiang Xin know that he could hear her thoughts, so he quickly restrained himself. Zhu Daozuan, utilizing his spiritual power, casually summoned a small rabbit for Jiang Xin to play with. Sighing helplessly, Yichen, today, I must share something with you. Jiang Yichen's reaction clearly indicated that he had overheard Jiang Xin's thoughts. If the master could hear the thoughts of a child, it stood to reason that Jiang Yichen, her biological father, should be able to hear them as well. However, Jiang Yichen did not entertain that notion and boldly speculated, have you cultivated some technique related to rabbits? Zhu Daozuan shook his head and replied earnestly, I am not human. Jiang Yichen was taken aback. Although master, you certainly do behave in a rather inhumane manner when leading us to deceive others. We shouldn't belittle ourselves in such a way. Among the 6 great sects, our Tian Shui Sect is the most shameless. Having already crossed that line, we should not further disparage ourselves. Jiang Yichen earnestly advised Zhu Daozuan, Master, if there are issues with the cultivation techniques, it is not a grave matter. You cannot renounce your humanity due to a temporary setback. Doesn't father see this? Master is a rabbit. He belongs to the same lineage as those pure white rabbits on the mountain. He was never human. Jiang Yichen was astounded. Zhu Daozuan affectionately ruffled Jiang Xin's hair, his eyes reflecting both exasperation and fondness. He had traversed the realms of humanity, for over 10,000 years. And aside from a few elders in the sect who were aware of his origins, he had concealed this aspect of his identity quite well. He never anticipated that Jiang Xin would see through it instantly. This child's abilities were unimaginably powerful. Zhu Daozuan had never encountered such a situation before. But the world of cultivation was rife with peculiar occurrences, and he was quite accepting of the extraordinary. Now that it had been revealed, there was no necessity to keep it hidden any longer. Zhu Daozuan gestured for Jiang Xin and Ning Yao to sit at the marble table in the courtyard and began to recount his past. I was once an ordinary white rabbit in the mountains, and by chance, I swallowed a medicinal pill. Before I could even draw any energy, I transformed into human form and awakened my intelligence. I do not know the origin of this pill, only that it has an excellent shape-shifting effect, allowing me to entirely conceal my demonic aura. My burrow was near Tian Shui Sect, which I had fortuitously secured as a prime location. Just in time for Tian Shui Sect to recruit disciples, and thus I joined. However, on the way to Tian Shui Sect, I unfortunately encountered an ancestral figure from the Chu family who was undergoing tribulation, and my identity was seen through. Faced with a tribulation stage ancestor, the powerless Zhu Daozuan honestly disclosed his background. This ancestor did not look down upon him for it. The Chu family's elder patiently imparted several life lessons to him, advising that to integrate into humanity, he should choose a human name. Observing Zhu Daozuan's impressive potential, the elder predicted that he would undoubtedly be accepted into Tian Shui Sect and provided him with a treasure suitable for concealing his identity, wishing to befriend him. The treasure was indeed rather expensive. As a newly transformed rabbit, Zhu Daozuan had not a single spiritual stone to his name. Yet, the spiritual stone was a necessity. The first lesson taught to him by the Chu family elder was that one should not take advantage of others, and he was informed that if he lacked funds, he could seek a loan from the Cultivation Lai trading company. However, borrowing also required capital. As a newly transformed rabbit, Zhu Daozuan possessed nothing of worth. When hungry, he would merely nibble on grass by the roadside, failing to meet even the most basic borrowing conditions at the lending department of Cultivation Lai trading company. The kind-hearted Chu family elder opened a back door for him, facilitating a personal loan with a mere 13% interest rate. Unaware of the harsh realities of the human world, Zhu Daozuan happily signed under his newly chosen name and obtained his first treasure. The treasure proved quite useful, allowing him to avoid detection until now. However, it was also costly, and he had yet to repay the loan. Recalling the arduous past, tears of frustration flowed unbidden down Zhu Daozuan's face. After joining Tian Shui Sect, there was an occasion where an elder at the sect, also at the tribulation stage, recognized his identity at a glance. Zhu Daozuan trembled as he recounted his origins, confirming that he bore no ill intent. The elder did not trouble him, but delivered a shocking revelation. The transformation pill he had consumed was sufficient to mask his demonic identity, rendering him invisible to those below the tribulation stage. This meant that even if he had not purchased the treasure from the Chu family elder, he would have had no need to worry about his demonic identity being exposed. Furious, Zhu Daozuan sought out the Cultivation Lai trading company the very same day, but to no avail. This matter lingered for quite some time, and ultimately, it was only through the pressure of his identity as a disciple of Tian Shui Sect that he managed to meet with the Chu family elder. The elder asked, "I stated that this treasure could help you evade detection from those below the tribulation stage. Is that true?" The elder from his sect had verified the authenticity of the treasure, confirming that it was indeed genuine, and the Chu family elder had not lied. The elder then inquired, "Since I've been honest, why then can you still accuse me?" Zhu Daozuan retorted, "You did not inform me that this artifact was unnecessary, and that no one below the tribulation stage would discover my identity." The Chu family elder replied confidently, "But you did not ask." Zhu Daozuan was so enraged that his vision turned red. Even a rabbit can bite when provoked, but unfortunately, at that time, Zhu Daozuan had only attained the golden core stage and could not harm the tribulation stage elder. The Chu family possessed a professional legal team, and the evidence in Zhu Daozuan's possession was insufficiently strong. In the end, the authorities ruled the loan agreement valid, and his debt remained to this day. The Chu family elder was skilled in the art of causality. Should he fail to repay this debt, even upon reaching the tribulation stage. Zhu Daozuan would face severe repercussions. Crystal-clear tears rolled down the exquisitely perfect visage of Zhu Daozuan, causing Jiang Xin great distress. Master, do not cry. Xin will help you wipe your tears. Xin, along with second brother and third brother, managed to trick Ku Si Yun Lai out of a considerable sum of spiritual stones, so we have avenged you. The little one stretched out her arm, using her sleeve to dry Zhu Daozuan's tears. She was indeed thoughtful. Noticing Jiang Xin's complex expression as he gazed at Jiang Xin, Zhu Daozuan comforted him. My identity is not a secret. The elders at the sect who are at the tribulation stage are all aware. You need not worry. Tian Shui Sect has never discriminated against demonic cultivators, especially since I am now a tribulation stage practitioner. I will be treated with respect wherever I go. Jiang Xin suddenly recalled a matter. Master, you once mentioned that your title Zhu represents an aspect that has permeated your life. No, your rabbit life. He observed Zhu Daozuan's expression and tentatively asked, the win your title, could it possibly be related to the loan for that treasure, as in monthly payments? Zhu Daozuan, who had just managed to hold back his tears, felt them welling up once more. The world before him became somewhat blurred. He softly called, Yichen. Jiang Xin respectfully replied, Disciple is here. Zhu Daozuan gazed at the moon at a 45-degree angle, tears swirling in his reddened eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. He took a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength, and hoarsely said, Sometimes you do not need to be so clever. Jiang Xin. So he actually guessed it, right? In the realm of Tian Shui Zone, a revelation struck Jiang Xin with an unexpected force. Raised by Zhu Daozuan, he had always envisioned his master as a towering figure of greatness. However, upon discovering that his esteemed master was, in truth, a mere rabbit demon, Jiang's perception shattered. The once grand image of his master metamorphosed into that of a beleaguered little white rabbit, tirelessly laboring yet incapable of saving a single coin, burdened by an overwhelming debt. This little rabbit possessed a piggy bank, diligently depositing the earned spirit stones to feed the monstrous behemoths. A tender voice began to sing beside him, and Jiang Xin, momentarily convinced he was hallucinating from the shock, looked down to find it was his daughter, humming a melody while singing the lyrics with heartfelt emotion. Zhu Daozuan, who could hear her thoughts, felt an ache in his heart. His granddaughter had a profound understanding of how to touch one's heartstrings. Isn't the little rabbit truly adorable? Master, how much spirit stones do you owe? Xin now has money. I can help you repay it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhu Daozuan felt a pang of guilt for thinking that such a dutiful child could cause him heartache. He momentarily felt tempted to accept her offer, but ultimately resisted. After all, what could a child possess in terms of wealth? The gifts from elder brothers could hardly cover his gaping financial abyss. Rather than squander all her resources, it would be wiser for her to save them for herself. Jiang Xin, contemplating the situation, resolved to gather some funds to assist his master in settling the debts. The thought of a 13% interest loan sent shivers down his spine. Master, how many spirit stones do you owe to Ku Si Yun Lai? He inquired. After a brief silence, Zhu Daozuan held up 3 fingers. Given his status as a tribulation phase ancestor, Jiang Xin dared to speculate. 300 million high-grade spirit stones? Zhu Daozuan shook his head, his expression one of profound sorrow. Jiang Xin's heart raced. 3 billion? Zhu Daozuan again shook his head. Jiang Xin gasped. 300 billion? His voice cracked in disbelief. To his astonishment, Zhu Daozuan continued to shake his head. Could be 3,000 billion? Ning Yao interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Zhu Daozuan nodded through tears, imparting a painful lesson to Ning Yao. Never borrow money from Ku Si Yun Lai. The staggering sum was beyond Ning Yao's wildest imagination. How much did you originally borrow? Zhu Daozuan's heart ached as he revealed, I borrowed merely 200 million. At that moment, he had been oblivious to the true value of 200 million high-grade spirit stones, mistakenly believing he desperately needed a particular secret treasure. The idea of acquiring such a treasure with a mere signature, coupled with a 20-year grace period for repayment, seemed like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. It was not until a decade later, when faced with the harsh reality, that he shed tears of regret. Ning Yao swiftly calculated the figures in his mind. With an interest rate of 13%, the annual interest alone amounted to 26 million. Given that Zhumun Daozuan was at least 30,000 years old, the interest on this loan soared to a staggering 780 billion. The enormity of the debt weighed heavily on him. Presently, 300 billion high-grade spirit stones remained, suggesting that Zhumun Daozuan had already repaid 480 billion. This was a complete depletion of his Master-S resources. How could you? Ning Yao began, wanting to voice the term foolish borrower, but out of respect for his teacher, he reframed it. You are truly great. Such a colossal debt was something Jiang Xin had never encountered before. The little one fell silent for a moment, exhaling a deep sigh. Master, you truly are a foolish borrower. Let us burn the IOU to erase any knowledge of your debts. This idea was quintessentially Tian Shui Sect. Zhumun Daozuan had contemplated this before, but had met with failure. As his cultivation advanced, the security measures surrounding his loan agreement had also escalated. Now, the loan agreement was personally safeguarded by the tribulation phase ancestor of the Chu family. To obliterate the evidence, one would first need to defeat this formidable opponent. Zhumun Daozuan had attempted to confront him, resulting in a stalemate where both sides suffered, culminating in a 3-year imprisonment and hefty fines for their brawl. Jiang Xin suddenly recognized the remarkable integrity his master exhibited during his tenure as sect leader, having never once entertained any unscrupulous thoughts concerning the vast wealth of the sect. A rather immature thought crossed his mind. Master, given the exorbitant interest rate on this loan, perhaps it would be best to settle it promptly. I can pull some funds with Lanqing and borrow a bit from the sect treasury to close this gap. Do not worry. Zhumun Daozuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such trouble. Let it linger. I have arranged for the longest installment plan, requiring only 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each month. As a tribulation phase cultivator, he had a lifespan sufficient to manage repayments over tens of thousands of years. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per month fell within the realm of his capabilities, posing little disruption to his cultivation or lifestyle. Yet to Ning Yao, who was accustomed to poverty, this sum felt monumental. Just the thought of it was terrifying. How long must you endure this repayment? Zhumun Daozuan chuckled coldly. Until I die. Ning Yao was left speechless, hesitating even to wish for his Master-S longevity, for it implied that the debt would also endure as long. Jiang Xin could not bear to witness his master trudging forward under the weight of such burdens. Master, perhaps it is better to settle the monthly payments sooner for a lighter heart. Zhumun Daozuan flatly refused. I am locked in a relentless struggle with these monthly payments. Jiang Xin tenderly nestled against her master's soft, snowy white collar. Little rabbit, you are quite stubborn. This was the first time Jiang Xin realized his master's obstinacy. If you despise monthly payments so much, why choose such a title? Zhumun Daozuan retorted with indignation. To remind myself never to forget this lesson. Jiang Xin was at a loss for words, conceding, very well, our naming conventions in Tian Shui Sect have always been rather peculiar. Jiang Xin, confused, cradled her little head in bewilderment. Xin's name sounds lovely, not strange at all. Ning Yao echoed her confusion. Master, how can our sect's naming conventions be deemed peculiar? Jiang Xin recalled a matter he had yet to share with his disciples and daughter, and posed the question to Ning Yao. Do you know the origin of the name Tian Shui Sect? Ning Yao replied sincerely. While working outside, I heard other cultivators praise our Tian Shui Sect, claiming the term teacher derives from the waters of the Yellow River flowing from the heavens. Others suggested that Tian Shui in our sect's name refers to a celestial river that has never been seen. Legends say that our founding ancestor was an immortal who, upon descending to the mortal realm, took this river with him to alleviate homesickness. Zhumun Daozuan gazed at him with a peculiar expression. The outside world holds such a high opinion of Tian Shui Sect. Master, is it possible that you're muddled by your debts? We are, after all, one of the 6 great sects. Is it not natural for others to respect us? Jiang Xin tilted her little head, brimming with confidence and an unwavering belief in her sect, oblivious to any flaws. Jiang Xin awkwardly remarked, it is not so poetic. Tian Shui simply means rainwater. When the founding ancestor arrived here, it happened to rain heavily. Trapped by the downpour, he discovered the abundant spiritual energy of the place, and thus claimed it as his domain, establishing a sect. Initially, he intended to name it Shui Sect, but later found the character for Reign too complex and changed it to Tian Shui Sect. Ning Yao and Jiang Xin were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the stark contrast between reality and the rumors. Ning Yao found it difficult to fathom why such tales existed about them. Jiang Xin pondered seriously. They simply fabricated these stories. Observing the bewilderment of the two children, the Zun solemnly imparted a crucial lesson. As disciples of Tian Shui Sect, Yaoer, and XNXN, you must remember an unchanging truth. The positive image of Tian Shui Sect is a fabrication by outsiders, while its negative reputation is a consequence of our own members' actions. Ning Yao and Jiang Xin were perplexed, questioning whether Tian Shui Sect was indeed not a good entity. The true image of the sect left Ning Yao and Jiang Xin profoundly shocked, particularly Ning Yao, who had experienced the harsh realities of society. He recalled his first descent from the mountain, when Jiang Xin repeatedly cautioned him to never reveal his identity as a disciple of Tian Shui Sect. Ning Yao had naively believed his master was concerned about the impact on his training if he were to reveal his celestial lineage. However, he now understood that revealing his identity would indeed affect his training, but in ways far different from what he had imagined. Noticing Jiang Xin yawning incessantly, her eyes brimming with sleepiness, Jiang Xin realized it was time for his daughter's afternoon nap. Master, now that Yaoer's matter is resolved, I shall not disturb you further. As for your debt, please reconsider. We are not in a position to repay it, Jiang Xin expressed with concern. The Zumuyu Daozuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for worry. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Jiang Xin, struggling to stay awake, rubbed her eyes, determined not to succumb to sleep. Xin is not sleepy. The thought of her master having to repay the immense sum of spirit stones caused her heartache that made it difficult to eat or sleep. In truth, both Jiang Xin and Ning Yao also found themselves tormented by this debt. Dear child, do not dwell on this matter. Do you not see your master is on the verge of tears? Jiang Xin instinctively covered Jiang Xin's mouth and said, Master, I shall take my leave now. He turned to leave with his daughter in his arms, but Jiang Xin stubbornly grasped the sleeve of the Zumuyu Daozuan, her small face serious as she babbled insistently. Master, let's not repay it. We borrowed 2 billion and have repaid over 4 trillion. Why must we continue to pay? Is this not akin to consuming the rabbit? Such a cute rabbit. How could one eat it? We desire it spicy. We desire it boiled. We desire it braised. The Zumuyu Daozuan felt a chill at the nape of his neck. No, we cannot consume the master. High-interest loans are deceitful. We shall not repay. Not a single low-grade spirit stone. While he too wished to evade repayment, the borrowing agreements in the realm of cultivation carried a strong causal connection, making it impossible for him to simply choose not to repay. His repayment date was the last day of the month, and should he dare to default, the repercussions would befall him at the stroke of midnight on the first day of the following month. This would manifest as a barrage of heavenly retribution, along with the revealing of his rabbit ears and tail in public, a punishment that would torment him both physically and mentally. Just the thought of himself, sporting rabbit ears and tail while fleeing through the grass under the relentless pursuit of thunder, made him nearly collapse. Jiang Xin assumed his daughter was unaware of the existence of causal power, and seizing the opportunity to converse with the Zumuyu Daozuan, he explained to Jiang Xin, Master, I understand your concern regarding the retribution of defaulting. Prolonging this loan is not a viable solution. It must be resolved. The Zumuyu Daozuan stood firm. It is either my death or my ascension. Only one of us can survive this loan. He had already drafted his will, ensuring that upon his demise, the puppets within his cave would immediately transfer his estate to his disciples, leaving no chance for the likes of Keisai Yunlai to lay claim to his inheritance. If he were to ascend smoothly, he could break free from the constraints of this loan agreement and would no longer be required to repay the spirit stones. However, if he died prematurely after settling the debt, would that not benefit Keisai Yunlai? At this moment, sleepiness overcame her, and she struggled to keep her eyes open, stubbornly holding on while singing to motivate herself. Little Rabbit is poor, with debts galore. Hurry and default. Refuse to be exploited. Default, let it be. The causal ties remain unbroken. No matter who comes, it shall not end. Were it not for the fact that the debtor was her own master, Jiang Xin would have almost burst into laughter. Dear child, do not be too harsh. He is your beloved master. Indeed, the Zumuyu Daozuan appeared heartbroken, his rabbit ears drooping. After finishing her song, Jiang Xn's drowsy consciousness returned. She propped her hand against her eyelids, determined not to let them close, and glared at the Zumuyu Daozuan. What is this powerful causality? Let Xin help the master sever it. She yawned, extending her chubby little hands, randomly searching for the Zumuyu Daozuan's loan agreement. As her hand lifted from her eyelids, she subconsciously closed her eyes again, resembling a blind person trying to grasp an elephant, persistently rubbing against the soft rabbit fur of the Zumuyu Daozuan's sleeve. Such loan agreements are typically in duplicate, with each party retaining a copy, creating a binding effect. Remembering how Jiang Xin effortlessly subdued the ancient Xiongqi within Ning Yao, the Zumuyu Daozuan felt a spark of hope. Perhaps Xin could indeed help him sever this bond. He retrieved his copy of the loan agreement from a Shumi ring and, filled with anticipation, placed it into Jiang Xin's hands. Jiang Xin and Ning Yao exchanged complex glances, none daring to speak. Jiang Xin was far too fatigued, her eyelids heavy as lead, refusing to open. In her drowsy state, she sensed the immense causal energy contained within the document. The invisible causal force surged through the agreement, tethered to the Zumuyu Daozuan on one end and extending into the void on the other. Is it you, wicked entity, who bullies the master? When Xin is not present, do you presume the master is easy to bully? Behold Xin's prowess. Her tiny, chubby hands appeared devoid of strength. Yet that indestructible contract was effortlessly torn in two by her. The snapping sounds echoed as countless intricate rules shattered. The Zumuyu Daozuan distinctly felt the binding force of causality dissipate in that instant. Had it truly succeeded? Was Xin a genius, or perhaps a divine being? From this day forth, he would be her rabbit. With joy, the Zumuyu Daozuan lifted the little one high in the air. Yichen, having such a daughter as Xin is indeed a tremendous blessing. Although Jiang Xin did not experience the same overwhelming sensation as the Zumuyu Daozuan, he too could sense the rupture of the causal rules within the loan agreement. Once again astonished by his daughter's abilities, he felt a sense of pride in the master's words. I share the same sentiment. Xin is remarkable, is she not? Jiang Xin, cherishing the sensation of Zhuyu Daozuan's touch, discarded the shattered loan agreement and nestled into his soft, snow-white fur collar, drifting into a sweet slumber. Zhuyu Daozuan cradled her gently, swaying slightly, soothing the child in his arms, and quietly instructed Jiang Yichun and Ning Yao. This matter must remain confidential. Xin's abilities must be kept secret. If others take notice, it may lead to dire consequences. The two disciples responded in unison. Disciple understands. Suddenly, the slumbering Jiang Xin awoke, startling the three of them. The little one glanced at Zhuyu Daozuan, nervously pinching her right hand and sheepishly extending her left hand toward Jiang Yichun. Daddy, hold me, she pleaded. Clearly fatigued, she was at a loss as to why she had been roused. Observing her awkward demeanor, Zhuyu Daozuan surmised. The Chu family likely sensed the dissolution of the causal power of the loan agreement and is probably on their way to confront me. This child must have sensed it. Yichun, take Xin away first. I have my ways to handle this. Without the binding force of causal power, that ancestor from the Chu family in the tribulation stage cannot do anything to me. Jiang Yichun, being only at the embryonic stage, dared not intervene in the conflicts of those at the tribulation stage. Fortunately, they were within the confines of Tian Shui Sect, where other tribulation stage elders were present, ensuring Zhuyu Daozuan would not face harm. As he held Jiang Xin and prepared to depart, he heard her anxiously urging him in her mind. Daddy, let's go. Xin has taken some of the master's collar fur. It cannot be hidden. Jiang Yichun looked down in astonishment, seeing his daughter's right hand concealed within her sleeve, with a large handful of white rabbit fur peeking out. Noticing her father's gaze, Jiang Xin became even more flustered, twisting her shoulders to hide her hand deeper. Xin did not mean to. I was asleep and accidentally grabbed a lot, just a small handful. It really is only a little bit. The little one frantically sought to justify herself, though she was clearly still very tired. She found it impossible to fall back asleep at that moment. Jiang Xin silently lifted his head, sharing a glance with Ning Yao towards Zhu Dao Zun's neck. Indeed, the fur collar that had once enveloped Zhu Dao Zun's neck was now significantly diminished. His full attention had been on the disappearance of the causal power of the loan agreement, rendering him oblivious to this minor incident. The three of them exchanged glances. Jiang Xin took Ning Yao's hand and fled, exclaiming, "Disciple takes leave." Zhu Dao Zun muttered, "Unruly disciples." He tightened his fur collar, but did not pursue them. It was somewhat chilly with the sudden loss of a significant portion of his collar. Is it truly so easy to infiltrate Tian Shui Sect? The guests attending Jiang Xin's full moon banquet were friends of Jiang Xin and Qi, who were also familiar with the other elders of Tian Shui Sect. Since the gathering was held on the sect's territory, even those with past grievances with several elders chose to suppress their feelings, resulting in a cheerful atmosphere. Except for the two avatars of the Grand Elder. In a secluded area of Tian Shui Sect's rear mountain, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 glared at each other, simultaneously commanding, "You hide while I attend Xin's banquet. No, it must be me who goes. It must be, with the main body imprisoned. Why should I heed your commands?" The two, being avatars of the Grand Elder, displayed identical thought processes, tones, and speech patterns. Chu Lin Feng and Lin Yin sat on the steps, resting their faces on their hands, silently observing them. The two secretly vowed that when they reached the embryonic stage, they would certainly forge a compliant avatar. After a prolonged stalemate, Chu Lin Feng could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Why not go together? There is plenty of space." Both avatars simultaneously declined. No, that would reveal the main body's predicament of being imprisoned. They gestured dismissively, indicating that Chu Lin Feng was still too young to grasp the complexities of the world. When Old Seven cuts the funding, he does not distinguish between the main body and the avatars. Dream on. As the two avatars were about to argue again, Chu Lin Feng hastily proposed, "How about this? One of you attends the first half, and the other the second half?" The Grand Elders were reluctant, but, unable to devise a better solution, reluctantly agreed. They spoke simultaneously. "I will go first." Chu Lin Feng interjected, "Let us draw lots to decide the order." Lin Yin produced 2 pieces of grass, one longer than the other for the drawing. The one who drew the longer piece would attend the banquet first and return at the designated hour for the shift change. Lin Yin placed the 2 pieces of grass into his divination tortoise shell, ensuring they appeared equal in length, without the use of magic to discern. Neither could tell which piece was longer. The Grand Elders exchanged glances, and each chose one. Avatar 1 drew the longer piece and joyfully departed. Avatar 2 sighed deeply, suspecting that because he was created second, he was destined to be second at the banquet as well. Hoping that something would befall Avatar 1 so he could take his place, Lin Yin and Chu Lin Feng exchanged proud looks. Today, they had once again saved the Grand Elder, not failing in the trust placed in them regarding Shu Jia and Yushu. The two brothers walked out of the rear mountain, heading toward the front mountain for the banquet. Meanwhile, a stealthy figure emerged outside Tian Shui Sect. Fei Si was a disciple of Qi Mu Sect. During the confrontation with the tree spirit, Qi Lan Xing, the sect leader Xing Bin led the escape, causing the disciples to scatter. Afterward, Tian Shui Sect sent individuals to investigate the disciples' conditions. Most were unharmed. However, a few had been replaced by the tree spirit. These disciples appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet within them lay the seeds of the tree spirit. When needed, they would take root and sprout, converting all beings and demonic beasts within their reach into nourishment. They would then cultivate new seeds, initiating a new cycle of parasitism. When Tian Shui Sect disciples conducted their investigation, they nearly fell victim, but fortunately, were well prepared and successfully eliminated the problematic disciples. Fei Si had also been investigated, but was deemed innocent at the time. As an inner sect disciple with limited cultivation, he had only just reached the golden core stage when Qi Mu Sect was obliterated. Although his level was insignificant within Tian Shui Sect, he was recognized in the outside world as a capable individual. After the fall of Qi Mu Sect, Fei Si managed to live quite well with his modest cultivation. Regarding Tian Shui Sect's claims that Qi Wan Yun conspired with demons to harm her kin, Fei Si remained skeptical. He viewed this as mere fabrication by Tian Shui Sect, a pretext for their persecution of Chimu Sect. However, he did not dare voice these thoughts publicly, keeping them concealed within. After all, he could not afford to provoke Tian Shui Sect. It was only recently that Qi Huanyan approached him, revealing that the true conspirator with the demons, seeking to obliterate the cultivation realm, was Qi Lanqing. She had been accused and pursued for discovering Qi Lanqing's secret. Now, Tian Shui Sect had become a den of demons, and immediate action was required to avert catastrophe. To demonstrate her sincerity, Qi Huanyan even gifted him a secret treasure. It was a green jade gourd, appearing from the outside as if composed of countless tender green leaves. By merely opening the mouth of the gourd and calling out the name of the person, one could draw them inside. Within less than half an hour, the individual would be transformed into a puddle of stagnant water. Qi Huanyan's only request was for Fei Siyu to clandestinely retrieve Jiang Xin from the Tian Shui Sect and deliver her to her. The green jade gourd was effective against cultivators below the tribulation stage, and both Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing were merely at the integration stage, making them easy prey. If the Tian Shui Sect, one of the 6 great sects, had become the lair of demonic cultivators, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core cultivator like him to reverse the tide. He suspected Qi Huanyan was mostly lying, yet he coveted the green jade gourd. Once he succeeded in stealing Jiang Xin, the gourd would completely recognize him as its master. Without much contemplation, Fei Siyu agreed to Qi Huanyan's proposition. At this moment, he was lurking outside the Tian Shui Sect's mountain gate, pondering how to sneak inside. 2 infant soul guards had already noticed him and were silently communicating. Garde remarked, "What is that golden core cultivator doing, lurking behind the tree?" Garby replied, "Who knows? As long as he doesn't relieve himself indiscriminately at our sect's entrance, we need not concern ourselves." Garde remarked, "Ah, he is coming out, grinning maliciously." Garby pondered, perhaps he intends to sneak in and disrupt Jiang Xion's full moon banquet. Garde was astonished. "How do you know? Have you taken up divination as well?" Garby explained, "I was the one who investigated him when we were screening disciples from the Chimu Sect." Garde asked, "So what should we do?" Garby answered, "Naturally, we should first inform the sect leader, then let him in and close the gate behind him." Just then, Fei Siyu, thinking he was quite bold, approached confidently, saying, "Esteemed seniors, I have come to celebrate." Guard A responded, "Celebrate?" Realizing he had been too nervous and misspoken, Fei Siyu quickly corrected himself. "I am here to congratulate sect leader Jiang on the birth of his precious daughter." "I am." "Guard, you may enter." Fei Siyu was taken aback and boldly stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the Tian Shui Sect without any hindrance. Was it truly this easy to infiltrate the Tian Shui Sect? Fei Siyu, trembling with excitement, ventured deeper into the sect, realizing that the guards were indifferent to his presence, which filled him with elation. He suppressed his inner excitement to avoid revealing any signs, only to be struck by the breathtaking scenery before him. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of verdant mountains, billowing clouds, and golden sunlight illuminating the vast landscape. Fei Siyu had once thought that the Chimu Sect was a significant sect, but in comparison to the Tian Shui Sect, it was like comparing clouds to mud. No wonder Xing Bin had refrained from speaking loudly when facing Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing. The thought of these 2 haughty integration stage cultivators soon meeting their demise at his hands filled Fei Siyu with exhilaration. He quickened his pace towards the soaring cranes and melodious celestial music ahead, as he watched his figure vanish into the rising mist of the mountains. Garde clicked his tongue, smiling so craftily, he clearly cannot be a good person. Garby shrugged, "Fortunately, our Tian Shui Sect is not exactly virtuous either." The 2 exchanged knowing glances and smiled. The Tian Shui Sect was vast, featuring a designated area for holding banquets. As the feast was about to commence, the YNGK peak was bustling with activity, its lights illuminating the entire mountain. Fei Siyu continued along the stone-paved mountain path, aiming for the YNGK peak, where he suspected Jiang Xin, the main guest of the full moon banquet, would be located. As he walked, the scenery around him gradually changed. Yet the YNGK peak remained high in the distance, with no reduction in the distance between them. Fei Siyu began to sweat profusely. The Tian Shui Sect was filled with formations, and disciples carried identity jade tokens to avoid being harmed by the formations. Guests were received by designated personnel, so there was no need for concern about accidental harm. Only those like Fei Siyu, who had schemed to infiltrate, would find themselves ensnared in the maze formation. When the first avatar of the Grand Elder attended the banquet, he spotted Fei Siyu floundering like a headless fly within the maze formation. Curious, he approached, "Who are you?" Prior to this, Qi Wanyan had provided Fei Siyu with information about several key integration stage elders of the Tian Shui Sect through a portrait. Recognizing the Grand Elder, Fei Siyu's heart raced. He instinctively reached for the hidden green jade gourd in his sleeve, suppressing his nervousness and fear as he stammered, "El Qingzhe." The pressure of the tribulation stage descended, rendering the Grand Elder immobile as he was transformed into a green light and drawn into the gourd. Fei Siyu frantically secured the gourd, his heart pounding, astonished by how effortlessly he had succeeded. Now, he felt brimming with confidence, standing tall as he strode forward, believing he could navigate the Tian Shui Sect with ease. Inside the gourd, the Grand Elder was deep in thought. The interior did not resemble the jade-like exterior of the green jade gourd, but rather resembled the inside of an ancient tree. The gourd's walls were adorned with vertical grooves formed by the growth of the tree, which constricted and oozed emerald green sap. The viscous green liquid slowly dripped down the walls, accumulating at the bottom of the gourd. Such a perilous place could not be occupied by him alone. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, attuning himself to the connection between himself, his true body, and the second avatar. As they were originally one entity, he could leverage this connection to establish a temporary communication channel. "I've discovered an amusing place. Will you join me?" The first avatar inquired cheerfully to the other two. The Grand Elder's true body was currently engaged in a heated debate with Kong Sun in the penal department, striving to reduce his sentence. He was annoyed that his two avatars were indulging themselves without regard for his predicament. The second avatar, feeling bored, perked up upon hearing this. "Where is it? What kind of fun is it?" The viscous green liquid quickly formed a small lake at the bottom of the gourd, rising at an alarming rate. The first avatar gazed at his reflection in the green lake, mysteriously announcing, "It's on the path to the YNGK peak." A golden core cultivator is trapped in the maze formation. He has a green gourd hidden in his sleeve, and it's particularly entertaining inside. The second avatar grew more curious. What could be so entertaining about a golden core cultivator? The first avatar elongated his words. "You'll find out once you come over. Let us go play." Upon Fei Siyu's initial entry into the Tian Shui Sect, the guards had already reported his activities to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, receiving guests, deduced that it was merely a golden core cultivator who had infiltrated with a secret treasure and anticipated that it would not lead to any significant trouble. Confirming that Fei Siyu was ensnared within the maze formation, he decided to leave the matter for later, intending to address it when he had the opportunity. This should not take long, yet the Grand Elder's two avatars were remarkably swift and had already found Fei Siyu first. The green jade gourd could assist him in capturing individuals, but could not provide him with a precise route. Fei Siyu tried every method he could think of to escape the maze formation, suddenly regretting having captured the Grand Elder so hastily upon their first encounter. He gently shook the green jade gourd, hearing the unmistakable sound of water from within. The captured monk will transform into a pool of stagnant water after 3/4 of an hour. However, the time has yet to arrive. Fei Siyu refrains from recklessly opening the vessel to assess the situation. He silently vows that, regardless of whom he encounters shortly, he will not exhibit the same anxiety that led him to impulsively confine someone within the gourd. He intends to devise a means to persuade the other party to take him away from this place before ensnaring them within the green jade gourd. Fei Siyu's meticulous plans falter when he abruptly turns and sees the second avatar of the Grand Elder. Terrified, he nearly shatters his golden core. "You, how are you?" Stammering, he glances between the second avatar and his gourd. The second avatar immediately comprehends the situation and smiles warmly. "Ah, so it's you? Quickly, open the gourd and let me see inside." Fei Siyu mistakenly believes he is the first avatar who escaped from the gourd, assuming it poses no threat to the Grand Elder, and thus feels compelled to comply. He obediently opens the gourd, and the voice of the first avatar emanates from within. "Why did it take you so long? The flowers have withered while I waited. I ran into Yenner and the others on my way out. So what are you playing with? The second avatar squints with one eye while craning his neck to observe the situation inside the gourd. The first avatar, perched on a dry rise within the gourd, beckons him with a finger. I'm playing with water. Come join me. All right. The second avatar transforms into a beam of light and, taking Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng with him, dives inside. Fei Siyu is left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Do the elders of Tian Shui Sect willingly walk into traps? As the second avatar leads Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng inside, Fei Siyu instinctively closes the gourd. The light cascading from above vanishes, leaving only the uncomfortable aura of tribulation within the gourd, causing Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng to shudder. This does not seem to be a place for play. They tremble in inquiry. Why not? Just look how beautiful it is, the first avatar retorts, retrieving the carcass of a demon beast and tossing it into the bubbling green liquid. The carcass emits a sizzling sound as if it has been plunged into concentrated sulfuric acid. The flesh of the demon beast disintegrates at a visible rate, leaving behind a stark white skeleton. The jagged bones continuously dissolve in the green liquid, slowly sinking until they completely vanish. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng feel a chill run through them. What's fun about this? The first avatar analyzes seriously. Although the carcass has been eroded by the liquid, the spiritual energy contained within has not dissipated into it. Its whereabouts remain unknown. The second avatar nods in understanding. You suspect that this spiritual energy has been absorbed by another entity. The first avatar affirms with a nod. Either there is something hidden within this liquid that absorbs the spiritual energy, or the gourd itself has absorbed it and sent it to its true master. The second avatar rests his chin in contemplation. Who is the true master of this gourd? The first avatar shakes his head. I do not know, but I can be certain it is not that little monk outside. Observing the two grand elders engage in a serious discussion, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng feel a twinge of guilt for their earlier thoughts of resentment. The grand elders are deliberating serious matters, not seeking to drag others into their misfortune. As the brothers are consumed by guilt, the two grand elders, having reached no conclusion, glance at one another and suddenly smile. The first avatar remarks pointedly, the quantity of this liquid is increasing. It appears to be becoming more perilous. The second avatar chuckles. With just the two of us, we cannot analyze the composition of this liquid. We should summon the fourth elder. He is an alchemist and most knowledgeable about poisons. The two of them reach a consensus and promptly contact the fourth elder. At this moment, Fei Siyu remains ensnared within the mysterious maze formation. Upon the sudden appearance of the fourth elder, his expression turns alarmed, and instinctively he wishes to flee. But his legs refuse to obey, rendering him immobile. The fourth elder notices the green jade gourd peeking from his sleeve and approaches with a smile. It's you. Isn't it? It's not me. Fei Siyu instinctively protests, shaking his head fervently. Do not hide it from me. We are on the same side. The fourth elder wraps an arm around his shoulder, lifting his chin in an understanding gesture. Fei Siyu trembles involuntarily. What connection does he have with the elders of Tian Shui Sect? He cannot fathom it. The fourth elder retrieves the green jade gourd from his sleeve. This is it, right? Is it open like this to enter? He lifts the gourd's lid, and upon seeing the two grand elders inside, he pauses momentarily. Fourth junior brother, come in and play with us. The two grand elders wear identical, sinister smiles, simultaneously gesturing for him to join. The emerald liquid within the gourd casts a greenish hue on their faces, resembling water ghosts luring unsuspecting victims by the riverbank. Nearby, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, with faces filled with terror, vigorously shake their heads at the fourth elder. After a moment's contemplation, the fourth elder decides to enter, eager to discover what delightful activities his seniors are engaged in. Upon entering, Fei Siyu shudders and instinctively closes the lid of the gourd. He now harbors suspicions that this gourd possesses the ability to transform individuals into wraiths. Otherwise, why would the first grand elder assist him in calling the other elders inside? However, he is puzzled as to why there are two grand elders. Unable to deduce the answer, he resolves not to waste energy on this matter. He contemplates whether any other elders might arrive. If he could refine wraiths from the gourd, capturing all the integration stage elders of Tian Shui Sect would become effortless. making the theft of a newborn child a mere trifle. With the green jade gourd in his possession, as long as he does not encounter tribulation stage cultivators, he could traverse the Tianqiang Lingjia with impunity. The more Fei Siyu thinks about it, the more exhilarated he becomes, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazes at the green jade gourd. Inside, the fourth elder examines the green liquid at his feet. This substance possesses extreme corrosiveness. Even transformation stage cultivators cannot escape it. It must be a secretion from a tribulation stage demon. Lin Yin inquires, puzzled. If it can only harm transformation stage cultivators, why would someone dare to attack the Grand Elder directly? The Grand Elder is integration stage. The fourth elder chuckles nonchalantly. I speak according to the standards of Tian Shui Sect. By external standards, this substance could indeed injure some integration stage cultivators. Not to mention cultivators. Even among mortals, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The disparities among mortals can be vast, and the differences among cultivators can be even more pronounced. The 6 great immortal sects have high requirements for disciples, abundant resources, and formidable teachers, thus producing exceptionally strong disciples. Within the same realm, the combat prowess of disciples from immortal sects is generally significantly superior to that of those in the outside world. These green liquids pose no threat to the Grand Elders. With their protection, Lin Yin is undoubtedly safe. Their sole dilemma remains how to escape this predicament. After the Grand Elders' avatars have conducted their research, it appears that the green jade gourd is forged from a fragment of a tribulation stage demon plant. Although the difference between tribulation stage and integration stage is merely one realm, the higher the cultivation, the greater the disparity between adjacent realms. While the Grand Elders may dominate among integration stage cultivators outside, they remain no match for tribulation stage cultivators. After conducting research on the verdant liquid, the fourth elder suddenly realized he was trapped, comprehending the true intent behind the summons from his 2 senior brothers. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, and the first avatar spoke first. Is it not true that this green liquid has captured your attention? Are not your brothers acting in your best interest? The fourth elder found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he mused, this object appears to be of considerable antiquity. Surely, the third brother would take an interest. The 3 shared a knowing smile and began to contact the third elder. After a brief interval, the third elder, having examined the interior of the gourd, exclaimed with genuine admiration, what a remarkable artifact of great age! How could such a treasure be in the possession of a gold core cultivator? I shall inquire further. As the third elder prepared to leave, he suddenly found himself unable to exit. Stunned, he stood still for a moment, listening to the laughter of his brothers and gradually realizing he had been deliberately deceived into entering. He cast a resentful gaze at the 2 senior elders and the fourth elder. The fourth elder cleared his throat. Is it not true that this is indeed a remarkable artifact? Are your brothers not acting out of concern for you? The third elder remained silent for a moment before solemnly declaring, this locale possesses a unique environment, forming its own realm, making it highly suitable for the second sister's cultivation. I shall summon her to take a look. Yet another brief interval passed, and the second elder found herself ensnared in the same predicament. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng huddled together, trembling in fear. By the heavens, we have witnessed the creation of a ghost. The second elder glared reproachfully at her brothers. Her enchanting eyes filled with resentment. The third elder boldly asserted, second sister, do you not agree that this place is ideal for your cultivation of heart techniques? Is not your brother acting in your best interest? The second elder, a practitioner of charm, far surpassed the Hehuan fairy in her art. When utilizing her techniques, her aura often incited romantic feelings in those nearby. Hence, she typically chose secluded spaces for her cultivation to avoid impacting others. The gourd, being a self-contained realm, indeed provided an excellent atmosphere for her practice, but she had not intended to enter a place from which escape was impossible. Having spent many years as siblings, the elders were well aware of each other's dispositions. The second elder quickly shook off her despondency. With a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, she counted the heads present and selected her next target. This toxic liquid is peculiar and could aid the 6th brother in cultivating an indestructible body. I shall summon him to take a look. Chu Linfeng clamped his mouth shut, refraining from protest. Have some decency. The sixth elder is currently attending to matters in the demon domain. Why must he be dragged into this? The specially crafted communication jade talismans of the Tian Shui Sect were far superior to those available externally, allowing for contact even within the gourd. The second elder produced a communication jade talisman and swiftly reached the sixth elder. His voice, filled with anticipation and curiosity, emanated from the talisman. What treasure do you speak of? I am busy in the demon domain. Sister, please send it to me via the Ku Si Yun Lai Trading Company. Lin Yin suspected she was currently employing her enchanting techniques, as even her words stirred his interest. The fifth elder, who accompanied the sixth elder to the demon domain, interjected with discontent. Sister, do not show favoritism. What treasure is only for the sixth and not for me? The two elders in the demon domain exchanged glances, feeling a stirring of excitement. As long as they exercised caution and avoided Jiang Xin, they would remain undetected. With all his strength, the fifth elder's voice emerged hoarse and strained as he called out. The sixth elder and fifth elder quickly realized something was amiss and immediately ended the communication to avoid being seduced by the second elder's charm techniques. In the towering forests of the demon domain, the two elders exchanged worried glances. What should we do? The fifth elder pondered, stroking his chin, from a voice. The child who alerted us is the seventh elder's young disciple. The sixth elder suddenly had a brilliant idea. Then I shall notify the seventh elder to rescue them. He is nearby. If I can make him feel that he has earned merit by reporting to the fifth elder, perhaps I can secure additional funding. Within the gourd, the elders glared at Chu Linfeng with fury. Trembling, Chu Linfeng produced his identity jade plate. We are on the same side. Please be gentle. Lin Yin bravely stepped forward to protect his junior brother. This cannot be blamed on the fifth junior. The elders turned their gaze to him. Then who should be blamed? Lin Yin resolutely refused to take the blame. It certainly cannot be my fault. After a brief pause, he steeled his resolve and declared, if the child is untrained, it is the father's failing. Once a teacher, always a father. Please summon my master here. Consider it an apology from the fifth junior to the elders. Chu Linfeng looked at him in shock. Are you betraying our master? Lin Yin replied. Do you have any way to appease the elder's anger? Chu Linfeng could only resign himself to the situation. Master, I am truly sorry, he said, producing a communication jade talisman and bowing 3 times in earnest and guilt. Just as he was about to contact Jiang Xin, he was stopped by the 2 senior elders. No, if the 7th elder arrives, he will discover I am merely an avatar and will undoubtedly inquire about the situation. With the 2 senior elders present, the other elders had already surmised that he was an avatar. However, they were too preoccupied with their mischief to question the reason behind the elder's avatar creation. Seeing his evident fear of encountering Jiang Xin, the elders began to suspect he had committed a wrongdoing. Especially the 4th elder, who was the first to be tricked into this situation, was determined to repay the senior elder. Observing the elder's anxiety, the 4th elder quickly activated the communication jade talisman to contact Jiang Xin. 7th elder, I have discovered a marvelous place. Come quickly to enjoy it. Jiang Xin was currently busy dealing with Fei Siyu and had no time for leisure. I have matters to attend to. Brother, you may enjoy it alone. The 3rd elder snorted derisively. Your disciple is in our hands. Come quickly. Otherwise, they will face consequences. Jiang Xin was taken aback, glancing at Ning Yao, who was cradling Jiang Xin, and began to search for his absent disciple. The 2nd elder's beautiful gaze sharpened, prompting Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng to shout, Master, help. They intend to. Before they could finish, the 2nd elder silenced them to prevent any leaks. Simultaneously, Jiang Xin noticed a message from the 6th elder informing him that his young disciple had been captured by his brothers and sisters. What is happening? Jiang Xin pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a long sigh. Location. The 4th elder chuckled. It is at the entrance of the sect, where a gold core cultivator is trapped in the Mizu Zone formation. He has concealed a gourd, and your disciple is within it. This place resembles the one described by the guards, Jiang Xin mused, raising an eyebrow and promptly setting off with his sword. Inside the Mizu Zone formation, Fei Siyu had lost track of how many circles he had turned. Each time he captured a core formation elder, his confidence grew, but as time passed, the panic from being unable to escape the formation quickly eroded that confidence. Now he was in a state of utter distress, contemplating whether to release the elders from the gourd to ask for directions. Fortunately, his will to survive prevented him from doing so. Fei Siyu silently vowed that whoever he encountered next, he would respectfully request their assistance in leaving this place. Just as he made this vow, he looked up and saw Jiang Xin descending from the heavens. Once, when Jiang Xin accompanied Qi Lanqing to the Chimu sect to visit Qi Wanyan, Fei Siyu had seen him from a distance and thus recognized him instantly. At this moment, upon seeing him, Fei Siyu was so terrified that his heart felt as though it might burst, and he instinctively pulled out his gourd, rapidly shouting, "Jiang Xin!" Before his trembling voice could fade, the oppressive aura of the tribulation period surged forth, causing Jiang Xin to pause for a moment before transforming into a streak of green light and being drawn into the gourd. He soon realized that he had overreacted, and now he was troubled about how to leave this place. Meanwhile, watching Jiang Xin confined within, the gourd echoed with the joyful laughter of the elders. "Ha ha! Old Seven, you also have today. Let us share cell, ha ha!" Jiang Yichen's face was cold as he silently drew his sword. The elders' laughter abruptly ceased. "Oh dear, it seems we have gone too far." Faced with the unsheathed sword of Jiang Yichen, the elders hastily drew their weapons in self-defense. The two grand elders each took Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng hostage, positioning them in front of themselves, urging Jiang Yichen to remain calm. "Old Seven, your disciple is in our hands. Do not act rashly." Jiang Yichen scrutinized the two grand elders and furrowed his brow, asking, "Where is your true body?" The two grand elders spoke in unison. "I am the true body." Jiang Yichen replied, "Do you take me for a fool? Release my disciple." The grand elders responded, "I will not, unless—" A sharp blade flashed with a cold light, dazzling the eyes of the grand elders. They were merely avatars, lacking the formidable combat strength of their true bodies. If their true bodies were no match for Jiang Yichen, the avatars would undoubtedly fare even worse. The two quickly pushed Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng away. Chu Linfeng hurriedly recounted the situation. The grand elder lured the other grand elder here, who then felt he couldn't suffer alone and tricked the fourth grand elder into coming. The fourth grand elder thought he should not be the only one deceived, so he brought in the third grand elder. The third grand elder then lured the second grand elder. The second grand elder even wanted to deceive the sixth and fifth grand elders. Jiang Yichen felt a headache coming on. How could his dear senior brother and sister be this foolish? However, this gourd seemed somewhat different. Jiang Yichen carefully observed the situation within the gourd and frowned. This appears to be a tribulation-level magical artifact. The fourth grand elder nodded repeatedly. "I suspect it has something to do with Lanqing and Xin being schemed against." The second grand elder chimed in. "That is why we thought it imperative to inform you to take a look." Jiang Yichen, disinterested in exposing the second grand elder's flattery, contemplated briefly before attacking the gourd's inner wall with his sword. The sword energy reverberated within the gourd, causing the green liquid at the bottom to churn, prompting the elders to draw their magical artifacts for protection. The inner wall of the gourd merely bore a slight scratch from the sword strike. The first avatar of the grand elder remarked, "We have analyzed that the material used to forge this gourd should be a fragment of a true body from a tribulation-level demonic plant. The cultivation at the combined stage cannot easily break it unless the power is unleashed to the utmost or matched with a tribulation-level cultivation of the same realm." The latter part of his statement was delivered with a deliberate slow pace. Jiang Yichen immediately recognized that he had not concealed his intentions well. "What scheme do you have now?" The first and second avatars exchanged knowing glances, chuckling in unison. "Shall we lure the master over?" The second, third, and fourth grand elders brightened at the suggestion. "Great idea." Jiang Yichen retorted, "Act like a human. The master is merely a frail little rabbit who cannot fend for itself and has been tricked into incurring a massive debt. Are you so low that you would deceive even a rabbit?" Ignoring their antics, Jiang Yichen directly retrieved a communication jade slip. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng were taken aback. "Master, are you truly going to deceive the sect leader?" Although the sect leader usually doted on them, he was not without temper. A cornered rabbit would bite, so how could the sect leader allow his disciples to trick him? Chu Linfeng urged his master to reconsider. "Master, the sect leader will punish you." Lin Yin suggested. You could have the elders deceive the sect leader. That way we would all be victims. And the sect leader wouldn't punish us. Though reluctant to admit it, Jiang Xin had to acknowledge that Lin Yin had become an exceptional disciple of the Tian Shui Sect. In just a short time spent with the elders, this child had learned the art of using others to achieve one's ends. Truly, one could learn virtue over 3 years, but vice in merely 3 days. After learning of the tragic past of Zhuiyue Daozuan, Jiang Xin found it hard to continue scheming against him, explaining, I will contact your master. Simultaneously, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng grasped his communication jade slip. Their expressions tense and serious. Lin Yin stated earnestly, perhaps you should still trick the sect leader? Chu Linfeng, worrying, added, little junior sister is still young. She cannot be without her mother. The elders nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, do not deceive Lanqing. It is so difficult for us disciples of Tian Shui Sect to marry. Old 7, as the sect leader, you should not lead the charge against your own partner. If this matter were to spread, it would adversely affect the future marriages of the disciples. Exactly, if you deceive your own wife. How could you be so ungrateful? Jiang Xin suddenly became concerned about his image in the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters, realizing he had become just like them. What are you all thinking? I will have Lanqing let us out. As he spoke, he recalled how he had been confined and inquired of the other elders whether the gourd's capturing conditions required calling out the opponent's name correctly. The intervening elders had willingly walked into the trap. Fei Siyu had not even made a move, yet they had jumped into the gourd themselves, unaware of the circumstances. Once the holder of the gourd calls out the name of their opponent, a tribulation-level pressure would suppress the opponent, leading to their capture. Jiang Xin understood and activated the communication jade slip, relaying the situation to Qi Lanqing while emphasizing the gourd's capturing conditions. After hearing the account, Qi Lanqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Given the strength of the Tian Shui Sect elders, Fei Siyu should not have achieved such a remarkable victory. When the first avatar of the Grand Elder was captured, he could have easily escaped by contacting the second avatar for help or using cunning to trick Fei Siyu into opening the gourd. Yet he chose to deceive. As the elders entered the gourd, the preceding elder could have seized the opportunity to escape each time. However, in order to witness the misfortunes of the latter, they all chose to remain. This group had practically trapped themselves through their own strength. Jiang Xin's sword energy could leave marks on the inner wall of the gourd, indicating he had a way to escape using his abilities, though it would require considerable time. After capturing so many elders of the Tian Shui Sect, he was uncertain of Fei Siyu's next move and decided to resolve the matter quickly by calling for his wife. Qi Lanqing was a reliable person. Soon she had disguised herself and appeared outside the mising array, observing Fei Siyu, who was flailing about like a headless fly within the array. Qi Lanqing threw out 2 talismans, immobilizing him and sealing off his 5 senses. Subsequently, she used her spiritual power to draw the gourd from Fei Siyu's grasp, opening the gourd's stopper to find, indeed, Jiang Xin and the others inside. The emerald green liquid within the gourd had risen to its waist, and everyone was seated on their respective flying magical artifacts. The gourd was permeated with a peculiar, sweet odor, causing Qi Lanqing to sneeze thrice in quick succession. In such an environment, an ordinary cultivator from the outside world would have long been dazed by the aura emanating from these liquids, sinking into them until not a bone remained. Only the formidable elders of Tian Shui Zone could remain completely unaffected. With their protection, Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng similarly felt no impact. Upon first sight of Qi Lanqing, the elders instinctively smiled and beckoned to her, exclaiming, Lanqing, come and play. It's so much fun. Their faces were cast in a ghastly green by the emerald liquid beneath them. A shiver ran down Qi Lanqing's spine as she felt, for the first time, that her seniors resembled wraiths, prompting her instinct for self-preservation to close the gourd's stopper decisively. Jiang Xin, who was about to lead his disciples outside, paused in confusion. Had his wife abandoned him? No, please. He wasn't as troublesome as his seniors. Jiang Xin's voice, strained and desperate, called out, Lanqing. Unfortunately, his words, muffled by the gourd's skin, sounded like a ghostly wail, adding to the eeriness. The elders laughed even more heartily, teasing him, Old 7, Lanqing doesn't want you anymore. I'll notify Tianji Tower about this major news. The sect master of Tian Shui Sect has been abandoned. We should be able to sell quite a few spirit stones with this. Their laughter echoed, completely oblivious to their culpability. Chu Linfeng suddenly realized that Jiang Xin had been withholding funding from the elders. None of the spirit stones had been taken without reason. The elders truly deserve this. Fortunately, Jiang Yixin's inner strength allowed him to calm down quickly. He glared at his seniors and, with a gentle tone, contacted Qi Lanqing through a communication jade tablet. Lanqing, please open the stopper and let us out. Chu Linfeng chimed in pitifully, yes, master, please save me and second senior brother. The elders are terrifying. Lin Yin silently nodded, not daring to voice that the elders resembled wraiths, whispering, if you don't let us out soon, master will be corrupted by the elders. The elders were adamant in refusing to take the blame. Old Seven is not a good person to begin with. How can you blame us for corrupting him? Jiang Yixin turned to them with a cold glare. All your funding for this year is forfeited. The elders gasped in shock. The two senior elders spoke first. We are merely projections. The peak is our true form. You cannot penalize the main body for the errors of the projections. The second elder distanced himself. I didn't say that. You cannot deduct my funding. The third and fourth elders attempted to shift the blame, but Jiang Yixin mercilessly interrupted. There's no room for negotiation. Who told me he wasn't a good person? The elders realized their mistake. They shouldn't have revealed the truth so early. Qi Lanqing, having heard the entire exchange through the communication jade, was both amused and exasperated. She removed the gourd's stopper once again, and Jiang Yixin, along with his two disciples, soared out. Immediately, the elders' displeasure echoed from within the gourd, but their words were indistinguishable to the outside, sounding instead like ghostly howls. Qi Lanqing looked at her husband in astonishment. Yixin, how could you? Jiang Yixin waved his hand, signaling her not to intervene if the seniors enjoy being inside. Let them stay for a few more days. Don't disturb their enjoyment. Lin Yin felt anxious. The corrosive green liquid inside the gourd now exceeded its waist. It wouldn't be long before the gourd was filled to capacity, leaving no place for the elders to remain. Jiang Yixin lamented, and we can only bid farewell to my seniors. Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng exchanged glances, pondering, is master truly not a good person? Noting that Jiang Yixin still held a grudge, Qi Lanqing refrained from persuading him and planned to release them after a while. Her gaze fell upon the immobilized Fei Siyu. She recognized him as a disciple of Qi Muzong, as a self-taught cultivator. Qi Lanqing had encountered far more dangers than sect disciples. Her instinct for self-defense made her habitually remember everyone she met. When the guards reported this incident, they also mentioned that Fei Siyu was from Qi Muzong. Coupled with the emerald gourd, Jiang Yixin was convinced this matter related to Qi Wanyan. The thought of Qi Lanqing and Jiang Xin nearly falling victim to her poison ignited Jiang Yixin's fury. He scanned Fei Siyu with his spiritual sense, confirming that the only treasure he possessed was the emerald gourd, before removing the immobilization talisman from him. Fei Siyu trembled, lacking even the strength to flee. Qi Lanqing affixed a truth-telling talisman to him and coldly inquired, who sent you? Qi Lanqing's heart ached anew as jealousy proved to be a repugnant force, even turning blood relations into such a state. What does she want from you? Jiang Yixin asked, displeasure evident in his tone. To steal Jiang Xin. Fei Siyu stammered in fear, covering his mouth but unable to suppress his urge to confess. She gave me this emerald gourd. As long as I help her steal Jiang Xin, it will be mine. The emerald gourd was effective against cultivators below the tribulation stage. As long as one could correctly call out the true name of the target, they could be trapped within the gourd. After a quarter of an hour, that person would turn into a puddle of stagnant water. The more Fei Siyu spoke, the more panicked he became, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yixin's anger surged, forcing himself to remain calm as he questioned, why does she want you to steal my daughter? How did she acquire this gourd? Fei Siyu shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. I truly don't know. His inability to answer brought a wave of terror, fearing Jiang Yixin might send him to his demise in a fit of rage. Qi Lanqing furrowed her brow. Did Qi Wanyan interfere with your soul? Fei Siyu looked bewildered. I don't know. Jiang Yixin understood Qi Lanqing's intent and gently said, let me handle this. He pressed his finger to Fei Siyu's forehead, just as he was about to delve into his soul. when Fei Xiu suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. Run! Qi grabbed her 2 disciples and immediately retreated alongside Jiang Xin. A tremendous explosion ensued as Fei Xiu, along with his soul, exploded. The destructive force was immense, causing even the illusionary formation that contained Fei Xiu to tremble and reveal a slight vulnerability. Had they been even slightly slower in their evasion, they would have suffered the same fate of disintegration. Chu Linfeng, still shaken, dare not ask loudly what is happening. Fei Xiu's soul had been tampered with. If someone attempted to probe his soul, it would trigger an explosive mark within him, resulting in a catastrophic detonation. Qi Lanqing briefly explained, her expression growing increasingly grave. This ploy was aimed squarely at her and Jiang Xin. Qi Huanyun had calculated this cunningly. If Fei Xiu had succeeded in his task, he would have successfully stolen Jiang Xin. Yet, should Fei Xiu be unfortunate enough to be captured, Tian Shui Sect would undoubtedly conduct a soul search to uncover the reason. The ones most likely to perform the soul search would be none other than Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing, who were deeply invested in this matter. The explosive mark within Fei Xiu's soul could directly annihilate them. If the 2 perished, Qi Huanyun could devise another plan to steal Jiang Xin. Chu Linfeng realized this with a chill down his spine. Why is Qi Huanyun so obsessed with stealing the little junior sister? Does she intend to swap the fates of the 2 children? Lin Yin felt otherwise. Qi Huanyun could easily produce a treasure of the tribulation period to give away, which did not align with someone lacking support and needing to change her daughter's parents. Her true aim must be the little junior sister. Jiang Xin possessed extraordinary abilities, particularly the immense power within her, which was enough to incite envy. Qi Lanqing recalled the altar and the words of fate exchange spoken when her daughter was born. Suspecting that Qi Huanyun's intentions extended beyond merely trading destinies, she likely sought to seize the formidable power within Jiang Xin. Yet, how could Qi Huanyun have foreseen this child's uniqueness at the time of Jiang Xin's birth? After much contemplation, Qi Lanqing could only suspect that the mysterious tribulation period demon cultivator behind Qi Huanyun had sensed something. The people from Qimu sect were covertly siphoning the luck of the cultivation world, and with Jiang Xin's remarkable abilities, it was not surprising that she would attract the attention of this tribulation period demon cultivator. The most pressing concern now was to protect Jiang Xin and thwart Qi Huanyun's nefarious scheme. Qi Lanqing gazed at the green jade gourd in her hand, feeling that its deterrent power had diminished compared to before. She uncorked the gourd and released the elders. The corrosive liquid inside had accumulated significantly, nearly filling the gourd. However, the liquid had transformed from emerald green to a deep black. Why has it turned black? Zhu Linfeng in Guit Pu Dao. The 4th elder, a Danxiu, chuckled. I added some poison. Since the figure behind the scenes can absorb the spiritual energy of captured individuals through this liquid, these toxins should also be consumable by them. As a cultivator at the integration stage, the 4th elder could not concoct poison that would surely kill someone at the tribulation stage, but injuring them was certainly within reach. To ensure efficacy, he had used a particularly potent dosage this time. As time passed, the green leaves of the gourd gradually turned black, curling at the edges and soon withering. These jade-like leaves exhibited signs of life. Although the elders appeared uncertain, they proved remarkably reliable at critical moments. With the assistance of the 4th elder, Qi Lanqing felt a bit more at ease, hoping he would soon ascertain the identity of this tribulation period demon plant. The other elders, having enjoyed themselves, departed in good spirits. Only 2 elder figures wore expressions of worry. They sighed deeply, facing each other, and took out a blank jade slip to hurriedly write. Curiously, Chu Linfeng asked, "What are you writing?" The 2 elders replied in unison, "A will." Chu Linfeng was perplexed. Having just emerged from the gourd, why write a will? The first avatar sighed. The funds have been depleted, and the main body will go mad upon discovering this. We cannot survive, so we must allocate our inheritance while we still can. Chu Linfeng was astonished that these 2 avatars, having only been born a few days prior, already had an inheritance to distribute. He found it difficult to comprehend. Aren't you all avatars of the Grand Elder? Shouldn't everything default to the Grand Elder? The second avatar vehemently disagreed. That cannot be. My inheritance is meant for my disciples. The first avatar nodded in agreement. It must not be left to the main body. Chu Linfeng felt some sympathy for the Grand Elder. Isn't the main body you? Why the distinction? The Grand Elders replied. The main body wants us to take the fall for him. The main body is a dog. Chu Linfeng, you two avatars want the main body to take the blame while you enjoy yourselves. That hardly seems fair. The minor incident within the Mising Formation did not affect Jiang Xin's full moon banquet. At the Inca Peak, guests mingled in small groups, chatting about recent events. In the octagonal pavilion by the cliff, a stunning woman lounged on a beauty couch, appearing delicate and fragile, dressed in cool attire of silver fish silk. With silver bells adorning her ankles and bare feet, she flirted with several men surrounding her. This was the leader of the Heroine sect, the enchanting Heroine fairy, the object of desire for countless cultivators in the Tian Shui spiritual realm. Each year, her merchandise related to her fame brought in substantial profits. She was a friend of Jiang Xin, who naturally invited her to Jiang Xin's full moon banquet. A handsome young male cultivator gazed at the Heroine fairy with intense focus, expressing concern. I heard there was a disturbance at the Heroine sect the other day. Are you all right, fairy? The Heroine fairy smiled gracefully. Thank you for your concern. Dear brother, it was merely a misunderstanding and has been resolved. A gentle mountain breeze made her silver fish silk dance lightly, reflecting a faint glow and enhancing her alluring charm. I was deeply worried when I heard about it. Your delicate frame could face danger if you engaged with them. The young male continued. In a real fight, the outcome is uncertain. Seeing that the Heroine fairy did not dispute this, Jiang Xin chose not to elaborate and continued to attend to other guests. The Heroine fairy's lovely face revealed a grateful smile. You are truly kind, brother. The Heroine sect is quiet, and I am usually accompanied only by the wind. There is no need for you to worry about my safety. The young male was even more excited, exclaiming, Fairy, please do not fight the wind. Even if you are powerful, should you get hurt, you might catch a cold. The others present. What a strange joke to make while flirting. Only the Heroine fairy, after a moment of silence, gazed at the handsome face of the young male and gently laughed. You are quite amusing, brother. If you have time, perhaps we can talk in detail tonight. The silver bells on her ankles chimed softly with her movements, captivating all who heard. The invited young male cultivator was overjoyed, wishing he could pluck the sun from the sky to hasten nightfall. The other rejected suitors glared at him with envy and jealousy, wishing they could blindfold him and give him a beating. Unfortunately, they were all cultivators at the integration stage, and if a fight broke out at the Tian Shui Sect, none would come out unscathed. These men could only resentfully glare at the fortunate one, contemplating how to keep the sun from setting forever. Just as she stepped out of the pavilion, the Heroine fairy sensed a shy yet lingering gaze directed at her. Having been in the spotlight for so long, she was accustomed to such attention. She boldly looked over, recognizing the owner of the gaze and curling her lips into a smile. It was unexpectedly Qiu Junyu. They were not acquainted, but Qiu Junyu's mother, the empress of the Qiu dynasty, Shi Daling, was her personal disciple. With this connection, the Heroine fairy regarded Qiu Junyu with newfound interest. Meeting her gaze, Qiu Junyu appeared even more flustered. The Heroine fairy, with a teasing spirit, approached with a smile. Your Majesty seems to be looking for me. Is there something on your mind? The unique, subtle fragrance emanating from her drew closer to Qiu Junyu, overwhelming his senses. He stepped back, formally bowing. I pay my respects to my Grandmaster. The Heroine fairy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Daling has informed you? Qiu Junyu nodded. Indeed. Initially, she had intended to tease him, perhaps luring Qiu Junyu into her embrace before revealing this fact, expecting his reaction to be quite entertaining. Now that the amusement was lost, the Heroine fairy shifted her approach to continue teasing Qiu Junyu. What punishment awaits you for secretly spying on your Grandmaster? As a practitioner in the harmonization stage and having served as emperor for many years, Qiu Junyu was not easily manipulated. With a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing, he stated, Master Ancestor, you have misunderstood. Your disciple is merely astonished to meet you today. The immortal of harmony chuckled lightly, elongating her tone in inquiry. Is that so? Qiu Junyu offered a somewhat awkward smile. If it weren't for the matter at hand, I would indeed have a request. Speak, he continued with a smile aimed to please. I have heard that master ancestors' endeavors flourish. Your name undoubtedly graces the wealth rankings of the Tianqing spirit realm annually, and I truly admire that. I, your foolish disciple, have not acquired even a fraction of your wealth accumulating prowess. Now, with the treasury depleted, it is quite challenging for me as emperor. The immortal of harmony sensed trouble. Before she could prevent Xiao Junyu from continuing, he announced, I hope, master ancestor, with your noble disposition, might lend me a few spirit stones to relieve my urgent predicament. The immortal of harmony mused, what a clever lad. Others seek to slumber. Yet you alone are mindful of my spirit stones. It is often said that one borrows in urgency rather than in poverty. For an emperor to request spirit stones indicated he was truly desperate. Lending spirit stones was out of the question. Even giving them away would be unlikely. Had the immortal of harmony regarded spirit stones as mere refuse, she would not have diligently managed products related to her personal image over the years, striving to become affluent. In consideration of her esteemed disciple, Shi Dai Ling, the immortal of harmony pointed Xiao Junyu towards a feasible path. The Keziunlai Trading Company offers specialized loan services. If you're in need of spirit stones, you may seek them. Xiao Junyu had contemplated Keziunlai, but awkwardly remarked, their interest rates are exorbitant. The immortal of harmony, frustrated, replied, interest can be negotiated. As emperor, you should know this. Xiao Junyu lamented, they know I am the emperor, thus they demand even higher rates. The immortal of harmony realized she had underestimated the predatory nature of Keziunlai. Cautiously, Xiao Junyu ventured again, master ancestor. The immortal of harmony produced a storage bag and handed it to him, saying, as this is our first meeting, consider this a small gift from your master ancestor. I have matters to attend to, so you may amuse yourself. With a smile, she waved farewell, hastily retreating into the grand hall before Xiao Junyu could request further assistance. Xiao Junyu gazed at her departing figure, letting out a long sigh as he glanced into the storage bag. To his astonishment, it contained 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. His master ancestor was quite generous. Just as he began to revel in his fortune, he sensed several envious gazes directed at him from behind. Those were the male practitioners he had seen speaking with the immortal of harmony in the pavilion. All eyes were fixated on the storage bag in his hands, eager to seize it at any moment. Some even approached him, asking, friend, are you selling it? Xiao Junyu, fearful of the implications, hurriedly fled before others with similar intentions could converge on him. Inside the grand hall, the immortal of harmony presented her congratulatory gift and retreated to a side hall to converse with Qi Lanqing. Cradling Jiang Xin, she smiled brightly. This child is truly beautiful. She resembles you so much. Qi Lanqing was overjoyed by the compliment. Jiang Xin, with her long eyelashes fluttering, yawned sleepily, opening her eyes just a slit. It seems I hear someone praising Xin. Her soft voice was muddled, indicating she was still not fully awake. However, determined to discern who was complimenting her, Jiang Xin rubbed her eyes, striving to stay awake. Sweetheart, are you awake? The immortal of harmony gently shook the little one in her arms and held Jiang Xin's small hand. Upon seeing her face clearly, Jiang Xin's eyes brightened as she raised her chubby hand high. Pretty sister, let us stick together. Sister, you smell so nice. Qi Lanqing beamed, saying, Xin wants to stick close to you. All right, let us stick together. With a smile, the immortal of harmony pressed her lips to Jiang Xin's cheek, bringing the little one immense joy as she giggled continuously. Yay, I stuck to the pretty sister. Mother is wonderful. Xin and mother share such a connection. The little one joyfully shook her head. The immortal of harmony observed Jiang Xin with a smile, yet suddenly appeared pensive. Qi Lanqing, noticing the change, inquired with concern. Kai Wei, what troubles you? Kai Wei was the immortal of harmony's birth name, known to but a few. The immortal of harmony hesitated slightly, holding Jiang Xin's hand, and sighed. I was reflecting that had I chosen a partner earlier, perhaps I would now have my own child. The immortal of harmony once had a beloved, but they parted ways when he could not accept her as a disciple of the Heroine sect. Qi Lanqing, aware of her reminiscence, advised, that person failed to recognize your worth. Even if you had forsaken your sect for him, he would still have looked down upon you for being a disciple of the Heroine sect. His qualifications were insufficient for entry into the Heroine sect. and he harbored deep-seated misunderstandings about it. Rather than continually compromising for him, leading to a bitter end, it is better to remain steadfast in the sect. You have made no mistakes. Seeing the immortal of harmony not as carefree as usual, Qi Lanqing expressed concern. Kaiwei, why are you dwelling on such old grievances? I've been dreaming of him lately. I keep dreaming. The immortal of harmony emphasized. Practitioners in the harmonization stage seldom dream. If one consistently dreams of the same thing or person, it often carries significant portent. An unease stirred within Qi Lanqing. What precisely are the dreams about? The immortal of harmony chuckled lightly. What else could it be? It is simply that matter in bed. Noticing Jiang Xin gazing at her curiously, Qi Lanqing swiftly embraced her. Covering her ears, Xin, it's time for sleep. Jiang Xin shook her head in discontent, exerting all her might to push away Qi Lanqing's hand. Xin, tea sleeping. She wants to listen to mother and the pretty sister talk. Can dreams also involve sleeping in bed? Why has Xin never dreamed? The little one, fully awake, was filled with energy and her thoughts roamed freely. Qi Lanqing, unable to contend with her, had no choice but to sidestep the sensitive topic and focus on the matter at hand, saying to the immortal of harmony, dreaming of him repeatedly certainly indicates an issue. Have you conducted any self-reflection? I have, yet found nothing. The immortal of harmony caressed the heroine flower mark on her silver-white sleeve, revealing a wry smile. At the time of severing ties with him, I felt heartache, yet I knew I could not leave the sect. Within the sect, I had a promising future. Should I have chosen to become a wandering practitioner, my prospects would have been bleak, and I could have easily met with untimely demise. Lanqing, you understand the hardships of being a wandering practitioner better than anyone. I cannot afford to take that risk, nor dare to gamble. I have limited my choice, but I have not regretted it. At this juncture, the immortal of harmony found herself incredulous, even harboring a hint of trepidation. Lanqing, has my resolve wavered? The immortal of harmony, typically carefree and, as the sect leader of the Heroine sect, possessed a steadier heart than most when it came to cultivation. The room fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Xin looked from Qi Lanqing to the immortal of harmony, her expression one of confusion. Why have mother and the pretty sister stopped speaking? Isn't it normal for a pretty sister to dream of someone who has left a mark on her? Last time at the autumn night banquet in the palace, I couldn't have any roasted dragon meat. So I secretly captured the fragrance of roasted dragon meat in my clothes and quietly enjoyed it in my dreams. The craving for roasted dragon meat stirs within me. Xin must prioritize sleep, for dreams can hold boundless wonders. However, Qi Lanqing exerted considerable effort to suppress her astonishment, concealing it from Jiang Xin. The ability to deceive both her and Hehuan Xianzi indicated that the individual who left the mark possessed profound cultivation, at least a practitioner in the tribulation stage. Qi Lanqing, feigning calmness, said, Kaiwei, this matter does sound peculiar. I shall consult my master for assistance. In her youth, Hehuan Xianzi, full of ignorance and fearlessness, mistakenly believed that Zhu Yu Daozuan was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation and had playfully teased him, drawn by his handsome appearance. Over the years, she had avoided Zhu Yu Daozuan, fearing he might harbor resentment. Upon hearing Qi Lanqing's suggestion, Hehuan Xianzi shook her head repeatedly. No, I value my life. Qi Lanqing responded, continuing to delay this is not wise. Perhaps this person has meddled, causing you to dream of him. Has he ever asked you to do anything in your dreams? Instinctively, Hehuan Xianzi shook her head but then paused, deep in thought. If I must say he has any requests, it would be his repeated desire for me to bear him a child. Pregnancy imposes a tremendous physical burden on female cultivators, affecting their combat and cultivation abilities. Jin Xingmin and Xinglin Valley once contemplated collaborating on developing an artificial womb to nurture embryos, alleviating the burdens on female cultivators. However, after fallout between the two sects, the matter fell into obscurity. Currently, the overall willingness of female cultivators in Tianqing Lingjia to bear children is low. The higher one's cultivation, the less inclined they are to conceive. Hehuan Xianzi fell into this category. Yet, alarmingly, she had acquiesced in her dreams, with enough disciples to worry about. The thought of wanting to bear one herself was absurd. If I dream of him again tonight, I shall certainly demand he leave. Jiang Xin, with her large, watery eyes, waved her hands and patted her round belly, babbling to heroine Xianzi. It's already late, beautiful sister. There's a little seed inside you, which counts as a baby. Qi, startled by her daughter's words, abruptly stood up, realizing that the mention of a seed might pertain to demonic plants. Could it possibly be the same entity as the one linked to Qi Wanyan? Although it may be shameful to hold on to one's daughter, it proves useful. Qi Lanqing's alarm startled heroine Xianzi. Lanqing, what is the matter? The little one was blissfully engaged with a silver hollow ball. Inside the ball was another smaller sphere. Each time it struck the inner wall, it transformed into various images of demonic beasts. This was one of the toys gifted to Jiang Xin by Chu Linfeng, which she adored. Jiang Xin was not a native of the cultivation realm. She hailed from Earth, having accidentally crossed over into the realm and become a practitioner. After perishing in her previous life, she was reborn as the daughter of Jiang Yiqin and Qi Lanqing. However, memories of her past lives had grown hazy, leaving only a vague impression. Upon reincarnation, Jiang Xin's thoughts mirrored those of a child, rendering her naive and oblivious to the significant impact of her revelations. Noticing her daughter's attention diverted by the toy, Qi Lanqing understood she could not glean more information for the time being and decided to alert heroine Xianzi. She pondered aloud. When I first conceived Xin, I had not yet realized it. Rather, I dreamt of having a daughter. Since you often dream of this, could it be that you're also a child? Qi Lanqing asked cautiously. Heroine Xianzi chuckled lightly. You've mentioned this before, and I have contemplated it. But I merely dream of spring. How could I truly be pregnant? Cultivators in the heroine stage rarely dream. Doesn't your heroine sect also possess techniques for interactions in dreams? Qi Lanqing began, only to realize her daughter was present and quickly muffled her words, covering Jiang Xin's ears. Noticing her serious demeanor, heroine Xianzi contemplated before closing her eyes to examine herself. As her consciousness spread through her body and touched her lower abdomen, she suddenly jolted awake. How could I truly be pregnant? She stood up in disbelief, pacing in confusion while re-evaluating her state. The entity was still there, a small object radiating a faint green light, clandestinely absorbing her spiritual energy and gradually growing. The more heroine Xianzi thought about it, the more uneasy she became. This is impossible. I had no such thing when I checked myself recently. Moreover, I am a disciple of the heroine sect. As cultivators ascend in rank, the likelihood of conceiving naturally diminishes. This is not due to their inability, but rather because they have become exceedingly capable. Each part of a high-level cultivator possesses strong self-defense abilities, making it arduous for any single entity to merge with another. Successful procreation requires the fusion of both parties' essences. Fortunately, with ascension comes increased longevity, leading cultivators to often rely on mentorship for legacy rather than fixating on procreation. The techniques of the heroine sect can somewhat alleviate this issue, even allowing for control over the gender of offspring. Heroine Xianzi did not desire a child and had taken appropriate precautions, making conception seemingly impossible. Noticing Jiang Xin engrossed in play and oblivious to their conversation, Qi Lanqing inquired, what does the fetus look like? The fetus has yet to take form. It remains round, heroine Xianzi thought, finding Qi Lanqing's question peculiar. As someone who had born children, shouldn't she be more knowledgeable about such matters than herself? Observing Qi Lanqing's serious expression, heroine Xianzi couldn't help but begin to suspect that the child might be problematic. A fleeting glance had already surprised her. She had not scrutinized further. Now, reflecting on it, the mere existence of this child raised significant concerns. Suppressing her astonishment and unease, she scrutinized the situation concerning the child within her. The heroine sect excels in dual cultivation, and many couples in Tiansheng Lingjia seek their expertise for suitable dual cultivation techniques or methods for conceiving. Yet, as she gazed at the child in her womb, heroine Xianzi could not sense any aura of humanity emanating from it. The small, round object was covered in wrinkles. Rather than a fetus, it resembled a seed. Realizing this, heroine Xianzi felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Her instincts warned her that continuing to observe could lead to dire consequences. She swiftly withdrew her consciousness, anxiously grasping Qi Lanqing's hand. Lanqing, there is something wrong with this thing. It is certainly not my child, but merely a parasitic seed, leeching off my cultivation. Merely looking at it for a moment sent shivers down her spine, indicating that her abilities were insufficient to confront this entity. Sensing Hehuan Xinzi's panic, Qi Lanqing gently patted her hand in reassurance. Do not panic. Since you have been unable to sense its existence until now, it implies that it poses no immediate threat to you. I shall take you to find my master. As a tribulation stage practitioner, he surely possesses a solution. Hehuan Xinzi, fearing for her life, hesitantly murmured, I have a misunderstanding with Zhu Yu Daozuan. Qi Lanqing was taken aback. What misunderstanding? My master is quite amicable. Let us go and explain the situation to him. He should not hold it against you. Hehuan Xinzi found it difficult to voice her thoughts. I once teased him. Qi Lanqing. Hehuan Xinzi covered her face, confessing her infatuation with his beauty. She intended to take advantage of the dark and windy night to act upon her desires, nearly stripping him of his garments. Qi Lanqing et glim in shock. Hehuan Xinzi, undeterred by rejection, retorted by mocking his inadequacies and tossed a potent tonic for vitality at him. Qi Lanqing responded with disbelief, expressing that she regarded her as a sister and could not fathom her intentions of making her a mentor. Perhaps her skeptical gaze was too overt, as Hehuan Xinzi hastily clarified that at the time, Qi Lanqing was not yet with Jiang Xin, and she was unaware that he was a Taoist at the tribulation stage. Otherwise, she would not have dared to act so recklessly. Hehuan Xinzi, despite her carefree nature, did not shy away from acknowledging when to concede. Qi Lanqing accepted her explanation, realizing that although she was not a direct disciple of the Zhu Yu Daozuan, the latter had treated her as a cherished disciple after partaking in her tea of respect during the dual cultivation ceremony. Nevertheless, the gravity of Hehuan Xinzi's predicament was such that Qi Lanqing hesitated to seek assistance from Zhu Yu Daozuan, believing it a miracle that Hehuan Xinzi was still alive. Fortunately, the Tian Shui Sect boasted more than one elder at the tribulation stage. Qi Lanqing contemplated which elder would be most suitable to assist, while Jiang Xin, having tired of her small ball, sat in contemplation with her toy. What troubles mother? Why isn't anyone playing with Xin? Xin wants different toys. The soft voice of the little one echoed in Qi Lanqing's ears, prompting her to fetch a new toy for Jiang Xin when a sudden thought struck her. She recalled Lin Yin and Chu Lin Feng mentioning that Jiang Xin had once effortlessly sent a tribulation stage seed flying with a single punch in the Qiu Yijing Imperial Palace. Could it be that her precious child could also expel the seed from Hehuan Xinzi's body? Qi Lanqing beckoned Hehuan Xinzi closer, asking her to hold Jiang Xin. Upon receiving the child, Hehuan Xinzi was met with a beaming smile from the little one, prompting her to smile in return. Such a darling. Auntie will bestow upon you the secret techniques of the Hehuan sect. Auntie is wonderful. Auntie is nice. Auntie smells good. Jiang Xin nuzzled against Hehuan Xinzi, but then Qi Lanqing sighed dramatically. Alas, Kaiwei, what shall we do if the seed within you cannot be removed? Hehuan Xinzi looked at her with a strange expression, while she was aware of the peril that the seed posed. She felt Qi Lanqing's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Qi Lanqing clutched her forehead, feigning extreme distress. Oh, I truly worry that your entire cultivation will be drained by this seed. If you were to perish due to it, what would become of me? Her performance was so heartfelt that it made Hehuan Xinzi feel slightly embarrassed. Instinctively, she reassured Qi Lanqing, it's not that serious. At least I'm still alive. When I'm gone, you can mourn at my grave then. Qi Lanqing stole a glance at her bewildered daughter and continued her act. No, Kaiwei, you must live well. We have been sisters for so many years, not by blood, but closer than sisters. The seed in your belly must be removed. How I despise my own ineptitude, just a mere soul fusion stage cultivator. Unable to assist, she clutched her chest in anguish. Jiang Xin, with her chubby little hands, embraced Qi Lanqing and softly patted her, reminiscent of the times Qi Lanqing had comforted her. Mother, a hug. Mother, don't cry. NES little seed, Xin will help you take it out. Hehuan Xianzi felt a sudden jolt in her abdomen, a sharp pain as if something was being extracted from within her. The discomfort was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it came, returning everything to normal. In Jiang Xin's hand lay a green seed, no larger than her fingernail. The little one gleefully raised the seed high, triumphantly announcing, Xin got out. Mother need not worry about the beautiful Auntie anymore. No more bad things can absorb Auntie's cultivation. Qing was ecstatic. Though it was somewhat shameful to cling to her daughter for help, it proved invaluable. The delight was unending. As Jiang Xin's proud little face shone, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she vigorously shook her head, dismissing her previous sentiments. No, we must also burn the bad tree of the Hehuan sect to ensure Auntie won't be parasitized again. Why does the tree always want to bear children? Qing was startled, her mind racing with plans for the next steps. Just then, a menacing aura emanated from the seed in Jiang Xin's hand, evoking a sense of dread. The seed had sprouted roots, writhing and twisting as it attempted to escape. Though Jiang Xin's delicate hand appeared weak, she firmly held onto the seed despite its struggles. Realizing its efforts were futile, the seed ceased its resistance and directed its frantic roots towards Jiang Xin's hand, seeking to parasitize her directly. Qing's heart raced, regretting her ill-conceived decision to enlist her daughter's help. She wished to intervene, but it was too late. The slender green roots had already brushed against Jiang Xin's hand. However, they failed to penetrate, like a person slipping on ice. The roots slid off upon contact with Jiang Xin's skin. The seed is disobedient, trying to consume Xin. Xin is not like the master. She cannot be spicy or braised. The little one squeezed tightly, a crisp crack sounding as the seemingly indestructible seed shattered, releasing a surge of tribulation stage energy directed at Jiang Xin. It stinks. Jiang Xin pinched her nose in distaste, discarding the seed fragments as if they were filthy, repeatedly shaking her hands. The tribulation stage energy that flowed from the seed dissipated silently upon touching her flailing hands. Jiang Xin began to wail. Wah, I encountered that stinky thing again. Xin is stinky now. I'll become stinky Xin. Wah, she cried endlessly, wishing she could change her hands. Qing hurriedly soothed her. Don't cry. Xin, you are the best. You smell delightful. Hehuan Xianzi found the last remark peculiar. The air was not foul. Why did Qing insist on saying it was fragrant? Aware of being an outsider, she knew she could not comprehend Jiang Xin as well as her biological mother. Observing Jiang Xin's heartfelt sobs while pinching her nose, Hehuan Xianzi produced an exquisite, petite silver aromatic ball and presented it to Jiang Xin. Dear, is this fragrant? The aromatic ball consisted of two hemispheres connected by a latch and hinge. Inside, a circular device held a bowl for the fragrances, ensuring that the contents remained stable regardless of how the ball was handled. A delicate floral scent wafted through the air. Jiang Xin gazed intently at the aromatic ball, inhaling deeply and cradling it in her arms. It's fragrant. Xin wants to sleep with the fragrant ball, to become fragrant Xin. Qing breathed a sigh of relief, gently wiping away her tears, repeatedly cleaning her small hands and planting a kiss on them. Xin, look, your little hands are still clean, untouched by dirt. Qing carefully inspected the hands that had touched the seed, finding no issues. The seed discarded by Jiang Xin lay lifeless on the ground, resembling an ordinary seed. Jiang Xin reluctantly accepted this reality, her mind filled with murmurs. From now on, do not harm the trees. The damaged trees smell bad. Fortunately, when I was in Auntie's belly, it didn't smell. Otherwise, the fragrant Auntie would have turned into a stinky Auntie. Contemplating this, Jiang Xin gazed at the Hehuan fairy with eyes brimming with sympathy. The Hehuan fairy was momentarily bewildered by this unusual gaze. Had she become flustered over a mere seed? Why did it feel like Xin was looking at her in such a strange manner? Noticing the child had ceased crying and was quietly playing with the aromatic ball, the Hehuan fairy recalled the earlier scene. The events had unfolded too suddenly and hastily. Only now, as the situation calmed, did she realize Jiang Xin's uniqueness. She felt astonished. Launching, what was it that Xin held earlier? It was the seed from Auntie's belly. Launching did not doubt the heroine fairy. She merely believed it was best for fewer people to know about Jiang Xin's peculiarities for her safety. It resembles the seed in your belly. Launching's tone suggested this was meant for Jiang Xin's ears. She understood the heroine fairy must be puzzled and discreetly conveyed. Kaiwei, I apologize. I cannot elaborate on this matter. You may interpret it as the Tian Shui Sect's special power extracting the seed from within you. The heroine fairy, surprised, examined herself, and indeed discovered that the entity parasitizing her lower abdomen was gone. Her gaze instinctively turned to Jiang Xin. The seed had only just manifested in this child's hands. Could it be that this child had extracted the parasitic seed for her? No, no, no. This parasitic seed harbored the power of the tribulation period. Even she and Launching, as fusion period cultivators, could not manage it. Jiang Xin had just been born. How could she possess such formidable power? The Tian Shui Sect, as one of the 6 major sects, wielded mystical abilities that were difficult for outsiders to comprehend. As the daughter of the sect leader, Jiang Xin was adored by all within the sect. Perhaps the elders of the tribulation period had gifted her a treasure of that level. Launching must have utilized this treasure to extract the parasitic seed from her. It was only because the treasure belonged to Jiang Xin that the extracted seed appeared in her hands. Subsequently, when the parasitic seed attempted to latch onto Jiang Xin, it directly triggered the treasure on her, resulting in a counterattack that caused it to shatter. With enough imagination, everything seemed plausible. The heroine fairy, having unraveled this matter, silently rejoiced at her good fortune. Initially, she had refrained from approaching the Tian Shui Sect due to past grievances with the Zhua Daoist. However, upon learning that the reclusive Zhua Daoist would not make an appearance, she mustered the courage to visit, recalling her sisterly bond with Launching. Now, she realized she had made the right choice. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious until drained by the seed. Launching, you have saved me once more. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. She grasped Launching's hand tightly, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She found Wanyan utterly mad for betraying her devoted sister. On one hand, Launching sought to address the heroine fairy's lingering concerns, while on the other, she worried this matter might be related to Wanyan's backing. Since it involved cultivators of the tribulation period, she deemed it best to invite the Zhua Daoist. However, this required the heroine fairy's consent. Before she could ask, the heroine fairy keenly sensed something amiss and spoke first. Do you suspect that thing infiltrated my heroine sect? Just as Launching was about to nod, she heard her daughter's soft voice. Before the seed shattered, it had the fragrance of many fragrant sisters. This indicates that the seed did not just recently arrive at the heroine sect. It has been present for quite some time. Launching's heart trembled. How did this sound so reminiscent of the situation with the Chimu sect? Recalling how the founding ancestor of the Chimu sect and his pursuers had been ensnared by that human-faced tree for an extended period before the sect was established, Launching could not help but feel curious about the founding history of the heroine sect. Kaiwei, does your ancestral founder have any peculiar legends? Launching inquired solemnly, causing the heroine fairy to pause in surprise before tentatively responding, I suppose not. The history of the heroine sect was not particularly complex. The founding ancestor, Elder Yunming, was renowned for his charm, achieving fame at a young age with countless tales of his exploits. Eventually, weary of romantic entanglements and disillusioned with worldly desires, Elder Yunming devoted himself to teaching his disciples, thus establishing the heroine sect. Initially, the sect was small, but through the efforts of several generations, it gradually developed into its current scale. While it sounded like a typical sect history, after experiencing the events surrounding the Chimu sect, Launching dared not take it at face value. Kaiwei, are you aware of the situation with the Chimu sect? Launching asked. The heroine fairy nodded, expressing her disdain for Launching's sister. I never liked your sister. She is too fixated on gain and loss. I initially thought she was just a bit stingy. As a minor cultivator without funds, I could understand her frugality. Who would have thought she would attempt to harm you? You treated her so well. Yet she would plot against you. Has she gone mad? Qi Lanqing's gaze darkened slightly, attempting to suppress her thoughts. It's all in the past. Just be cautious of her in the future. She has the support of a tribulation period demon cultivator. The Hehuan fairy was astonished. Is this the source of her courage to betray you? Who knows? However, the key point related to you is not this, but rather the human-faced tree from the Chimu sect, which once displayed the guise of tribulation period strength. Qi Lanqing stated, to avoid inciting panic among outsiders and to prevent alerting potential threats, the Tian Shui Sect's publicly released information had been filtered. The collusion of Qi Huanyun with tribulation period entities was known only to the upper echelons of the immortal sects and major dynasties. The Hehuan fairy, still unaware of this matter, was taken aback and quickly grasped the implication of Qi Lanqing's words. You suspect the one who plotted against me could be associated with Qi Huanyun's backing? If that were the case, the power of the fusion period would be insufficient, necessitating the involvement of tribulation period combatants. Observing the Hehuan fairy's expression, Qi Lanqing cautiously inquired, is there any possibility of resolving the enmity between you and your master? The Hehuan fairy replied, the Zhu Daoist was both Qi Lanqing's and Jiang Xin's master, as well as Jiang Xin's grandmaster. This matter involved a potential tribulation period cultivator who might harm Jiang Xin. Thus, it was both logical and reasonable to report to him. Yet, the Hehuan fairy had a grudge against the Zhu Daoist. After a prolonged silence, the Hehuan fairy took a deep breath and said solemnly, you go summon the Zhu Daoist. I will step out for a moment and find you shortly. Qi Lanqing was overjoyed. Do you have a way to resolve this enmity? The Hehuan fairy shook her head, expressing her despair. I fear I am doomed. Qi Lanqing was perplexed. Then why are you going out? Surely you are not preparing for a funeral? The Hehuan fairy shot her a damp-eyed glare. Can you wish me some good fortune? How could I bring such ominous things upon myself? The Hehuan fairy declared, I am going to Kusi Yunlai to purchase the most expensive personal accident insurance. If Ji Yudao Zun were to strike me down in an instant, I could still make a final contribution to the sect. Qi Lanqing, are you not concerned about the ominous implications of that? Hehuan Xianzi, with righteous fervor. This is called fortune. Qi Lanqing suddenly felt that it was a tragic waste of talent for her not to sell insurance at the Keisai Yunlai trading house. Under Hehuan Xianzi's insistence, Qi Lanqing had no choice but to wait for her to purchase the insurance at the foot of the mountain before reporting to Ji Daozun, ensuring that she could exchange her life for wealth. Several male cultivators at the fusion stage conspired to weld the golden crow in the sky, preventing the sun from setting, thereby thwarting Hehuan Xianzi's rendezvous with another male cultivator that evening. They charged forward with great fervor, scaring the golden crow away, leading to the sun's immediate descent. Thus, the Tian Shui Sect began its banquet. As the moon hung high in the sky, the full moon feast was nearing its conclusion, and the guests were gradually taking their leave. As the hosts, Jiang Xin and his wife, could finally take a breather. Upon hearing Qi Lanqing recount the past between Hehuan Xianzi and Ji Daozun, Jiang Xin covered his eyes. Qi Lanqing assumed he was shy about listening to the gossip of his elders and chuckled. Master is a man of integrity, not swayed by beauty. Shouldn't you be pleased by his noble virtues? Jiang Xin felt that Ji Daozun's rejection of Hehuan Xianzi's advances was not solely due to his high moral standing. Master is rather poor. Perhaps he refrains from entertaining romantic notions due to his inability to support a wife. Qi Lanqing was taken aback. Wasn't her master quite wealthy? Later, when she and Jiang Xin held their dual cultivation ceremony, Ji Daozun covered all the expenses and even prepared a generous gift for them. Sensing her doubts, Jiang Xin briefly recounted the incident of Ji Daozun being deceived into taking out a loan, leaving Qi Lanqing utterly astounded. It was not important that Master was a rabbit. What truly mattered was that she had never encountered such a miserable tribulation stage cultivator. After lamenting, Qi Lanqing grew increasingly respectful towards Ji Daozun. I heard from Shirbois that a prestigious family once sought to recruit Master as a son-in-law. Despite incurring such enormous debt, he never agreed to marry into their family. His resolve is commendable. Jiang Xin believed Qi Lanqing was oversimplifying the matter. That was because Master was deceived by the Chu family and feared that this recruitment was a ruse. Qi Lanqing, my heart aches for Master. Just as the two were conversing, a tremendous explosion reverberated from outside. Chu Linfeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Master! There's a giant rabbit in the sky." Jiang Xin was startled and rushed outside. In the sky above Yu Cliff, a massive white rabbit apparition occupied much of the starry expanse, engaged in combat with a figure. "Wow, Master! Go, Master!" Lin Yin and Chu Linfeng, unaware that Ji Yu Daozun was a demon cultivator, were momentarily stunned. The brothers exchanged glances, and seeing that Ning Yao was unfazed, they subtly deduced what must have transpired during their visit to Ji Yu Daozun, although they were not privy to the details. The brothers adeptly feigned knowledge and silently cheered for Ji Yu Daozun. "Yes, Master, fight like that. Use your big front teeth to bite him." Chu Linfeng waved his fists excitedly. Ning Yao looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you know whom Master is fighting?" Chu Linfeng dismissed it. "No idea. But he seems to be another tribulation stage cultivator, right?" Yes, that is how Master should fight." Rabbit kicks the eagle, smack him in the face. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ning Yao felt conflicted, unsure whether to inform Chu Linfeng that the one engaged with Ji Yu Daozun was their ancestor from the Chu family. After Jiang Xin dispelled the karmic power from the loan agreement, their ancestors sensed it and came to Tian Shui Sect to investigate. Ji Yu Daozun already held disdain for him, and now that he was free of debt, he felt even less restrained. The two clashed as soon as they exchanged words. The colossal white rabbit apparition shimmered like starlight, pursuing the ancestor of the Chu family as he darted through the starry sky. Jiang Yiqin and the others who were in the know felt quite pleased, hoping that Ji Yu Daozun would deliver a good blow and vent his grievances. Uninformed, Chu Linfeng was also elated. Among the crowd, he clapped the hardest and cheered the loudest. Not only did he take out a recording stone to capture the scene, but he also occasionally hurled insults at the Chu ancestor. "Master is doing splendidly. Teach that old fossil a lesson. How dare he come to stir trouble at our Tian Shui Sect? Does he have a death wish?" Ning Yao's expression grew more complex as he gently tugged at Chu Linfeng's arm. "Fifth junior brother, don't be like that." Chu Linfeng was unafraid. "Master is here. Don't worry, big senior brother." After saying that, upon seeing the Chu ancestor being kicked away by the white rabbit, he jumped up in joy. "Master is magnificent. Filial piety is formidable. Filial piety moves the heavens. I hope fifth junior brother can depart this world peacefully later." Unable to dissuade Chu Linfeng, Ning Yao could only offer his last blessings as an elder brother. Above Yi Cliff, the Chu ancestor fled in a panic while sneezing incessantly. "Damn it! Who is cursing him from behind?" The Chu ancestor, having deceived and manipulated for years without facing death, clearly possessed profound cultivation. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Daozun had endured years of hardship, striving to cultivate while enduring humiliation, equally formidable in strength. Their battle was intense and evenly matched, until the Chu ancestor's sneezing became uncontrollable. In a duel between masters, a slight misstep can lead to disastrous outcomes. The incessant sneezing severely hampered the Chu ancestor's ability to fight, nearly causing him to be slapped away to the moon by Ji Yu Daozun. His nose itched, and the sneezing showed no signs of stopping. If he ever caught that brat who was cursing him from behind, he would make that entire family owe an unpayable debt, a debt that would last through countless lifetimes. The Chu ancestor thought to himself as he launched a counterattack. A torrent of spiritual power surged forth, akin to a mountain collapsing. Ji Yu Daozun halted his pursuit and raised a spiritual barrier to block it. The two forces collided with a tremendous sound, causing a ringing in the ears. Amid the flashes of light and shadow caused by the spiritual power clash, the Chu ancestor swiftly retreated, leaving only his hurried voice echoing in the air. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever. "Brother, we shall speak again." His figure rapidly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed like a star at the edge of the sky, vanishing from sight. The enormous white rabbit apparition in the starry sky snorted coldly, its tender three-part mouth slightly moving, shaking its long ears, transforming into a cascade of starlight before disappearing. Although this battle was brief, due to the high levels of the combatants, it was visible to all disciples of the Tian Shui Sect. According to protocol, he had to clarify matters with Jiang Xin, the sect leader. Jiu Dao Zun's figure dissipated into starlight at the original spot, soon reappearing before Jiang Xin. Simultaneously, Hehuan Xianzi, having purchased an exorbitant life insurance policy, approached with a heavy gait akin to attending a funeral. Upon seeing Jiu Dao Zun, she froze in place. At a loss for words, Jiu Dao Zun's ruby-like gaze briefly swept over her, seemingly recalling their past grievances, raising an eyebrow slightly. Jiang Xin hurriedly diverted his attention. "Master, are you all right?" Only then did Jiu Dao Zun's gaze shift away from Hehuan Xianzi, smiling at Jiang Xin. "I am unharmed. I merely came to explain according to sect rules. That recent battle was purely a personal grudge and does not involve the sect." "Master, you are incredible. Can you teach me how to transform into such a large rabbit?" Zhu Linfeng easily inquired. "That fifth senior brother needs to be reborn. When being reborn, remember to choose the path of beasts. Xin has saved an abundant amount of Mingbai for heir Xixiang in the underworld. If they do not permit you to act as a beast, perhaps you might quietly utilize a portion of heir Xixiang's savings to see if you can bribe them. Xin assures you that she will replenish this sum, ensuring that heir Xixiang remains none the wiser. Shortly, Xin will have Shogo burn Mingbai for you, so that Wu Shixing does not suffer in the underworld." Jiang Xin sincerely considers the well-being of Chu Linfeng. Lin Yin pretends not to hear, yet cannot help but ponder how much paper money Jiang Xin burned for him that night. Chu Linfeng is rather touched, although he finds his junior sister's thoughts increasingly peculiar. Why must he die just to learn a spell? Chu Linfeng remains unaware that the Zumyu Daozuan is a rabbit that has attained spiritual refinement, believing that the fleeting image of the white rabbit was merely a representation of a spell. Zumyu Daozuan, lacking the audacity of Jiang Xin, contemplates that allowing his disciple to reincarnate is excessively cruel. Even the Tian Shui Sect ought not to engage in such actions. He thus settles for a compromise. This spell may be somewhat challenging for you. However, once you reach the transformation stage, when learning the technique of the external incarnation, should your willpower be sufficiently resolute, there's a probability that you may refine an external incarnation that aligns with your desires. At that time, the utilization of this incarnation will bear resemblance to the spell I have demonstrated today. Chu Linfeng feels satisfied and begins to contemplate what formidable external incarnation he should refine. Lin Yin notices the blood at the tip of Zumyu Daozuan's little finger and asks with concern, "Master, are you injured?" "I am fine. The blood belongs to that old wretch." Zumyu Daozuan lightly flicks his hand, and a surge of spiritual power sweeps away the drop of blood that had inadvertently touched him. This drop of blood carries a faint trace of bloodline power, and upon sensing it, Zumyu Daozuan pauses momentarily, turning to Chu Linfeng. What is your relation to the Chu family of Zhongzhou?" "Zhu Linfeng Zipli Zhu Fufun." "That is my family. However, I have run away from home." Zumyu Daozuan is struck as if by lightning, unable to hear the latter part of the statement. Tian Shui Sect does not concern itself with the family background of its disciples. Once you enter the sect, you become one of its own. Chu Linfeng is a disciple of Jiang Xin, separated from Zumyu Daozuan by a generation. In the past, whether wealthy or impoverished, he was indifferent. Regardless, he would protect all his disciples. Now, suddenly sensing a bloodline connection from the drop of blood belonging to the ancestor of the Chu family, Zumyu Daozuan is compelled to ask this question. Upon realizing that he has been sending red envelopes to the child of a ruthless creditor for several years, Zumyu Daozuan feels like a fool. A great fool. He covers his face, suddenly losing the desire to speak. Ning Yao seems to hear the sound of Zumyu Daozuan's crystal heart shattering and comforts him. "Master, Wu Shidi has been cheering you on." He even recorded it. He gives Chu Linfeng a knowing glance. Although the latter does not understand what has transpired, he obediently produces the recording stone. Once activated, the scene of the two crossing tribulation stage cultivators clashing is projected into the air, accompanied by Chu Linfeng's cheers. "Yes, master, just like that." The rabbit kicks the eagle. "Master, splendid work, take down that old wretch." As he listens to Chu Linfeng's increasingly excited and joyous laughter, Zumyu Daozuan's lips curl upward slightly. The shattered pieces of his crystal heart gradually mend, becoming translucent and even eager to stir. Zhum Daozuan affectionately ruffles Chu Linfeng's hair, feeling quite pleased. Truly, my good disciple. Make me a copy of this. Chu Linfeng obediently makes a copy for him. Jiang Xin, puzzled, inquires, Master, what do you need this for? Zhum Daozuan, in high spirits, examines the recording stone under the moonlight to give to someone. Jiang Xin feels that Master is smiling cunningly and tugs at Chu Linfeng's sleeve. Little junior sister, what's the matter? Chu Linfeng happily lifts her up, delighted to assist his master. Jiang Xin, concerned, embraces her silly Wuxixiang. Wuxixiang, go find yourself a good spot for burial. Do not choose your ancestral grave, or else your ancestor will upheave it. It will be best to select a coffin as well. I will surely assist you in a grand burial. The more Chu Linfeng hears, the more confused he becomes. Why does his little junior sister keep implying that he is going to die? Isn't he living well? Chu Linfeng looks perplexedly at his fellow brothers, who can also hear his junior sister's thoughts. Lin Yin pulls out a tortoise shell, intending to divine for him. But before he can cast, he is stopped by Ning Yao. He discreetly transmits a message to his two junior brothers. This matter involves a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. Shitty, you cannot divine this, so do not waste the tortoise shell. Lin Yin heeds the advice and puts away the tortoise shell. Chu Linfeng is even more bewildered. How could I possibly have an enemy at the crossing tribulation stage? Ning Yao responds. The one who just clashed with Master is your family's crossing tribulation stage ancestor. Chu Linfeng. Ning Yao, you even insulted him. Chu Linfeng. Ning Yao, Master intends to give the recording stone that captured your insults to someone, most likely to him. Chu Linfeng. He is finished. Now, it is not merely him leaving home. It is being expelled from the family by the ancestor. 076, your master is truly handsome. I absolutely adore teasing him. Observing the dazed Chu Linfeng, Jiang Xin extends her small chubby hand and closes his unblinking eyes. Wuxixiang, rest in peace. Lin Yin, with a heavy heart, bows 3 times to Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing. Ning Yao, stunned by the scene, notices his second junior brother is solemnly paying his respects. Not wanting to appear rude, he straightens himself and bows alongside Lin Yin. However, before he can bend down, Jiang Xin lifts him up. Stop fooling around. Linfeng is still alive. Instead of playing at funerals here, it would be better to help Linfeng find a good place for soul nurturing. Chu Linfeng screams, Master, do you also think I am doomed? Jiang Xin realizes his slip of the tongue and awkwardly pats his little disciple's back. Apologies, Master misspoke. Chu Linfeng, it would have been better if you had not explained. Qi Lanqing sends the other children off to play, leaving only Jiang Xin, so they can eavesdrop on key information from her during their serious discussion later. With no outsiders in the courtyard, Qi Lanqing casts a glance at the silent Hehuan Xianzi and steels himself to speak. Master, I have discovered a lead that may be related to the mysterious crossing tribulation stage demon plant. Zhum Daozuan raises an eyebrow. Oh, what clue? There is a tree in the Hehuan sect that secretly harmed Kai Wei, embedding a seed within her body. This seed has now been extracted, and I suspect it shares a common origin with the seed controlling Qiu Junyu. When confronted with these 2 seeds, Jiang Xin had mentioned a foul odor. The others present did not detect any scent, but Jiang Xin's reaction was exceedingly intense, leaving Qi Lanqing puzzled. Jiang Xin discreetly observes Zhum Daozuan's expression, quietly stating, Disciple and Lanqing wish to investigate this matter at the Hehuan sect. However, since the opponent was able to scheme against Hehuan Xianzi, they must possess crossing tribulation stage cultivation or equivalent magical artifacts. We dare not proceed recklessly. The disparity between crossing tribulation stage and integration stage is vast. If they truly encounter an opponent of that caliber, it would be fortunate if Jiang Xin and the others return scathed. Zhum Daozuan, without a moment's hesitation, declares, I shall accompany you. Qi Lanqing's face lights up with joy, though she casts a worried glance at Hehuan Xianzi, remained utterly still, fearing that even the slightest movement might evoke memories in Zhuyu Daozuan, leading to her immediate demise. However, Zhuyu Daozuan showed no interest in her presence, as if she were invisible. With some free time on my hands these days, we shall embark on our journey now. Zhuyu Daozuan extended his arms to embrace Jiang Xin, saying, Xin, come here, Master will hold you. Jiang Xin, delighted, nestled against the soft rabbit fur at Zhuyi Daozuan's collar, lifting her little head with curiosity. Master, how did Auntie tease you back then? Is undressing considered teasing? What is the recipe for enhancing vitality? Is it delicious? Did it hurt when it hit your face? Why didn't you dodge? Did you not want to? The smile on Zhuyi Daozuan's face froze, gradually stiffening with Jiang Xin's ever-growing curiosity. Qi Lanqing had thought they had successfully passed this hurdle, but unexpectedly, her daughter opened a can of worms, prompting her to quickly produce a milk bottle to silence her. Xin, drink your milk. Jiang Xin happily clutched the bottle, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Zhuyi Daozuan. With such good looks, you must have had many who teased you, right? How could one not be vexed by this girl's unending chatter? Oh, this child could infuriate without uttering a single word. Jiang Xin observed his master's hands trembling slightly as he held his daughter. When had his poor master ever endured such indignities? No, his master had been burdened with the weight of debt until now, continuously suffering. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such grievances? This disloyal thought flitted through his mind, but upon seeing the reddening corners of his master's eyes, he hastily banished it. Master, let us set out. Jiang Xin gestured invitingly. With a flick of his hand, a talisman fell to the ground, transforming into a colossal kunpeng. An exceptional talisman master could turn the intangible into the tangible. This kunpeng was not a true creature, but an illusion crafted by Qi Lanqing's talismanic power. On the back of the kunpeng sat a charming wooden pavilion. Through the open doors and windows, delicate wooden furnishings could be seen within. Zhuyi Daozuan inhaled deeply, cradling Jiang Xin as he stepped onto the broad fin of the kunpeng, which formed a gentle slope, perfectly serving as a deck. Jiang Xin contentedly sipped her long-laying goat milk, comfortably nestled in Zhuyi Daozuan's embrace, her little legs kicking playfully as she hummed a tune. When the moon shines bright, Master smiles at me. Auntie says Master is handsome, and she loves to tease him. As Zhuyi Daozuan prepared to step onto the back of the kunpeng, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Hidden behind the crowd, the flustered heroine Xinzi thought to herself, did I say anything? Qi Lanqing, lacking the courage to repeat her daughter's words, stole a glance at Zhuyi Daozuan. With a cold snort, Zhuyi Daozuan flicked his sleeve and departed, claiming the entire second floor for himself. It was evident that he was upset. Fortunately, it was merely a rabbit sulking. No one else was implicated. Qi Lanqing let out a long sigh of relief, glancing down at Jiang Xin, who remained blissfully unaware as she continued to drink her milk, feeling utterly helpless. She had once contemplated using talismans or artifacts to temporarily seal Jiang Xin's thoughts, eliminating the worry of her revealing information that could lead to unnecessary trouble. Yet, over the past month, Jiang Xin's thoughts had helped her and Jiang Xin evade lethal crises multiple times, leading Qi Lanqing to ponder whether their ability to hear Jiang Xin's thoughts was a means of self-preservation. If they were to lose that guidance in the future, would they repeat their past mistakes? Without Jiang Xin, both Qi and Jiang Xin would become powerless, although Tian Shui Sect still cared for them out of old affection. This fate would be more torturous for two talented cultivators than death itself. Moreover, if they became useless, what would happen to their daughter and several disciples? After much deliberation, Qi Lanqing decided against sealing Jiang Xin's thoughts. After all, not everyone could hear them. As long as it was among trusted individuals, the issue was negligible. Little did she know that today would bring such an occurrence. The couple exchanged helpless glances. Heroine Xinzi, confused, asked, Lanqing, did you just say I said nothing? Inside the room, there were formations capable of blocking external perception, yet Qi Lanqing dared not speak candidly, vaguely suggesting, it's better if you don't ask. Heroine Xinzi obediently refrained from further inquiries, her gaze drifting toward the staircase leading to the second floor. After a moment of contemplation, she said in a small voice, your master is truly handsome. Qi Lanqing wished to cover her mouth, but with one hand cradling Jiang Xin and the other helping her hold the milk bottle, she found herself unable to free a hand in time. A loud crash of a shattered teacup echoed from the second floor. Qi Lanqing and Jiang Xin felt panic wash over them. They had forgotten that the room S formation could not block the perception of those in the tribulation period. The couple wished desperately to turn back time and silence Hehuan Xianzi. It seemed their daughter was not only a singer, but also a prophet, as disciples of Hehuan's sect. Was it wrong to admire handsome men? Three formidable beings in the integration stage, who commanded respect from all, anxiously awaited their punishment from Zhuyue Daozuan downstairs. After a considerable time, with no further disturbances from the second floor, Jiang Xin finally exhaled in relief. He exchanged a glance with Qi Lanqing, signaling that all seemed well. Hehuan Xianzi, following suit, opened her mouth to speak. Fearing another shock, Qi Lanqing shot her a warning look, gesturing for her to remain silent before she could utter a word. Reluctantly, Hehuan Xianzi closed her mouth. She had initially intended to flatter Zhuyue Daozuan, praising his handsomeness, gentleness, and bashfulness, suggesting he was perfect for teasing. No. These words must not be spoken. Hehuan Xianzi hastily discarded the image of Zhuyue Daozuan, reminiscent of a celestial figure in a moonlit palace, clad in a simple white garment, partially revealing his muscular chest, leaning against the western building while cradling a zither in slumber. "Auntie, wipe your drool," Jiang Xin chimed in, raising a cloth to help her. Hehuan Xianzi awkwardly tucked away her drool, instinctively casting a glance at the second floor, feeling guilty as she muttered, "I wasn't thinking about anything." This small gesture did not escape Qi Lanqing's keen observation. Realizing what she was contemplating, Qi Lanqing shot her a fierce glare. "I want to do it again. I promise," Hehuan Xianzi pleaded, muttering softly, "As a disciple of Hehuan's sect, is it wrong to admire beautiful people? We are all superficial here." Jiang Xin agreed wholeheartedly. It's in a dog's nature to chase rabbits. Being superficial is also being a dog. Auntie's admiration for master is perfectly normal. Jiang Xin chuckled, but quickly covered his mouth, fearing retribution from his master. Qi Lanqing stifled a laugh and poked Hehuan Xianzi lightly, prompting her to cease her complaints. Finding a spot to meditate, she tried her utmost to refrain from openly longing for Zhuyue Daozuan. Jiang Xin and Qi Lanqing exchanged glances toward the second floor, marveling at their master's remarkable patience. He hadn't even lost his temper. Tian Shui Sect indeed was a place that tempered one's disposition. It wasn't fear of being betrayed by fellow disciples, but rather the dread of being driven to madness by them. The Kunpeng traveled swiftly through the skies. Despite the considerable distance separating Hehuan Zone from Tian Shui Zone, a day passed swiftly, and as dawn broke, the group arrived at the borders of Hehuan Zone. Each major sect possesses protective formations, and Hehuan Zone is no exception. As they approached the mountain gate of Hehuan Zone, Hehuan Xianzi stood at the forefront of the Kunpeng vessel. The unique aura of her sect master radiated outward, soothing the imminent activation of Hehuan Zone's grand array, guiding the group into the grand hall of Hehuan Zone. When accepting disciples, Hehuan Zone tends to favor those of striking appearance. Even individuals of ordinary looks can enhance their beauty through the sect's cultivation methods. Thus, even amidst the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women in the realm of cultivation, the average beauty of Hehuan Zone ranks among the highest. Upon her return, many disciples of Hehuan Zone came forth to greet Hehuan Xianzi. Jiang Xion's heart swelled with happiness. "Wow, pretty sister. Wow, handsome brother. Wow, beautiful tree." In pursuit of the elusive demon plant hidden within Hehuan Zone, Qi Lanqing had been attentively listening to his daughter's thoughts since their arrival. Upon hearing the last exclamation, Qi Lanqing exchanged a glance with Jiang Xin, momentarily unsure if Jiang Xin referred to a tree or an uncle. Hehuan Xianzi briefly addressed the disciples who had come to pay their respects, then turned to the members of Tian Shui Zone, saying, "Since you have come all this way, allow me to show you around." Zhiyu Dao Zun nodded slightly, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "Please." Hehuan Xianzi dared not meet his gaze, fearing that the memories of that fragrant night would resurface. Xion, we're going to play at Hehuan Zone. Let us see what differences there are here compared to Tian Shui Zone." Qi Lanqing teased his daughter, seizing the opportunity to hide the toy he was holding to prevent Jiang Xion's playful nature from distracting her from discovering the concealed demon plant. Fortunately, Jiang Xion was captivated by the handsome disciples of Hehuan Zone and paid no attention to the toy in her hands. In response to Qi Lanqing's words, she nodded eagerly. MHM, Xian will definitely remember all the brothers and sisters of He Huanzhong. They're all so good-looking. When I transform my dog into a person in the future, I will make sure it looks just as beautiful as them. In the midst of her musings, a hint of concern crossed her face. Can the silly dog really transform into a person? If not, should I concoct a pill that allows it to take form and become incredibly beautiful while doing so? The little dog, hidden within her palm, trembled in fear, its head tucked beneath its paws, too terrified to gaze upon the world outside. It was desperate, fearing that even a hint of its aura would lead to its demise at the hands of Zhiyu Daozun. Yet, whether it was due to its excellent concealment or Zhiyu Daozun's indifference, this powerful figure had not mentioned its presence. Could that transformation pill he accidentally consumed belong to Xian? This thought flitted across his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. When he transformed, neither Jiang Xin nor Jiang Yichun or Qi Lanqing had even been born. How could he have mistakenly ingested Jiang Xion's pill? However, the transformation pill Jiang Xin mentioned, which could enhance beauty, bore a striking resemblance to the one he had taken. Over the years, Zhiyu Daozun had discreetly inquired about anyone capable of concocting such a pill. The individual who had greatly benefited him deserved his utmost gratitude. Regrettably, his search yielded no results. Even the renowned Xinglin Gu, known for its mastery in pills and medicine, had informed him on multiple occasions that such transformation pills were simply impossible to produce. At least, they could not create them. If even they were unable to concoct it, it implied that no one in Tian Chengling Jie possessed that ability. As Zhiyu Daozun pondered this matter, He Xianzi's melodious voice introduced the wonders of He Huanzhong. A gentle breeze carried the delicate fragrance of He Huan flowers. He Huanzhong enjoys a perpetually warm climate, with tall, ancient He Huan trees dotting the sect. Even the sect's emblem features two intertwined, pale pink He Huan flowers. The stone-paved path was flanked by lush He Huan trees that sheltered the sunlight above, creating a shaded avenue. Occasionally, pairs of He Huanzhong disciples strolled by, either hand in hand or whispering merrily in secluded corners. The atmosphere of romance was palpable, yet nothing seemed overly scandalous. It was not until Zhiyu Daozun, who led the group, suddenly halted, furrowing his brow at a massive He Huan tree that grew from the foot of the mountain, nearly level with the hilltop. Qi Lanqing immediately thought of the towering tree with a human face from Qimu Zong and quietly asked, "Is there something wrong with that tree?" Everyone else, enveloped by the protective formation, was shielded from external scrutiny, allowing their conversation to remain private. The others had also thought of this possibility upon seeing the tree. But Qi Lanqing's remark was primarily directed at Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, indeed, heard him and tilted her head in confusion. That is not a tree. It is a person. This revelation even caused a flicker of shock in Zhiyu Daozun's eyes. He had sensed something amiss with the He Huan tree, but had not discerned that it was a person. How could such a massive tree possibly be human? Jiang Xin, visiting He Huanzhong for the first time, gazed around in wonder, her curiosity piqued by everything. Her mind was akin to that of an infant, often less discerning than a 4 or 5-year-old child who had undergone moral guidance. As a newly born baby, Jiang Xion's attention was easily diverted, unable to prioritize matters as adults do. She merely glanced at the seemingly towering He Huan tree due to Qi Lanqing's words and then fixated on playing with a half-flower of He Huan that had been carried by the wind. After a moment of waiting, the others, disappointed, realized they had not heard anything further from her regarding the tree. Qi Lanqing tentatively prompted, Xian, look at how big that tree is. Doesn't it resemble the human-faced tree in Qi Muzong? Jiang Xin, tearing apart the He Huan flower, shook her head. Not the same. The tree in Qi Muzong is a clone. Here, it is not a tree, but a person. The tree is within that person's body. Jiang Yichun, struck by inspiration, picked a He Huan flower and placed it in his daughter's hand, seizing the chance to play with her. Xian, how do you think that tree looks so much like a person? Should we go speak to him? Jiang Xin regarded him with admiration. Daddy is amazing. He can actually talk to dead people. When all the senior brothers passed away, why didn't Daddy talk to them? Could it be that he was so severely injured in the Ling Mo realm that he can no longer do that? Jiu Dao Zun narrowed his eyes, transmitting a message to Jiang Xin. What does Xin mean by that? How are you seriously injured? What happened to Yao, Air, and the others? Upon hearing his daughter mention this matter earlier, Jiang Xin had pondered deeply and speculated, this must be a consequence of our failure to heed Xin's warning. Jiu Dao Zun understood. Had Jiang Xin been replaced and sacrificed by Qi Wan Yun from the beginning, the calamities they had all avoided thanks to Jiang Xin's thoughts would have befallen them. However, there was one thing he did not comprehend. Given Jiang Xin's ease in sealing away the powerful creature within Ning Yao, it was evident that she harbored immense potential within her. However, Qi Lanqing recounted that when she had just given birth, she heard the desperate cry of her daughter from the depths of her heart. With a sense of skepticism, she cautiously probed Qi Wanyun to confirm the truth of Jiang Xin's voice. If this child possessed innate power, why did she not immediately strike down Qi Wanyun at that moment? Is it possible that Xin's strength is unstable? Inquired Zhu Daozuan. Jiang Xin had not contemplated this question, yet he understood that his master would not make baseless assumptions. Observing his daughter idly playing with flower petals, Jiang Xin jestingly remarked, with Xin's prowess, can she not easily unearth the malevolent beings lurking within Hehuan sect? The Hehuan fairy regarded him with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Jiang Xin would pose such inquiries regarding Jiang Xin. To be candid, she found it rather peculiar to have brought Jiang Xin along today. Such perilous matters should not involve a child. Could they truly rely on Jiang Xin to turn the tide? As she pondered, Jiang Xin cast aside the flower petals in her hands, furrowing her chubby little face in distress. Xin does not know, she said. Xin is still just a child. Qi Lanqing, sensing her husband's thoughts, echoed, if Xin can extract the seed from Annie's body in an instant, she must surely be able to identify which wicked tree has harmed Annie, right? Jiang Xin sudeli understol. So, Mother is searching for this wicked tree. Mother is so clever, knowing to eradicate the wicked tree at its roots. Xin will help you. With determination, Jiang Xin clenched her fists, summoning all her strength to assist. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, a glimmer of shared understanding in their eyes. Yet, Jiang Xin, for the first time, disappointed them. I cannot find it. Xin cannot exert her strength. Xin is tired. The little one yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy. Zhu Daozuan had been observing her condition closely, noting that the child exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations throughout. He realized his assumptions were correct and conveyed to Jiang Xin and his wife. The power within this child is indeed unstable, or rather, she is entirely unaware of her immense strength and cannot consciously wield it like a seasoned cultivator. However, previously, Xin had displayed power far exceeding that of the integration stage on several occasions, except at the time of her birth. Upon reaching this point, Qi Lanqing suddenly recognized that Zhu Daozuan's conjecture was accurate. Yet, she could not fathom why this was the case. Zhu Daozuan theorized, Xin's power is inherent. It remains dormant most of the time. This facilitates her growth. Otherwise, a child constantly possessed of power beyond her control would be a disaster. The instances in which she has adeptly exhibited this strength arise from her subconscious treating this power as part of her own body. Calling upon it in those moments is akin to an instinctual response, as natural as extending her limbs. Yet in most circumstances, power remains power, and Xin remains Xin. You may understand this as the power being sealed to ensure Xin's normal development. I know that you have grown accustomed to the extraordinary displays of strength she has recently manifested, but in truth, her ability to access this power is the exception rather than the norm. Xin is, in most respects, just like any ordinary child. Zhu Daozuan's words were communicated through sound transmission, unbeknownst to Jiang Xin and the Hehuan fairy. Jiang Xin and his wife felt reassured, believing this to be beneficial. Their child possessed a degree of self-protection, which alleviated their concerns, as the power would not manifest regularly. They need not worry about their daughter inadvertently causing irreparable disasters due to her innate nature. They had never expected to rely solely on their daughter for salvation. They were already content that Jiang Xin had managed to avoid several life-threatening crises, while the three contemplated Jiang Xin's abilities. The Hehuan fairy scrutinized the massive Hehuan tree. She had absorbed Jiang Yichen's words, and the more she gazed at the tree, the more it resembled a person. This unsettling notion made her instinctively cover her abdomen. This Hehuan tree had gradually grown over thousands of years. Its imposing size and distinct features attracted many disciples of Hehuan's sect, who often came to play or rest against its branches. The Hehuan fairy was among them. The first time she dreamt of her long-lost first love was beneath this very tree. If that were the case, with so many disciples having sought repose beneath this tree, had they all fallen victim? The Hehuan fairy's thoughts became a tangled mess, even drawing Jiang Xin's attention. "Auntie, what is wrong?" The Hehuan fairy's lips turned pale, and as she attempted to dismiss her discomfort, she suddenly sensed a disturbance ahead. A radiant light erupted from the massive Hehuan tree, darting away at an astonishing speed. Zhu Daozuan's figure shot forth like an arrow, immediately commanding, "Destroy that tree." The three understood the urgency and promptly drew their weapons to advance. All disciples of Hehuan's sect, evacuate the giant tree. With a commanding tone, the Hehuan fairy called out, causing over 1,000 disciples, who had been playing among the great tree, to poke their heads out in confusion. Though they did not comprehend the situation, they complied with the sect leader's order and swiftly vacated the area. At that moment, the enormous Hehuan tree trembled. Countless pale pink Hehuan flowers cascaded down, landing upon the faces of the disciples. Unaware of the significance, the disciples instinctively swatted them away, only to find the flowers clinging to their faces as if imbued with life, stubbornly refusing to detach. In a moment of panic, one disciple felt a flower dart into his mouth. He attempted to expel the flower using his spiritual energy. However, as the Hehuan flower took root within him, his consciousness faded, and he turned to attack the Hehuan fairy and her companions. In an instant, over 1,000 disciples of Hehuan's sect seized their weapons, directing them at the Hehuan fairy and the Jiang family. Facing the onslaught of thousands of disciples, the Hehuan fairy remained unperturbed. The highest cultivation level among these disciples was merely at the transformation stage, rendering them no match for her, a cultivator of the integration stage. Just incapacitate them. Do not take their lives, the Hehuan fairy instructed her friend as she took the lead. With her movements, the silver bells around her ankles chimed melodiously, creating sound waves that shattered the oncoming assault. Centered around the Hehuan fairy, her power radiated outward. Threads composed of petals ensnared the controlled disciples, sealing their spiritual energy. As she could not harm them, the Hehuan fairy found herself constrained in her actions. Qi entrusted their daughter to her husband and surged forward. She produced a formation plate and tossed it into the air. The formation plate expanded with the wind, activating instantly and enveloping all the controlled disciples of Hehuan sect within its bounds. In an instant, the movements of these disciples slowed, as if a great weight pressed upon them, rendering them immobile. Even the Hehuan fairy, a cultivator of the integration stage, felt the formidable power emanating from the formation at that moment. Qi hurled a talisman onto her, dispelling the formation's influence. The Hehuan fairy quickly regained her freedom, swiftly weaving together threads of petals to bind the remaining unrestrained disciples. Meanwhile, Zhu Daozuan pursued the radiant light that had fled. He halted the individual, scrutinizing the scene within the luminous sphere, realizing he could not fathom the opponent, and thus dared not be careless. "Since you have come, why rush to depart, fellow cultivator?" The other party sneered. "I come and go as I please. Does it concern you? While your intentions are none of my business, you have harmed my disciple-less friend, and that is unacceptable." The opponent showed no fear. What a mere few He-Ti period cultivators. What they are injured. "Do you wish to engage me in battle?" The tone of the other darkened. "We are both in the Jiedu period. Are you not concerned that our conflict may harm your disciples?" Zhu Daozun gently tapped his toes. From his center, countless starlights dispersed rapidly, surpassing the opponent, enveloping both of them. These starlights isolated the enclosed space, ensuring that any attack within the luminescent barrier would not affect the outside world. It was evident that Zhu Daozun was unwilling to let the matter rest. The opponent ceased to waste words and directly launched an attack against him. Jiu Dao Zun brandished his sword to meet the challenge. A sharp sword intent erupted from the blade, shattering the radiance that cloaked the opponent, finally revealing his true visage. Despite the man's voice, one half of his face bore an uncanny resemblance to heroine Xianzi. Jiu Dao Zun paused slightly. However, upon turning fully to face Jiu Dao Zun, he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. The other half of this person's face belonged to another individual. This one, too, was a strikingly beautiful woman, her beauty distinct yet comparable to that of heroine Xianzi, with two stunning profiles on the same face. The effect was both strange and jarring. Jiu Dao Zun had never encountered such a phenomenon and could not help but inquire, "What exactly are you?" The other scoffed, "I am nothing." Jiu Dao Zun. Such an inability to comprehend human speech is truly an embarrassment to your kind. Jiu Dao Zun kindly advised, "As a demon cultivator, it is advisable to pass the human language level 4 exam before entering human territories." The opponent, unfamiliar with this concept, inquired, "What is the level 4 exam?" Jiu Dao Zun replied earnestly, "It is an assessment of one's proficiency. Upon receiving the certificate, one may be given priority in job applications." An invisible question mark appeared above the opponent's head. He understood every word, yet could not grasp their collective meaning. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a Jiedu period cultivator." Jiedu period, he emphasized loudly. Jiu Dao Zun regarded him with a stern gaze. Even in the Jiedu period, one cannot neglect education. Noticing the opponent's refusal to absorb this wisdom, Jiu Dao Zun sighed deeply, lamenting the decline of contemporary demon cultivators. The Jiedu period demon cultivator, chastised for his lack of culture, fell silent, unable to retort, and directly launched an attack against Jiu Dao Zun. A cascade of verdant heroine tree leaves formed a dragon-like shape, lunging towards Jiu Dao Zun. He remained steadfast, unperturbed by the imposing aura, and swung his sword to counter. A colossal white rabbit illusion emerged from the sword intent, agilely confronting the green leaf dragon. The uneducated Jiedu period demon cultivator found this amusing. Who would use a rabbit as an embodiment of sword intent? A rabbit can bite when provoked, but it cannot kill. Jiu Dao Zun snorted coldly, replying, "If it could kill you, that would suffice." No sooner had he spoken than the enormous white rabbit illusion charged at the fearsome green dragon, directly scattering the leaves that comprised its form. The formidable Jiedu period power unique to Jiu Dao Zun enveloped the entire battlefield, causing the uneducated demon cultivator's expression to shift, prompting him to resist with his own Jiedu period pressure. Jiu Dao Zun narrowed his eyes, pointing his sword towards the uneducated demon cultivator not far away. The white rabbit, born of sword intent, leaped onto the scattered green leaves of the dragon, pouncing upon the opponent. The latter's complexion changed drastically as he turned to flee, forgetting that behind him lay the impenetrable starlight barrier. He collided with the barrier, which rebounded him, leaving him pinned beneath the white rabbit illusion. Jiu Dao Zun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It appears you're not truly in the Jiedu period." The individual lay on the ground, his vision entirely occupied by the rabbit, fearing it might bite him at any moment. He failed to hear Jiu Dao Zun's words, exclaiming in panic, "Let your rabbit go. I am not tasty. I do not consume refuse." Jiu Dao Zun's consciousness swept over him, feeling a sense of surprise. He had initially assumed this individual possessed a secret treasure that allowed him to display the stature of a Jiedu period cultivator. However, upon closer inspection, he found no such treasure on the individual. Instead, the aura of the Jiedu period seemed genuinely intrinsic. Yet, a true Jiedu period cultivator would never be defeated so quickly. Jiu Dao Zun recalled the mysterious tree from Chimu Zone that had also exhibited a false Jiedu period status. Suspecting this individual might be in a similar situation. "Are you a manifestation of that Jiedu period demon plant?" Jiu Dao Zun inquired. "What is your purpose in infiltrating Hehuan Zone?" He asked again. The opponent remained tight-lipped. Jiu Dao Zun, lacking the patience for prolonged discourse, raised the tip of his sword slightly, unleashing a strike that severed the opponent's arm. The individual let out a wail, blood gushing from a wound, revealing a mix of blood and wood within. Simultaneously, outside the starlight barrier, the gigantic illusion of the heroine tree dissipated, replaced by a towering female cultivator, standing resolutely in the place where the heroine tree had been. The female cultivator's eyes were tightly shut, her expression pained, her hands shielding her front, cradling a spherical bubble. Within the bubble, a tiny seedling was nurtured. Upon seeing this giant female cultivator for the first time, Jiang Xin was momentarily stunned. This lifeless giant female cultivator was none other than their sect's founding ancestor, Yunmeng Laozu. The ancestor had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the Jiedu period. How could she possibly perish here? Jiang Xin, bewildered for a moment, quickly regained her composure and contacted the elder guarding the inheritance hall. How is the soul lamp of our ancestor? The inheritance hall enshrines the soul lamps of the elders of Hehuanzhou. A prompt response came. It is somewhat dim, but still lit. It is normal for Yunmeng Laozu's lifespan to wane, resulting in a weak soul lamp. However, the peculiar aspect was not this, but rather Jiang Xin was certain that the giant female cultivator before her had completely perished, her spirit extinguished. Why then did the soul lamp still shine? Could it be that she is not Yunmeng Laozu? A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiang Xin's heart, but was swiftly shattered by Zhi Yudao Zun's words. As the starlight barrier dissipated, Zhi Yudao Zun coldly gazed down at the fallen, uneducated demon cultivator. You have siphoned Yunmeng Xin's cultivation and vitality, devouring her soul, borrowing her strength to grow, and transferred the connection between Yunmeng Xin and her soul lamp to yourself, deceiving the people of Hehuanzhou. Jiang Xin's heart sank as she gazed at the two profiles of the person lying on the ground, gradually piecing together the intention behind the seed within her own body. The so-called desire for a child was merely a facade. What this individual truly sought was her life. As time flowed on, with Yunmeng Laozu's vitality completely depleted, this demon cultivator would inevitably seek another individual to serve as nourishment. Initially, the highest cultivator in Hehuanzhou was Yunmeng Laozu. Thus he had set his sights on her. Now, the strongest cultivator was Jiang Xin, and so he had turned his gaze upon her. He possesses a deceptive status during the tribulation period, which, although limited in its effect on the Zhi Yudao Zun, can easily be utilized against a combined phase cultivator like Jiang Xin. Particularly, individuals tend to lower their guards subconsciously within their own dreams. This demon cultivator, aiming to successfully parasitize Jiang Xin and diminish her vigilance, secretly delved into the depths of her heart, transforming into the figure from her past who stirred her emotions. Before Jiang Xin could extract the seed, this entity had silently absorbed a significant portion of Jiang Xin's vitality. However, due to the lengthy lifespan of combined phase cultivators and Jiang Xin's flourishing youth, this slight loss of vitality had not yet affected her, resulting in her temporary unawareness. The demon cultivator's face had taken on the appearances of both Yunmeng Laozu and Jiang Xin due to the absorption of the life force from two cultivators, which hindered a perfect integration. Should he ultimately succeed in absorbing Jiang Xin, his visage would no longer be a patchwork of these two faces, but would transform to resemble her entirely. He would then walk the world in her guise, gaining proximity to Qi Lanqing, a dear friend of Jiang Xin, and thus her daughter. Jiang Xin, feeling a bit fatigued and yawning repeatedly, struggled to maintain a coherent train of thought, recalling only fragments of Jiang Xin's portrayal in the original text. Wasn't Annie originally consumed by the seed? The outsider's perception of Annie was merely a fade created by this seed, explaining the curiosity surrounding her sudden preference for women over men. The false Auntie even poured her heart out for Xing Shu Yi, sacrificing all disciples of the Shui Sect to shield her from calamity. It was a tragic situation, not just for Annie, but for the entire Shui Sect. The three members of Tian Shui Sect, able to hear Jiang Xin's thoughts, wore solemn expressions. Although Jiang Xin could not hear Jiang Xin's inner voice, witnessing the lifeless form of Yunmeng Laozu, transformed into a giant by the dual-faced demon's magic. brought tears to her eyes. Enraged, she trembled and demanded an explanation from the demon cultivator. What is your true purpose in infiltrating my Heroine sect? As he turned, he found himself face to face with the glimmering sword of Jiu Dao Zun, its tip slightly raised as if to point at him. The pain from his severed arm intensified, causing the dual-faced demon to panic and involuntarily exclaim, I can tell you, just don't kill me. Jiu Dao Zun coldly uttered a single word, speak. The demon cultivator gritted his teeth, responding in a low voice. I have been within the Heroine sect since I gained consciousness. I do not know why I am here. I only know that I must grow. Despite pleading for mercy, he was reluctant to divulge too much information, halting at this point. Jiang furrowed her brow and inquired, what do you wish to achieve by growing? The demon hesitated before replying. Initially, I sought to leave the Heroine sect and venture into the outside world. Upon finishing his statement, he fell silent, unwilling to say more. Jiu Dao Zun raised his sword slightly, and with a swift motion, the blade flew forth, severing one of the demon's hands before he could evade. The pain caused him to scream. I've told you everything. Why do you still harm me? Speak clearly. Do not leave out details, Jiu Dao Zun commanded. Now what do you intend to do? The demon cultivator, wishing to glare at him but lacking the courage, lowered his head in indignation and muttered. Initially, I just wanted to escape. To do so, I needed a human form. My own cultivation was too slow, so I utilized my tribulation status to parasitize Yun Ming. Now, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiu Dao Zun, feeling a chill in his heart, and dared not conceal anything further. Now I need to abduct a child named Jiang Xin. The crowd gasped in shock. Qing's anger flared. Why must you steal Xin? Her fierce tone made the demon realize that the Jiang Xin she mentioned was indeed the very child he intended to abduct. Cursing his bad luck and wary of Jiu Dao Zun's sword, he confessed, I do not know why. I just know that I must do this. How could you not know? What do you intend to do with Jiang Xin? Bianc, Yi, Chen demanded angrily, exuding a sword intent akin to that of Jiu Dao Zun. The dual-faced demon, suspecting him to be Jiu Dao Zun's disciple, feared he might draw his sword as well, and thus responded, After I take the child, I must deliver Jiang Xin to someone named Qi Wanyan. I do not know how to contact her, but I'm certain that once I have Jiang Xin, this Qi Wanyan will reach out to me. I do not know this Qi Wanyan personally, nor do I understand her intentions. I only know that I must comply with these orders. His words quickened, fearing that any delay would lead Jiu Dao Zun to suspect he was withholding information. Huan Xianzi, puzzled, asked, Who issued you these commands? The dual-faced demon, glancing fearfully at the sword in Jiu Dao Zun's hand, replied, I do not know, please do not harm me. I truly do not know. Jiu Dao Zun scrutinized him carefully, deep in thought. One last question, what type of seed are you? The dual-faced demon froze, as if he had never contemplated this question before. After some thought, not wanting to keep Jiu Dao Zun waiting, he glanced at the multitude of Heroine trees surrounding them and uncertainly stated, I should also be a Heroine tree. His hesitant tone perplexed Jiang Chun. You do not even know what species you are? Did you know what you were from birth? The dual-faced demon retorted defiantly. Are you still being arrogant? Jiang Chun, already irritated, unsheathed his sword. The fierce sword intent erupted, causing the dual-faced demon, despite his mere combined phase cultivation, to feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, and, just as Jiu Dao Zun was about to strike, the dual-faced demon fell to his knees before Jiang Chun, exclaiming, Great hero, spare my life. The poised actions of Jiu Dao Zun, Jiang Chun, Qing, and Huan Xianzi reflected their astonishment. There was no need for such a dramatic display for mere submission. The dual-faced demon's swift, kneeling embarrassed Jiang Chun, who decided to grant him a quick end if he were to be killed. The towering form of Yunmeng Lao Zhu remained still, her hands cradling the bubble, nurturing the small sapling, the true essence of this dual-faced demon. Huan Xianzi examined the sapling and shook her head. This is not a sapling of the Hehuan tree. The Hehuan sect is filled with Hehuan trees of varying ages. In some areas, trees are damaged during disciples' duels, and the responsible disciples must restore the damaged parts, which includes replanting Hehuan trees. Having seen many heroine saplings, Jiang Xin recognized that the one in the bubble was distinct. The spiritual plants cultivated could be used to repay loans, while flourishing flowers and grasses brought joy to Zhiyu Daozun, who is of the rabbit spirit. Hence, he was well versed in flora. Yet, the form of this sapling was unlike any plant he knew. Master, he gives me the impression of the human-faced tree from the Tian Shui Sect, Qi whispered. Before Zhiyu Daozun could respond, the dual-faced demon, overhearing their conversation, grew anxious. Do not harm me. I speak the truth. I do not know what I am. I merely observed that there are many heroine trees here, and believed I too was one of them. His voice dwindled as he spoke, revealing his growing unease. This matter involving Qi Wanyun and Jiang Xin nearly confirms that it is Qi Wanyun's enigmatic figure behind this tribulation cultivator scheme. Their focus on Jiang Xin likely indicates their awareness of her uniqueness. Jiang Xin was perplexed as to how the other party had gained knowledge even before Jiang Xin was born, having already dispatched Qi Wanyun to keep a watchful eye. He found it difficult to comprehend, turning his gaze towards the dual-faced demon cultivator. The cultivation world possesses methods to extract confessions from criminals and ways to ascertain the veracity of their statements. However, if the individual truly harbored no knowledge, there was little that could be done. Master, the tribulation period status of this fellow is a facade. His true cultivation level is merely at the integration stage. Is it not? Jiang Xin sought confirmation from Zhiyu Daozun. Zhiyu Daozun nodded slightly, stating his strength at the integration stage is derived from consuming Yindream Fairy, and he is weak in actual combat. The dual-faced demon cultivator instinctively wished to refute, but as he straightened his chest, he was met with the fierce glares of everyone present, including Jiang Xin. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. The only person he could potentially defeat in the room was Jiang Xin, but before he could harm the child, he must first contend with Zhiyu Daozun. In essence, it amounted to him being unable to overcome any individual present, compelling him to reluctantly silence himself and feign non-existence. Jiang Xin handed his daughter over to Qi Lanqing and was about to step forward when he was intercepted by Zhiyu Daozun, who stated, "Let me handle this." He understood that Jiang Xin intended to search the soul. If the other were merely an ordinary integration stage cultivator, Jiang Xin's soul searching would pose no issue. Yet, this dual-faced demon cultivator did not even know the type of tree he represented, which was exceedingly strange. Should his soul conceal a backlash of tribulation level? Zhiyu Daozun feared for Jiang Xin's safety. Furthermore, since the dual-faced demon cultivator had grown from a seed, it indicated the existence of a maternal tree capable of nurturing such seeds. The two must belong to the same species, possibly even possessing a connection that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. The individual who covertly ordered the dual-faced demon cultivator to steal Jiang Xin was likely his maternal tree or had harnessed its power. Through this connection, it might be possible to trace back to the maternal tree. Qi Wanyun was insignificant. The genuine threat lay with the formidable tribulation stage demon behind her. If the opportunity arose to unearth this entity, it would be most fortuitous. With Zhiyu Daozun willing to take action, Jiang Xin did not object and obediently stepped aside. Noticing the tacit understanding between the master and disciple, the dual-faced demon cultivator, who had yet to discern their intentions, grew anxious and exclaimed, "What are you going to do? You promised not to kill me. Fear not. You shall not perish," Zhiyu Daozun reassured, and before the other could respond, he pointed 2 fingers of his left hand at the demon cultivator's brow, penetrating his soul directly. The strength of the demon cultivator's soul was average, and as Zhiyu Daozun's essence permeated, the memories of the demon cultivator began to unfold before his eyes. These memories confirmed that the dual-faced demon cultivator had not lied in his previous statements. From the moment he gained consciousness, he had remained within Heroine's sect, with most of his memories revolving around the daily lives of the sect's disciples, offering little utility to Zhiyu Daozun. He dismissed the distracting memories and meticulously sensed the subtle perceptions residing within the demon cultivator's soul. Zhiyu Daozun confirmed the existence of such phenomena. Otherwise, the demon cultivator could not have been subtly influenced to steal Jiang Xin. After an extensive investigation, He finally detected a faint and delicate sensation concealed within the demon cultivator's soul. He sensed that the tree behind it was not far away and became vigilant. Simultaneously, the demon cultivator also sensed him. A powerful force surged from the other end of this perception, prompting Zhu Daozuan to immediately defend himself. The force collided with him, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The dual-faced demon cultivator had no time to scream as he was obliterated. Zhu Daozuan's countenance turned ashen as he drew his sword to meet the oncoming force. The overwhelming energy surged towards Qi Lanqing, and Jiang Xin instinctively shielded her, only to find that the force dissipated before reaching him. "It stinks. Father, let us leave. It is foul here. How can it smell so bad from such a distance?" Qi Lanqing discreetly performed a hand gesture, isolating the external atmosphere. Jiang Xin, still pinching her little nose, showed no signs of the odor dissipating. The little one glared angrily at the invisible power clashing with Zhu Daozuan, suddenly growing anxious. "Master, be careful. He aims to strike you." The urgency in her soft voice nearly cracked, and Zhu Daozuan sensed the impending danger, summoning his defensive treasure. A force, colossal enough to exceed the tribulation stage, surged forth, shattering the treasure, causing Zhu Daozuan's expression to shift. "Get away!" Jiang Xin swung her tiny fists, unleashing an invisible force that bypassed Zhu Daozuan and directly repelled the oncoming power. A thunderous sound erupted as the space fractured in that instant. Countless fierce winds rushed forth, sweeping over the Heroine sect's ground like knives, leaving deep gouges. Zhu Daozuan enveloped the fractured space with his own spiritual power to prevent the fierce winds from harming outsiders. However, the distortion caused by the ruptured space revealed a scene beyond the fissure. A colossal tree, unfathomably large, stood resolutely against the vast starry sky. The view began from the trunk and extended upward, nearly obscuring the treetop. They could only see the dense foliage stretching infinitely into the distance. Even a single leaf seemed vast enough to encompass an entire world. The giant tree radiated a soft, shimmering light that inspired trepidation. In that moment, everyone fell silent, except for Jiang Xin. "Oh, Xin is going to be suffocated. Stinky tree, how dare you come out and stink up the place? Do you have no sense of public decency?" She squirmed in Qi Lanqing's arms, utterly uncomfortable. At that moment, the massive tree beyond the space fissure seemed to take notice. Its enormous leaves trembled, producing a rustling sound that resonated in Jiang Xin and the others' ears like thunder. A chilling gaze pierced through the space fissure, emanating from the giant tree. The weight of that gaze felt almost tangible, as if merely being brushed by it could herald catastrophe. "Close your eyes," Zhu Daozuan barked. Jiang Xin and the others quickly shut their eyes, not daring to engage with the owner of that gaze. A phantom of a white rabbit enveloped them, shielding everyone from the overwhelming power contained within that gaze. Outside the white rabbit's illusion, the earth continuously crumbled, sinking into the void, vanishing from sight. Zhu Daozuan stood before them, his sword drawn, channeling his spiritual energy to resist the force accompanying the gaze. "Give her to me," a resounding layered voice echoed, causing tremors in the space and violently shaking the white rabbit phantom that encased Jiang Xin and the others. Zhu Daozuan struggled to maintain the protective barrier, secretly astonished by the power on display. To cause such upheaval with a single utterance, this tree spirit must possess a cultivation level no less than that of the tribulation stage, and at most. Zhu Daozuan dared not contemplate further. Beyond the tribulation stage lies the ascension stage, a level of cultivator rarely seen throughout history. The most renowned ascension stage cultivator in the Tianqing spirit realm was the Mingchun Xinzuan, who sacrificed himself for the Tao 100,000 years ago. If this giant tree truly possessed such cultivation, it would be entirely reasonable for it to be aware of Jiang Xin's extraordinary nature. However, the power within the child was so remarkably unique that even an ascension stage immortal would covet it. The giant tree radiated intense hostility, instilling in Zhu Daozuan a profound sense of unease. Zhu Daozuan, fearing that the opponent might invade his spirit through this perception, dared not dwell on such thoughts. These intricate musings were but a fleeting moment, as the colossal tree could no longer contain itself. Its long, withered branches pierced through the spatial rift, traversing the void, forcefully breaking through the protective barrier surrounding Zhuyu Daozun and invading the Tian Chengling Jia. In an instant, an unimaginably immense force erupted from this slender branch, directly shattering the white rabbit illusion that Zhuyu Daozun had conjured to protect Jiang Xin and the others. Simultaneously, Zhuyu Daozun violently spat out a mouthful of blood. This power, transmitted through the connection between him and the white rabbit illusion, had unexpectedly injured him. As the branch was about to reach Jiang Xin, Zhuyu Daozun bellowed, "Fellow Daoist, hold." Yet, the branch did not halt. It continued to advance towards Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, her eyes tightly shut as she burrowed deeper into Qi Lanqing's embrace, kicking her short legs in oblivion to the imminent danger. Just as the branch was about to ensnare Jiang Xin, Zhuyu Daozun wielded his sword, severing the branch with precision. His power surged forth with the momentum of his strike, obliterating the branch that threatened Jiang Xin. The colossal tree on the other side of the rift did not anticipate such formidable resistance. Its countless leaves trembled, producing a thunderous roar. Huan Xianzi's ears bled as she recalled Zhuyu Daozun's warning, enduring the agonizing pain without daring to open her eyes. The sheer force was enough to inflict grave injury upon anyone who merely glanced at it. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. Countless branches penetrated the spatial rift, nearly blocking the entire opening. These branches continually expanded the rift, and whenever there was a gap, more branches would push through. The ochre-hued branches bore both vibrant green buds and withered yellow leaves, twisting and writhing like venomous serpents. Zhuyu Daozun engaged in combat, his sharp sword continually shattering the approaching branches. Yet more branches relentlessly surged forth. The rift was being stretched wider and wider by the sheer volume of branches, and it would not be long before the opponent's true form would descend. This situation was untenable. The passage between the two worlds must be sealed promptly. "Take Jiang Xin and go," Zhuyu Daozun commanded, although Jiang Xin and the others were unaware of the unfolding chaos. The violent clash of spiritual energy indicated an impending fierce battle. As trained cultivators, they relied not on sight but on their sensitive perception of spiritual energy to discern the direction of their escape. Their priority was to distance themselves from the battlefield, ensuring that they did not hinder Zhuyu Daozun. The three of them swiftly took flight in unison. Suddenly, an eye sprouted from a vibrant green leaf. Countless leaves bore countless eyes, all of which bore witness to the scene. In that moment, under the scrutiny of innumerable gazes, all four adults, including Zhuyu Daozun, felt a chilling unease. "Bring her to me," a voice, indecipherable in gender, bellowed, sending a surge of spiritual energy directly toward Qi Lanqing, who was cradling the child. Jiang Xin turned and drew his sword, relying solely on his perception to shatter the incoming wave of energy. Jiang Xin, whose head was nestled in Qi Lanqing's arm, peeked through a crack in her eyelids and was instantly thrilled, clapping her hands. "Daddy is amazing. So stinky." She quickly covered her nose again, burrowing deeper into Qi Lanqing's embrace, her little legs kicking in excitement. "Mother is still the sweetest." Qi Lanqing gently ruffled the little one's hair in a comforting gesture, though concern for Jiang Xin's safety gnawed at her heart. "Xin, you must go first." Zhuyu Daozun stood guard before Jiang Xin, intercepting the multitude of pursuing branches. In his ears, he could hear Jiang Xin's distressed murmurs. "It stinks so much. We must eliminate this tree." The three members of Tian Shui Sect, able to perceive his thoughts, perked up, anticipating Jiang Xin's insightful solution. Jiang Xin, enduring the overwhelming stench, opened her eyes a fraction, scheming a cunning plan. "Master, just eat it." Zhuyu Daozun. "My dear grandchild, do you hold me in such high regard?" Jiang Xin, unaware of his thoughts, became increasingly convinced that her idea was sound. Stinky tofu is foul, yet delicious when consumed. Though this tree is far smellier than stinky tofu and cannot be compared, after all, Master will be the one eating it. With that, Jiang Xin sighed in relief, patting her little chest as if reassured. At least I don't have to eat such foul stuff myself. Xian would never eat something so stinky and rotten. Noticing Zhu Dao Zun's gaze upon her, Jiang Xin made a gesture of encouragement and shouted a single word with fervor: eat. The intensity of her expression and her youthful voice brimmed with determination, giving Zhu Dao Zun the impression that if he did not comply, he would seem ungrateful. He regarded the multitude of branches and leaves that had intruded through the spatial rift with suspicion. Eating some branches and leaves posed no issue. As a rabbit, he was herbivorous by nature. However, these leaves bore eyes. Such a bizarre phenomenon could not be a normal plant. Moreover, there was a stench that he could not perceive, but was certainly present. How could he bring himself to consume such a thing? Zhu Dao Zun considered himself a rabbit that had risen above base appetites, pursuing quality over quantity, and would not eat whatever was presented to him. He would rather perish in battle than consume such an eerie entity. Jiang Xin, growing increasingly disappointed by his inaction, thought, "Why doesn't Master understand me? Let me help him eat." The little one stretched out her chubby hands, looking ready to take action. The image of the gigantic Jiang Xin forcing the small white rabbit that Zhu Dao Zun had transformed into to eat the tree flashed through his mind. How barbaric! He shuddered, transforming back into his original form, and took a small bite of the countless twisting branches and leaves in the air. The weight of the moment felt heavier than opening a coffin. Suddenly, an incredibly rich and potent essence of spiritual energy surged from the branches, flooding into his body. Zhu Dao Zun's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to resist, he took another generous bite, and even more essence filled his dantian, swiftly replenishing his waning spiritual veins. The enormous white rabbit, with eyes gleaming like rubies, dived head first into the feast. How delightful! Have you heard of the world tree? The ravenous rabbit's appetite is formidable. Sesame, close the door. With a command, countless sesame seeds materialized in the void, weaving into a thread that, like a needle stitching fabric, penetrated one end of the spatial rift and emerged from the other, then dove back in again. The slender sesame thread pulled taut, shrinking the vast rift into a slender seam. The sesame thread then swiftly interlaced across both ends of the rift, and in no time, the entire rift was sewn together. The fierce winds that had surged from the rift vanished without a trace, and the slender branches that sought to infiltrate were obliterated by an unseen force. The black sesame thread gradually dissipated, its boundless power dispersing to fill the gap, smoothing it over until everything returned to normal. The enormous, fluffy white rabbit gazed in astonishment at the scene before it, shaking its ears in confusion. Generally speaking, even if the spatial rift were mended, it would remain a vulnerable point in this realm, susceptible to external breaches. However, Jiang Xion's utterance, Zhma Gu Inimin, proved more efficacious than reversing time itself, not only restoring the torn space to its unblemished state, but rendering it even more stable than elsewhere. No longer sensing the fluctuations of external spiritual energy, Jiang Yicheng inquired with concern, "Master, are you well?" As Jiang Yicheng and his companions opened their eyes, they beheld the ruin surrounding them, their hearts filled with dread, struggling to comprehend the fierce battle that must have transpired while they were in slumber. Fortunately, they had summoned the Zhumun Daozuan today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qi Lanqing, sensing the absence of residual power from the colossal tree, cautiously asked, "Master, has the situation been resolved?" "This invasion has indeed been dealt with. Yet it is likely the adversary will next target Xin," replied Zhumun Daozuan, his brow furrowed, increasingly anxious about the impending circumstances. Qi Lanqing, perplexed, asked, "Master, who exactly is that formidable entity?" Zhumun Daozuan, deep in thought, replied with uncertainty, "I have never encountered such a tree before, but I have a hypothesis." "What is it?" Everyone turned their gazes toward him. Zhumun Daozuan solemnly inquired, "Have you heard of the world tree?" Jiang Yicheng instantly grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, "Do you suspect that it is the world tree?" Zhumun Daozuan gave a slight nod. The world tree theory posits that all spiritual realms in this world are but fruits born from a colossal tree, the world tree itself. This theory asserts that the spiritual energy of various realms originates from the world tree, with the myriad races inhabiting them serving, in a sense, as seeds of the world tree. The vast differences in appearance among these races arise from their diminutive size. If they were to grow to the stature of the world tree, such disparities would diminish to insignificance. While this explanation is bold, it holds validity to some extent. Whether human or demon beast, as cultivation deepens and realms ascend, the gulf between them narrows. Zhumun Daozuan exemplifies this notion, as even among those in the tribulation stage, it is challenging to discern that his true form is that of a white rabbit. Moreover, should Zhumun Daozuan desire, he could entirely transform into a human. Similarly, other human cultivators in the tribulation stage could also evolve into demon beasts if they wished. This lends credence to the aforementioned theory. The world tree theory has been proposed for many years, and while many cultivators have heard of it, few take it to heart due to a lack of evidence. Upon witnessing the colossal tree, Zhumun Daozuan thought of this theory, yet he could not ascertain its connection to other spiritual realms or confirm the correctness of his hypothesis. Jiang Xin felt a chill run down his spine, pondering if it truly is the world tree. Why would it focus on Xin? Because Xin is me. Clever, witty, lively, and adorable, loved by all. The little one boasted joyfully, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhumun Daozuan's expression grew more serious. There exists another lesser-known theory regarding the world tree that you may not have heard of. The three cultivators in the merging stage turned to him in unison, awaiting his elucidation. Zhumun Daozuan began slowly. This theory stands in stark contrast to the widely known one. The commonly accepted theory posits that the world tree nourishes all spiritual realms, which we refer to as the nourishing school. Conversely, another theory argues that all spiritual realms nourish the world tree, viewing it as a parasite that clings to all realms, continuously absorbing their spiritual energy. Some even contend that achieving immortality is a myth, asserting that the pinnacle of cultivation is the great vehicle stage. We refer to this academic faction as the awakening school. At this point, Zhumun Daozuan cast a glance at Jiang Xin. Jiang Yiqing and Qi Lanqing exchanged glances, involuntarily recalling that Jiang Xin had once mentioned the human-faced tree of the Shui Sect secretly absorbing the fortunes of the cultivation realm. According to the awakening school's theory, if the world tree can absorb the spiritual energy of various realms, it may also be capable of siphoning their fortunes. If this were indeed the case, it would pose a significant dilemma. The immortal of harmony, having completed their tasks, dared to approach. Bowing to Zhumun Daozuan, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Why is Auntie being so polite to Master when she used to tease him? Jiang Xin tilted her head in confusion. The trio from the Tian Shui Sect felt a wave of embarrassment. Qi Lanqing hurriedly offered Jiang Xin a jug of milk to divert her attention, lest the little one speak something startling again. Zhumun Daozuan then glanced at the immortal of harmony, tightening his jaw, nodding slightly, and remaining silent. With no external forces at play, it was imperative to swiftly address the disciples of the Harmony sect who had been controlled. The entities that had infiltrated these disciples appeared to be harmony flowers, but in reality, they were seeds. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the incident involving Qiu Junyu's control. As long as the parasitic seeds could be extracted from the disciples' bodies, the situation could be rectified. The sole challenge lay in the likelihood that these parasitic seeds had already taken root. If not uprooted entirely, these disciples might succumb to control once more. Fortunately, with Zhumun Daozuan present, these matters posed no issues. Qi Lanqing employed a formation to trap all controlled disciples, and Zhumun Daozuan's tribulation-level pressure surged forth, his refined spiritual energy striking the small bellies of the disciples. The disciples instinctively doubled over in pain, expelling a large volume of gastric fluid. Within the gastric fluid, wriggling entities resembling spiders could be observed, the parasitic seeds that had already sprouted. Under the might of the tribulation-level power, these seeds stood no chance, being crushed and disintegrated, vanishing entirely. As the dual-faced demon cultivator was slain by the colossal tree, the entity hidden within the hands of the elder of Yunmeng also exploded. Deprived of this supporting power, the elder of Yunmeng, standing in the valley, gradually collapsed, transforming into countless harmony flowers. These myriad harmony flowers, before touching the ground, metamorphosed into countless specks of light, scattering to every corner of the Harmony sect. The mood among the group grew heavy. Cultivators pursue longevity and often disregard matters of the afterlife. Yet, life and death remain significant issues. The fall of the elder of Yunming warranted a funeral within the Harmony sect. Meanwhile, the Tian Shui Sect remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, as if it were still the dead of night. Qi felt a sense of unease, pondering, is the sect all right? Jiang Xin glanced at the communication jade slip, noting the absence of urgent messages, concluding that the situation was likely not dire. It should be fine, otherwise my senior brothers and sisters would have notified me. Zhu and Duzuan silently regarded him, sensing that his young disciple might still not fully comprehend the nature of his senior brothers and sisters. Unless it were a catastrophic event for the sect, any troubles arising within the Tian Shui Sect were likely orchestrated by his senior brothers and sisters. On the peak of Jiangyan, all was eerily quiet. Even the puppets used for sweeping the courtyard were exceptionally still, obediently resting within the house. A layer of fallen leaves had accumulated indoors. Jiang Yicheng called out to the room where the puppet was located, "Why aren't you cleaning?" The puppet's calm voice responded, "The mistress instructed to clean during the day. It is now dark." The thick pile of leaves in the courtyard could not have accumulated in just one night. It appeared that since their departure, no cleaning had been undertaken. The puppet lacked sentience and would not lie, only executing its assigned tasks. Qi Lanqing sensed that something was amiss and cautiously went to inspect the condition of the puppets. "When was the last time you cleaned the courtyard?" she inquired. "Yesterday," the puppet replied. "That is impossible. The dust on the stone table in the courtyard has accumulated significantly. There is hardly any dust on Jiang Yunfeng in just one night. The stone table would not gather dust at all." The couple exchanged glances, and Jiang Yichen advanced, drawing his sword and delivering a powerful strike that shattered the door. "Enemy attack!" the 2-meter-tall household puppet exclaimed, drawing its sword in response. Caught off guard, Jiang Yichen stumbled back a step, but quickly raised his sword to meet the challenge. This puppet, crafted by Elder Wu, possessed the strength of the harmonization stage. Typically, they were employed for household chores, which led Jiang Yichen to forget their role in safeguarding Jiang Yunfeng. He fought against two, maintaining his ground, until Qi Lanqing called out, "Stop! Do you not recognize who we are?" Only then did the two armed household puppets seem to realize their identities. Retreating and performing a respectful gesture, "We greet our masters." Jiang Yichen, who was about to strike them down, hesitated, feeling that their retreat was too timely, as if they were acting on cue. "Were you doing this intentionally?" He could not help but ask. In unison, the two puppets replied, "I did not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense." Jiang Yichen thought to himself. He was convinced they were indeed acting with intent. When Elder Wu crafted these two puppets, he must have employed some trickery. "What has happened to the sect? Why is it still dark outside?" Jiang Yichen inquired. The puppets calmly responded, "We do not know. We are merely two puppets." Jiang Yichen, reflecting on this, took out a communication jade slip to contact his disciple. Ning Yao paused for a moment before whispering, "The Jinwu of the Tian Shui Sect has fled." The Jinwu had been scared away by several male cultivators who admired the Hahuan fairy, a matter Jiang Yichen was aware of, having sent Elder Si to invite her. Noticing the unusual tone in Ning Yao's voice, Jiang Yichen asked, "Where is Elder Si?" "At the Inca Peak." The couple immediately rushed to Inca Peak, discovering a considerable number of disciples gathered there, the square bustling with activity and excitement. Upon seeing Jiang Yichen, many students nervously withdrew, unwilling to show themselves before him. Chu Linfeng attempted to pull Ning Yao and Lin Yin away, but was quickly spotted by Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen nodded, puzzled as he gazed at the roof of the reception hall. Why is he still here? Perched on the roof was a male cultivator of the harmonization stage, known as Wu Chu. Just a few days prior, he had shared a cold joke while attempting to flirt with the Hahuan fairy, which led to her inviting him. By the time Jiang Yichen and his wife set off for the Hahuan sect, they had already sent away all guests. Wu Chu expressed his desire to stay overnight at Tian Shui Sect, and Jiang Yichen agreed, informing him he had urgent matters to attend to and would be leaving the sect for several days, unable to host him. Wu Chu was unfazed. He was acquainted with the other elders of Tian Shui Sect and knew that even without Jiang Yichen, he would not be at a loss for entertainment. Moreover, Wu Chu's true intention for staying was to honor the invitation of the Hahuan fairy. However, he waited all night, yet the Hahuan fairy never arrived. Qi Lanqing, feeling helpless, signaled Ning Yao to hold Jiang Xin while she flew up to the hall's roof. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi Lanqing advised, if you seek the Hehuan Fairy, you should go directly to the Hehuan Sect. She will be there for the next few days. Wu Chu shook his head. I arranged to meet her here, so I must remain. Qi Lanqing understood the Hehuan Fairy well. Aside from a long-cherished first love, she had never truly liked anyone. Even that first love had long since faded into obscurity. Reflecting on this, the Hehuan Fairy likely reassured herself, who hasn't had a crush on a scoundrel in their youth? It's never too late to awaken. The Hehuan sect had always pursued freedom, favoring physical connections over emotional attachments. When leaving Tian Shui Sect, the Hehuan Fairy had not mentioned the meeting at all, indicating she had forgotten about it long ago. Observing Wu Chu's earnestness, Qi Lanqing did not have the heart to reveal the truth, instead kindly advising, friend, honestly, if you wish to see the Hehuan Fairy, you should go now. If you delay, and she happens to leave, finding her again will be difficult. Wu Chu firmly disagreed. If I leave, and she arrives, will she not think I am untrustworthy? If she comes looking for you, I will explain, Qi Lanqing offered. Wu Chu remained resolute. Chu Linfeng, observing from below, grew anxious and called out, Aunt, please do not persuade him. He will not leave. He is still waiting for the gambling match to conclude and the spirit stones. Before he could finish, Lin Yin swiftly covered his mouth. Qi Lanqing was taken aback. What gambling match? Lin Yin dragged Chu Linfeng back, attempting to conceal themselves among the other disciples who were watching the spectacle. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, clutching Jiang Xin and retreating as well. The three brothers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Yet, confronted with Jiang Yichen's inquiry, they knew they could not remain silent. Lin Yin was the first to turn left. Looking at Ning Yao, Chu Linfeng quickly followed suit, glancing at Ning Yao. Ning Yao felt a chill run down his spine, also turning left, but saw nothing. Jiang Yichen scoffed, Stop looking. There is no senior brother to take the blame for you. Speak honestly. The truth will set you free. But resistance will be met with severity. Ning Yao fell silent for a moment before slowly confessing. Elder Si went to invite the Jinwu, hoping to borrow an egg for alchemy. The Jinwu disagreed, and they ended up fighting. Just then, Elder Si arrived, boldly proclaiming, the Jinwu attacked first. I was merely defending myself. The unspoken words that followed were clear to Jiang Yichen. What kind of self-defense is this? Who borrows a child for alchemy? Elder Si retorted, I was borrowing a white egg, one without offspring. The Jinwu does not lay white eggs. Jiang Yichen felt a surge of frustration. Heaven knows the lengths he went to in order to invite this Jinwu to Tian Shui Sect, only to be frightened away by outsiders and then betrayed by his own senior brother. Elder Si kindly handed him a bottle of calming pills, saying, I know. So I scheduled an appointment with the Jinwu, hoping it would lay a white egg. After all, a white egg that is not used will spoil anyway. Might as well let me use it for alchemy. The price is negotiable. But before I could finish speaking, it attacked. Old 7, don't you think this is unreasonable? Perhaps due to the calming pills, Jiang Yichen suddenly found some merit in his argument, until he heard his daughter, who had just awakened, ponder in confusion. Isn't the Jinwu of the sect a male bird? Can a male bird lay eggs? Jiang Yichen, who had never considered the gender of the Jinwu, fell silent. This is disastrous. Perhaps the son of Tian Shui Sect will never rise again. 085 Without the sun, create a sun. Jiang Yichen silently consumed another calming pill and asked Elder Si, Brother, do you know that our sect's Jinwu is a male bird? Of course, Elder Si replied, looking as if it were an obvious question. In this day and age, female Jinwu are hard to find. Otherwise, would I have gone to such lengths to have our Jinwu lay an egg? Jiang Yichen, you truly deserve to be beaten. Since the world nearly collapsed 100,000 years ago, the sun had ceased to be the colossal fireball of ancient times and had instead transformed into the Jinwu. These Jinwu were born from the ancient sun and took on the responsibility of illuminating the world and warming all living things. Due to the vastness of the Tiansheng Lingjia, a solitary Jinwu is insufficient to fulfill its duties, prompting the Jinwu to divide their responsibilities by region. Naturally proud, the Jinwu will not be inclined to work in the immediate future following such an uproar. The Tian Shui Sect, comprising solely of cultivators, is not particularly affected by the absence of sunlight. However, Jiang Xin harbors concerns for the spiritual plants within the medicinal garden. These delicate little treasures, thriving in the wild depths of the mountains, may perish unexpectedly once transplanted into their own garden, regardless of meticulous care. As one of the 6 great sects, Tian Shui Sect boasts a long history of cultivating spiritual plants, achieving one of the highest survival rates among the various sects in Tiancheng Lingjia. Yet, even with this reputation, the disciples managing the medicinal garden remain vigilant and diligent. Jiang Xin furrowed his brow in contemplation when the 4th elder extended his hand towards him. Observing the elder's open palm and expectant expression, Jiang Xin was bewildered. "What do you want with your hand?" The 4th elder responded nonchalantly to settle the account. "I just provided you with that bottle of Calm Heart pill, which is a top-grade elixir." Jiang Xin was taken aback. How could his own senior brother resort to such measures? Ever since he had repeatedly reduced the funding for the various peaks, the accounts between them had become painfully clear, settled on the spot without delay. As a sword cultivator under the strict governance of his wife, Jiang Xin was devoid of any spiritual stones. He cast a pleading glance at Qi, who was still perched on the roof, advising Wu Chu to approach the Hawan ferry directly instead of wasting time. As the 4th elder frowned at the continued absence of spiritual stones, he asked, "Old 7, you wouldn't be thinking of shirking your debt, would you?" Jiang Xin retorted indignantly, "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" He returned the elixir to the 4th elder and clarified, "I only consumed 2 Calm Heart pills, thus, I will only pay for those 2. The 4th elder, though somewhat regretful, accepted this rationale, knowing full well that Jiang Xin was even poorer than he was. He wiggled his fingers in front of Jiang Xin, yet Jiang Xin still did not produce any spiritual stones. The 4th elder's frown deepened. "Old 7, you surely do not lack even a single spiritual stone?" In desperation, Jiang Xin exclaimed, "Do not tarnish my reputation unjustly." The 4th elder scrutinized him, increasingly convinced that Jiang Xin was utterly destitute. Unable to bear such humiliation, Jiang Xin reached for his pouch of spiritual stones, only to be stunned to find it completely empty. Behind him stood 3 disciples and other members of the Tian Shui Sect. If he failed to produce spiritual stones, he would become the subject of their ridicule. In his anxiety, he nearly transmitted a message to Qi, when suddenly he heard his daughter's sigh. "Father, how pitiful! How can you be this poor? Perhaps let me take care of you." Jiang Xin, with her chubby little hand, reached for her Shumi bracelet and produced a plump pouch of spiritual stones, raising it before Jiang Xin. "Father, this is for you. It's a gift from Xin. Jiang Xin felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, Jiang Xin was his little ray of sunshine. He took 10 top-grade spiritual stones from the pouch and handed them to the 4th elder, returning the remainder to Jiang Xin. Her father's kindness brought Jiang Xin joy, though she harbored some doubts. "Father, can you truly repay this? You are destined to be a poor soul," she remarked. Jiang Xin was struck by her words. The 4th elder, hearing the occasional chirp of the small voice, turned his gaze towards Jiang Xin, recalling how he had previously wondered about the source of her curiosity regarding whether the Jinwu could lay eggs. Now, hearing her voice repeatedly, he realized he had been privy to his dear niece's thoughts. How amusing she was. What a life old 7 led. Both his wife and daughter were exceptional. It was only fitting that he was impoverished. A person of such caliber should not be wealthy. The Jinwu of the Tian Shui Sect possessed formidable combat prowess at the integration stage. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of integration stage cultivators rushing at it, as if intending to capture it for a hot pot, the Jinwu would not have fled in fright. As a Dan cultivator, the 4th elder considered himself weak and felt it was no small feat to escape from the hands of such a powerful Jinwu. He vehemently opposed Jiang Yichen's orders. "The Jinwu was not scared off by me. Why should I be the one to summon it?" Jiang Yichen argued logically. "If you hadn't insisted on it laying eggs, we would not currently be without a sun illuminating the Tian Shui Sect. Who else can be blamed?" The 4th elder adamantly refused to accept the blame. "The inability to lay eggs is its own failure. How can that be my fault? If it desires, I could even help it transform into a female bird." Jiang Yichen quickly interjected, "You should be quiet. Focus on finding a way to resolve the Tian Shui Sect's lighting issue. Without sunlight, The disciples are also suffering. The fourth elder slyly observed him. Is it you who is unaccustomed to the absence of sunlight? Jiang Xin, being of the single-element gold spiritual root, may not have been as attuned to fire as those with a fire spiritual root, but basking in the sun brought a warm and comfortable sensation to cultivators of the gold spiritual root. Though Jiang Xin had already reached the integration stage, whether or not he had sunlight was inconsequential. Yet, during his leisure moments, he relished the serene afternoons spent under the sun. Noticing his lack of immediate rebuttal, the fourth elder chuckled, "Old 7, it's no big deal without the sun. You'll just have to endure a bit." Jiang Xin, with a dark expression, firmly disagreed. "No, you must find a way to hang a sun in the sky. Otherwise, what will happen to the spiritual plants in the medicinal garden?" The medicinal garden was the foundation for Dan cultivators, and the fourth elder had already devised a plan. This is simple. We can have disciples with fire spiritual roots take turns to provide light and warmth. The Tian Shui Sect had numerous disciples proficient in sun-fire cultivation techniques. They could manifest a certain degree of solar energy within a limited range, thereby adequately meeting the lighting needs of the medicinal garden. Jiang Xin felt a slight sense of relief, yet gazing at the dark sky above, he remained anxious. After all, the Tian Shui Sect was one of the 6 great sects, and to be perpetually shrouded in darkness resembled a demonic cult's headquarters. Seeing her father troubled, Jiang Xin waved her chubby little hand, cheerfully offering suggestions. "Father, do not be sad. Fourth uncle is a single-element fire spiritual root, and among all the elders in the Tian Shui Sect, he wields fire spells the best. If there is no sun, let us create one. If the sun gets upset and wants to sever ties with us, we can hang it up to serve as our sun." Jiang Xin's eyes brightened. Indeed, how had he not thought of such a brilliant idea? Filled with joy, he looked towards the fourth elder, whose eyes grew wide with surprise at Jiang Xin's fervent gaze. Instinctively taking a step back, he asked, "Old 7, where are you up to?" Jiang Xin firmly grasped his back, blocking any escape route, and revealed a genial smile. "Fourth brother, the absence of a sun is no great matter. You will simply have to make do." Before the fourth elder could protest, Jiang Xin swiftly lifted him into the air, soaring into the starry sky, and then tossed him with considerable force. Among their brotherhood, Jiang Xin possessed the strongest combat prowess, rendering the fourth elder utterly defenseless in his grasp. Without waiting for all his reactions, Jiang Xin formed a hand seal. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, which transformed into a multitude of blades, launching a fierce assault that ensnared the fourth elder within a formation of swords, effectively immobilizing him in the starry expanse. The fourth elder instinctively summoned fire-based spells to defend against the sword array. A scorching radiance erupted around him, dispelling the darkness and obscuring the starlight. As brilliance gradually enveloped the entire night sky, dawn broke. Among the family of the 7th, the one most afflicted by illness was undoubtedly Xin. The sword array was a formidable technique utilized by sword cultivators, typically requiring the collaborative effort of several practitioners to manifest. An exceptional sword array possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. A prodigy of the sword path like Jiang Xin could, however, conjure such a formation single-handedly. The fourth elder was also gifted, albeit his talents leaned more towards alchemy. He could escape the sword array through his own strength, yet doing so would demand several days of effort. Currently ensnared within the array, he found himself in a predicament, seething with rage as he exclaimed, "7th, you lack martial ethics, ambushing an elder of several thousand years." Jiang Xin chuckled, "Brother, the sect is my home. The environment relies on us all. It is now your time to shine for the sect." The fourth elder, infuriated, shouted, "Release me. I have contributed to the sect and bled for our ancestors. You cannot treat me this way. I demand to see my master." Upon recognizing that the radiant sun suspended in the sky was his beloved fourth child, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Whose brilliant idea is this? Master, save me." The fourth elder invoked a spell to connect his mind with the consciousness of the Zhuyu Daozun. The Daozun offered verbal assistance. "Fourth, persevere. You shall be the sole beacon of Tian Shui Sect in the future." The fourth elder felt utterly despondent. He should not have secretly added medicine to his master's tea. testing it on him. Having lost faith in his master, the fourth elder turned his gaze toward Peak, where the other elders were merrily engaged in conversation, openly ridiculing him without a semblance of support. In utter desperation, he sought assistance from Qi Lanqing. Lanqing, please release me. Qi Lanqing was already astonished by the antics of her husband and daughter. Noticing the compassion in her eyes, the fourth elder felt grateful that there were still rational individuals in Tian Shui Sect. Lanqing helped me create a gap in this sword array, and I can escape on my own. Jiang Xin quickly interjected. Madam, do not heed his words. If we release him, Tian Shui Sect will be without a son. While this statement held truth, the son was not obtained in such a manner. Observing Qi Lanqing's hesitance, seemingly contemplating releasing the fourth elder, Jiang Xin earnestly emphasized, Madam, fourth brother has always sought to refine elixirs using the essence of the sun. This is an opportune moment for him to comprehend it fully. Typically, disciples of Tian Shui Sect would venture near the Jin Wu to absorb the essence of the sun, and when the Jin Wu was in good spirits, it would not expel them, allowing many to glean valuable insights. Now that the fourth elder was transformed into the sun, his understanding of the sun's essence would undoubtedly deepen, potentially leading to more profound revelations of the Tao. Qi Lanqing deliberated and sincerely conveyed to the fourth elder, Fourth brother, since this opportunity is rare, you should take the time to cultivate here. The fourth elder gasped. That is not how I intended to comprehend the essence of the sun. Qi Lanqing, taken aback, suddenly realized, indeed, being suspended in the sky is quite absurd. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Qi Lanqing genuinely propose. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. When the Jin Wu performed its solar duties, it did so likewise. How about this, fourth brother? To facilitate your understanding of the sun's essence, I will devise a formation to assist your eastward ascent and westward descent. The fourth elder was left speechless. Lanqing, you're the only sane person in Tian Shui Sect. How could you be led astray as well? As Qi Lanqing retrieved the necessary flags and artifact from her Sumi ring to set up an exquisite formation, the fourth elder felt utterly defeated. In despair, his gaze fell upon Jiang Xin, the little one, who looked at him with bright eyes, swaying her head, happily humming a tune. Having utilized her nascent soul power to seek help, the fourth elder distinctly heard her song. I have a beautiful wish. When I grow up, I want to sow the sun. Sowing one is enough. It will yield many sons. As she sang, she sincerely thanked the fourth elder. Ah, thank you, uncle, for helping me realize my dream. Once you give birth to a little son, I will help you deliver it. One to the South Pole, one to the North Ocean. One to hang in winter, one to shine at night.